Chapter 1301. Then I shall not hold back. This is more like it. Once we expel the barbaric tribes of Baiyue, we shall immediately set forth for Hot Spring Island. I am increasingly curious to explore that place. Bai Li Rui smiled faintly. Although he had just lost 400 subordinates, he remained unfazed. For the populace of the Black Mountain Empire could swiftly replenish the ranks of his army. After all, in terms of population, the Black Mountain Empire enjoyed significant advantages. Even if only one cultivator emerged from every 10,000 mortals, they would still witness the birth of 100,000 cultivators annually. Although half of them might perish due to various trials and tribulations, surely among 1,000,000, one would eventually ascend to the realm of divine origin. Within a decade, a cultivator at the Void Refinement stage must inevitably emerge. Yifeng's vanguard continued to delve deeper into the Baiyue forest. The beasts here had developed intelligence. Upon sensing the advancing army, the aerial beasts emitted sharp warning cries. The four-legged beasts on the ground began to scatter in panic. However, if the number of human cultivators was scarce, the cries of the aerial beasts would grow more piercing. Upon hearing such calls, the ground-dwelling beasts would stealthily hide, waiting to devour the few human cultivators. Brother Feng, the Baiyue forest is rather unremarkable, isn't it? It seems we haven't encountered many attacks. Qinan remarked, scratching his head. I feel the same. Harks, what do you think? Yifeng inquired. It is still early. We have ventured less than 100 kilometers into the forest. Once we reach over 1,000 kilometers, we will encounter numerous Baiyue tribesmen who will set various traps, and Void Refinement beasts and aerial creatures will appear, Harks replied calmly. His personal record was venturing 10,000 kilometers into the Baiyue forest, but he did not do so alone. He had accompanied the Grand Marshal's substantial forces. In that campaign, their army of 100,000 had returned with only a few thousand survivors. Suddenly, a cold gleam shot out from the woods. A black needle pierced the neck of a vanguard soldier, who fell from his spirit steed without uttering a sound, collapsing unconscious on the ground. A flurry of black needles followed. Not good, Yifeng exclaimed in shock, conjuring a golden shield around himself. Qinan was not to be outdone, summoning a pale blue barrier. While those at the true martial stage could emit protective divine light, those below that level cried out in desperation, "Help!" The soldiers charged towards the woods, but halfway through, they were struck back by the poison needles. Some soldiers at the acquired stage hastily formed a circle with their shields, exposing only their keen eyes to survey their surroundings. Those above the captain rank, "Follow me," Harks commanded, gesturing grandly as he leaped into the adjacent thicket on his spirit steed. After a skirmish, Harks returned, holding a severed head. "So how many did you slay?" Yifeng inquired. "I managed to take down 11, but we lost 35 of our captain-level experts, not to mention the ordinary soldiers who fell to the poison needles." Harks exclaimed with obvious delight. "How can you still wear a smile?" Qinan furrowed his brow. "This is already deemed a significant victory. In the 100U forest, our exchange ratio with the enemy typically stands at 1-8. Presently, it is approximately 1-5, which is indeed a triumph. Furthermore, our soldiers in the Black Mountain Empire outnumber the barbaric 100U by 100-fold. Sighing, Yifeng lamented. "We have lost 5 on our side while the enemy has only suffered 1 casualty. Is this truly a great victory?" It seems the Black Mountain Empire is prone to exaggeration. The reports sent to the monarch are likely heavily embellished. Nevertheless, it matters little to me, for they are not citizens of my warm spring island. Even if this lot were to perish entirely, I would not bat an eye. Harks. These 100U barbarians are not as formidable as they are made out to be. They only dare to launch covert attacks. How have they managed to instill such fear in the monarch? Qinan could not help but inquire. You may not be aware, but they deploy small squads to ambush us every few kilometers. When we advance 1,000 kilometers, such losses may seem trivial. But what about when we penetrate 10,000 kilometers? Or 100,000? I fear our forces would be entirely depleted. This is precisely why the Black Mountain Empire has never been able to reach the heart of the 100U forest, Harks explained. Does the Prime Minister intend for us to push directly to the center? That would involve an army of 200,000 cultivators, Yifeng mused, his brow furrowing. He had no desire to waste time in the Black Mountain Empire. Fleeing was the prudent course. However, with Ding Tuanshuan and Long Wu held captive by Bai Li Rui, if he fled now, they would become hostages. He also hesitated to order an aerial assault on Bai Li Rui for fear of collateral damage to Ding Tuanshuan. General, what occupies your thoughts? Harks queried. Nothing of consequence. Let us continue our advance. Yi Feng instructed, gesturing forward. With a thunderous roar, 2,000 men pressed onward. Behind them, 100 formations trailed, with Bai Li Rui's contingent positioned slightly ahead of the center. This maneuver would help prevent the entire army from falling into the enemy's traps. In the dark and filthy forest of the Beast Mountain Range, a young girl stood barefoot on the black earth, clutching a bamboo scroll in her hand. Those wretched humans dare to trespass into my lair. Very well. I shall not hold back, she declared. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, morphing into a magnificent, multi-hued giant bird. A resonant call erupted from her beak, and in that moment, the entire Beast Mountain Range stirred to life. Be it demon birds or beasts, they surged forth from the range, racing toward the nearest city. On North Warm Spring Island, Wang Weilu, after 3 months of negotiations, finally garnered the approval of the majority of the council members. Initially, he had requested that all bombers from Warm Spring Island be dispatched to the capital to rescue Yi Feng. However, he was compelled to compromise, allowing only half of the bombers to proceed to the capital, with subsequent ammunition resupplies and logistics to be sourced solely from the factories of North Warm Spring Island. This signifies that only third-generation fighter jets are equipped for resupply. The fourth-generation jets can only be manufactured on South Hot Spring Island. The following day, a fleet of third-generation bombers ascended gracefully into the sky, swiftly filling a substantial portion of it, an impressive total of 1,300 bombers. On the ground, 20,000 sand vehicles formed 20 tank units, advancing at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour towards Starmong Continent. The firepower stations were filled with soldiers clad in military uniforms. Among them were citizens, residents, and civilians conscripted from abroad. Although the majority were mere mortals of the postnatal realm, each was armed with heavy water rifles and handguns. Chapter 1302. Ready to roast within an hour even when faced with adept opponents of the innate realm, their numerical superiority would allow them to prevail. Wang Weiluo sat atop a sand vehicle, gazing at the distant North Hot Spring Island station. Ingda, how many troops have we assembled? Wang Weiluo inquired. He should have already transitioned to a new role, but due to the wartime status of Hot Spring Island, the council decided to extend his term. The Air Force has deployed 6,000 personnel. We have 140,000 sand vehicle soldiers and 720,000 infantry, Grand Marshal Ingda reported. Excellent. With such a formidable force, we can instill fear in that monarch. If he is frightened, we may have an opportunity for negotiation. However, let it be known that if we can avoid conflict, we shall do so, prioritizing the rescue of our citizens, Wang Weiluo replied calmly. He refrained from stating that the primary objective was to rescue Yi Feng, as that would imply favoritism and invite criticism. Thus, the mission to the capital was framed as a quest to save the citizens. Brother, drive on, Wang Weiluo directed the driver of the sand vehicle. The driver was his youngest sibling, recently turned 17 and also enlisted. However, initially, he could only accompany Wang Weiluo as a driver, learning the ropes. It would be after he had earned military merit that he could be elevated to a higher rank. Otherwise, the elders in the council would seize upon this to question his capabilities. The latest generation of sand vehicles engaged full-speed mode, quickly catching up to the vast convoy of sand tanks stretching towards the horizon. The tanks were armed with various artillery, heavy water machine guns, and a limited supply of incendiary bombs. The military had commandeered the train, filled to capacity with soldiers. However, they did not appear to be headed for battle. Rather, they seemed to be embarking on a journey across the Starmong continent. In their previous tribes, they had experienced warfare, but it had required arduous foot marches, covering hundreds of kilometers daily, leaving them too exhausted to even speak. In contrast, fighting alongside Hot Spring Island was a different affair, with a continuous supply of provisions. For breakfast, they could enjoy 2 eggs, a frozen fish, and some cooked beef imported from Starmong continent, accompanied by a small bottle of fruit wine. At noon, they dined on domesticated pork, complemented with green vegetables, rice, and a selection of milk, beef, goat, or horse, available at their discretion, as long as they could consume it. The logistics would ensure a steady supply, with the caveat that nothing must be wasted. An indigenous soldier, while partaking in his lunch, found himself overwhelmed with emotion and began to weep uncontrollably. "Why are you crying when you have food to eat?" someone inquired. The soldier replied, "I have never tasted anything so delectable in my entire life. I wish to conceal it and take it home for my parents to savor. They have toiled tirelessly to raise me, Yet they often consume only the offal discarded by the nobility and occasionally forage for leaves to survive. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. However, the army has regulations against bringing food home. Otherwise, one could face military justice. Moreover, once we board the rocket car, we shall travel vast distances in a single day. How could you possibly carry such delicacies home? Not to worry, he said. I hail from Sheen County. When we pass through there, I will discreetly give the surplus to the train attendant, asking him to deliver it to my home. I can offer him 500 spring coins, which is half a month's wages for me. You have 500 spring coins? Instead, why not send it directly home through the spring post office? With that sum, your parents could purchase a significant amount of food. I almost forgot. Upon reaching Sheen County Station, I will promptly arrange for the shipment. Meanwhile, at the front of the train, a soldier could not resist pulling out a handful of leaves from his pocket and began to chew on them. These were raw tobacco leaves produced by the Yulong cigarette factory outside Spring Island, increasingly addictive with each chew, helping to maintain clarity of mind during battle. In northern Spring Island, all factories were bustling with activity. Crates of ammunition were being packaged and loaded onto supply trucks, destined for the Xingming continent. The nuclear plant produced an average of 3 hydrogen bombs daily, dispatched by the latest transport aircraft to the Xingming continent. These aircraft, weighing over 500 tons, could carry 3 hydrogen bombs, 50 heavy water Gatling guns, and 5 million rounds of ammunition. However, the drawback of these transport aircraft was their inability to exceed a speed of 1 Mach, making them susceptible to being shot down by formidable cultivators. At the Northern Spring Aircraft Factory, fighter planes rolled off the assembly line, subsequently inspected by the engineering department. Upon successful inspection, they were flown directly to the front lines by reserve pilots, preparing for a protracted conflict. In stark contrast, the logistics supply line from the capital to the Great Wall spanned over 40,000 kilometers. Laborers carried food, spirit tools, and weapons, continuously delivering them to the outer reaches of the Great Wall. Upon reaching the Great Wall, these laborers faced the perilous task of entering the Baiyue forest. Their combat prowess was minimal, and should they encounter an ambush by the Baiyue tribesmen, their demise was almost certain. Moreover, the supplies would then benefit the Baiyue people. This is one of the reasons why the Black Mountain Empire can never eradicate the Baiyue. With an army of 200,000, the number of laborers required for logistics reached 5 million, equating to 25 individuals supporting 1 soldier. This does not even account for the countless horses, cattle, and sheep, all serving as means of transport. Since there were no trains in this region, they were reliant on manual labor. In some areas, the rugged mountain paths necessitated pure human effort, and a single misstep could lead to a perilous fall into an abyss. Overall, the logistical support of Spring Island far surpassed that of the Black Mountain Empire by 1,000-fold. They possess military transport trains capable of ferrying soldiers from Hot Spring Island to the capital within a mere 10 days. The Air Force can ascend to the skies above the capital in just 10 hours. Transport aircraft can deliver essential supplies to the capital in approximately 8 days. Remarkably, these aircraft need not transfer hydrogen bombs to fighter jets, as they can directly soar over the protective formations of the capital, drop the bombs, and return to continue their relentless assault. From South Hot Spring Island, 3 sleek black fighter jets ascended into the sky. Each jet, measuring 30 meters in length, resembled a rocket, with their dark fuselage seemingly absorbing the surrounding light. Among these black birds, the pilot of the foremost jet was none other than Baiyue. Through relentless effort, she had finally developed the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, capable of completely shielding itself from the mental probing of cultivators. Why is it called a reconnaissance aircraft? Because its primary feature is speed, with a staggering 95% of its interior dedicated to fuel storage. The remaining 5% accommodates a camera. 2 years prior, the first generation of this camera was invented. After 2 years of refinement, the camera's resolution has now reached the level of the finest smartphones on Earth, enabling it to capture the enemy's deployment thousands of meters above ground. The Blackbird's most formidable advantage lies in its speed, reaching an astonishing 21 Mach. In the blink of an eye, it can travel from Hot Spring Island to Sheen County. At this moment, the 3 Blackbirds soared over Pingzhou. Baiyue, clad in a thick protective suit, bore a face slightly distorted by the interplay of time and space. Inside the cockpit, temperatures soared above 140 degrees Celsius. Only those at the true martial realm could don the protective suit and endure the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. An ordinary person would succumb to the heat within an hour. Beside Bai Guogua sat Zhui Ma, who had just advanced to the innate realm. Guogua, could you slow down a bit? I feel like the black bird is about to catch fire, he stammered, trembling despite his heavy thermal suit, with his body temperature still exceeding 70 degrees. This indicated that the exterior temperature of the blackbird must have reached at least 300 degrees. Fear not, there are heat-resistant inscriptions. I, a true martial realm cultivator, am unperturbed. What do you have to fear as an innate realm cultivator? Bai Guogua's voice was calm. All right. Zhui Ma nervously glanced below. One county after another rushed beneath them, and in less than 2 hours, they swiftly flew out of Pingzhou. They now found themselves over the territory of Yuzhou, where vast expanses of primitive forests sprawled below. Wait, Guogua, look below. Zhui Ma pointed downward. Bai Guogua quickly turned her gaze downward and beheld a small city, besieged by a cacophony of roars as a throng of monstrous beasts charged towards its walls. Bai Guogua hastily maneuvered the reconnaissance aircraft to decelerate, reducing its speed from 21 Mach through 10 rapid adjustments. The small city's defensive array was soon breached, followed by the harrowing cries of humanity. Capture this, she commanded. After Bai Guogua finished speaking, she activated the camera on the reconnaissance aircraft. Let us depart. We cannot save them, she declared, before accelerating the aircraft once more. Upon reaching a speed of 5 Mach, Bai Guogua halted. This time, they encountered a county city besieged by monstrous beasts. Although this county could not rival Xin County, it was significantly larger than the previous small town. Chasema, do we have a concession in Yuzhou? Bai Guogua inquired. It seems we do not. I am not well versed in this matter. Only the island master and the members of the council are aware of the precise distribution of concessions, Chasema replied. Never mind. Let us capture this scene first. We shall return and inform the council, inquiring if they possess any concession information regarding Yuzhou. With that, Bai Guogua abruptly accelerated the reconnaissance aircraft, swiftly reaching a speed of 21 Mach. The Blackbird stealth reconnaissance aircraft is not truly undetectable. Rather, it is beyond the perception of ordinary consciousness. However, if such a large aircraft were to be exposed to human sight, it would similarly reveal its target. For instance, Ilian Shura, I could effortlessly perceive this reconnaissance aircraft. In the capital, the National Defense Formation was fully activated. Above the formation, a swarm of bombers, fighters, and transport planes filled the sky. Outside the capital, a multitude of sand vehicles and infantry was amassed. Wang Weilu sat atop his number 1 sand vehicle, raising a telescope to gaze at the southern gate's walls. The walls were in disarray, with numerous Black Mountain soldiers scurrying about. The defending general, Chun Yutong, was also scrutinizing Wang Weilu with his consciousness. Who goes there? Chun Yutong shouted. Wang Weilu picked up a loudspeaker. Now, having reached the true martial realm himself, he could project his voice over several dozen miles, though he deemed it unnecessary. After all, he possessed the advanced equipment of Hot Spring Island, which he intended to utilize. I am Wang Weilu, the 3rd island master of Hot Spring Island. May I inquire if the sovereign of the Black Mountain Empire is present? I have a matter to discuss with him. Wang Weilu's voice resonated back through the loudspeaker. Ha ha. Who do you think you are to have the right to see our sovereign? Speak your piece. Chun Yutong replied dismissively. Although there were 700,000 troops outside the southern gate, with a mere sweep of his consciousness, he discerned that 95% of these forces were mere mortals of the acquired realm. Fewer than 200 were of the true martial realm, and the innate realm was represented by only a handful. Can you make decisions? Wang Weilu's tone grew increasingly impolite. Of course. I can make decisions for such a trivial place as Hot Spring Island, Chun Yutong retorted coldly. Very well. I kindly ask you to release all citizens of Hot Spring Island. As their island master, it is my duty to escort them home. Wang Weilu's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, causing the Black Mountain soldiers on the walls to experience a ringing in their ears. Arrogance. You think you can demand their release? By the way, did you send so many bombers as a gift to the sovereign? If so, I would have them all land immediately for my personal inspection. Chun Yutong said, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I fear those bombers cannot be gifted to you. However, we can. Wang Weilu's words were abruptly interrupted by an advisor beside him. The island lord remarked, these individuals fail to learn their lesson without a harsh lesson. I suggest we unleash 20 hydrogen bombs upon them, casting them upon the National Defense Array. Only then will they take us seriously. A military advisor concurred. Yet, what if they were to harm one of our citizens? Wang Weiluo inquired. My lord, while citizens were once precious, The situation has changed dramatically. Our population has long surpassed 10 million. The loss of 2 citizens is hardly extraordinary. We must demonstrate the might of Hot Spring Island, another advisor asserted. Very well. I shall consult him once more. Wang Weiluo seized the loudspeaker again. O Black Mountain men upon the walls. I ask you one final time. Will you release my compatriot Fenggu, or, more broadly, our citizens of Hot Spring Island? His tone had turned stern. Release? Not a chance, you brat. If you have the guts, come at me directly instead of shouting from below. Chun Yutong retorted unapologetically. Fine, you have left me no choice. I must clarify that Hot Spring Island is not a race that revels in warfare. Our aggression towards the Black Mountain Empire is solely a response to your provocations. Wang Weiluo declared before lowering the loudspeaker. Provocation? Are you not afraid that our sovereign might take offense and obliterate your Hot Spring Island? Chun Yutong and his subordinates erupted in laughter, dismissing Hot Spring Island entirely. Wang Weiluo ceased his futile words, brandished his banner towards the heavens, and commanded, commence the assault. With a creaking sound, 20,000 sand vehicles slowly elevated their cannons. From the clouds, a multitude of bombers dove down. Commence hostilities. With a whoosh, all bombers opened their elemental boxes, the elements coalescing into droplets of heavy water. These droplets plummeted from an altitude of 100,000 meters, emitting sharp whistles as they fell. At the southern gate, the National Defense Array flickered under the onslaught, yet more spirit stones surged from the array's core, supplying the necessary spiritual energy to prevent its collapse. Simultaneously, the earth trembled as 20,000 shells soared skyward, arcing down onto the National Defense Array. The array shimmered once more, and some soldiers were so overwhelmed by the dreadful power that they retreated in fear. Upon the city walls, all spirit crossbows raised their heads, targeting the distant sand vehicles. Fire! Chun Yutong bellowed. A chorus of crossbows released their bolts. After unleashing beams of light, the spirit crossbows surged towards the sand vehicles with remarkable speed. Wang Weiluo calmly entered the sand vehicle, while the infantry of Hot Spring Island donned helmets and huddled behind the protection of the armored vehicles. Bang! 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 The spirit crossbows shattered one after another. From atop the sand vehicle, numerous spiritual patterns emerged. Some powerful bolts managed to pierce through the spiritual patterns, only to collide with the vehicle's exterior. This outer shell represented the pinnacle of defense, 10,000 times tougher than the hardest tungsten steel on Earth. Upon impact, the bolts were instantly broken, leaving the sand vehicle unscathed. The infantry remained safe behind the vehicles, entirely unharmed. This is incorrect. A broken crossbow bolt rebounded into the sky and then struck a soldier, leaving his shoulder bruised. Doctor, quickly, take him to the rear for treatment, shouted a captain. No need, Captain, it's just a scratch. The soldier replied innocently. It doesn't matter. An injury requires hospital care. Doctor, hurry. Soon, the bewildered soldier was carried away. On the city wall, Chun Yutong could not help but rest his hand on his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the sand chariot formation of Hot Spring Island, seemingly trying to discern a flower amidst the chaos. How is this possible? This is a national defense crossbow, yet it cannot even pierce the exterior of the sand chariot? He exclaimed, Bring me my giant bow. 8 soldiers rushed over, lifting a massive bow. As the gatekeeper of the southern gate, Chun Yutong possessed mid-stage refining prowess. He extended his arms and placed a specially crafted bolt onto the bowstring. With a whoosh, the bolt, imbued with a force of millions of pounds, struck a sand chariot directly. Clang! The protective barrier of the chariot was effortlessly torn apart, and the bolt continued with unabated momentum, piercing through the chariot and emerging from the rear. Ha ha! Before my giant bow, it is but a feeble target. Chun Yutong laughed heartily and knocked another bolt. Boom! The entire earth trembled. The sound of 1,000 cannons firing simultaneously echoed, and one projectile collided perfectly with his arrow, resulting in a mutual destruction in midair. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators carried boxes of spiritual stones, pouring them into the formation's core. Once emptied, they leapt into the formation to remove the depleted stones. Master Chiu, this is terrible. In just this short time, we've expended over 20 billion spiritual stones. What can we do? We must fend off the bombardment from Hot Spring Island, Master Chiu lamented. At that moment, a transport aircraft soared to an altitude of 100,000 meters over the National Defense Formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 colossal bombs descended from the sky. What are those? Chun Yutong posed in a stance of observation. Upon contact with the National Defense Formation, the internal reactors of the hydrogen bombs initiated a chain reaction at lightning speed. Buzz. 3 brilliant beams of white light instantaneously illuminated the sky. Ah, my eyes. Quickly, close your eyes. Some low-ranking cultivators and mortals shielded their eyes in unison. Boom. A powerful shockwave radiated in waves, swiftly scorching 3 large holes into the National Defense Formation. On the city wall, some soldiers, caught off guard, were vaporized by the searing heat of 100 million degrees. Chun Yutong, in a desperate attempt, unleashed 10 layers of protective divine light. However, it was utterly futile. His 10 layers of divine light melted away like paper, and the radiation impacted him directly. After an indeterminate duration, the dazzling white light in the sky gradually dimmed. Chun Yutong managed to open his eyes, shocked to see the 3 gaping holes in the National Defense Formation slowly beginning to seal. He quickly touched his face, only to find a layer of flesh peeling away. Moreover, his hand was now afflicted with persistent decay. Yet, these festering wounds rapidly healed under the ceaseless replenishment of his divine essence. What manner of weapon is this? Chun Yutong gazed incredulously at the multitude of sand carts outside the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless fighter jets dove from the sky, one of which plunged directly into one of the great openings. No. Number 258, get out quickly, Wang Weiluo shouted into the intercom. Alas, it was too late. The moment the bomber entered the National Defense Formation, it was instantaneously dismembered by a peculiar force, scattering its components across the sky. Within the royal palace, Emperor Huangling opened his eyes from his meditation chamber. In the next moment, his vast consciousness radiated throughout the capital. How outrageous. As his words fell, he vanished into thin air. 2 seconds later, Emperor Huangling's form materialized atop the southern city wall. Chun Yutong was wailing in agony on the wall. His divine essence had only just repaired his physical form, only for it to decay once more. What is the matter with you? Emperor Huangling inquired, focusing on Chun Yutong's skin. Your Majesty, I am in great pain. My skin hurts terribly, especially my eyes. They are in excruciating agony. Chun Yutong knelt, enduring the torment while desperately clawing at his skin, tearing it apart in the process. Emperor Huangling narrowed his eyes and placed his palm on Chun Yutong's shoulder. A powerful force of restoration surged forth. In an instant, Chun Yutong's skin returned to its former condition. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your rescue. Chun Yutong expressed his profound gratitude. In truth, with his divine essence as a void refinement practitioner, after expending millennia of cultivation, he could expel the radiative force from his body. However, with the assistance of a spirit separation realm practitioner, he could conserve some of his energy. As Emperor Huangling withdrew his hand, a sudden frown crossed his brow. At that moment, he sensed a slight burning sensation on his own skin. On the southern city wall, only Chun Yutong and a few divine essence practitioners remained alive. All the other practitioners lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies succumbing to continuous decay. In the sky, 3 black holes were gradually mended by billions of spirit stones. Yet, the radiative force lingered at the city wall. Regrettably, Emperor Huangling remained oblivious to the dangers of radiation, standing firmly atop the southern gate, his consciousness sweeping over the densely packed sand carts below. You there? Who is the leader? Emperor Huangling inquired nonchalantly. Wang Weiluo emerged from the sand cart, clad in thick protective gear. Though the radiation affected the interior of the National Defense Formation, he was all too aware of its dangers, fearing its impact on himself. I am Wang Weiluo. Are you the sovereign? Wang Weiluo asked. Emperor Huangling narrowed his eyes and, from dozens of miles away, reached out toward Wang Weiluo. Not good. A sense of crisis enveloped Wang Weiluo. In the next moment, the void above him collapsed, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens, seizing Wang Weiluo with precision. Island Master. Wang Weiluo struggled briefly in midair before being drawn into the black hole. Upon the city wall, Huang Lindering casually flicked his hand, causing Wang Weiluo to tumble directly in front of him. What is that move of yours? Wang Weiluo exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. You needn't concern yourself with that. Do you still have the capacity for conversation? Huang Linding looked down upon Wang Weiluo with an air of superiority. What do you wish to say? Wang Weiluo managed to rise, albeit with difficulty. Fortunately, he was clad in thick protective gear, otherwise, his skin would have been festering by now. Tell your men to lay down their weapons, clasp their hands upon their heads, and enter the national defense array in an orderly fashion. Especially that bomber in the sky. Have it land immediately. Huang Linding found no desire to engage in further banter with Wang Weiluo. Chapter 1305. Very well. Then go to your demise. He discerned that Wang Weiluo was merely a trifling novice in the realm of true martial arts, hardly worth his consideration. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then I shall converse with them. Upon completing his statement, Wang Weiluo stepped forward, casting his gaze upon the convoy below. Ingda, I may soon face execution, so I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you shall command the forces of Spring Island. Continue your bombardment of the capital without mercy. Wang Weiluo's voice echoed far and wide. Seeking death, are you? Huang Linding roared in fury, striking out with a swift palm. No. Chun Yutong quickly intervened, restraining Huang Linding. Your Majesty, this is a living island lord. Should he perish, he would hold no further value for us. Then what do you propose? Huang Linding's hand lingered in the air, poised to extinguish Wang Weiluo's life. Hang him on the city wall, slice a piece of flesh from him each day, and let those outside serve us. Are we not currently waging war against Baiyue? The power of those 3 devices earlier could obliterate the stronghold of Baiyue's forces, Chun Yutong exclaimed. Now that is intriguing, Huang Linding mused, then altered his approach, pressing his fingers repeatedly upon Wang Weiluo, sealing his martial prowess while allowing it to nourish his body, so as not to cause his immediate demise. New soldiers surged onto the southern city wall, quickly filling the southern gate with their presence. However, some soldiers of the acquired realm soon found themselves unwell. Some began to vomit, while others experienced spontaneous nosebleeds. What is happening? Huang Linding keenly sensed the radiation in the air and seized Wang Weiluo by the collar. Take me away from the southern city wall. Lead me to the eastern city wall. I cannot remain here. Wang Weiluo gritted his teeth in defiance. You refuse to speak? Huang Linding retaliated with a swift grasp. Ah! A cry of agony echoed across the sky as a chunk of flesh was brutally torn from Wang Weiluo's chest. Below, the inhabitants of Spring Island stepped forward, gazing up at Wang Weiluo suspended upon the city wall, their faces etched with concern. Island Lord, Ingda knelt in supplication. The crowd below fell to their knees en masse, resembling a roaring tide. In the skies above, the bombers emitted piercing cries, seemingly protesting on behalf of Wang Weiluo. With great difficulty, Wang Weiluo raised his head, surveying the throngs of Spring Island soldiers below. Ingda, heed my command. There is no need for courtesy. Bombard the capital. Just as he finished his proclamation, another piece of flesh was severed from his body. Island Lord! Oh, Island Lord! The cries of outrage surged from the crowd below. Huang Linding, I shall have your body torn asunder. Ingda was the first to rise, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes before waving the command flag. Whoosh! In the sky, bombers dove relentlessly, while the heavy water Gatling guns began to unleash their fury. On the ground, countless artillery pieces fired in unison. Nearly 700,000 soldiers simultaneously raised their rapid-fire heavy water rifles, unleashing a ceaseless barrage toward the southern gate. In an instant, the light shield surrounding the southern gate was distorted and flickering. Notably, some heavy water bullets breached the National Defense Formation's blockade, striking directly against the city walls. One by one, the soldiers of Black Mountain fell into pools of blood. It's time for the hydrogen bombs, Ingda shouted into the intercom. In the sky, 3 large shadows obscured the sunlight, belonging to 3 transport aircraft, each capable of carrying 3 hydrogen bombs. Whoosh, 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 9 hydrogen bombs plummeted from the heavens. Huang Linding's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly reached for the sky. A black hole materialized beside the hydrogen bomb, its formidable gravitational pull drawing one of the bombs into its depths. Boom, 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 boom. 9 hydrogen bombs detonated in succession, even causing the black hole to split into 3 smaller ones. One transport aircraft, caught off guard, had half of it ensnared by the black hole, rendered immobile in midair. Ling Nu, fire for me. Huang Linding's eyes widened. Unfortunately, in the capital, apart from him, everyone else was blinded by the scorching white light, their spiritual senses unable to extend beyond their bodies. In desperation, Huang Linding snatched a long spear, aiming it at the altitude of 100,000 meters. Whoosh! The spear vanished into the air after flying 500 meters. At the height of 100,000 meters, a black hole emerged, and the spear shot forth, precisely piercing a transport aircraft. Huang Linding, not daring to delay, seized another spear and hurled it skyward once more. Whoosh, 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 10 consecutive spears, each one destroying a bomber or transport aircraft. Cover the aircraft above, Ingda commanded with a sweeping gesture. In the sky, heavy water bombs continued to rain down. The remaining spears in Huang Lindian's possession disintegrated into fragments as they ascended just a few hundred meters, obliterated by the heavy water bombs. Simultaneously, a massive wave of radiation spread from the 9 great holes toward a significant part of the capital. Some mortals walking on the streets suddenly collapsed, convulsing and suffering from severe nausea. Even some low-ranking cultivators felt dizzy and lightheaded, with blood streaming from their nostrils after just a few steps. Huang Lindian's eyes widened as he suddenly glanced at Wang Weilu, suspended from the city wall. Wang Weilu, I give you one last chance. Order them to cease their attack, or I shall take your life without hesitation. Huang Lindian forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Huang Lindian, I fear you have misjudged me and the island of Hot Spring. Our island's leader fears not death, unlike you, a monarch who sends your subordinates to fight. The spoils they risk their lives for mostly benefit you, while a meager portion goes to the nobles. What of those who risk their lives? Ha ha ha. They receive nothing. If you wish to kill, then do so. I have never feared death since the day I became the Lord of Hot Spring Island. Wang Weilu struggled to raise his head, his skin ravaged by radiation. Behind Huang Lindi, the soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Even the captains and lieutenants displayed signs of hesitation. Although Wang Weilu was on the brink of death, his words struck the hearts of the people of the Black Mountain Kingdom like a nuclear bomb, stirring a tumultuous wave within them. Very well. Then you shall meet your demise. Huang Lindi narrowed his eyes and waved his dagger. On the southern Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai awakened from a nightmarish slumber. Stumbling into the living room, he poured himself a large glass of water. From the attic, he heard the sound of his wife weeping. At that moment, a swift noise echoed above him. Wang Zhihai hurriedly exited his villa, only to see 2 soldiers approaching from a distance, carrying a tray. Crash! A glass shattered on the ground, splintering into countless pieces. Yi Feng's left eyelid twitched incessantly, prompting him to tug at it in an attempt to quell the disturbance. Chenin, do you not sense an unsettling foreboding? There may be a multitude of Baiyue savages lying in wait ahead, Yi Feng stated gravely. Not at all. I'm quite well. Just stick a piece of white paper on my eyelid. My folks say that a twitching eyelid signifies a trivial matter, Chenin replied. Just then, a figure flickered in the distance. Yi Feng heard the soldiers shouting behind him. We have seen the Chancellor. We have seen the Grand Marshal. He quickly turned to see Bai Li Rui riding a spirit beast approaching. Chapter 1306. His lips twitched slightly. Chancellor, this is the Vanguard Squad. How could you venture to such a perilous place? Yi Feng's tone held a hint of mockery. Yi Feng, the situation has changed. I have just received a long-distance message from the monarch. Your Hot Spring Island is attacking the capital, Bai Li Rui announced. What? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. With the current strength of Hot Spring Island, how dare they assault the capital? Wang Weilu must be out of his mind. What do you propose we do? Yi Feng inquired. What do you think? Not only is the capital under attack by your Hot Spring Island, but the territories of Yuzhou, Huangzhou, and Luzhou beneath the monarch have also been besieged by a beast tide. Our forces are already stretched thin. Therefore, the monarch has ordered us to return to the capital immediately to quell the beast tide in the 3 provinces before addressing the situation in the capital. Urging your Hot Spring Island to cease its assault, Bai Li Rui explained. Is that so? Just then, a piercing cry rang out from the sky. Bai Li Rui's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up. A multitude of birds of prey descended swiftly from above. Simultaneously, the surrounding foliage was alive with the sound of approaching footsteps. Thud! A long spear shot forth from the thicket, impaling a soldier to the ground. Then came a second spear, followed by a third and fourth. Defend! Hark shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. A spear, imbued with tremendous force, pinned Harks against a large tree. The cacophony of battle erupted. The surrounding jungle seemed to come alive as throngs of Baiyue people charged forth, wielding rudimentary weapons and rushing fearlessly toward Yi Feng and the others. All troops, take defensive positions and converge here. Bai Li Rui's voice carried across the chaos. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from among the Baiyue people. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, his beard nearly concealed his lips, and he wielded a bone spear in his hand. Late stage of the Void Refinement? Bai Li Rui's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly patted his waist. A flying sword hovered above his head. Kill! The middle-aged man brandished his spear and charged towards Bai Li Rui. Meanwhile, Yifeng found himself entangled by two innate Baiyue warriors. Indeed, the weapons of the Baiyue were rather primitive, and their techniques lacked finesse. However, each of their strikes was lethal, and their bare feet allowed them to nimbly navigate the forest, evading the surrounding trees, rendering them far superior to the Black Mountain men of the same rank. With a powerful swing of his sword, Yifeng felled one of the innate warriors. Turning back, he saw Mo Gu being lifted by three long spears. Mo Gu roared, firing his heavy water pistol wildly ahead. Two Baiyue men were struck down, but more surged forth. They wielded bone knives, relentlessly hacking at Mo Gu. Mo Gu cried out in agony, emitting a continuous stream of pained wails. Mo Gu. Yifeng was about to rush over to assist, but two high-ranking Baiyue warriors charged at him, overwhelming him with their strength. Fan Shun Mo Gong. Yifeng shouted in fury, transforming into a towering giant of 3 meters, with a golden avatar manifesting behind him. Yet, in the next moment, a massive net descended from the heavens, ensnaring both him and the avatar within its grasp. With a vigorous effort, Yifeng tore the net in half. However, more nets continued to rain down. Yifeng tore through 5 or 6 layers of the net, but his body was soon restrained by 6 bone spears. Brother Feng, Chunin roared, just as he drew his heavy water pistol, only to have his wrist struck by a long spear. The pistol fell to the ground. A massive net descended, wrapping Chunin tightly. In the sky, bombers soared back and forth, yet they dared not fire at Yifeng's battlefield, fearing they might inadvertently harm him. Nevertheless, the bombers could unleash their fire upon the woods, separating the endless stream of Baiyue reinforcements. PFF. Heavy water bullets rained down, riddling the towering trees below with countless wounds. After just a few rounds of bombardment, the primal forest within a kilometer radius of Yifeng and Bai Li Rui was flattened by the heavy water Gatling gun. Bai Li Rui was now in peril. Though the middle-aged man's weapon was rudimentary, his power surged in the jungle, forcing Bai Li Rui to retreat step by step. Hold the line. Bai Li Rui called out as he took a step back, hastily making his way towards the position of the Central Army. Unfortunately, his central forces were also under heavy assault from the Baiyue. The bombers paid no heed to whether the Central Army was friend or foe. They opened their elemental boxes directly. Droplets of heavy water rained down, indiscriminately slaying both Black Mountain men and a few Baiyue warriors. Long Wu's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly covered his head with a heavy water combat suit. Ding Tuanshuan also reacted swiftly, joining Long Wu to shield themselves beneath a single heavy water combat suit. PFF. A cascade of heavy water descended upon the heavy water battle suit, sending Ding Tuanshuan into a state of sheer terror. Fifth brother, it is fortunate that you brought the heavy water battle suit, which can disperse the heavy water. Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, swiftly slaying a barbarian from the 100 Yu with a single stroke of his sword. Let us proceed to rendezvous with Brother Feng. This may present an opportunity, Dragon Wu suggested, his intent clear. In an instant, Ding Tuanshuan understood, and the two of them, clad in their battle suits, hastened towards Yifeng's position. The ground they traversed was stained with blood, littered with corpses and numerous 100 Yu barbarians. These savages, amidst their carnage, reveled in the blood of their victims, even gouging out soldiers' eyes to string them together with iron wire, adorning their necks with the grisly trophies. Where are you two headed? Bai Li Rui's figure materialized before them. At that moment, another deluge of heavy water fell from the heavens. Damn it, Dragon Wu. Quickly use your radio to halt the bombing of the ground. Bai Li Rui urgently summoned a dense protective light around himself. Dragon Wu noticed that Bai Li Rui's most capable assistant was absent. Iron Slave was currently locked in a fierce battle with a middle-aged man. However, his skills paled in comparison, and in just a few exchanges, he suffered 2 grievous wounds, blood gushing forth. Yu Daifu, serving as a military advisor, lay within a cart, enveloped in layers of protective light. Suddenly, the cart was struck, and several 100 Yu barbarians burst in, all of them at the divine origin realm. We have captured their elite. The skirmish lasted but a minute before Yu Daifu was taken alive. At the rear of the formation, Huang Tianfang was engaged in a one-man battle against 2 experts of the Void Refinement realm. In a short span, he found himself at a disadvantage, pressed hard by their assault. His son, Huang Ren, was similarly restrained by two opponents of equal rank. Inside the cart, Xue Fu trembled with fear, clutching a dagger produced from Hot Spring Island. Impossible. Has the entire 100 army mobilized? How else could there be so many experts? Huang Tianfang fought while retreating, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one into pools of blood. From the woods emerged a woman of enchanting beauty, accompanied by a bare-chested middle-aged man. "Thank you, sorceress, for aiding us in vanquishing these Black Mountain men." The middle-aged man bowed to the woman. Her face was rigid, and her lips twitched slightly. Chapter 1307. Do not speak further, lest you incur more wrath. Humans, remember not to ravage the forest, otherwise, we shall also raise the 100 you. The woman's speech was halting, reminiscent of a foreigner struggling with the language. "I understand, sorceress," the middle-aged man replied, and together they joined the fray. Thud, thud, thud. Huang Tianfang was struck thrice in the chest by spears. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he prepared to retaliate when suddenly a shadow plummeted from the sky and struck him fiercely on the crown of his head. "Ah!" Huang Tianfang cried out in agony, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In mere seconds, a wisp of white vapor erupted from his body, quickly transforming into a miniature version of Huang Tianfang. A Void Refinement practitioner, with his spirit emerging? 100 man raised an eyebrow in surprise. In a fit of rage, the figure vowed to annihilate all the people of the 100 once he found a suitable vessel. With a flicker, his primordial spirit vanished from sight. Alas, it is a pity that the primordial spirit, being formless, can penetrate any object and teleport at will. Otherwise, I would have extinguished him entirely, leaving him devoid of both spirit and form. The barbarian of the 100 after uttering his words, lunged at others. Practitioners of the Void Refinement possess a second life, which is one reason they fear neither heaven nor earth. Once their physical form is destroyed, as long as their primordial spirit escapes, they can find a new suitable vessel and cultivate back to their previous realm without encountering any bottlenecks, only requiring the accumulation of elixirs. However, a practitioner of the Void Refinement can only seize a body twice in a lifetime. After all, the primordial spirit is an entity of energy, and each possession consumes a considerable amount of it. By the time one attempts a second possession, much of the energy is already depleted. A third attempt would leave the primordial spirit with insufficient energy to complete the ritual of possession. With a thunderous crash, the body of the black slave was cleaved in two by a spear. The middle-aged man fared little better. A massive wound marred his chest. In the instant the black slave fell lifeless, his primordial spirit detached from his body, swiftly soaring into the sky above the forest, soon vanishing from sight. However, those at the divine essence realm found themselves in dire straits. The destruction of their physical forms meant the obliteration of their spirits as well. At that moment, Yifeng was engaged in a solitary battle against 9 barbarian practitioners of the transformation realm. His law avatar fluctuated, expanding and contracting, sometimes even disappearing entirely. At his feet lay the corpses of 12 fallen barbarian warriors of the transformation realm. The entire vanguard, once 2,000 strong, was now nearly decimated. A multitude of 100 emerged from the forest, surrounding Yifeng in layers upon layers. Yet, they did not rush forward. Instead, they stood by, observing the spectacle quietly. The middle-aged man, spear in hand, regarded Yifeng with a calm demeanor. This foreigner possesses considerable strength, even at the innate level, he remarked. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Great chief of the Jaha Mountain, do not kill this human just yet. Our demon clan requires him for a sacrifice, she stated. A sacrifice? Fox Fairy, it cannot be that simple. Your fox demon clan delights in absorbing the vitality of men. Do you fancy him as a candidate for your cultivation furnace? The middle-aged man astutely revealed the truth. Yes, and what of it? Were it not for our demon clan's assistance, countless more of your 100 would have perished. Very well. Once we capture him alive, I shall present him to the demon queen. With swift and arduous strokes of his sword, Yifeng managed to slay 3 more barbarian practitioners of the transformation realm. He quickly crouched down, feigning exhaustion, while secretly pressing his palm into the bloodied ground. Something feels amiss. The Void Refinement barbarian narrowed his eyes, suddenly leaping into the air to seize Yifeng by the collar. You shall die. Yifeng retaliated with a swift strike of his sword. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The middle-aged man struck Yifeng's chest with a powerful punch, causing him to cough up a substantial amount of blood. The blood he had just consumed was abruptly confiscated, leaving Yifeng once again a depleted figure, devoid of vitality. In truth, his energy had already been exhausted during the annihilation of the initial 5 or 6 formidable opponents. The only reason he managed to endure until the end was due to his blood-sucking technique. With a resounding clap, the middle-aged man delivered 3 consecutive strikes, sealing Yifeng's energy and casting him to the ground. Gasping for breath, Yifeng surveyed the battlefield, a stark scene of devastation. His 2,000-strong army lay nearly annihilated, with only a handful of high-ranking members ensnared in a massive net. "Chunin, Chunin," Yifeng cried out, his voice tinged with despair. Silence enveloped him. No one responded. "Take him away." A few members of the demon tribe approached, hoisting Yifeng upon a long spear. He attempted to unleash his consciousness, but both his mind and energy were sealed. In the next moment, Yifeng's expression shifted. He sensed that the 3 forces of sealing within him were gradually being absorbed by his blood-sucking technique, ultimately transforming into waste and expelling from his body. A sly smile crept across his face. Once the 3 forces of sealing were fully unraveled, he would erupt in vengeance and flee, seeking out Chunin, Ding Tuanchuan, and Long Wu. "Is that you, Brother Feng?" At that moment, Long Wu's voice reached him from behind. Yifeng strained to turn his head on the spear, catching sight of 2 members of the Baiyue tribe carrying the bound Long Wu, who resembled a dumpling. "Brother Wu, you're still alive." A flicker of joy ignited within Yifeng's heart, but it was swiftly overshadowed by dread. "But where is Tuanchuan?" His voice trembled with anxiety. "Tuanchuan escaped. It was Tang Etian from Luzhou who used a ground-shifting technique to save her," Long Wu shouted. A resounding slap landed on Long Wu's face as one of the Baiyue tribe members retracted his hand, commanding silence. Yifeng exhaled a momentary sigh of relief. "Hey, Chunin, are you there? If you are, please respond. Don't leave me in worry," Yifeng suddenly shouted. A Baiyue tribesman charged forward, delivering 3 rapid strikes to Yifeng's mouth, nearly turning his lips into sausages. "Brother Feng, I'm right in front of you." It was then that Yifeng noticed the dark figure before him. "You are Chunin? Who else could I be? How did you end up like this? I can't believe I didn't recognize you. No more words, or I'll get hit again." With that, Chunin succumbed to unconsciousness, hanging limply on the spear. With a deep sigh of relief, Yifeng acknowledged the grievous losses suffered. It seemed that among the citizens, aside from himself, the 3 others, and those aboard the bomber, the rest had been mercilessly slaughtered. He closed his eyes, sensing the sealing forces within him slowly dissolving under the influence of his blood-sucking technique. In truth, this technique should not merely be termed a blood-sucking art. It appeared to consume all that was detrimental to his being. Such a miraculous art might even eclipse the sacred and demonic arts of the Brahmin saint, suggesting it belonged to a realm beyond this world. There exists a possibility that, by a fortunate twist of fate, a new method of cultivation has been devised. Chapter 1308. What is going on? The battles in the capital continue unabated. Ingda has learned to be more astute. Unlike Wang Wei Luo, he no longer directly commands the front lines, but has retreated over 1,000 kilometers to an underground tunnel, transforming it into a command center. His orders are meticulously processed before being disseminated throughout the entire force. Ever since several bombers were captured by the monarch using spatial displacement techniques, bombers, transport aircraft, and fighter jets have refrained from hovering above the capital. They now streak past the protective array at speeds of no less than Mach 1, simultaneously dropping hydrogen bombs and heavy water bombs crafted on Hot Spring Island over the protective array. On average, the protective array endures over 100 hydrogen bomb strikes daily, resulting in hundreds of irreparable gaping holes in the sky above. Various forms of radiation sickness have begun to spread throughout the capital. The populace, unaware of the nature of radiation, continues to roam the capital, inadvertently transmitting the source of radiation throughout the city. "Father, my skin itches terribly," exclaimed a prince, slapping at his skin as blood trickled from his nostrils. Huang Lin Di swiftly utilized his divine essence to expel the radiation from his son's body. However, with so many sons and daughters, one individual could hardly manage. Cultivators above the transformation stage can generally withstand the effects unless directly struck by the source of radiation. Yet their capabilities have significantly diminished. As for ordinary citizens, even secondary or tertiary exposure to radiation would render them in excruciating pain. In an instant, the capital was filled with lamentations. In the grand hall of the capital's council, Huang Lin Di sat at the head, observing the dejected ministers below. The descendants of these ministers had been afflicted by radiation, with many dead and many wounded, leading to a significant decline in morale among the capital's soldiers. Yang Xiang, you have always been resourceful. Present a plan on how to counter the bombers from Hot Spring Island? Huang Lindi inquired, his irritation palpable. Your Majesty, the bombers from Hot Spring Island no longer dare to hover above the protective array. Your spatial displacement techniques are insufficient to deal with them, let alone my capabilities. Yang Xiang replied, revealing a face marred by decay. His lifespan had already been waning, and now, struck directly by the radiation. He estimated he had but a few years left. Other ministers were filled with trepidation, rendered distraught by the incessant bombings from Hot Spring Island. There is no alternative. At this point, we must lead our armies directly to Hot Spring Island's stronghold. This time, I shall personally command 1,000,000 troops to eradicate Hot Spring Island completely, declared Huang Lindi, rising to his feet. He had not anticipated that Hot Spring Island, which he regarded as insignificant, possessed such formidable strength to disrupt his capital so thoroughly. Your Majesty, organizing 1,000,000 troops may require 3 months. One official interjected. What? 3 months? There is no need for that. I shall only bring the Imperial Blackguards and all the Imperial Guard to Hot Springs Island. First, we shall obliterate their stronghold and observe how they manage to fabricate that ceaselessly explosive device. By the way, what is the name of that bomb? The Emperor Huang Lin inquired of the ministers below. It appears to be called a hydrogen bomb. Yes, that very thing. How dare it disrupt the dignity of our capital? Upon reaching Hot Springs Island, hold nothing back. Unleash your fury upon them, sparing neither infants nor the elderly. After delivering this decree, Emperor Huang Lin slowly rose to his feet. A day later, the National Protective Formation opened a breach, allowing Emperor Huang Lin, accompanied by 4 blackguards and 4,000 Imperial troops, to exit through the southern gate. In the clouds, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft keenly detected this elite force. Shortly thereafter, the Blackbird vanished into the ether, swiftly heading toward northern Hot Springs Island. 5 hours later, Baiyue had already arrived at northern Hot Springs Island. As for Emperor Huang Lin's 4,000 troops, without the aid of trains, it would take them approximately 2 months to reach northern Hot Springs Island. Certainly, the Emperor could arrive alone. But even a practitioner at the Spirit Division level would require 3 days of relentless sword flight to traverse from the capital to northern Hot Springs Island. Such is the disparity in speed. Upon her return, Baiyue sought out He Li Xuan and the House of Representatives. Bring forth Speaker Hu Zhua. Convene an assembly immediately. This news pertains to the very survival of Hot Springs Island. Yes, a soldier hurriedly raced towards the House of Representatives, only to find it utterly deserted in broad daylight. Alas, the task of relaying Sister Guoguo's message had failed. It seemed today was Sunday, and the House was not in session, with not a single duty officer present. Regardless, the soldier took his place in the broadcasting room. All representatives are summoned to the House of Representatives. The formation master Baiyue has urgent matters to announce that concern the survival of Hot Springs Island. With that proclamation, northern Hot Springs Island came alive. The representatives, hastily donning their attire, rushed to the house. Half an hour later, the assembly hall was filled to capacity, with over 3,000 members present, including Wang Zhihai, who had hurried from southern Hot Springs Island. Ever since the death of his eldest son, he had returned from retirement to serve as a member of the assembly. Driven by the desire for vengeance, the situation is as follows. There are a total of 4,000 elite troops, each possessing at least the strength of the true martial realm. I suspect that Emperor Huang Lin himself has come to Hot Springs Island. Baiyue finally concluded her account. Thank you for your intelligence, Baiyue. Speaker Hu Zhua stood up, addressing the over 3,000 representatives. Among them, 2,000 were Wang Zhihai's liberals, while over 1,000 were the peace faction led by He Li Xuan. Now is the moment for Hot Springs Island to confront formidable adversaries. Therefore, I urge both factions to unify their stance. As Speaker, I propose that we evacuate all factories, machinery, talent, engineers, university students, and high-end equipment from both southern and northern Hot Springs Islands, distributing them throughout Pingzhou without delay. After all, we have trains, making the transportation of these resources considerably convenient. Otherwise, once hostilities commence, our railway system will swiftly fall victim to the Black Mountain Empire's destruction. At that point, relocating such an array of advanced and substantial machinery would present us with an insurmountable challenge. I urge everyone to cast their votes immediately. Should Huang Lindong arrive, we may find ourselves bereft of any opportunity to transfer our equipment. After making this statement, Tiger Claw rose solemnly. In an instant, members of the assembly began raising their hands in support. The count rapidly surpassed 2,000. Excellent. With votes exceeding 50%, tomorrow, no. After this session concludes, please arrange for the relocation of equipment, Chengli Bin, to the various counties of Pingzhou and even to those of Yuzhou. We should aim for a degree of dispersion, though not excessively so, lest we hinder the production of advanced bombers and hydrogen bombs, Tiger Claw instructed. Understood, Chengli Bin replied, standing to offer a salute. 2 hours later, the area outside the train station was teeming with civilians and citizens. What is happening? Haven't the trains resumed operation? Why have they been requisitioned by the military again? I urgently need to procure a certain perfume from Xin County. My time is being wasted. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose? A female entrepreneur admonished the crew. I apologize, Madame Long. We are merely following orders. Following orders? It seems to me that those in the assembly relish making a spectacle to assert their authority, do they not? I am a citizen, and tomorrow I shall file a lawsuit against the assembly. I have ample resources, Madame Lung retorted coolly. Please reconsider, Madame Lung. Reliable sources indicate that a practitioner of the divine transformation realm is causing disturbances on Hot Spring Island. All citizens will be evacuated, leaving only 2 empty islands behind. It would be prudent for you to relocate swiftly to avoid potential disaster, a crew member advised. What? A practitioner of the divine transformation realm? Madame Lung's expression shifted slightly. I must take my leave. She boarded her sand cart and headed to the hot spring bank to withdraw her wealth. The gold note indicated a staggering sum of 600 billion hot spring coins. This fortune, accumulated over a decade on Hot Spring Island, had enabled her ascent from commoner to resident and ultimately to citizen. After securing her funds, she convened an urgent family meeting, arranging for all her relatives to board the sand cart. In a short time, hundreds of sand carts departed toward the starry continent. Yulong, not one to lag behind, was a seasoned capitalist whose citizens' vote had yet to pass, leaving him still classified as a resident. He too, along with his multi-trillion assets and family, hastily fled South Hot Spring Island under the cover of night, seeking refuge on the starry continent. Besides the affluent, the citizens were also being escorted by the military in waves to the starry continent, where they sought connections to discreetly settle in various villages. In the civilian district of South Hot Spring Island, a middle-aged man clutched a machine gun, aiming it skyward. The Black Mountain Empire intends to invade our Hot Spring Island. Do you consent? We do not consent, the densely packed crowd of civilians replied. They are devoid of money and vehicles, rendering escape impossible. They can only remain on the 2 hot spring islands. We must fervently defend these islands and ensure that the Black Mountain Empire does not prevail. To this end, I have excavated numerous intricate tunnels beneath the ice. Should the enemy dare to invade, we shall engage them relentlessly. Excellent. We shall heed the command of our leader. The common folk below are filled with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement. At long last, we have the opportunity to confront the Black Mountain Empire. Only through contributions made during the conflict may they hope to attain citizenship, as they are seldom afforded chances to earn merit in peacetime. Most importantly, the Hot Spring Islands have shown little regard for their lives, leaving these civilians and residents stranded on the 2 islands. Now let us unite. The 2 hot spring islands have re-established their organization. They begin to set traps and dig tunnels around the periphery, preparing for a cataclysmic battle with the enemy. The northern winds howl above the hot spring islands, heralding the impending clash. Days later, the elite 4,000 troops of Emperor Huang Lin finally traverse the West Yin County and arrive at the legendary Hot Spring Islands. What an abrupt drop in temperature. Floating in the air, Emperor Huang Lin coldly gazes upon the shimmering barrier of the northern Hot Spring Island. Within the barrier, only a scant few hundred residents remain. Attack! He suddenly strikes his waist, and a flying sword ascends into the sky. The sword spirals above before transforming into a colossal blade 1,000 meters long, descending with ferocity upon the barrier of the northern Hot Spring Island. Boom! The entire barrier is cleaved in two, and even the divine spear, lacking any support, dims and fails to withstand the strike from a cultivator of the spirit separation realm. The frigid wind rushes into the barrier of the northern Hot Spring Island. Forward! For blackguards, accompanied by 4,000 elite troops, charge into the barrier. The residents, unable to withstand even 10 minutes, are swiftly vanquished. As they seek to continue their slaughter, they discover that there is nothing left inside. Factories have been stripped bare, power plants obliterated, and the ground strewn with countless documents. What is happening? Emperor Huang Lin descends into the barrier, astonished at the empty expanse of the northern hot spring island. Your Majesty, it is possible that they evacuated before we declared war, one of the black guards suggested. This is preposterous. They must have retreated to the southern hot spring island. They must be hiding there. Advance. Just as Emperor Huang Lin finishes speaking, his pupils constrict suddenly. Not good. Quickly, take cover. He propels himself into the air, swiftly escaping the barrier. However, the elite troops below fail to react in time. Suddenly, dozens of orbs of white light surge skyward, illuminating the surrounding area with a ghastly pallor. The 4,000 elite troops on the ground are entirely vaporized by this blinding light. Only the 4 black guards manage to stagger out, their armor disintegrated, leaving behind 4 bare bodies. The 4 black guards, having emerged from the barrier, begin to writhe on the ground, as their skin undergoes continuous decay. Cursed be this fate. Emperor Huang Lin, with fury ablaze in his eyes, forcibly expels the radiation from within the bodies of the 4 black guards using his divine essence. Even so, the radiation continues to inflict harm upon the 4 black guards, causing them immense suffering. Being struck directly by a hydrogen bomb, even a practitioner of the Void Refinement realm could not withstand such devastation. Moreover, it was not merely a single bomb, but rather multiple hydrogen bombs detonating simultaneously. Huang Lingdi, disregarding the 4 black guards, soared into the sky, heading towards South Hot Springs Island. Upon arrival, he was met with a barrage of bullets erupting from the ground. These were not heavy water bullets, but ordinary ones, incapable of penetrating even his protective divine light. With a mere thought, Huang Lingdi unleashed his spiritual consciousness, resulting in the demise of countless individuals on the ground, their bodies accumulating into small hills. In tandem, he cleaved with his massive sword, splitting the protective barrier of South Hot Springs Island. Much like its northern counterpart, the facilities and personnel had been entirely vacated, leaving him with nothing but an empty isle. However, this time, he refrained from entering South Hot Springs Island directly, fearing he might fall into another trap. Nevertheless, he could annihilate all beings within the barrier using his spiritual consciousness. As a sovereign, he diligently gathered intelligence on both Hot Springs Islands, realizing that those outside the barrier were merely ordinary individuals, not citizens of the islands, but rather exploited laborers. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the civilians unless they provoked him. At that moment, Huang Lingdi's expression shifted. Within his spiritual perception, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura rising from the depths of the earth. What was happening? A thunderous roar erupted from below, shaking the very clouds in the sky. Simultaneously, the barrier of Hot Springs Island was torn asunder by the force of the roar, and numerous steel edifices disintegrated into mere dust. A colossal shadow ascended from the abyss of South Hot Springs Island, its formidable presence instilling fear even in Huang Lingdi, a practitioner of the divine realm. What? A semi-divine presence? The capital, along with the nobles, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the sovereign ventured to the lair of Hot Springs Island, the bombers above the National Defense Formation had vanished, as if the sovereign had severed their supply lines. Chapter 1310. The graceful figure slightly stirred Yang immediately began a grand amnesty, aiming to alleviate the anxiety of the citizens of the capital. Nobles emerged from their private tunnels, lavishly hosting feasts in the square. 1,000 miles away, Ingde observed the grand screen before him. The screen displayed footage captured by the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, showcasing the sights of the capital. Beside Ingde sat high-ranking officials such as Wang Zhihai and Cheng Li Bin, who had come to the front lines to assist Ingde in executing the siege against the capital. However, amidst the crowd, there were several unfamiliar faces. Tuan Tuan, I have successfully escorted you to your main camp at Hot Springs Island. Will you now fulfill your promise and marry me? Tang Etian gazed eagerly at Ding Tuan Tuan. In order to save Ding Tuanchuan, he remained indifferent even to the death of his father. Instead, he produced a scroll of Earth Escape and forcibly transported Ding Tuanchuan back to the Great Wall, tirelessly returning her to the main camp on Hot Spring Island day and night. Ding Tuanchuan lowered her head. Despite the considerable sacrifices made by Tang Etian, she felt a twinge of gratitude in her heart. Yet, she harbored no love for him whatsoever. If only Yifeng did not exist in this world, She would undoubtedly choose to marry Tang Etian. Brother Tian, let us discuss this later. Currently, our hot spring island is facing war, and I must wait until the conflict concludes before considering matters of a lifelong commitment. Her voice softened slightly. All right, I shall assist Hot Spring Island. Tang Etian nodded. Weariness etched across his face. In the ruins of the capital, the banquet continued unabated. Let us drink to our heart's content. This tiny hot spring island dares to engage in battle with our illustrious Black Mountain Empire. Observe, they have bombarded us for merely a month before running out of supplies. Moreover, I have inquired, and their so-called hydrogen bombs require factories for production. It is likely their facilities can no longer keep pace with the bombers. Thus, it is time to retaliate. Here we are, raising our glasses in celebration, awaiting the triumphant return of our sovereign. Yang Xiang lifted his cup. Indeed, cheers. Please, Yang Xiang, drink this cup. Laughter erupted as the nobles raised their glasses in unison. Oblivious to the fact that various bombers had already taken to the skies from Pingzhou and were once again heading towards the capital. Each transport plane carried 3 hydrogen bombs, while each bomber bore 1. The heavy water bombs posed little threat to the national defense formation. Only the hydrogen bombs could present a genuine danger. Henceforth, the element boxes on the bombers were dismantled, replaced with 2 Gatling heavy water machine guns and hydrogen bombs. In the Baiyue forest, Yi Feng and his companions were carried through countless jungles for an entire month, finally arriving at the fabled stronghold of the Baiyue tribe. Primitive tribes greeted his eyes. How primitive! The inhabitants here were even more backward than the Gaha tribe, clad in animal skins, their hair tangled and matted, wielding knives, spears, and arrows fashioned from the bones of demon beasts. As these weapons were crafted from the bones of demon beasts, they retained traces of demonic energy, posing a formidable threat to cultivators. Upon their arrival, members of the demon clans swiftly vanished into the jungle, with only a few high-ranking demons accompanying them into the Baiyue tribe, where they were confined in a dungeon. An indigenous person approached. Brother Feng, thankfully there is a dungeon, Chenin remarked. They were suspended on long spears, their vital energies sealed. Several indigenous people approached, untying Yi Feng and his companions, pushing them forward. Yi Feng couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. His expression shifted slightly. It stinks. Is your dungeon always this foul? Yi Feng inquired. Silence. You will find out soon enough. The man shoved Yi Feng. Currently, Yi Feng, Chenin, and Long Wu were bound together, with captives from the Black Mountain Empire trailing behind them. Within the ranks, there are ordinary soldiers as well as high-ranking officials, and even the likes of Qianhua, a practitioner of the Void Refinement stage. Despite his prowess, he is grievously injured, his divine essence sealed within. At present, the only one capable of harnessing any vitality is Yi Feng, though his sealing power has yet to be entirely devoured by the blood-sucking art. As they proceeded further, a putrid stench filled the air, revealing a series of enormous pits in the ground. Is this truly the dungeon? Chenin pondered, observing the cauldron-like pools of transformation. Within each pool stood dozens of prisoners, submerged in excrement up to their necks, with only their heads protruding above the filth. Maggots crawled along their necks and onto their faces, nearly covering half their heads, an utterly revolting sight. Suddenly, one captive rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as well, 2 brutish guards produced spirit ropes, binding his hands and feet before hoisting him onto a cable car. With a splash, the unfortunate prisoner was cast into the cesspool. Upon hitting the foul liquid, he awoke, bubbles frothing from his mouth. At that moment, the 2 brutes approached Chenin, binding him as well. No, please. I beg you, amongst your native women, is there one who fancies handsome men? I will serve them well, I swear. He pleaded. With a thud, Chenin too was thrown into the cesspool. Dragon 5, gritting his teeth, was similarly bound and tossed in. Yi Feng, struggling to suppress the churn in his stomach, fixated on the abhorrent scene below. The filthiness of these brutes was unbearable. Suddenly, a strikingly alluring woman approached. Her eyes, clear and transparent like sapphires, were unmistakably non-human. This one stays, she declared, pointing at Yi Feng. Indeed, Master Demoness, the brutes complied, handing over Yi Feng's bindings to her. With a mere gesture, Yi Feng found himself compelled to follow her. Brother Feng, please, do inquire if there are any demonesses who favor handsome men. I cannot endure another second here. Chenin lamented, retching once more. His stomach was devoid of sustenance, having gone a month without food since their capture. The brutes, fearing their recovery, had only provided them with water during the journey. I will do my best, Yifeng replied as he was led by the demoness into a thatched hut. In truth, Yifeng had regained a modicum of vitality, with a reasonable chance of confronting the demoness. Yet, he dared not take risks. He must wait until he was absolutely certain before making a move. Otherwise, he would inevitably be dragged back, perhaps even cast into the cesspool once more. Furthermore, even if he managed to escape, he could not leave without rescuing Chun Un and Dragon 5. Upon entering the thatched abode, the demoness suddenly bowed toward the darkness. Senior Demon Moon, I have brought the individual. A slender figure shifted slightly in the shadows, and an exotic fragrance wafted through the air. You may leave now. Yifeng's expression subtly altered. A voice so extraordinary, imbued with a magnetic allure, yet remarkably melodious. Obediently, the woman exited the thatched cottage. At that moment, within the darkness, a graceful figure arose. Chapter 1311. Such a tragic demise. A glimmering night pearl was placed in the center of the room, illuminating it brilliantly. Yifeng finally beheld the woman in her entirety. Her physique was exceedingly slender, with slightly full lips, a prominent nose, and eyes as clear and transparent as sapphires. Her appearance was strikingly aligned with Western aesthetic ideals, radiating an irresistible allure. However, upon laying eyes on her, Yifeng could not suppress the tremor in his legs. The desire reflected in her gaze was overwhelming, as if a mere glance could cause one's essence to spill forth uncontrollably. In an instant, Yifeng's trousers became uncomfortably tight. Black Mountain Man, would you prefer to be my long-term cauldron or a one-time vessel? I leave the choice to you. The woman's voice resonated with a potent sensuality, causing Yifeng to involuntarily swallow. Concurrently, the binding ropes around him began to slip away, one by one, to the ground. Is there truly a distinction? Yifeng hastily shut his eyes. This woman was far too enchanting. Just a glance could ensnare one's very soul. He feared her formidable allure could reduce him to mere human jerky in an instant. A one-time vessel? Then after our encounter, both your spirit and essence will perish. Conversely, should you choose to be my long-term cauldron, you must possess sufficient stamina. A lack of endurance will render you merely a consumable. Baiyue regarded Yifeng with a calm demeanor, her flowing robe seemingly oversized, yet failing to conceal her exquisite form. Yifeng opened his eyes once more. Why have you chosen me? He inquired with great difficulty, his trousers feeling as though they might burst. This woman, with her intoxicating fragrance and every movement exuding a lethal charm, was overwhelming. In the forest, I witnessed you, a being of innate prowess, single-handedly battling a dozen who had attained the transformation realm and slaying many. This proves your stamina and vitality are unparalleled, making you an ideal cauldron. Baiyue explained as she approached him deliberately. A wave of exotic fragrance enveloped him. With just a slight inhalation, visions began to swirl in his mind. Imagining himself reclining upon a bed, surrendered to her whims. Such formidable seduction? Yifeng's countenance changed drastically. He was uncertain of her cultivation level, but he feared he would be powerless to resist even a mere breath of her allure. As Baiyue drew near, she resembled a creature of the wild. Inhaling the scent of his hair, then his nose, cheek, lips, neck, and chest. Finally, she knelt down, beginning to scent his trousers. What was this? Was she human or beast? Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically. He yearned to struggle, yet his feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, immobilizing him completely. Go. Lie down, Baiyue whispered softly into his ear. Though Yifeng's mind remained lucid, his feet moved of their own accord, carrying him to the bed, where he lay flat like a star. Baiyue directed a finger at Yifeng, causing his garments to shred apart, revealing his robust chest, rising and falling with each breath. Subsequently, Baiyue delicately unfastened her robe, unveiling a figure that was nearly flawless, exposed to the air. She approached with a graceful sway, her soft fingertips gliding gently across Yifeng's chest. As if electrified, a surge of energy coursed through Yifeng, concentrating at a singular point that swelled immensely. Engorged with blood and veined. Celestial enchantment, Baiyue proclaimed, lifting a leg as if to settle down beside him. Wait. Yifeng swiftly interjected. Oh, do you have any last words to convey? Baiyue maintained her poised position, ready to descend. I haven't eaten in a month. Could you possibly procure some food for me first? Yifeng managed to utter, his mind still holding on to a thread of clarity. Under the gnawing pangs of hunger, he feared being entirely drained at once. It would be prudent to consume something to sustain his strength, thus perhaps avoiding a swift demise. A light giggle escaped Yao Yu as she covered her mouth, retracting her leg. She clapped her hands, and the sound of another demon echoed from outside. Elder, what is your command? Prepare a grand feast for this human, especially some kidneys, Yao Yu instructed nonchalantly. As you wish, came the reply, with the footsteps of the demon gradually fading away, allowing Yifeng to exhale slightly in relief. Fortunately, once satiated, his blood-sucking technique would regain its potency, enabling him to contest Yao Yu's allure. He had no desire to meet his end so abruptly. At this juncture, Yifeng had grown indifferent to the notion of death. Rather, he feared the thought of his comrades, Long Wu and Chunin, rotting in a cesspool posthumously. Such a demise would be far too tragic. Regardless, he could not allow his dear brothers to perish in such a disgraceful manner. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the sky above the primitive tribe. Yifeng quickly glanced upward at the thatched roof of the hut. That sound was unmistakably not produced by a demon beast. It was far too familiar. In the sky, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft swiftly vanished into the clouds. Zhuai Ma observed the images on the screen. This must be the lair of the Baiyue tribe, right? Indeed it is. We are on the brink of a significant achievement, the co-pilot exclaimed with enthusiasm. Previously, Yifeng and his companions had been ambushed, yet the pilots aboard the bomber had managed to escape nearly unscathed. This time, however, they deployed the latest technology from Spring Island. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft could capture a general topographical layout from tens of thousands of meters above. The size of this tribe was immense, and as the reconnaissance aircraft swept by, it inadvertently photographed the very essence of the tribe below. Brother Zhuai, it is said that even the Black Mountain Empire could not locate the lair of the Baiyue tribe, yet we have found it. This is an astonishing discovery. Look at the photographs from other locations. Those areas are rich in spiritual energy, possibly housing spiritual herbs that are over 1,000 years old. Or even 10,000 years old. The co-pilot pointed to several other photographs. Spiritual herbs are inconsequential. The key question is Feng Ge within that tribe? Zhuai Ma stated gravely. Isn't that a simple matter? Shall we not simply return to Pingzhou and send hundreds of bombers to unleash a barrage? Inquired the co-pilot. Are you out of your mind? What if Feng is still alive and we end up killing him? Zhuai Ma admonished. Very well. What then is our precise plan to rescue Feng? The co-pilot pressed on. I am uncertain. Let us first return to the temporary command center and consult with the acting island lord and Grand Marshalling Da. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft spiraled upward and swiftly vanished above the Baiyue forest. At a staggering speed of 21 Mach. It would take merely 2 hours to emerge from the depths of Baiyue forest, followed by another half hour to reach the vicinity of the capital. Near the capital lies the temporary command center on Warm Spring Island. Yifeng sat at a table, bare-skinned, ravenously gnawing on a piece of kidney in each hand. Beside him sat the similarly unclad Yao Yu. Elder Yao Yu, are you not a transformed beast? Why do you bring me the kidneys of your kin? Is this not a betrayal of your own kind? Yifeng could not contain his curiosity. Chapter 13:12. We are all doomed. In our beast form, we are considered half-human. As for those beasts that remain in their original form, they do not belong to our realm. Once a beast transforms, it becomes indistinguishable from humans, and even its offspring will retain human characteristics. Yao Yu propped her chin on her hand, observing Yifeng as he devoured his meal. How intriguing. I had no idea your kind held such complex beliefs. I must inquire, given your immense strength, why do you not wage war against the capital of the Black Mountain Empire? Yifeng continued to eat, cleverly stalling for time while gleaning secrets about the beast race. He noted that aside from being somewhat flamboyant, Yao Yu's intellect seemed comparable to that of an ordinary woman in her 20s, presenting an opportunity for exploitation. Are you jesting? The Starry Mist continent is predominantly governed by humans. While our beast race's overall strength surpasses that of 1 or 2 nations, should we attempt to annihilate a country, do you believe that the powerful hidden humans would remain passive? Yao Yu replied nonchalantly. Hidden powerful humans? What do you mean? Yifeng paused in his eating. Although the apparent most formidable force within a nation consists of the divine transformation realm cultivators, I am aware that there exist beings of the semi-divine and void realms, lurking in various corners of humanity, some even concealed among our beast race, diligently cultivating and remaining detached from worldly affairs. Should the beast race ever aspire to dominate the human realm, they would undoubtedly intervene, Yao Yu explained slowly. Half divine. I can accept that. But the Void Realm sounds excessively arcane, Yifeng remarked, swallowing a piece of kidney and leveraging his formidable digestive prowess to convert it into energy for later use. Not only the Void Realm. I have personally witnessed a human of the clear Void Realm, although that was 3,000 years ago. At that time, the Spear God and Bug God had already ascended to the higher realms, leaving the world devoid of divine beings. But the clear Void Realm certainly exists, Yao Yu asserted. Forgive my bluntness, but what is your own realm? Yifeng could not help but inquire. What is my realm? Did you not notice? Yao Yu suddenly smiled alluringly. Refining the void? Wrong. Are you also a spirit division realm demonic beast? Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically. If Yao Yu were indeed at the spirit division realm, it would imply that even if he were to unravel all the seals, escape from this primal tribe would remain an impossibility. Correct. Yet I am merely at the initial stage of the spirit division realm. In contrast, within the entirety of the Black Mountain Empire, there exist 2 practitioners at the mid-stage of the spirit division realm. After all, across the starry main continent, the strength of humanity surpasses that of the demon race by a significant margin, Yao Yu articulated. Suddenly, she extended her hand and firmly grasped Yifeng. I assent it about time, my furnace? Yao Yu intoned slowly. Wait. In truth, I am not a denizen of the Black Mountain Empire, to be precise. I was captured by them to engage in battle. I harbor no desire to be adversarial with the inhabitants of the Baiyue forest. I hail from Hot Spring Island. Yifeng hastily clarified. The Black Mountain Empire represented his true nemesis, and this woman before him, even if not of his kin, could potentially be an ally. Sometimes, humanity's greatest foes are other humans, not the otherworldly beings. I understand, Yao Yu responded, dragging Yifeng towards the bed. You still wish to use me as your furnace? Yifeng lamented, fully aware of his own insufficiency to escape Yao Yu's grasp. In the eyes of our demon race, all humans are adversaries. I care not whether you belong to the Black Mountain Empire or Hot Spring Island. You shall become my furnace, Yao Yu declared, burying her head downwards. Yifeng felt several strands of azure hair brush against his abdomen, sending tingles throughout his body, a sensation both icy and damp, enveloping a fiery heat. Before long, Yifeng's entire essence was stirred. Yao Yu repeated her prior actions, gracefully lifting her jade leg, taking aim. Uft. This struggle persisted for a full hour, leaving Yao Yu drenched in perspiration, her eyes glinting with disbelief. You, human, are rather peculiar. It has been so long, yet you remain unaffected? Yao Yu contorted her waist in defiance. Unbeknownst to her, as she drained Yifeng, he too was employing his blood-sucking technique on her, achieving an equilibrium between their forces. As 2 hours elapsed, Yao Yu's complexion flushed deeply. You, an alien race, possess such endurance? Yao Yu gritted her teeth, unleashing her spinning split. Stop. No more. If this continues, I shall be twisted into a pretzel. Yifeng's countenance transformed in alarm. 3 hours later, Yao Yu's complexion turned pale. In stark contrast, Yifeng remained composed, even finding time to engage in his studies while extracting secrets. Where is your demon ancestor? What is the realm of your demon ancestor? Is your demon ancestor male or female? Silence, you alien. Yao Yu retorted, her patience waning. 5 hours passed, and Yao Yu collapsed onto the bed, her mouth agape, a delicate pink tongue resting upon her lips. Yifeng exhaled a long sigh of relief, gently lifting Yao Yu back onto the bed. Just moments ago, through his blood-sucking technique, he had harnessed Yao Yu's energy to shatter all the seals binding him. Simultaneously, he had utilized his demigod essence to transcend tears, elevating his realm to the pinnacle of innate energy. After enduring the life-and-death battle in the arena, his state of mind had become remarkably solidified. With the assistance of the blood-sucking technique, when Yifeng reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, the mental demon manifested for merely a fleeting second before being engulfed by the immense divine energy. He was but a step away from breaking through to the transformation realm. Sitting naked beside the table, Yifeng picked up the unfinished piece of meat and began to gnaw at it. Although he had not expended any primordial energy, he had drained his physical strength and needed to replenish it. Otherwise, when Yao Yu awoke, she might forcibly turn him into a cauldron once more. When would this torment end? In the cesspool, Chun En and Long Wu huddled closely together, their hands and feet bound, rendering them immobile. Brother Wu, could you kindly use your tongue to pry the maggot off my eye? I would be eternally grateful, Chun En pleaded. How disgusting. Long Wu grimaced, having already emptied his stomach, appearing utterly drained. Use your nose to do it. I can't bear it any longer. I can't see a thing. Chun and weakly implored. All right. Fortunately, Long Wu's large nose effectively rid Chun and of the maggots on his face. One of the captives, having not eaten for several years while confined in the cesspool, suddenly rolled his eyes back and collapsed. Brother, hang in there. Otherwise, you'll be forced to feast. The others urged, using their shoulders to prop him up. Chunin suddenly perked up, glancing at the thick pipe ahead, as wide as a man's waist. Brother Wu, do you see that pipe? Have you seen the redemption of the kidney carver? We can escape through that pipe. There are only 2 guards by the cesspool. We can slip away while they sleep at midnight, Chunin suggested. The pipe is sealed tight. Are you trying to suffocate me? I refuse to crawl through that. Long Wu obstinately shook his head. If you don't crawl, we'll all perish. Given enough time, we'll either suffocate or starve to death. Chunin exclaimed in terror. Just then, a figure approached the cesspool. The 2 men simultaneously looked up and were filled with joy. Brother Feng, you finally arrived. My situation is dire. Chunin cried out, tears streaming down his face. Yifeng slowly removed the black cloth from his face. How did you recognize me when your divine senses cannot leave your bodies? He inquired with curiosity. What a joke. We've known each other for so many years. Even if you were completely covered in black cloth, I would still recognize you. Please, save us. I can't endure this any longer, Chunin sobbed. I'm barely managing to protect myself. I can only come out for a moment while that demoness is unconscious. But rest assured, I want to abandon you. Here, take these 2 drumsticks and hold them in your mouths, Yifeng said, handing the chicken legs to the 2 men. Chun-En and Long Wu were incredulous. In such a revolting environment, are we truly expected to eat this? Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the distance as a guard approached. In an instant, Yifeng vanished without a trace. The guards of the primitive tribe were exceedingly lax, believing the Black Mountain Empire would never find this place. While Yifeng's group of captives had all been sealed off from their primordial energy and divine senses. As for the demon clan, they have already formed an alliance, marking the zenith of the Baiyue era, with no adversaries in sight. Not far off, several guards ambled along, sipping spirit wine. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Yifeng hurriedly took his seat, awaiting the awakening of Yao Yu. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yao Yu stirred and rose unsteadily. Casting a curious glance at Yifeng, "You, an alien human, possess an astonishing strength," she remarked, feeling a peculiar swelling beneath her. "There's no denying my power." Yifeng replied calmly. "Moreover, I hadn't anticipated that the women of the demon clan would have such distinctly different tastes. To be precise, they are notably more firm. Stay here for now. I need to rest for a few days before I come to find you," Yao Yu declared, suddenly affixing 4 talismans around the thatched cottage. Subsequently, she slowly exited the dwelling, albeit with an oddly comical gait, her legs awkwardly splayed. Yifeng exhaled in relief. With these few days at his disposal, he could once again endeavor to break through to the transformation realm. Once he achieved that, he should be able to rescue Chun-En and Long Wu. With that thought, he opened his satchel and found several pills of 100% purity. Without a second thought, he grasped them in his palm, initiating the blood-sucking technique. In the capital, the frequency of bombing runs had markedly decreased. With the 2 hot spring islands dispersed across various locations, the productivity of the factories had plummeted, while simultaneously, these factories remained vigilant against the patrolling forces of the Black Mountain Empire. Emperor Huang Lin issued a decree. Upon discovery of any personnel or factories from the hot spring islands, they were to be destroyed, with a reward of 1,000 spirit stones and land grants along with titles for compliance. Concurrently, gaps opened in the National Defense Array. A multitude of Black Mountain soldiers surged forth from the capital, conducting a sweeping assault across a radius of 10,000 miles. The command center of Ing Da had relocated to a distance of 10,000 miles away. At the same time, he had established over 200 small outposts within the 10,000-mile vicinity of the capital, each manned by hundreds to thousands of troops. All vehicles were camouflaged, and soldiers donned the attire of ordinary civilians. Heavy water rifles were disguised as spears, hoes, and various civilian machinery. A month prior, their bombing frequency had slowed, finally awakening the behemoth that was the Black Mountain Empire. A vast assembly of Black Mountain cultivators converged upon the capital to cleanse the over 700,000 troops of the Hot Spring Islands. In less than 5 days, several small outposts had been dismantled, yet the soldiers of the Hot Spring Islands remained resolute, choosing death over surrender. even willing to detonate hydrogen bombs in a mutual destruction with the enemy. With generous rewards, Emperor Huang Lin's bounties were too enticing, leading a continuous influx of cultivators to reinforce the vicinity of the capital, with the number of cultivators surpassing 5 million. In truth, there were 10 times more mortal soldiers. While these soldiers lacked combat prowess, their distribution across the vast area served to stir the grass and reveal the serpents, rendering the hot spring island's outposts elusive. At Outpost 9, operations were commanded by Ma Lebi. The stronghold is concealed beneath a quaint mountain village, with all the sand carts coated in a black material that wards off spiritual detection. The exterior of the stronghold is similarly shrouded in this darkness, effectively evading the scrutiny of cultivators' consciousness. By Ma Lebi's side stands an assistant, who expresses his dismay. "Chief Ma, we are in dire straits. We once believed that the Black Mountain Empire would be easy to conquer, but as time has passed, our resources have failed to keep pace. Our logistics have been severed, and we are subsisting on just one meal a day. We cannot endure this." Beneath the stronghold lies a brand new radio station. Due to its advanced technology, even if it were detected by a cultivator's consciousness, they would be unable to discern its true nature. What options do we have? The war has commenced, and it is a relentless struggle. Yet, victory is not beyond our reach, Ma Lebi remarked, his demeanor reflecting the maturity he has gained over his years as a leader of the leased territory. "How do we achieve victory?" the assistant inquired, as other senior members gathered around them. "This stronghold is relatively large, housing over 1,200 individuals, albeit dispersed throughout the village. The native inhabitants have been ruthlessly exterminated. There is no room for mercy in war. Our strategy is simple: delay. Our logistics may be strained, but surely the Black Mountain Empire faces similar challenges. If we can prolong the conflict, internal strife will inevitably arise within their ranks. Cultivators cannot remain in battle indefinitely. They require seclusion for rigorous training. Especially for those of lower and middle tiers, their lifespans are exceedingly limited. Failure to retreat into seclusion means they will be drained of their vitality," Ma Lebi explained slowly. Hearing this, the senior members of the stronghold were suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, how did we overlook this?" one exclaimed. "Not to worry. We have refined elixirs on Warm Spring Island that can significantly reduce the time needed for seclusion. Unlike them, they must invest substantial time to expel impurities from their bodies," the assistant said, his spirits lifted. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the radio. Ma Lebi, startled, hurried over to the device. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "A squad of Black Mountain soldiers is passing nearby, only 5 kilometers from our lower village," came the report from a scout. Ma Lebi's expression remained stoic. "What is the strongest cultivator among them?" "Late-stage true martial," the scout replied. "Late-stage true martial? 5 kilometers?" Ma Lebi's countenance shifted slightly. "This is troublesome. The consciousness of a late-stage true martial cultivator can easily encompass a 5-kilometer radius. We may risk exposure. Should we relocate?" one assistant suggested. "Relocate? Huh. The intensity of a late-stage true martial cultivator's consciousness can only detect us if they deliberately search for our lower village. However, we must still prepare for the worst. Bring the heavy water Gatling gun. Follow me to the main road and block those intruders. If they pass by in haste, it indicates they have discovered us and are intent on notifying their main force. At that point, we shall show no mercy and eliminate them entirely," Ma Lebi commanded. "Understood." At that moment, Ma Lebi assembled 40 elite warriors of the royal level, armed with 10 heavy water Gatling guns and accompanied by 60,000 rounds of heavy water ammunition. Such a formidable arsenal was more than sufficient to annihilate that squad of Black Mountain soldiers. Chapter 13-14. Everything will be settled just 5 kilometers beyond the village. They encountered a figure clad in black. You peasants, why are you traversing the village? Hasn't the monarch issued a decree reinstating the travel permit system?" The black-clad individual scrutinized the group coldly. As a practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation realm, his divine sense could extend 100 kilometers. However, he only sensed a peculiar aura emanating from a few individuals, which did not belong to any cultivators. Ma Lebi sensed the presence of the black-clad man, and his expression darkened momentarily. Yet, in mere seconds, he donned a cheerful facade. "Ha ha ha, esteemed immortal. We are left with no choice. Our village has run out of salt. I must procure some grain and meat to trade for salt in the town." Ma Lebi fabricated an excuse. "Salt. Very well. You must trust the monarch. The victory in this war belongs to our Black Mountain Empire. During this tumultuous time, you shall endure some hardships, but rest assured, once we prevail, the monarch will exempt you from taxes and duly compensate you. The black-clad man spoke with a benevolent tone. Thank you, my lord. May we still go to the town to exchange for salt? Ma Lebi inquired. Go ahead. The black-clad man nodded. Thank you, esteemed immortal, thank you. Ma Lebi bowed deeply, leading his 40 compatriots and their cart past the black-clad figure. At that instant, without warning, the black-clad man abruptly pulled aside the black cloth covering the cart, revealing the neatly arranged heavy water Gatling guns within. You? Ma Lebi's face paled, and he hurriedly reached for his weapon. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black-clad man waved his hand, sending the 40 men flying 20 meters away. Well disguised, but alas, the people of Hot Spring Island are too arrogant. Ordinary peasants typically kneel before me, yet you only bow. Huh? The black-clad man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the heavy water Gatling guns. Over the past few days, he had come to understand the formidable nature of such weaponry. A single barrage could send even a Void Refinement cultivator fleeing in disarray. Ma Lebi, rolling to the side, drew out his heavy water pistol. Bang, 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 bang. All 6 rounds struck the protective divine light surrounding the black-clad man. Although heavy water bullets possessed great power, a handgun alone could not breach the protective light of a transformation realm cultivator. Only with sustained fire from the heavy water Gatling guns could true devastation be achieved. Seeking death? The black-clad cultivator clutched his waist, summoning a massive sword that soared through the air. With a single slash, over a dozen individuals from Hot Spring Island were slain. The great sword spun around and swung towards Ma Lebi. Puff! Ma Lebi's protective divine light was utterly insufficient and was cleaved in two. Ha ha ha! Utterly defenseless. The great sword swept through again, decimating the entire force of 41 men. Come forth and carry away these heavy water Gatling guns, commanded the black-clad cultivator to the weeds by the roadside. A contingent of Black Mountain soldiers emerged, gently caressing the heavy water Gatling gun, their eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. My lord, shall we hand it over to the treasury? Someone inquired. Fool, of course. It shall be returned to my estate. Such a precious item, capable of annihilating Void Refinement cultivators, how could it possibly be submitted to the treasury? Naturally. You shall also reap the rewards. Each of you will receive 50 spirit stones. Should anyone dare to disclose today as events, I will ensure, even at the cost of my own execution, that your entire clan is eradicated, the cloaked cultivator declared coldly. Before long, this batch of heavy water Gatling guns was transported away. At the 17th outpost, Bai felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, as if hearing his brother's voice echoing in his ears. Brother, farewell. Brother, farewell. Bai stumbled into the telegraph room, feeling utterly drained of strength. At that moment, a telegraph operator stood solemnly, handing him a telegram. Chief, this just arrived. Bai took the telegram, and his eyes widened in shock. Second brother, Outpost 1, Hot Spring Island. Here, more than 20,000 individuals had gathered, serving as the command center for Hot Spring Island. Surrounding the outpost lay over 40 bombers, poised to break through the treetops and soar into the sky at any moment. This outpost was the very soul of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai temporarily assumed the position of Island Lord, while Ingda remained his Grand Marshal. Key figures such as Duo Yenhina, Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuan were huddled within Outpost 1. Wang Zhihai appeared to have aged a decade, with half of his hair turned white. At this moment, Ingda spoke up. We have indeed underestimated the depth of the Black Mountain Empire. We never anticipated that we would lose an Island Lord in this war. Ingda, let us not dwell on this matter, Cheng Li Bin interjected, wary of further upsetting Wang Zhihai. Indeed, Wang Zhihai's eyes turned red, a tear falling onto the command platform. Even though he had quarreled with his eldest son, Wang Weiluo, it was evident that his greatest affection lay with him. Father, although my elder brother has sacrificed himself, I believe his sacrifice is most honorable. He did not tarnish the reputation of the Hot Spring Island Lord, and he remains the pride of our Wang family, Wang Weixian, the fourth son of Wang Zhihai, stated. Alas, let us not speak of this any longer. Instead, let us analyze the current battlefield situation, Wang Zhihai said, producing a thick document. In terms of logistics, our Hot Spring Island has been entirely cut off. As for the factories scattered throughout Pingzhou, they are now being besieged. Daring only to produce hydrogen bombs and heavy water bullets under the cover of night, operating at less than 1% of their previous efficiency. The most troubling aspect is that the armies of the Black Mountain Empire are gathering near the capital, according to incomplete statistics. The number of cultivators near the capital has reached 5 million. It appears that our foundations are still far inferior to those of the Black Mountain Empire. What strategies do you propose for our victory? Wang Zhihai turned to the high-ranking officials. The saying goes, to catch the thief, one must first capture the king. If we eliminate Emperor Huang Lin, everything else will fall into place, Ingda suggested. As the Grand Marshal, this proposal was deemed acceptable. What about the rest of you? Do you have any suggestions? Wang Zhihai inquired, looking towards the others. Island Master, if we continue down this path, we will deplete the meager resources of our hot spring island. Perhaps we should consider negotiating with the Black Mountain Empire, allowing us to coexist peacefully, spoke Guqin. After the death of her brother Baiyue, Hot Spring Island had welcomed her as a citizen and appointed her as a military advisor. That may not be so simple. Negotiating could lead to us being crushed by the Black Mountain Empire, Chung Li Bin replied, shaking his head. Not to worry, we still possess over 100 hydrogen bombs. If the Black Mountain Empire insists on war, we will declare that we shall unleash these bombs upon their spiritual minds, rendering their spiritual stones contaminated by radiation. Guqin argued passionately. She had come to understand the potency of hydrogen bombs, realizing their terrifying power, especially the long-lasting radiation that could persist for decades. What is your opinion, Island Master? Guqin inquired. Wang Zhihai slowly rose, placing his hands behind his back. Ingda, how many strongholds have been swept away in the past week? Wang Zhihai asked. 15 strongholds have been lost, including Ma Lebi, Ingda reported, causing a somber mood to envelop the room. Chapter 13:15. Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. Though Ma Lebi held a modest position, he had been one of Yifeng's loyal companions in Chongqing City, and his loss in this unevenly matched war was deeply felt. There's no alternative. We must negotiate and make concessions. Otherwise, the Black Mountain Empire's millions of years of foundation is beyond our capacity to withstand. But who will go to negotiate? Wang Zhihai surveyed the assembly. Father, I will go. My elder brother sacrificed himself for the island, and I cannot tarnish his legacy. Wang Weixian stepped forward. Wang Zhihai, infuriated, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, wishing to strike Wang Weixian down. I will go, Ding Tianxuan declared, stepping forward. Nonsense. What if you are detained? How will I explain it to Feng when he returns? Wang Zhihai shook his head. I have caused enough trouble for Hot Spring Island in the past. It is time for me to contribute. Allow me to go. I understand how to negotiate. Ding Tianxuan asserted resolutely. Silence fell over the group. Most were indifferent to Ding Tianxuan's fate, their only concern being how to account for her actions upon Yifeng's return. At that moment, Duo Yanhina stepped forward. Tianxuan, if you insist on going, I can teach you a few things. Hina, what do you suggest? Duo Yanhina approached Ding Tianxuan. Adjusting her attire. Once you reach the capital, inform Emperor Huang Ling that Hot Spring Island can purify elixirs. If the death toll from Hot Spring Island rises too high, we will be unable to maintain our purification line. Trust me, once you say this, Emperor Huang Ling will not harm you. He will even treat you as an esteemed guest and will think twice before recklessly attacking our strongholds. Understood. Sister Hina, I appreciate your guidance. Ding Tianxuan nodded. However, the journey to the capital spans over 10,000 miles. What if Sister Tianxuan is ambushed by Black Mountain men before she even meets Emperor Huang Ling? A female advisor interjected. In a moment, everyone found themselves ensnared in a stalemate once more. I shall escort Sister Guogua to the capital using the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. During flight, even the spatial shifts of cultivators in the spirit-severing realm cannot detect it, let alone those ordinary soldiers from Heishan, Bai Guogua asserted. Very well. It is settled. Guogua, you must ensure the safe delivery of Tuan Tuan to the capital with the Blackbird, Wang Zhihai declared, turning back to pat Ding Tuan Tuan on the shoulder. Once you arrive in the capital, follow your sister Hina's instructions closely. Preserving your life is paramount. Even if Emperor Huang Lin covets your beauty, you are not without means to appease him, as long as your life is secured. Suddenly, Wang Zhihai found himself struck, acquiring the appearance of a panda. At the first stronghold, a shadow swept across the sky, vanishing swiftly from sight, at a staggering speed of 21 Mach. Even the consciousness of cultivators could not perceive it, let alone ordinary individuals. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a deep furrow etched upon his brow, an ominous premonition weighing heavily upon him. He had been sealed in the thatched hut for a full 3 months, yet the demon moon had not returned, seemingly having forgotten him. In these days, he had exhausted all the medicinal pills at his disposal. However, the vitality required to ascend from the late innate stage to the peak was insurmountable. He had been intending to draw upon the demon moon once more. Being a cultivator of the spirit-severing realm, she should be capable of withstanding such energy, or had he frightened her off last time? With his hands clasped behind his back, Yifeng paced within the thatched hut. Just then, the door was pushed open, and 2 imposing figures from the Baiyue tribe entered. Yifeng noticed that they bore heavy water pistols at their waists. "What is the matter?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. "Our chief wishes to see you," they replied, unceremoniously shoving Yifeng forward. They were unaware that Yifeng's seal had already been lifted by the blood-sucking art. Soon, they arrived at a larger thatched hut where around 10 individuals were seated, most clad in animal skins of the Baiyue tribe. As his gaze fell upon the remaining few, his expression shifted from surprise to joy. "Chasing horse, is that you? What brings you here?" Yifeng exclaimed, eager to rush over. "Brother Feng, it's wonderful to see you alive." Chasing horse also attempted to dash towards Yifeng, but was restrained by the other 2 tribesmen. "Mr. Chasing Horse, I have brought the person you requested. Now, about that flying machine you promised?" The chief spoke slowly, his strength at the initial stage of the Void Refinement realm. "Rest assured, as I pledged to provide you with a bomber, I shall certainly deliver," Chasing Horse responded, retrieving a walkie-talkie from his waist. "Unit 109. You may proceed to fly over." In no time, a whoosh echoed from the sky as a 3rd-generation fighter jet descended gracefully. Previously, the Bomber-S pilot had returned after refueling, and they had set off once more into the depths of the Baiyue forest, finally laying eyes upon this vast expanse of primitive tribes. Upon hearing of Yifeng's capture, Chasing Horse had personally come to negotiate. He brought with him an impressive array of heavy water handguns, heavy water rifles, and 5 heavy water Gatling guns. There they stood, prominently displayed in the center of the thatched hut. "Chase Ma, what is the situation?" Yifeng inquired. "Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai insisted that we must rescue you at all costs, no matter the price," Chase Ma replied, gesturing toward the 5 Gatling guns. "That's good." Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, suddenly employing a covert communication method. Do these brutes understand the operational principle of a Gatling gun? It requires ammunition to unleash its full potential. Yifeng questioned. Chase Ma shook his head. "That's a relief." Yifeng exhaled, feeling a sense of ease. Providing them with firearms without ammunition, how many shots could these Gatling guns even fire? It wouldn't be long before they would send someone to the Hot Springs Island in search of bullets. "Brother Feng, there are some matters I wish to discuss, but let us address them after I have rescued you," Chase Ma stated, just as the aircraft landed beside the hut. A throng of brutes rushed forward, touching, banging, and even biting the aircraft. "You can't eat it, Great Chief," one of the brutes remarked. The Great Chief rose and approached the aircraft. "Strangers, how does this contraption soar into the heavens? Teach me, and I shall release the captive." The Great Chief spoke earnestly. "Let us do this. I shall leave 2 pilots here to teach you slowly. But this man," Chase Ma pointed to Yifeng, "I must take with me immediately." The Hot Springs Island was on the brink of collapse, with the Black Mountain Empire's army ravaging their stronghold. "That is acceptable. The items you provided that spark are sufficient," the Great Chief replied, nodding, appearing rather dim-witted. "Wait, I have a few companions I wish to rescue. I implore the Great Chief to grant this request." Yifeng hurriedly interjected. How many must be saved?" the Great Chief asked. 2, Yifeng answered. "Very well, but I demand additional Gatling guns that ignite and spin," the Great Chief insisted. "Brother Feng, who else needs saving?" Chase Ma inquired. "Chunin and 5 Gu are still alive. I must retrieve them." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the cesspool. Long Wu and Chun were struggling desperately within, having not eaten since consuming Yifeng's chicken leg, now suffering from hunger, fatigue, and the foul stench surrounding them. Thus, the 2 leaned against each other, eyes closed, in a futile attempt to rest. Otherwise, they risked drowning in the cesspool. "And Gu? 5 Gu?" Chase Ma exclaimed in shock. However, the 2 were barely conscious, unable to respond. "Pull them up," the Great Chief commanded slowly. Moments later, 2 ropes hoisted the pair from the depths, releasing a wave of putrid odor. Yifeng disregarded the stench, slapping Chun and Long Wu's faces. Long Wu was the first to awaken, his gaze vacant, seemingly driven to the brink of madness by torment. Chun, however, remained in a deep unconsciousness. "All right, The people are gathered, great leader. May I take them now? Chasing Horse inquired, bowing slightly. What about the item? The spinning, fiery object? The great leader questioned. I will first take the people back and then deliver the item. Is that acceptable? Chasing Horse asked. Rest assured, I will leave 2 pilots here as hostages, he added. Very well, you may take the people. The great leader nodded in agreement. Before long, the 4 individuals brought by Chasing Horse were laboriously carrying Chun En and Long Wu on a stretcher. Yifeng and Chasing Horse led the way ahead. The sounds of various beasts echoed through the 100-year forest, while a dark shadow occasionally swept across the sky. Pick up the pace. I fear the 100-year people may change their minds, Yifeng urged. No need to rush. It's just ahead, Chasing Horse replied, stepping forward and clearing away some branches. There, revealed, was a 3rd-generation bomber capable of seating 8 people. No wonder you wanted to keep 2 people as hostages. It appears there's only 1 bomber waiting for us, Yifeng remarked. Board the aircraft. Okay. The group hurriedly lifted Chun En and Long Wu onto the plane, while Chasing Horse took the pilot seat and Yifeng settled in as co-pilot. The bomber ascended gracefully, igniting the surrounding forest in flames. Just then, a large shadow lunged at them from the front. Die! Chasing Horse immediately activated the Gatling gun. The rapid-fire bullets swept across, and the formidable beast let out a thunderous howl, scrambling wildly and trampling the nearby woods. At that moment, the bomber finally soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Chasing Horse pulled the control stick with determination. Whoosh! The bomber entered supersonic mode. Phew! Yifeng exhaled deeply, patting Chasing Horse on the shoulder with gratitude. Thank you. Chasing Horse, you truly saved our lives. He felt a sense of joy, recognizing that his former companions from Hot Spring Island had matured and were capable of standing on their own. He imagined himself as a supreme ruler, free from burdens. Brother Feng, the situation is not as simple as you think. Here's what's happening. Chasing Horse quickly informed Yifeng of the current state of Hot Spring Island. What? The Black Mountain Empire, is that formidable? They turned Hot Spring Island into a guerrilla force? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Feng, we initially thought the capital would be easy to handle, but it's far more complicated than we imagined. The Black Mountain Empire boasts millions of years of heritage, while Hot Spring Island has barely existed for 20 years. What do we have to contend with them? Chasing Horse sighed. Indeed. So, is Hot Spring Island's advanced equipment now scattered throughout Pingzhou? Yifeng asked. Yes, but I suspect some has already been swept away. Nevertheless, a portion of the most sophisticated equipment has been relocated to Yuzhou, which is vast and sparsely populated, surrounded by countless forests. I believe moving the factories there will make them less susceptible to being eradicated, Chasing Horse reassured him. At that moment, Chunin suddenly awakened. No, I don't want to eat bugs. How disgusting. How revolting, he exclaimed, spitting around as he regained consciousness. Cover his mouth. Yifeng wiped away the drool from the back of his head. Chunin appeared somewhat deranged, uttering nonsensical words and occasionally breaking into fits of foolish laughter. Long Wu, on the other hand, was more composed. He merely exhibited a vacant stare without speaking nonsense. They needed to be given some water to rinse their mouths. The stench was unbearable. After a few flashes from the bomber, the forest below became a blur. Occasionally, a few monstrous birds flitted through the air, and Zhue Ma swiftly unleashed a series of rapid-fire shots. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged skyward. The bomber immediately emitted a series of beeps. Goodness! Could this be a semi-divine powerhouse? Zhue Ma was taken aback, struggling to maintain control of the bomber. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the aircraft finally passed beyond the range enveloped by the malevolent aura. Yifeng hastily turned to look back, witnessing towering trees. 1,000 meters high, collapsing in layers, raising clouds of dust that nearly obscured the entire sky. Amidst the dust, a colossal creature began to emerge slowly. Just as he wished to examine it further, the bomber had already sent the beast fleeing into oblivion. After flying for more than an hour, the bomber swiftly crossed the Great Wall. Countless spiritual crossbows shot into the sky, yet they couldn't even touch a wisp of the bomber's trail. On the wall, a guard gazed in the direction where the bomber had vanished, his expression darkening. The spiritual devices from Hot Spring Island are formidable. How can we combat them? Thankfully, we have severed their source. Otherwise, if the war continues, our great Black Mountain Empire might very well fall to a mere Hot Spring Island. After the guard spoke, he slammed his hand onto the table. After a while, Zhue Ma suddenly pressed a switch. What is this switch? Yi Feng inquired. He had not returned to Hot Spring Island for so long that the rapid advancements in technology left him feeling out of touch. This is the cloaking feature. Though not true invisibility, it merely shields most spiritual consciousness. However, the awareness of those at the divine separation stage cannot be obscured, Zhui Ma explained. Impressive. Who created this? Yi Feng asked. It was developed by Bai Guogua. She even received a Nobel Prize, Zhui Ma replied. Remarkable. Alas, you shouldn't have recklessly declared war on the Black Mountain Empire. If this conflict had been postponed by 20 years, Hot Spring Island could have evolved into a secondary civilization. And by then, the Black Mountain Empire would be no match for us. Yi Feng lamented. There was no choice. You were held captive in the capital. And we could not stand idly by, Zhui Ma responded. By the way, Brother Feng, Ma Lebi has made the ultimate sacrifice, Zhui Ma said gravely. Yi Feng's gaze froze. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling the moments he shared with Ma Lebi. After a long while, he reopened his eyes. Alas, war inevitably brings death. It is unavoidable. Remember to take good care of his family. By the way, he should have a son, right? Indeed, he has 7 sons. Ensure that his 7 sons are well looked after, Yi Feng said softly. Moreover, the island lord, Wang Weilu, has also perished in battle. Zhui Ma added. Yi Feng, the island lord has fallen as well. His countenance turned gravely serious. The foundations of the Montenegrin Empire run exceptionally deep, and the number of practitioners surpasses that of Windspring Island by more than 1,000,000-fold. A mere counterattack would render Windspring Island defenseless. It appears that negotiations are necessary. You must accelerate to the utmost. I shall personally engage in talks with Emperor Huang Lin, hoping to extend our timeline. If we can buy a decade, Windspring Island will acquire the means to stand against them. Yi Feng declared. Chapter 1317. As expected, Brother Feng, you truly possess foresight. Tuan Tuan has already set out for negotiations, said Zhui Ma. What? Yi Feng was taken aback. In his memory, Ding Tuan Tuan was willful and headstrong. He feared she would be swiftly silenced before Emperor Huang Lin, who arranged for her to go. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. It was plausible that in the conflict between factions, one had made Tuan Tuan a sacrificial pawn. Whoosh. The bomber descended directly into a small town. However, Zhui Ma did not entirely reduce speed. Only when 5,000 meters above the ground did he gradually decelerate. This tactic was to evade detection by the practitioner's spiritual senses. The town was sparsely populated. Only a few commoners wandered the streets like phantoms, seemingly aimless yet hurried. Are there any practitioners in the town? Yi Feng inquired. The bomber finally landed smoothly. Rest assured, these commoners are our own people in disguise. As for the townsfolk, we have cleared them out, Zhui Ma stated, opting for the term cleared rather than slaughtered. That's good to hear. Yi Feng leaped from the bomber, and the commoners immediately surged forward, pushing the aircraft down an incline. The entire process took less than a minute. The bomber was swiftly concealed underground, and the entrance to the basement was sealed with timber. After completing these tasks, the commoners dispersed, continuing their aimless wandering. Yi Feng could faintly recognize a few familiar faces, yet none greeted him. He could only discern their concern for him through their gazes. Let us proceed, Brother Feng. This is the farmhouse. Zhui Ma opened the door, revealing an unexpected expanse within. Below was a lift. Upon entering the lift, Yi Feng descended for over 1,000 meters before it finally halted. Underground, Wang Zhihai and his group had already spotted Yi Feng through the monitors. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai rushed forward and embraced Yi Feng's leg. Zhihai, please get up. Yi Feng quickly supported his brother. Brother Feng, Wei Luo, he sacrificed himself and I. Wang Wei Luo's tears flowed freely. Yi Feng's eyes reddened as well. Zhihai, I am already aware. Wei Luo was a good child. When Windspring Island emerges victorious, I shall have a statue erected in his honor, larger than my own. Yi Feng choked out. After comforting Wang Zhihai, Yi Feng turned to the others, Duoyan Hina, Susan, Su Yun, Bai Chu Xue, Rai Mai Zi, and Dove, all gazing at him earnestly. Yi Feng disregarded everything else, spreading his arms wide and embracing the women all at once. Ah Feng, I have been so worried about you. Ah Feng, I'm just glad you're back. Tears streamed down the faces of several women. Dad, a youth emerged from the crowd, and Yi Feng could scarcely recognize him. It had been 3 years since he faced danger, and in that time, his son had matured into a young man, seemingly a tad taller than himself. Son, is it truly you? Yi Feng's breath quickened as he fervently patted Yi Xing's shoulder. Dad, Yi Xing embraced Yi Feng tightly. I have completed my university studies and intended to pursue a master's degree, but then the war broke out, he explained. No worries. You have so many mentors to guide you, and you can always seek their assistance, Yifeng replied joyfully, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Yixing. He recalled the first time he met Yixing, when he was just a little boy, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a man. A few young men nearby suddenly looked somber. They had never witnessed such a gaze from Yifeng when he looked at Yixing. It was as if he beheld a priceless treasure, filled with satisfaction, excitement, and a peculiar intensity. Son, please take uncle into bathe. He has endured torment among the Baiyue tribe, and he requires gentle care, Yifeng instructed. Understood, Yixing nodded, unable to suppress a sniffle. How foul. He did not disdain Shinan, but scooped him up and strode towards the bathroom. He remembered that when he first recognized Yifeng, Shinan had been beside him, and a bond had formed between them. Chase the horse and bring fifth brother to bathe. Yes, brother Feng. After ensuring both were settled, Yifeng turned to Wang Zhihai and Yingda. Now, who is the island master? Yifeng inquired. Brother Feng, I currently hold that title, but with your return, it rightfully belongs to you, Wang Zhihai replied, producing the steel seal. During wartime, Yifeng did not hesitate to accept it, gripping the seal firmly in his hand. Now, the liberal and peace factions had ceased their bickering and united to combat the Black Mountain Empire. Indeed, among the crowd were He Li Xian, Hu Zhua, and others. Let us proceed to the command center. Yifeng strode confidently into the command center, where several radio stations were set up, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. Zhihai, enlighten me on the current state of the war. Share everything you know. Certainly, brother Feng. In the capital, a Blackbird fighter jet hovers above the National Defense Formation. In an instant, countless spiritual crossbows soared skyward. Emperor Huang Lin had not returned to the royal palace for quite some time, remaining atop the city walls to oversee the situation. Has it been half a month since we last saw a fighter jet? And such a small one at that? Emperor Huang Lin remarked coolly. Your Majesty, this indicates that Wangchuan Island is nearing its limits. If we invest a little more time, we can eradicate all their strongholds. Bai Li Rui interjected. During the Baiyue campaign, his 200,000 troops had suffered near total annihilation. Yet he had no time to lament, as Emperor Huang Lin ordered him to join the effort to clear out the strongholds. Yang Xiang stood on the opposite side of Emperor Huang Lin. Your Majesty, it appears that fighter jet does not come in aggression. It has not deployed the mushroom bomb, he said slowly. They referred to the hydrogen bomb as a mushroom bomb, a specialized nomenclature. Then, what does Yang Xiang suggest its purpose might be? Huang Lindian had long since perceived this reality. The island of Hot Springs had exhausted its supply of mushroom bombs, and it was even less likely to dispatch a fighter aircraft to face a certain death, whether it was a plea for peace or a negotiation. This diminutive island dared to engage in conflict with our illustrious Black Mountain Empire. Yang Xiang remarked with a hint of disdain. Indeed, Huang Lindian nodded in agreement. As anticipated, the Blackbird bomber gradually descended, soon landing on the flat terrain outside the southern gate. Ding Tuanshuan and Bai Guogwa disembarked from the aircraft. The two hesitated for a moment before unfurling a white flag and making their way towards the southern gate. Yang Xiang, ever the strategist, mused that in terms of cunning, he might not be inferior to the sovereign. Bai Li Rui, lurking nearby, remarked insidiously. Bai Li, what nonsense are you spouting? How could my schemes possibly eclipse those of the sovereign? Retorted Yang Xiang. It is you, Bai Li, who led 200,000 elite troops to the 100 Forest, only to suffer near total annihilation, while you alone returned. Those unaware might assume you struck some clandestine deal with the 100 people, Yang Xiang countered sharply. You? Bai Li Rui seethed with anger. Enough. Huang Lindian interrupted the two. Gentlemen, cease your squabbling. I have complete faith in both of you. Let us see what the emissaries from the island of Hot Springs have to convey. Huang Lindian gestured towards the two solitary figures by the city gate. Chapter 13:18. She stood frozen, unsure of how to begin. As Ding Tuanshuan approached the city gate, halting about a mile away, she retrieved a small trumpet from her belongings. Has the island of Hot Springs run out of men? Bai Li Rui derided. Bai Li, we of the island of Hot Springs are warriors, both male and female. And when battle ensues, we shall fight to the last soldier. However, our island leader has stated that continuing this conflict will only lead to mutual destruction. Hence, I am specially dispatched to negotiate with the sovereign. Ding Tuanshuan proclaimed into the trumpet. Mutual destruction? Huh. You hold your island in far too high regard. The Black Mountain Empire boasts a history spanning millions of years, with no fewer than 100 million loyal cultivators serving the sovereign. What can your island of hot springs possibly offer in a scenario of mutual destruction? Bai Li Rui replied coolly, redirecting his frustrations from the verbal sparring with Yang Xiang towards Ding Tuanchuan. General Bai, I witnessed your prowess during the ambush in the 100 Forest. Your ability to flee was indeed remarkable, abandoning even your devoted black slaves. I concede that the island of hot springs cannot capture you, let alone engage in mutual destruction. Ding Tuanchuan replied slowly. A few palace maids behind her could not suppress a chuckle, but quickly covered their mouths in horror. Bai Li Rui narrowed his eyes, his fists clenching slowly. Sovereign, while General Bai fled in disgrace, our vanguard on the island of hot springs fought valiantly against the 100 people until the final moment. This demonstrates that we possess a fierce spirit. When cornered, we are capable of anything. Surely, you have witnessed the hydrogen bomb by now. If given a little more time, we could develop weapons 100 times more powerful than the hydrogen bomb. I wonder, how many of such bombs could your national defense formation withstand? After Ding Tuanchuan finished speaking, she bravely locked eyes with Emperor Huanglin. The emperor raised an eyebrow, gently caressing the corner of the wall. Oh, what a sharp-tongued little creature you are. How is it that I never noticed your eloquence during our time in the capital? Your stronghold on Hot Spring Island has been nearly obliterated by us, and now you come seeking negotiation. Might it not be too late? Huang Lin spoke nonchalantly, exuding an air of certainty regarding Ding Tuanchuan. Indeed, if this conflict continues, my Hot Spring Island will inevitably face total annihilation. However, there will always be some citizens who escape to the populace, whom you cannot entirely eliminate. Yet, Ding Tuanchuan found herself at a loss when faced with the cunning old fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Sister Tuanchuan, do not forget what Sister Hina taught you, Bai Guoguo reminded her from the side. Oh right, Your Majesty, would you be interested in elixirs of 100% purity? Ding Tuanchuan suddenly regained her composure. 100% purity? Huang Lin raised an eyebrow. As a sovereign, he possessed a unique intelligence network. In recent years, there had indeed been reports of elixirs nearing such purity. He had been investigating which alchemist was responsible for this. Yes, do you desire such an elixir? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. And if I do, what then? If I do not, what then? Can you provide it? Huang Lin replied with a faint smile. You are absolutely correct. My Hot Spring Island has a production line specifically for purifying elixirs, but it requires a substantial amount of experience, manpower, and equipment. Is this truly the case? Huang Lin could no longer maintain his composure. The reason he secluded himself was to devote considerable time to expelling impurities from elixirs, dedicating only 20% of his time to cultivation. If he could eliminate that time spent on purification, he was confident he could reach demigod status within his lifetime. At that point, with his lifespan doubled, he would have ample time to break through to the realm of the void. Would I deceive you? My Hot Spring Island indeed possesses a line for purifying elixirs, Ding Tuanchuan asserted. Do you take our sovereign for a fool, believing a mere girl like you? Bai Li Rui could not resist sneering. Enough, minister. It is better to believe in the possibility of her claims. Since she has come forth, she surely would not dare to speak falsely. Otherwise, she would be playing with her own life. Huang Lin was not foolish. He could discern truth from falsehood. Yes. Bai Li Rui quickly bowed. Little girl, if you share with me the method for purifying elixirs on Hot Spring Island, I shall temporarily spare your island, and even allow its lord to become the ruler of a province. Huang Lin spoke slowly. There was no denying the immense allure of elixirs with 100% purity for him. Surely it cannot be so simple. Purifying elixirs on Hot Spring Island requires a large number of experienced citizens. Should their numbers dwindle, the speed of purification will decline, and it may even be impossible to achieve 100% purity. The purification production line is the collective wisdom of all citizens on Hot Spring Island. Thus, the more citizens you eliminate now, the lower the purity and speed of the elixirs will become, Ding Tuanchuan declared. Oh, Huang Lin's eyes narrowed. Your Majesty, do not trust her. She merely seeks to exploit this opportunity to secure your leniency towards the remnants of One Spring Island, Bai Li Rui cautioned. I find this quite credible. Recently, there have indeed been some inferior yet entirely pure elixirs on the market, Yang Xiang remarked slowly. Haha, little girl, I possess a Lianshu pill. Catch it. Huang Lingdi declared, flicking his hand. The pill soared across hundreds of meters, landing securely in Ding Tuanchuan's grasp. What? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. This Lianshu pill has a purity of merely 70%. You have 1 month to refine it to 100%. Do not entertain thoughts of substitution. I can detect such deceit. However, during this month, my campaign against Spring Island will not cease. It all hinges on your refining speed. Huang Lingdi said with a faint smile. Ding Tuanshuan was taken aback. She was unaware that Yi Feng had already returned. I can only try. Given that you have slain so many from Spring Island, the refining process may be quite slow, Ding Tuanshuan stammered nervously. That is of no concern to me. 1 month from now, you will present me with a Lianshu pill of 100% purity. Oh, by the way, Huang Lingdi suddenly grasped the air, employing a spatial displacement technique. In the next moment, Bai Guoguo was lifted onto the city wall. This little girl will be my guest for the time being. If, after 1 month, you do not provide a Lianshu pill of 100% purity, I shall bestow her upon the soldiers below, Huang Lingdi stated coldly. You? Ding Tuanshuan's eyes widened. She felt she had made a grave error. Bai Guoguo, equally stunned, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 1319. Get me down. Little girl, hurry back. The day you successfully refine the elixir will be the day I release her. At that point, the Black Mountain Empire will have many benefits for you. Huang Lingdi spoke softly. If Spring Island could indeed refine elixirs, it would signify an immense fortune. Consider the countless discarded elixirs accumulated over millions of years across the Star Mon continent. If the claims of Spring Island's elixir refinement hold true, it would mean he could transform millions of years of waste into untold wealth for the Black Mountain Empire. Not only could he ascend to the demigod realm, but countless descendants would also elevate their cultivation levels, potentially establishing a superpower on the Star Mon continent. You, Guoguo, rest assured, once I return, I will find a way to refine the elixir. You must endure and not lose hope, Ding Tuanshuan promised, swiftly vanishing into the letter bombing machine. Sister Tuanshuan, please do not abandon me, Bai Guoguo cried in terror, stamping her feet upon the city wall. This escort mission for Ding Tuanshuan to the capital was a significant miscalculation. Someone, escort this young lady to a separate residence. Hongji, you shall personally oversee her. Ensure she does not escape, Huang Lingdi commanded, turning to a black-clad imperial guard. Rest assured, if she escapes, I shall face death as punishment, Hongji replied, seizing Bai Guoguo by the scruff, binding her with multiple restrictions. Young lady, you are Bai Guoguo, are you not? Stay here obediently. As long as the hot spring island can refine the elixir, I shall ensure your return. For this month, I will treat you with the utmost hospitality. The only limitation will be your freedom. However, should the elixir remain unrefined after 1 month. Huang Lingdi ceased his words, intending to instill a sense of creeping dread in Bai Guoguo. Ding Tuanshuan piloted the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, swiftly departing the capital without taking a detour, opting for a direct route. Within 5 minutes, the aircraft landed in a small town. The disguised townsfolk promptly concealed the Blackbird in an underground chamber. 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Miss Ding, how did the negotiations proceed? Asked Helixuan. Let us first meet with Master Wang, replied Ding Tuanshuan, her expression composed. Moments later, the command room's door swung open, and under the protection of Helixuan and Hu Zhao, Ding Tuanshuan strode inside. Master Wang, I have come to apologize. This time, I left Guoguo in the capital. Wait, who are you? Ding Tuanshuan finally noticed Yi Feng clad in animal skin. Tuanshuan, brother Yi. The 2 figures collided fiercely, as Ding Tuanshuan wrapped her legs around Yi Feng's waist. All right, Tuanshuan, I am back now. You can relax a little, Yi Feng set her down. Brother Yi, it's good that you're back. Guoguo has been captured. Huang Lingdi said unless we can refine this void refining pill, he might take Bai Guoguo after a month. Ding Tuanshuan explained. Yi Feng took the void refining pill. The purity is so low. Nevertheless, it matters not. With the prowess of my blood-sucking technique, I can refine it within 3 days. With that, he strode into the chamber. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Feng emerged from the chamber, emanating a foul odor. This is the stench of impurities from the elixir, he remarked. Wonderful. Ding Tuanshuan received the pure white elixir from Yi Feng's hand. This time, I shall personally negotiate with Huang Lingdi. Zhihai, you remain here to oversee matters, Yi Feng declared. Brother Feng, let Helixuan and Ingda handle the larger affairs. I will accompany you, Wang Zhihai suggested. Very well, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. I wish to go as well, Ding Tuanshuan interjected. Why would you want to go? Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Zhihai possesses eloquence and intelligence. His presence compensates for any shortcomings. You would merely serve as a good luck charm. All right, I shall refrain from going, Ding Tuanshuan conceded. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged. Uncle Yi, may I accompany you? Ilian, you've grown so much. Yifeng exclaimed, astonished by Ilian's height, which was likely around 175 meters, further accentuated by her slender figure, making her appear taller than Wang Zhihai. Uncle Yi, can I come along? Ilian inquired once more. If you go, what assistance can you provide? Yifeng asked. My Shura I has reached a preliminary stage. I can see things that ordinary people cannot, Ilian responded. Can you see what the divine sense cannot detect? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. I cannot see, yet I perceive numerous shadows. If I am not mistaken, those shadows must be the spirits, Ilian stated solemnly, her demeanor betraying no falsehood. Yifeng's expression darkened. He feared not the heavens nor the earth, but rather the unknown. So, do we have any spirits in this command center? Yifeng inquired. Indeed. With a sudden movement, everyone leapt back a few paces, instinctively forming a protective stance akin to that of Wang Feihong, terrified of being approached by a ghost. How many? Are there many? Yifeng scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Numerous, far too many. They are everywhere, existing in the form of shadows. For instance, Wang Zhihai has 2 or 3 shadows hovering above him, and these shadows can overlap, Ilian explained. Get off me, get off. Wang Zhihai exclaimed in shock, vigorously slapping his shoulders. You need not worry. These shadows cannot harm you, but they may affect some unknown aspects, Ilian struggled to articulate. Affect what? Will it impact fertility? Yifeng remarked, glancing downward. I am uncertain. Only experimentation can reveal the truth. I am devising a method to control these shadows, Ilian replied. What else can your Shura eye perceive? Yifeng asked. It can penetrate all illusions, Ilian stated. Very well, it is settled. Wang Zhihai Ilian. And I shall proceed to the capital to consult with Emperor Huang Ling regarding the affairs of my hot spring island post-negotiation. We shall leave matters here in the capable hands of Heli Xian and Ning to exercise caution and avoid exposure, Yifeng concluded, grasping Ilian's hand with his left while gently pushing Wang Zhihai forward with his right. The reconnaissance aircraft ascended slowly, swiftly darting toward the capital. Approximately 5 minutes later, the aircraft hovered at the southern gate of the capital. Accelerating to 21 Mach required 2 minutes, while deceleration necessitated an additional 2 minutes. Its true maximum flight time was a mere minute. Yet, a minute at 21 Mach sufficed to traverse thousands of kilometers. Yifeng and Wang Zhihai disembarked from the aircraft, followed by Ilian. The trio stood outside the vast southern gate, their gazes fixed upon the city walls. Commander, I am Yifeng, the Lord of Hot Spring Island. Kindly summon Emperor Huang. No, the sovereign. I am here to negotiate, Yifeng proclaimed loudly. The commander was no longer Chun Yutong. He had been afflicted by radiation during the previous encounter. Though he survived, he had lost half his life and was currently recuperating tens of thousands of kilometers away from the capital. Chapter 1320. Your tone grows ever bolder. Understood. The commander had already received his orders and promptly crushed a talisman for long-distance communication. Within 5 minutes, Emperor Huang Ling, Minister Yang, and Bai Li Rui appeared simultaneously atop the city walls. Behind them, several black guards escorted by Guogua. Brother Yi, I am here. Bai Guogua called out excitedly from the wall. I know. I have come to rescue you. Yifeng replied to Bai Guogua before stepping forward to address Emperor Huang Ling. Sovereign, may I enter the city to speak with you? Yifeng asked. In a desolate expanse, his cognitive abilities were hindered. Oh, you now hold the title of the Lord of Hot Springs Island, yet you dare to engage in negotiations within our capital? Are you not apprehensive that I might detain you? Huang Lindi raised an eyebrow in astonishment, chuckling lightly. Haha, Lord of Hot Springs Island. Unlike your sovereign who occupies a position of great honor, I, the Lord of Hot Springs Island, am merely a servant to the citizens of my domain. Should I perish, they could swiftly elect a new leader. Yifeng responded with a faint smile. At that moment, Yang Xiang interjected, Your Majesty, what he states appears to hold truth. Do you recall Wang Weilu? The Lord of Hot Springs Island fears not death. Huang Lindi's countenance darkened. He felt he could never grasp the vulnerabilities of Hot Springs Island. It seemed that this island possessed no weaknesses. Even if they captured their leader, it would not compel Hot Springs Island to retreat an inch. Very well, you may enter. With a resounding sound, the southern gate was lifted, and a breach was opened in the protective formation. Yi Feng inhaled deeply and, accompanied by Wang Zhihai and another, strode into the capital. Within an hour, Yi Feng found himself ushered into a resplendent palace adorned with an array of delicacies, attended by a dozen maidens. Huang Lindi occupied the high seat, flanked on the left by Yang Xiang and Bai Li Rui, while Yi Feng and his companions occupied the right. Your Majesty, may we dismiss the maidens? This negotiation is confidential, and I wish for no unrelated individuals to be privy to it, Yi Feng articulated. Those maidens are my subjects. Should I command them to live, they shall, and should I decree their demise, they must comply. You need not worry about them revealing secrets, Huang Lindi replied, his thoughts already scanning the alchemical pill nestled within Yi Feng's robe, igniting a fervor within him. Otherwise, he would not have extended such high-level hospitality to Yi Feng and his companions. I insist on their dismissal, Yi Feng reiterated. You Hot Springs Island are indeed quite cautious. Withdraw, he commanded, and the maidens departed one by one, leaving only 6 individuals within the palace. Why does the gentleman beside you continually glare at me? Huang Lindi suddenly pointed at Wang Zhihai. Yi Feng's heart raced, and he swiftly patted Wang Zhihai on the shoulder, lest this individual, in a fit of irrationality, act recklessly. Seeking vengeance for a slain son, Wang Zhihai might struggle to maintain his composure. Wang Zhihai gradually averted his gaze. Please, Your Majesty, examine this, Yi Feng said, producing the alchemical pill from his robes. Huang Lindi adjusted his sleeves and beckoned toward the pill, meticulously probing its interior with his thoughts. Indeed, it is the very pill I provided. The materials for alchemical pills are myriad. It is improbable that you fortuitously stumbled upon one of identical purity. Huang Lindi's voice trembled slightly, akin to a pauper discovering a gold mine. Your Majesty, regarding the negotiations? Negotiations? What negotiations? Hot Springs Island shall, from this moment forth, declare independence from my Black Mountain Empire, yet enjoy the privileges of nobility therein. Furthermore, Yi Feng, I can now decree the union between you and my daughter. She shall soon be wed to you. Huang Lindi gazed intently into Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng's heart undoubtedly raced at the prospect, yet he had to consider Wang Zhihai's sentiments. Forgive me regarding the matter of marriage. Let us postpone that discussion for another time, Yi Feng said slowly. In the future, I hope that Hot Spring Island can collaborate with the Black Mountain Empire, allowing them to send workers to my island, for which we shall compensate them in Hot Spring currency. Given the current population base of Hot Spring Island, the journey towards becoming a secondary civilization is a protracted endeavor. However, if we were to incorporate the vast populace of the Black Mountain Empire into our island, within 2 decades, Hot Spring Island would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a secondary civilization. Achieving this status would enable us to venture beyond this planet. Yi Feng lifted his gaze towards the skylight, observing 2 celestial bodies, one large and one small. They appeared tantalizingly close, yet the reality of their distance was staggering, estimated to be at least tens of thousands of light years away. Of course, what other conditions do you have? Speak freely, Huang Lindi graciously offered Yi Feng. He understood that the conditions proposed shortly would likely be difficult for Yi Feng to accept. The factories will be established across the various clans of the Black Mountain Empire, while Hot Spring Island will set up concessions throughout the empire. These concessions will operate under their own legal framework, primarily to manage the factories in their vicinity. However, there is a prerequisite. I hope that the nobles and ministers refrain from entering the concessions indiscriminately and, particularly, from undermining the laws therein. This is especially pertinent for Chancellor Bai Li. Yi Feng directed a glance at Bai Li Rui. Yi Qianfeng, it has been months, and your tone has grown rather audacious. Are you suggesting that even I, the Chancellor of the illustrious Black Mountain Empire, lack the right to enter the concession? Bai Li Rui squinted his eyes. Not only the Chancellor, but even His Majesty should, to the best of his ability, avoid entering the concessions. Yi Feng cautiously observed Huang Lindi's expression. After all, he was a cultivator of the divine spirit realm, and a careless remark could lead to the annihilation of all 3 of them. Oh, am I too unworthy of entering the concession? Huang Lindi's brow arched, a hint of anger simmering within. Yi Feng felt helpless. If these individuals could wander freely into the concessions, what secrets could possibly remain? With your Majesty's capabilities, entering the concession would be a trivial matter. I merely hope that your Majesty can uphold your promise and grant Hot Spring Island some consideration, Yi Feng said, managing a cautious smile. Wang Zhihai, who had remained sullen and silent, suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, I intend to establish a hot spring bank near the concession. In the future, purchases of advanced technology for our factories must be made with hot spring currency rather than spirit stones. This is our bottom line. I wonder how Your Majesty feels about this. Although Wang Zhihai attempted to suppress his anger, his tone remained somewhat abrasive. Who is he? Does it matter? Huang Lindi ignored Wang Zhihai and turned his attention back to Yi Feng. These nobles delight in the play of class structure, placing great importance on hierarchy. Therefore, unless Yi Feng acquiesced, he would not engage in further dialogue with an aide, lest he diminish his own stature. Indeed, he is the president of Hot Spring Bank, a position of considerable influence, equivalent to someone of Bai Li Rui's standing. Yi Feng remarked. Oh, so you are the chancellor. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Huang Lindi inquired casually. My surname is Wang. Ah, so it is Chancellor Wang. What is the purpose of establishing this bank? Do you intend to extend it throughout my entire capital? Huang Lindi was no fool. After all, Hot Spring Island was a rival force, and he needed to ascertain the true nature of the bank. The bank essentially quantifies certain assets. For instance, in the past, acquiring a rare elixir might have necessitated transporting dozens of carts filled with spirit stones. However, with the establishment of the Hot Spring Bank, such cumbersome transactions have become obsolete. One can now utilize a simple piece of paper known as a check. Wang Zhihai, having spoken, produced a checkbook from his pocket. A check? I believe I have encountered one before. Huang Lindi recalled a scene from the martial arts arena. Indeed, it is this very instrument. For example, if I wish to denote 100 billion spirit stones, I simply inscribe that amount on the check. You can then take it elsewhere to exchange for whatever you require. Even internationally, provided that I establish the Hot Spring Bank in the Black Mountain Empire, Wang Zhihai elaborated. Do you consider those individuals to be foolish? Would they exchange precious elixirs for such worthless paper? Bai Li Rui interjected. Correct. Hence the necessity for the credibility of the Hot Spring Bank as a guarantee. However, the bank's credit alone cannot secure the entirety of the Black Mountain Empire. Thus, I implore His Majesty to provide a guarantee for the Hot Spring Bank. We can place collateral in your capital, such as bombers or even hydrogen bombs, Wang Zhihai proposed. The credibility of the Hot Spring Bank is only recognized in Pingzhou. In fact, it is only in Xi'an County that the hot spring currency is fully utilized. In other counties, both spirit stones and hot spring currency are used interchangeably. After all, the hot spring island is minuscule, resulting in a relatively low level of trust. Are you suggesting that I provide you with a guarantee? What if their hot spring currency fails to convert back to spirit stones? Would that not fall upon my shoulders? Huang Lindi raised an eyebrow. The ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Furthermore, his conversation with Wang Zhihai was approached with a discerning eye, prompting him to identify several gaps in their proposal. Very well, Zhihai, let us forego the need for a guarantee from His Majesty. Instead, we shall endeavor to establish our own credibility for the Hot Spring Bank, on the condition that His Majesty permits us to expand the bank throughout the Black Mountain Empire. Including the capital, Yi Feng conceded. Huang Lindi remained silent, momentarily perplexed by the intentions of Wang Zhihai and Yi Feng. After all, the economics of the 21st century far surpassed that of the Black Mountain Empire. He discreetly glanced at Minister Yang, only to find that the typically astute Yang was also furrowing his brow. As for Bai Li Rui, Huang Lindi held no expectations. His strength lay in military matters, while his political acumen paled in comparison to Yang's. Yang, Huang Lindi urged. Does the Hot Spring Bank possess military force? Yang inquired. Considering whether the widespread establishment of the Hot Spring Bank could evolve into a series of strongholds for Hot Spring Island. Rest assured, we will only employ security personnel equipped with heavy water pistols, with no more than 10 armed individuals at each Hot Spring Bank. The main branch may have a few more, but it will not exceed 100, Wang Zhihai assured. After much deliberation, Yang finally rapped his knuckles upon the table. Your Majesty, Yang Xiang began, I believe that the Hot Spring Bank will only issue worthless paper, posing no threat to us. Thus, I think we can agree to its establishment. However, we must also construct a military camp surrounding each bank to prevent any disturbances or espionage. Huang Lindi did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pondering the potential threats the Hot Spring Bank might pose to the Black Mountain Empire. In each Hot Spring Bank, I shall assign a practitioner of the true martial realm to occupy a somewhat significant position. What do you think? Huang Lindi suggested cunningly. That is acceptable, Wang Zhihai nodded. According to 21st century economics, even if he establishes credit in front of the practitioners, they will perceive no danger. Furthermore, once the hot spring currency matures, we could even bribe the directors. After all, who wouldn't desire currency capable of purchasing bombers and heavy water Gatling guns? Then it is settled. The hot spring bank may operate within my Black Mountain Empire, but each bank must have a noble from our empire supervising it. Yi Feng, do you have any further demands? Huang Lindi inquired with a smile, as he anticipated the opportunity to present his own conditions once Yi Feng was finished. It seems not. Yi Feng replied, glancing at Wang Zhihai. Indeed, I have none either, Wang Zhihai stated calmly. Once the bank was established within the Black Mountain Empire, he would exert his authority as the president, utilizing wealth to corrode the empire from within. In a decade or so, even if Hot Spring Island failed to develop into a secondary civilization, he could still impart a significant lesson to the Black Mountain Empire through the power of currency. Now, I would like to present my conditions. From this moment onward, Hot Spring Island must devote itself to refining elixirs, producing 1 million each day. Is that feasible? Huang Lindi queried. That is unattainable. Yi Feng shook his head. In truth, Huang Lindi was merely testing the waters. 100,000? Huang Lindi pressed. That too may be impossible, Your Majesty. To be forthright, the elixir refining process on Hot Spring Island requires the collective wisdom of all citizens, along with the addition of rare medicinal materials. Some of these ingredients need to be synthesized, a process that is exceedingly complex. Otherwise, Your Majesty, do you believe it is so simple to refine elixirs to perfection? If it were, we would have already seen practitioners of the divine realm emerging on Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng said, throwing out a smokescreen. He could not allow those outside the citizenry to realize that the entire refining process was solely his responsibility. How many perfectly refined elixirs can you provide me in a month? Huang Lindi's brow furrowed. 30, Yi Feng replied. What? Only 30? Huang Lindi erupted in anger. Calm yourself. Your Majesty, you could select 30 higher-grade failed elixirs. For instance, the Void Refining Elixir, or even the Spirit Division Elixir. However, I fear that I can only refine about 5 Spirit Division elixirs per month, Yi Feng quickly clarified. Huang Lindi's eyes twitched in agitation. The disparity was too great for him to accept at once. You can actually refine the Spirit Division elixir? He asked, reluctantly conceding to this possibility. However, I currently lack the discarded elixirs for spirit separation and must procure them from the residences of alchemists in those great nations. Can you wait for a few years? Inquired Emperor Huanglin. Certainly. I can wait. 20 years would be of no concern, replied Yi Feng. Very well. During this waiting period, you may also refine some lower-grade elixirs, such as the Void Refining Pill, Pure Yang Pill, and Divine Origin Pill. Yangxiang, if you had 30 pills with a purity of 100%, how confident would you be in advancing to the spirit separation realm? Emperor Huanglin gazed at Yangxiang. Yangxiang was instantly filled with excitement. From the emperor's tone, it seemed he was prepared to save his life. Your Majesty, that would be entirely sufficient. With 30 pills of 100% purity, I could eliminate a significant amount of time spent on impurity removal, granting me an 80% chance of advancing to the spirit separation realm. As he spoke, he could not help but kneel in gratitude. This was truly a life-saving grace. Chapter 1322. How much longer? Ha ha ha. My dear minister, please rise. You are the cornerstone of my Black Mountain Empire. Without my permission, the heavens themselves cannot take you. Yi Feng, did you hear that? First, refine 30 void refining pills of 100% purity and supply them to Yangxiang, commanded Emperor Huanglin. That can be arranged, but the discarded pills must be provided by you, Yi Feng replied. That is a trivial matter. My Black Mountain Empire has accumulated at least several million discarded void refining pills over 1 million years, said Huanglin. Yangxiang, prepare some discarded pills immediately. I will prioritize granting you access to the purification assembly line on Warm Spring Island for a year. Your Majesty. Yangxiang knelt once more, his voice tinged with tears. Yi Feng silently gave a thumbs up to Emperor Huanglin. This man truly had a knack for winning hearts. From this moment forward, Yangxiang would undoubtedly serve the Huang family with unwavering loyalty, even unto death. Now, Yangxiang, please attend to Yi Feng and his companions, treat them well, and prepare the discarded pills. I am weary and wish to return to my cultivation, concluded Emperor Huanglin before vanishing in an instant. After some time, he reappeared in the royal palace. Minister, You must disguise yourself. We are heading to the Nolan Empire to procure some discarded spirit separation elixirs. Your Majesty, what do you need the discarded elixirs for? Ha. Just do as I say. Have I ever let you down? In Yang Xiang's residence, Yi Feng, Wang Zhihai, Ilian, and Bai Guogwa sat at the head of the right side. Yang Xiang occupied the highest seat, flanked by his capable aides, either doctors, directors, or generals of high rank. Come, Master Yi, allow me to toast you once more, Yang Xiang exclaimed, his face aglow as if he had regained decades of youth. Yang Xiang, once you finish this cup, please hand over the discarded void refining pills. I must return to refine them immediately. Additionally, I ask that you issue a decree to prevent our subordinates from making it difficult for us to establish a concession or open a bank, Yi Feng stated. Rest assured, I have always been in charge of domestic affairs. Captain Li of the capital's military command, please step forward, Yang Xiang called out. A tall man knelt before Yang Xiang. In the future, you must send trusted aides to assist Master Yi in establishing a bank and setting up a concession here in the capital. Moreover, choose a prime location, ensuring that the landlords do not inflate their prices indiscriminately. Just mention that it was suggested by me, Yang Ru, Yang Xiang stated. Agreed. Very well. We shall take our leave, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Wang Zhihai, Bai Guogwa, and Yi Lian rose in succession. Bring forth the refining void waste pills. Yang Ru commanded with a wave of his hand, and someone presented a parcel. Ah, this is a personal gift I wish to bestow upon you, Master Yi. You must accept it, Yang Ru insisted, extracting a top-grade spirit stone from his bosom. Is this truly necessary? Yi Feng hesitated. Alas, Master Yi, do you look down upon me, Yang Ru? Yang Xiang's brow furrowed, adopting a demeanor of an elder. Very well, I shall humbly comply, Yi Feng acquiesced, accepting the exquisite spirit stone. In truth, he could produce top-grade spirit stones effortlessly through the continuous refinement of his blood-sucking technique. Allow me to personally escort you out of the city, Yang Ru approached once more. The purification of Warm Spring Island was critical to his life, leaving no room for negligence. That won't be necessary, Mr. Yang. Given your busy schedule, we can manage on our own. Yi Feng felt a twinge of guilt. How would he face Yang Ru when they inevitably fell out in the future? Ha. Yinner, come here, see Master Yi off outside the city, and ensure he is well attended to. Should Master Yi or President Wang be displeased, I shall not be lenient, Yang Ru commanded, and from behind emerged a young lady, resembling Yang Ru to some degree, likely his granddaughter or great-granddaughter. Yinner, meet Master Yi. Let us depart. Yi Feng wished to linger no longer. Upon exiting the city gates, he noticed a group of beautiful palace maids diligently wiping the exterior of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft with rags. Hey, be careful with that, Bai Guogwa exclaimed, nearly spitting blood. There are formations inscribed on it. Good intentions can lead to unfortunate outcomes. The palace maids hurriedly stepped aside, as if they had committed a grave error. Bai Guogwa rushed to inspect the formations on the exterior. Fortunately, they remained unharmed. Miss Yinner, I bid you farewell, Yi Feng declared, leaping into the cockpit. Do you know how to operate it? Allow me, Bai Guogwa insisted, pulling Yi Feng from the cockpit. With no other choice, Yi Feng settled into the passenger seat. It had been far too long since he had returned home. He felt disconnected from Warm Spring Island. Farewell. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft ascended gracefully, vanishing with a swift whoosh. Yinner gazed in astonishment at the direction in which the aircraft had disappeared, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Warm Spring Island shall not be underestimated in the future. With that, she returned to the city accompanied by her maid. Inside the reconnaissance aircraft, Yi Feng turned to exchange a glance with Wang Zhihai. They both erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, Brother Feng, I once believed Huang Lin to be exceptionally wise. Yet he proves to be a fool, daring to allow us to establish a bank in the heart of their Black Mountain Empire. Just wait. It won't be long before I gradually seize control internally. We might even conquer the Black Mountain Empire without shedding a drop of blood, Wang Zhihai chuckled. Indeed, I was concerned he might oppose us, but I never anticipated such foolishness. Yi Feng chuckled while clutching his abdomen. However, after a brief moment of laughter, Wang Zhihai began to weep softly. All right, Zhihai, the past is behind us. Wilo would not wish for you to dwell in sorrow daily, Yi Feng reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, it's overwhelming. I simply cannot contain myself. Ilian, may I embrace you and cry for a while? Wang Zhihai pleaded, rushing towards her. Stop. Ilian firmly pushed him away, though she was already in her early 30s. Her lack of a romantic partner had led to a queue of suitors vying for her attention. Uncle Yi, Uncle Wang, Sister Guohua, yesterday during our negotiations with Emperor Huang. You won't believe what I saw. Ilian exclaimed. What did you see? Yi Feng inquired with curiosity. I witnessed countless dark shadows clinging to Emperor Huang's head, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. These shadows were tiny figures, nearly covering his shoulders, back, and head, Ilian explained. What does this signify? Yi Feng asked, perplexed. I am unsure, but it likely does not bode well, Ilian replied, casting a wary glance at Wang Zhihai. What is it? Wang Zhihai's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Uncle Wang, you two have several shadows on your shoulder, and they seem to have taken up long-term residence there. Unlike others who are occasionally visited by shadows, yours appear to have settled in for the long haul, almost as if they have claimed you, Ilian stated gravely. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. Yi Feng's heart sank as well. Zhihai, do you currently have the confidence to break through to the true martial realm? How much longer do you estimate your lifespan to be? Yi Feng asked anxiously, his voice trembling. Wang Zhihai did not respond but stared wide-eyed, pallid, out the window. 5 minutes later, a black reconnaissance drone descended upon the small town. Chapter 1323. How much longer might it take? Brother Yi, how did the negotiations go? Brother Feng, what is the situation? Uncle Yi, have you reached an agreement? Uncle Yi, must we continue to dwell underground? A throng of individuals rushed forward. The second generation of citizens from Hot Spring Island had grown significantly, including Wang Zhihai's fourth son, Wang Weixian, Ma Jebi's son, Chao Hai, Shi Zhengliang's eldest son, Shi Gungliang, as well as Tuba and Boken's daughter, Tu Man. The proceedings have been rather smooth. Let us proceed to the conference room, Yi Feng declared, leading the way underground. In no time, the assembly hall was filled with several hundred individuals. Here is the situation. Although the Black Mountain Empire has permitted us to establish concessions and banks nationwide, we cannot expand too rapidly. Initially, we will set up 5 concessions in the capital and open 50 banks, testing the trustworthiness of those Black Mountain individuals. If they do not disrupt our efforts, we can then expand throughout various states and counties. Simultaneously, we must relocate the factories back above ground. However, the most sophisticated factories must remain hidden underground to avoid detection by the Black Mountain Empire, Yi Feng stated, leaning over the table as he addressed the high-ranking officials present. Had it been anyone else speaking as Yi Feng did, the opposing faction would have long since hurled their shoes at him. However, Yi Feng is different. His prestige on Hot Spring Island is unparalleled, commanding respect from both the liberals and the pacifists alike. Conversely, had he remained the island's leader, the island would not have fractured into 2 factions. Leader, it seems that all factories are engaged in the production of precision components. What exactly constitutes precision? Wang Wei inquired. Well, for instance, the engines of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft and bombers, as well as metallurgy technologies, along with the factories producing machine tools and drill bits. These are the epitome of precision, and they should not be exposed on the surface, Yi Feng replied. Understood, Wang Wei noted diligently. The others quickly followed suit, and the conference room was filled with the sound of scribbling pens. Additionally, I appoint Wang Zhihai as the president of Hot Spring Bank. Understood, Wang Zhihai replied as he rose. Ingda, during your tenure as Grand Marshal, one island leader perished. Henceforth, the Grand Marshal position shall be assumed by Zhuema, with you serving as his deputy, Yi Feng stated, turning his gaze towards Ingda. Ingda's face flushed crimson. Yet he relinquished the Grand Marshal's seal to Zhuema. Brother Feng, am I truly capable? This is the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. Zhuema expressed his trepidation. Zhuema, through my recent observations, I have discerned your courage and strategic acumen. You even dared to lead a team into the Baiyue forest, successfully rescuing me, Chenin, and Brother Wu, with an almost flawless plan. This clearly indicates your readiness for significant responsibilities, Yi Feng declared gravely. Yes, Brother Feng, Zhuema responded, exhilarated as he accepted the Grand Marshal's seal. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze fell upon a striking figure within the crowd, Tang Yitian, the son of the governor of Luzhou. Tang Yitian, you have saved Ding Tuanchuan. Regardless of your motives, Hot Spring Island acknowledges your kindness. Thus, from this moment forth, you shall be considered a resident of Hot Spring Island. In due course, I shall provide you with a nomination position, allowing everyone to vote on whether you may become a citizen, Yi Feng announced slowly. Citizen? It matters not to me. Tang Yitian waved dismissively, his eyes lingering affectionately on Ding Tuanchuan. Ding Toanchuan grimaced as if she had swallowed a fly. However, given that Tang Etian was her savior, she felt reluctant to dismiss him. Suit yourself, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Now, regarding the suggestions I just presented, who is in favor? Who is opposed? He surveyed the hundreds of high-ranking officials present. Those in favor, please raise your hands. With a rustle, every hand shot up, with neither the liberals nor the pacifists abstaining. Yifeng's expression darkened. Excuse me, esteemed council members. Your positions are akin to the ancient censors, tasked with identifying flaws. Are you truly unable to present any reasonable objections? One might think that Hot Spring Island belongs solely to me. Yifeng, he admonished, casting a disappointed glance at the several dozen council members. The officials lowered their hands and huddled together, attempting to extract criticisms from Yifeng's proposals. After a brief discussion, one of the council members stood up. Dear Island Lord, as the proprietor of the Hot Spring Island, you ought to advocate for our welfare. The citizens of the Hot Spring have not received any elixirs for several months. Furthermore, with Wang Zhihai's retirement, I believe he is no longer suitable to serve as the bank president. Additionally, Feng Gu, please spare me, for I find myself unable to pinpoint any further faults. Primarily, we have complete trust in you, the councilman implored. Yifeng adjusted his attire. Mr. Councilman, you previously stated that Wang Zhihai is unfit for the presidency, which is indeed true. However, we are in extraordinary times. Therefore, I earnestly request that the House grant mercy and allow Wang Zhihai to continue as the general president until we achieve complete victory. Upon finishing, Yifeng bowed respectfully to several council members. I concur, several council members assented. Regarding the concern raised about citizens not receiving elixirs for months, I will address this matter later. Previously, we distributed elixirs weekly. In the future, we shall provide them 3 times a week until we have compensated for this lapse. Yifeng stated slowly. Then, approximately how long will this take? The councilman inquired. Within 2 years. We shall assuredly make up for the time they have missed out on elixirs, Yifeng assured. Very well, 2 years it shall be, the councilman nodded. Unless there are further matters, we shall disperse. President Wang, please use the telegraph to summon the bank staff from each outpost. Tomorrow at noon, we shall head to the capital to establish the bank. Understood, Island Lord. Chase Ma and Ingda. You two should gather some elite personnel to accompany me to the capital tomorrow as we prepare to negotiate the concession. If anyone obstructs you, seek out Director Li of the military department. He will assist you in resolving any issues. Should Director Li be unable to help, inform me, and I will seek out Prime Minister Yang Ru, Yifeng instructed. Understood. Chase Ma and Ingda simultaneously rose. The group hurried to the telegraph station to attend to their tasks. Yifeng then turned to Cheng Libin. Old Cheng, I recall that we have already produced chips the size of a fingernail. Why have we not yet invented the mobile phone? Yifeng inquired. Feng Gu, it is not so simple. To create a mobile phone, we must install signal towers throughout the Black Mountain Empire, Cheng Libin replied. Then, how long would it take to install signal towers across the Black Mountain Empire? Yifeng asked. Approximately a millennium, Cheng Libin answered candidly. Yifeng's expression darkened. Chapter 1324. Truly troublesome, is there a way to enable nationwide communication in the Black Mountain Empire without installing signal towers? Yifeng further inquired. There is. By launching satellites into orbit. Indeed, since we have constructed bombers, it is high time we turn our attention to satellite development. Old Cheng, let us commence this endeavor. Introduce the concepts of satellites and signals at Hot Spring University, as well as at Hot Spring Electronic University and Hot Spring Polytechnic University. Spend several years ensuring they comprehend the principles of signal transmission and reception. Additionally, is it possible to construct larger aircraft? Yifeng asked. If we were to build an aircraft larger than a transport plane, it would no longer be an airplane. It would be a spacecraft. I have been contemplating this very idea, Cheng Libin replied. Constructing a colossal spacecraft weighing 1 billion tons, in the event of a fallout with the Kingdom of Black Mountain, would provide us with an escape route to soar into the heavens, perhaps even several 100 million kilometers above. At such heights, one might speculate that even formidable beings of divine realms would find it challenging to pursue us, remarked Cheng Libin. Indeed, let us hasten our efforts. We are counting on you, replied Yifeng, patting him on the shoulder. Before long, the assembly in the conference room had dispersed. Finally, Yifeng found a moment to retreat to his quarters for rest. After a brief respite until 3 in the morning, he quietly made his way to the training chamber. Having navigated through numerous upheavals, Yifeng's mindset had reached a state of complete maturity. He now deemed it time to attempt a breakthrough into the fabled transformation realm. In the training chamber, Yifeng held a medicinal pill in each hand, wisps of white smoke spiraling from above his head. By the following morning, he emerged from the chamber, his complexion ashen. The ascent to a higher realm was indeed not a trivial endeavor. He had met with failure. Just a step away from the transformation realm, yet he faltered. "Brother Feng, we are prepared. We can now establish the concession and bank in the capital," announced Wang Zhihai, along with Zhue Ma and Yingda, who had been waiting outside his door. "Then let us depart," Yifeng replied, returning briefly to bid farewell to Duo Yan, Hina, Susan, and the others before boarding one of the bombers. This time, Wang Zhihai had brought along 40 key personnel from the bank. Zhue Ma and Yingda also accompanied 60 elite members familiar with the workings of the concession, as many had previously worked in that environment. With these 100 individuals arriving in the capital, they would be poised to recruit locally and gradually assimilate the newcomers into the fold of Hot Spring Island. Shortly thereafter, 40 bombers and 11 transport planes soared over the capital. Yang Ru had already been waiting atop the city walls. With a commanding order, he activated the protective formation, allowing the aircraft to land safely. Yifeng was the first to disembark. Yang Ru, accompanied by a retinue, awaited him. After all, Yifeng's success was pivotal to Yang Ru's own aspirations of transcending into the spirit division realm, which also had implications for his survival. "Minister Yang, how could you trouble yourself to await my arrival?" Yifeng inquired. "Not at all. These must be the concession and bank members you have brought with you," Yang Ru replied, glancing at the 100 individuals trailing behind Yifeng. "Indeed, they will require your endorsement, Minister Yang, to establish their presence in the capital," Yifeng smiled. "Excellent. Director Li, please escort them to select their territory," Yang Ru instructed. "As you command," Director Li responded, stepping forward to lead Zhue Ma and Yingda away. Yang Ru took a step closer, extending his hand to Yifeng. "Come, I shall personally guide you in establishing the concession. I possess several prime locations in the capital, all situated in bustling areas. You shall not be disappointed." "My gratitude, Minister Yang," Yifeng replied, followed by Wang Zhihai and the 40 banking elites, who trailed behind Yang Ru. In the ensuing days, with Yang Ru's support, Yifeng relinquished his concerns. He took residence in Yang Ru's abode, where he was provided with a training chamber. This arrangement allowed him to harness the capital's spiritual energy for rigorous cultivation, while also assisting Yang Ru in refining the Void Refining pill. Time slipped away, and before long, 2 months had swiftly passed. The concessions were established in several bustling areas of the capital, each housing a modest staff of 10. Notices were affixed to the streets, announcing a significant recruitment drive in the Hot Springs Island concession, primarily targeting ordinary folk. Similarly, advertisements for bank staff were displayed at the entrance of the bank, with a pressing need for numerous employees. However, transactions were not to be settled in spirit stones or gold and silver. Rather, they were to be conducted using Hot Springs currency. Concurrently, the concept of Hot Springs currency began to circulate from the residence of Minister Yang. It became apparent that although the stability of Hot Springs currency did not yet rival that of spirit stones or precious metals, it was anticipated that, given time, it would surpass both forms of currency. Wang Zhihai stood personally at the entrance of the bank when a cultivator entered. "Esteemed master, may I inquire what business you wish to conduct?" Wang Zhihai inquired with a courteous smile. "I heard that Hot Springs currency can be used to purchase heavy water Gatling guns," the figure in black asked. He was, after all, the very culprit who had slain Ma Lebi. Previously, he had seized several Gatling guns, but after a few rounds, he found himself out of ammunition. Following extensive inquiries, he learned that these weapons required bullets. Thus, he sought to acquire ammunition from various strongholds, only to discover that bullets could only be purchased with Hot Springs currency. As spirit stones were not accepted, this led him to the Hot Springs Bank to exchange for the requisite currency. Indeed, Hot Springs currency can be used to procure items from Hot Springs Island, Wang Zhihai affirmed with a grin. "Then, how is the exchange rate between Hot Springs currency and spirit stones?" the black-clad cultivator inquired. 1 to 100, Wang Zhihai replied, offering the cultivator a cup of spirit tea. 1 to 100? This is preposterous. You Hot Springs Island are being excessively unreasonable. 100 Hot Springs coins for a single cup of spirit stone? The cultivator exclaimed, his eyebrows raised. He had previously encountered Hot Springs currency and regarded it as mere scrap paper, devoid of value. Do not misunderstand. It is 1 hot springs coin for 100 spirit stones, Wang Zhihai clarified. What? Humph. Do you believe I won't obliterate your pitiful bank? Do you know my identity? The black-clad cultivator roared, kicking over the tea table in a fit of rage. Do not act impulsively. I implore you, Wang Zhihai urged. Casting a glance toward the entrance of Hot Springs Island, 2 guards entered, their chests emblazoned with the character for Yang. People from the Prime Minister's office? The black-clad cultivator quickly restrained his fury. Very well. I possess 1 million spirit stones. Exchange for me 10,000 hot springs coins, he declared. As you command. Wang Zhihai responded promptly, counting the spirit stones before handing over 10 hot springs coins, each valued at 1,000. Let us not complicate matters. Convert these hot springs coins into bullets for me. Gatling ammunition, the black-clad cultivator insisted. I apologize, but we do not have such items in our bank. You may purchase them within the concession or at outposts beyond the city, Wang Zhihai explained. What a hassle. It seems your Hot Springs Island has become quite arrogant. The cultivator remarked, casting a glance at the guards at the entrance, ultimately swallowing his indignation. Wait a moment, esteemed master, 10,000 hot springs coins. Given the current market prices, we'll only buy you 10 rounds of ammunition. Would you like to exchange for a greater sum of hot springs currency? Wang Zhihai called after him. With 1 million spirit stones, I can only purchase 10 rounds of ammunition? I am utterly appalled. The cloaked cultivator exclaimed in frustration before striding away from the bank. 3 days later, he returned to his estate, placing the 10 bullets upon the table, fully immersing his consciousness into their intricate designs. So there exists such a complex structure within the bullets. No matter, I refuse to believe I cannot manufacture them myself. Someone, go to the city and procure iron and gunpowder for me. As you command, my lord. This individual naively believed that with dedication alone, he could produce the bullets. For the next month, the cloaked cultivator dismissed all social engagements and devoted himself entirely to the process of bullet fabrication. However, the initial 100 or 200 attempts met with failure. The calibers were inconsistent, they wouldn't fire, or they simply failed to unleash the bullet's power. The heavy water bullets alone contained an elemental table he could scarcely memorize, let alone create. 2 months later, a roar erupted from the estate of the cloaked cultivator. He struck down his development workshop in a fit of rage. Why? Why can't I produce them? His bellowing echoed to the heavens, leaving the estate's servants trembling in fear, too terrified to even breathe. At the residence of Bai Li Rui, a vast underground chamber had been remodeled. Ever since numerous factories opened near the capital on Hot Spring Island, he had succumbed to temptation and exchanged over 100 million spirit stones for hot spring coins, ultimately spending a staggering 10 billion spirit stones. With this sum, he acquired an antiquated machine tool from a decade prior. Previously, after countless failed attempts to manufacture both bombers and ammunition, he had abandoned the endeavor. Now, he resolved to introduce the machining technology from Hot Spring Island. Along with the machine, 2 technicians arrived. Both were graduates from the Hot Spring Institute of Technology. The foundation is inadequate. We must reinforce it with concrete and embed steel bars to ensure its stability. Otherwise, once the machine operates, it will generate severe vibrations that could compromise product precision. One technician stated coldly. This was a suggestion by Yi Feng, who intentionally sold outdated machinery to the aristocracy of Black Mountain Empire, gradually binding them to the war chariot. Very well, we shall follow their advice. Bai Li Rui waved his hand, prompting immediate action. The other technician took out a thermometer to measure the ambient temperature. The temperature is too low. It must be maintained between 30 and 32 degrees. How do we achieve that? Should we burn charcoal inside? Bai Li Rui struggled to contain his fury. We cannot burn charcoal. It would produce excessive smoke, corroding the machine's delicate components, and could also lead to overheating. And what would you suggest then? Bai Li Rui was nearly apoplectic with anger. Had it not been for his desire to create heavy water bullets, he would have obliterated these 2 technicians with a single strike. You will need to purchase a temperature control unit from the hot spring factory. We refer to it as an air conditioner, the technician replied candidly. After all this effort, it appears they are only here to swindle my spirit stones again. Very well, how much does this air conditioner cost? A flicker of contempt flashed in by Li's eyes. Truly, a country bumpkin, fixated solely on spirit stones. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed to his own greed. The air conditioner requires merely 100,000 hot spring coins, remarked the technician. Oh, is it truly that inexpensive? Bai Li sighed with relief, feeling he had misjudged the two technicians. Indeed, however, the air conditioner necessitates electricity, thus you must procure a generator. The technician continued. A generator, you say? Very well, how many hot spring coins? Bai Li asked nonchalantly. Generators are quite costly, approximately 2 billion hot spring coins. What? Get lost. Refund my money. I no longer desire this worthless machine. Bai Li could no longer restrain himself. Were it not for the honeymoon phase between the Black Mountain Empire and Hot Spring Island, he might have resorted to violence against the technicians. Have you thought this through? Of course. Now be gone. If not for the orders from His Majesty, I would truly want. A fierce glint of murderous intent shone in Bai Li's eyes. The two technicians, undaunted, swaggered out of the basement and departed the capital in a sand cart. In truth, it was Yi Feng who had proposed repairing the train to the capital, but Bai Li had dismissed the idea, claiming it would disrupt the capital's feng shui. At that moment, no cultivator of the spirit division remained in the capital. Emperor Huang Lin, accompanied by his empress, had traveled to foreign lands to amass a fortune of spirit division pills. He intended to return and have the Hot Spring Islands Flowing Association refine them. The political affairs of the entire capital were now dictated by Yang Ru, with even the parliamentary hall relocated to Yang's residence. Although military matters fell under Bai Li's purview, it was not a time of war, and his authority was severely constrained. The mobilization of troops required the king's royal seal, his own seal, along with a military seal. Only when these three seals aligned could he possess the authority to command troops. Otherwise, he could only direct his own subordinates. Whoosh! The black reconnaissance aircraft hovered above South Hot Spring Island. Shortly thereafter, two figures leaped from the aircraft. South Hot Spring Island lay cloaked in a wintry desolation. The protective clan formation had long been shattered. Yet outside, numerous small light screens flickered to life. Yi Feng and Chun landed at the edge of the abyss, their minds sweeping across the depths. Indeed, the entity had vanished. Yi Feng's expression grew exceedingly grave. Rumor had it that in that battle, Emperor Huang Lin sustained injuries and hastily retreated to the capital. Yet, the whereabouts of that worm-like monster remained unknown, a being of semi-divine prowess. Chun En's complexion was equally grim. Thus far, the worm monster was the only semi-divine beast they had encountered. If it were to conceal itself in the Westine County, the leasing areas would need to prepare for impending misfortune. Let us descend and investigate. With that, Yi Feng and Chun En leapt directly into the abyss. Approximately half an hour later, they reached the bottom. The thick iron chains lay severed, and on the ground, fragments of the goo god cauldron lay scattered. A cultivator of the Void Refinement realm already possessed a second life. The semi-divine beast surely wielded unfathomable capabilities. We must proceed with utmost caution. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he held a fragment of the goo god cauldron in his hand. You should also collect a few fragments of the goo god cauldron and take them back to the engineering department for Chung Li Bean and the others to study at their leisure. Perhaps in the future, our spacecraft will require such materials, Yi Feng remarked. Indeed, Chun En responded, gathering some fragments to place in his backpack. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh no, Feng Ge, it seems the elevator has lost power. How will we ascend? Why are you panicking?" Yi Feng replied, and with a swift motion, he patted his waist, causing 12 spiritual swords to emerge and whirl in place. Climb onto my back. The two of them rode the flying swords, and after 2 full days, they finally reached the exit of the abyss. Feng Ge, is that you? At that moment, a figure approached. It is I. Who are you? Yi Feng scrutinized the man before him with suspicion. It's me, Yulong. How unfortunate I am. Ever since the South Hot Spring Island was lost, my business has crumbled, Yulong said as he rushed forward to embrace Yi Feng's leg. All right, Mr. Yulong, although your business has vanished, you've earned quite a bit over the years, haven't you? You could live in the capital and withdraw your funds from the Hot Spring Bank, Yi Feng suggested. Your Hot Spring Island has been at war with the Black Mountain Empire for over a year, and I don't know if my data has been lost. What of my over 60 trillion Hot Spring coins? I wonder if I can still retrieve them, Yulong lamented. Rest assured, the integrity of the Hot Spring Bank is unquestionable. As long as you indeed possess 60 trillion, you will certainly be able to withdraw it, Yi Feng reassured him. Initially taken aback by the staggering figure, Yi Feng contemplated learning business from Yulong's 60 trillion Hot Spring coins. What a concept! If Yulong became a citizen, he could even purchase the latest Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. This young man had quietly amassed such wealth. Then, Feng Ge, I shall follow you. The South Hot Spring Island is no longer suitable for survival. I wish to accompany you to the new Hot Spring Island, Yulong pleaded, clutching Yifeng's garment. Release me, Yifeng admonished. Let us proceed to explore Peach Blossom Village. Subsequently, Yifeng and Chun traversed through Peach Blossom Village, as well as various factories from the past, including the City of Longevity. The City of Longevity had transformed into an icy fortress, populated by ordinary humans without protective formations. Most of these individuals suffered from radiation sickness, appearing deformed and vacant-eyed. Feng Ge, let us keep our distance from them. They must have consumed fish from the South Hot Spring Island, Yulong remarked from behind. Sighing, Yifeng nodded. Ever since the war with the Black Mountain Empire commenced, the train lines had been severed, cutting off the supply of fish from North Hot Spring Island. Consequently, the civilians of South Hot Spring Island were left with only the contaminated fish, an unfortunate fate indeed. Let us move on and explore other areas. Yifeng suggested to Chen and Feng Ge. I would like to accompany you as well, Yulong added. Apologies, but the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft can only accommodate 2 passengers. Yifeng replied, raising his hands in resignation. Then, shall I follow you on the ground with the sand vehicle? Yulong proposed. You cannot keep up. The speed of the Blackbird is too swift. Rest assured, when I return, I shall certainly take you to the new stronghold on Hot Spring Island, and ensure Wang Zhihai withdraws your savings for you. You shall not suffer any loss. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Very well. Yulong could only nod in agreement. Yifeng settled into the co-pilot's seat of the Blackbird, while Chun took the controls of the reconnaissance aircraft. Chen, do not fly too fast. Maintain a speed below 1 Mach. I wish to observe the Black Tree River Valley closely, Yifeng said with a grave tone. Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be so nostalgic, Chen chuckled, reducing the speed to its slowest. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft soared towards the vast grassland with a whoosh. Yifeng leaned forward, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree. Brother Feng, that is Stone City. It is the territory of Yongmu, the very place where Tuba met his demise, Chen slowly narrated from the cockpit. Yifeng felt a surge of emotions, as scenes from over a decade ago replayed vividly in his mind, making this moment feel like a resurrection of yesterday. His desire to revisit the Black Tree River Valley stemmed from a sense that the area was not as simple as it seemed. Why would Duoyan Hina, a descendant of the gods, choose to become a high priestess in the Black Tree River Valley? It is known that the Gay tribe of the Black Tree River Valley is the weakest tribe he has encountered. Duoyan Hina's memories are gradually being unveiled as her power grows. However, if she were to serve as a priestess in the Black Tree River Valley, it would indicate that this place harbors something extraordinary that necessitates her involvement. What that something is, Yifeng could not ascertain, but it must certainly be more significant than the Divine Spear or the Goo God Cauldron. The reconnaissance aircraft swiftly traversed the grassland, entering the misty mountain range. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a pang in his heart as he spotted the cave where he and Qingxiang had once hidden. He wondered how Qingxiang and her husband, Feng Yingzi, were faring now. They were likely struggling for sustenance on South Hot Spring Island, facing dire circumstances. As he pondered, the reconnaissance aircraft had already ascended over the Black Tree River Valley. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He observed that the upper reaches of the Black Tree River, which should have been frozen, now revealed a crack in the middle of the ice-covered surface. From above, the fissure appeared small, but from the ground, it would be at least 500 meters wide. Has the worm creature arrived in the Black Tree River Valley? Yifeng and Chun exchanged glances, a flicker of dread passing through their eyes. That creature is semi-divine. Could it be indiscriminate in its wrath? Brother Feng, should we turn back? Chen suggested. Yes. Let us turn back. Notice how this fissure stretches continuously from the upper reaches of the Black Tree River to the lower, likely spanning several hundred kilometers. And the ice-covered surface continues to thaw. Yifeng nodded gravely. No wonder the entire ocean froze. But the turbulent waters near South Hot Spring Island took so long to do so. That worm creature might be a fire attribute beast, which could explain why the surrounding ocean only froze at the end. Suddenly, the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft made a swift turn in midair, preparing to return to the misty mountain range. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A formidable aura of malevolence surged into the sky, causing the ground to resonate with a deep hum. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft was tossed about by the tempestuous winds, resembling a fragile vessel adrift in a furious sea. Chun, quickly, engage supersonic flight. Li Feng exclaimed, astonished. nearly losing his voice. Alas, it was too late. The surroundings of the Blackbird were engulfed in darkness. At this moment, space seemed to invert, as if the very heavens and earth had turned upside down. Bang! The aircraft appeared to collide with an unseen object. This is bad, Fenggu. I have no idea what's happening. Qianan gazed in shock at the impenetrable darkness ahead. Time elapsed, though its measure was uncertain, until the obsidian veil gradually dissipated, revealing a landscape bathed in sunlight. Should we step outside? Qianan inquired anxiously. Gulp. Li Feng swallowed hard. Following Qianan as they cautiously opened the cockpit and ambled onto the sunlit beach. This stretch of shore was radiant, adorned with a trail of footprints. Fenggu. I feel lightheaded, as if I am dreaming. Qianan's voice echoed in Li Feng's ears, yet it bore a hollow resonance. Li Feng's pallid countenance extended his hand slowly before his eyes, only to discover that his palm was inexplicably warping and contorting. At that moment, he discerned a familiar voice emanating from the coconut grove. It's more like I'm treading on you, isn't it, Su Yin? Li Feng instantly recognized this as Su Yun's voice. He hurriedly advanced a few steps, yet to his bewilderment, he left no footprints in the sand. Gathering his courage, he peered into the coconut grove. There, he beheld a familiar silhouette hoisting Su Yun upon his shoulder. Su Yun, perched atop that figure's shoulder, was reaching up, seemingly attempting to pluck coconuts from the tree. Qianan's complexion shifted dramatically. He glanced at the familiar figure and then at Li Feng, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Good heavens, a ghost, a ghost. Chapter 1327. Fenggu, it's you. What brings you here? Li Feng grasped Qianan tightly. Qianan, refrain from shouting. Those two seem oblivious to our presence and cannot hear us. Li Feng urged swiftly. It seems that way, but why does it feel like we're watching a documentary? Qianan, regaining his composure, continued to observe the two figures on the beach. After a while, the scene transitioned. The Li Feng on the beach stirred from his daze, immediately spotting Su Yun lying on the sand, prompting him to rush over and perform artificial respiration. Slap. Li Feng received a resounding slap from Su Yun. The scene shifted once more. Within a familiar cavern, a young woman entered. She moved gracefully, adorned in diaphanous fabric. While she bore some resemblance to Doyahina, she was certainly not her. After several steps, her form began to blur. The scene delved deeper into the cave, where the youthful Li Feng and Susan were carrying arms towards the exit. In the darkness, the young Li Feng heard Susan scream from behind. Thus, he hastily dashed into the inky darkness, seizing the woman's hand and fleeing outward. Yet, after only a few strides, he heard Susan's voice calling from behind. Yi Feng, now in his middle age, widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld the scene. He vividly recalled the moment in the cave when he had seemingly grasped a frigid little hand. It turned out to be this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Brother Feng, what on earth is happening? Qianan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not speak, Yi Feng instructed, his gaze fixed intently upon the depths of the cave. Moments later, the woman abruptly materialized at the bottom of an unfathomable abyss. With a graceful wave of her hand, a character symbolizing a curse appeared upon a floating small cauldron in the void. She truly cannot see us, Qianan remarked. Indeed, Yi Feng swallowed hard. What is the true identity of this woman? The scene shifted once more. The woman extracted a dark green worm from the curse god cauldron and blew upon it. Subsequently, the worm vanished from sight. The imagery swiftly transitioned to the Black Tree River basin, where a youthful Yi Feng floated downstream, barely clinging to life at the riverbank. Upon rising, he discovered a dark green leech affixed to his body. You drain my blood? I shall reciprocate, the young Yi Feng declared, seizing the leech and devouring it with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, 5 meters away, a translucent figure watched him with delight. Brother Feng, what significance do these visions hold? Qianan nudged Yi Feng. Do not speak. Continue to observe, Yi Feng replied, his expression impassive, though a tempest raged within. Yet, in the next instant, the ethereal woman lifted her head, gazing at Yi Feng and Qianan in the sky, and bestowed a radiant smile upon Yi Feng. Suddenly, all images ceased, plunging Yi Feng into an abyss of darkness. Time lost its meaning as he eventually awakened to find the reconnaissance aircraft plummeting. Damn it! Qianan, wake up, wake up! Yi Feng exclaimed in shock, urgently slapping Qianan's face. Qianan's first instinct upon waking was to jerk the control stick. The aircraft surged upwards, soaring above a snowy forest, stirring a flurry of snowflakes into the air. After a while, the reconnaissance plane finally ascended into the sky. Yifeng glanced down once more. The once cracked glacier had miraculously refrozen, leaving no trace behind. Brother Feng, what just transpired? Chunin inquired, skillfully maneuvering the aircraft. You're unaware? Yifeng responded, perplexed. How could Chunin, who had been present in the illusion, not remember? Yet he himself retained a vivid recollection. I truly do not know. I only recall falling asleep for a moment. But before I did, the heavens and earth seemed to turn upside down, as if heralding the apocalypse, Chunin explained. Oh, is that so? Then all is well. Let us return to our homeland. Yifeng sighed deeply. The reconnaissance aircraft then soared southward towards the Warm Springs Island. Upon arriving at South Hot Spring Island, Yifeng halted the reconnaissance aircraft and exchanged greetings with Yulong, urging him to relocate his family to the capital for an important mission. He assured Yulong that his bank deposits would remain intact and accessible. Consequently, Yulong boarded the sand convoy, ensuring that his key employees and family members were all accommodated within the sand-laden vehicles. The lengthy procession gradually made its way toward Sheen County. Upon reaching Sheen County, he abandoned the vehicles and continued his journey by train to Pingzhou Prefecture. Ultimately, he would need various steeds to transport all his belongings to the capital. As for Yifeng and his companion, they required less than half a day for the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft to appear at the capital square. Upon disembarking, they proceeded to the leased zones. So far, they had established 9 leased zones, all situated within the capital, each staffed with 10 core personnel dispatched directly from Hot Spring Island. The workers within these zones were recruited externally, ensuring they were not aristocrats but ordinary citizens who had long endured oppression from the Black Mountain Empire. Leader Wei Xian, you are doing excellently. Continue to expand the leased zones and develop them as much as possible. We can sell some local specialties from Hot Spring Island, such as standard handguns and machine guns, but refrain from selling heavy water-grade weapons. Additionally, we may procure some lower-tier machine tools. Yifeng conveyed as he clasped Wang Weixian's hand. Yes, Uncle Yifeng, I am already working on it, came the reply. That's good to hear. I will visit your father's bank now. After bidding farewell to Wang Weixian, Yifeng made his way to the main branch of the Hot Spring Bank. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the building, which resembled a palace in its imposing architecture. At the entrance stood 2 colossal stone lions, each towering 100 meters and weighing several hundred tons. Has Wang Zhihai become extravagant? Chunin couldn't help but murmur. Yifeng's expression darkened as he reflected. Even if one could print money freely, such extravagance with hot spring coins was unwarranted. It is crucial to note that hot spring coins are based on spirit stones, which equates to a waste of tens of billions of spirit stones. Let us go inside and take a look. As they approached the entrance, Wang Zhihai, donned in a suit, personally greeted them. Old Wang, Feng Ge, is that you? What brings you here? Come, let us discuss in the conference room. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, observing the hall that rivaled the opulence of an imperial harem. The floor gleamed with polished marble, adorned with vibrant patterns, surpassing even the lavishness of the inner palace. Wang Zhihai ushered them into the conference room. Old Wang, how much did you spend on constructing this main branch? Yifeng took a seat in the president's office chair. Just for this office, it spans over 400 square meters, complete with a lounge area, reception area, and a small garden. Approximately 700 billion hot spring coins, I would say. So, that's equivalent to 70 trillion spirit stones? Chunin interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, when converted, it amounts to that. Wang Zhihai nodded, pouring them each a cup of spirit tea. Wang Zhihai, there was no need for such extravagant expenditures in building a main branch. Chunin challenged Yifeng's inquiry. The smile on Wang Zhihai's face froze momentarily. He glanced at the taciturn Yifeng and surmised that it was Yifeng who had prompted Chunin to speak in such a manner. Chapter 1328. This thing truly looks impressive, Brother Feng. Chunin, what the bank requires is credit. However, according to my understanding, the citizens of the Black Mountain Empire only regard wealth as a measure of credit. If you possess wealth, you possess credibility. Hence, I designed the headquarters to resemble a palace, instilling confidence in the Warm Spring Bank. If I were to merely construct a shabby shed from a few wooden planks as the headquarters, would anyone be interested in collaborating with our bank? They would likely scoff at entering, given the meager appearance of the headquarters. But now, the situation is different. We receive numerous inquiries from both private and official organizations seeking to engage in business with us. Human nature resembles the stock market. It favors the rising, not the falling. Do you comprehend, Chunin? Wang Zhihai spoke earnestly. Ah, now I see. Chun and turned to Yifeng. What are you looking at me for? I have long asserted that Zhihai's actions are certainly driven by his own considerations. Yifeng reprimanded Chun and brother Feng. You. Chunin exclaimed, exasperated. Enough, Zhihai. Please enlighten me about the current business dealings the bank has with various offices, Yifeng said with a smile. All right, I shall report immediately. Wang Zhihai approached the safe and retrieved a half-meter-high stack of documents. This is Li Yan's deposit slip, amounting to 479 million warm spring coins. He tossed the first document onto the table. Yifeng examined it, noting the fingerprints and signatures. Who is Li Yan? Chunin inquired. The director of the Military Affairs Bureau, Li, Wang Zhihai elucidated. Oh, so you have ensnared the director of the Military Affairs Bureau as well? Impressive, Chunin remarked, giving a thumbs up. Not only that, here is Director Li's deposit slip, totaling over 2 billion warm spring coins. Director Li manages the mortal soldiers and is himself a mortal. Brother Feng, I've uncovered a secret. Among these mortals in positions of power, their greed surpasses that of cultivators. Their exploitation of common folk has reached an astonishing level. Wang Zhihai stated gravely. What about the cultivators? Yifeng asked. The cultivators are comparatively better. They focus on their own cultivation and do not excessively exploit the lower-ranked practitioners. For instance, this Captain Xiao oversees the cultivator team, and exploitation is nearly non-existent. Therefore, his deposits amount to only 70 million warm spring coins. Wang Zhihai tossed another document onto the table. Yifeng nodded. I understand now. In the Black Mountain Empire, mortals are the most ruthless towards their fellow mortals, while cultivators exhibit less severe exploitation of the common people. He concluded, this is the deposit slip of Prime Minister Yang Ru, who, despite his esteemed position, has deposited less than 10 million warm spring coins, Wang Zhihai remarked. That is to be expected. Prime Minister Yang's primary objective is to break through to the spirit separation realm to extend his lifespan. As for the advanced technology of our warm spring island, he likely has little interest in it. By the way, what about Bai Li Rui? Has this right minister made any deposits at the Warm Spring Bank? Yifeng inquired further. None. Wang Zhihai shook his head. It appears that this individual harbors considerable prejudice against our hot spring island. If he refrains from depositing any funds, we will find it difficult to exert influence over him. However, there is no rush. In due time, we shall impart a lesson. A mischievous smile graced Yifeng's face. After departing from the main branch, Yifeng proceeded to explore other concessions and branches. Overall, it seems that most of the senior executives have deposited some funds in the Hot Spring Bank, with cultivators contributing less while mortals tend to deposit more. At the residence of Bai Li Rui, a private banquet is currently underway, attended by the upper echelons of his faction along with their families. The men are gathered in the main hall, toasting and discussing strategies to create disturbances against the Yang faction. Meanwhile, the ladies are in the back hall, comparing various cosmetics, garments, and adornments. Madam Yi, look at these stockings, one affluent woman exclaimed, lifting her skirt to reveal the stockings adorning her thighs. What is this? Inquired Bai Li Rui's wife. This is a product from Hot Spring Island. I purchased it for 5 hot spring coins. I cannot explain it. But ever since I started wearing these, my husband demands my company every night. Previously, he would only visit my chamber once every year or two, the lady chuckled. Such enchantment? Madam Yi could not resist caressing the silky texture of the stockings, noting their delicate and icy smoothness. Behold, this is a weapon I prepared for my son. Although he is merely a postnatal cultivator for now, with such a weapon, even those of innate prowess would think twice before bullying him. Another affluent woman produced a heavy water pistol from her young son's waist. Shall we test its power? She proposed, aiming the pistol at a statue forged from steel. Bang! The shot struck true, leaving a gaping hole in the statue. Such formidable power. It is worth noting that our Lord has infused a measure of iron essence into the statue, Madam Yi observed in astonishment as she gazed at the heavy water pistol. This too was procured from the Hot Spring Island concession, I presume? Indeed, but it comes at a significant cost. One must deposit over 100 million at the Hot Spring Bank to qualify for the purchase of such a heavy water pistol. The affluent woman returned the pistol to her son's waist. Alas, my husband holds strong opinions against Hot Spring Island. He consistently forbids me from acquiring such unconventional items. Madam Yi lamented. Ah, and there is also this item they refer to as a brazier. If you were to wear it, dear sister, it would surely enhance your natural assets. The affluent woman then adjusted her own garment, revealing her ample cleavage. Indeed, quite impressive. I shall certainly discuss this with the Chancellor tonight. He must not remain so obstinate, Madam, you resolutely declared. Among affluent women, the spirit of comparison is most pronounced. They allocate part of their time to cultivation and the remainder to socializing, during which the competition over jewelry, cosmetics, and attire becomes paramount. For these possessions are their symbols of status. I, too, possess a splendid item, a hairpin crafted by a renowned goldsmith. As the Chancellor's wife, I must present something worthy for comparison, otherwise I would lose face. Oh, this piece is indeed exquisite. The affluent ladies, upon discerning that the items were domestically crafted, feigned interest only superficially before resuming their comparisons of various acquisitions from the resort island's concession. Behold, this attire procured from the resort island's concession, devoid of intricate patterns. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it appears remarkably appealing when worn, accentuating my figure splendidly. And this skirt, once donned, elongates my legs and enhances my posterior, much to the delight of my esteemed partner, who has been a constant presence in my chamber for an entire month. Look here, what is this? Another lady brandished a triangular silk ribbon. What could it be? Giggles erupted, for this is a riding sweat towel produced on the resort island, once adorned. My partner cannot seem to keep his hands off me, and he even dared to bestow a kiss upon my intimate area. The lady's cheeks flushed with crimson. Surely not. Dr. Chun is a respectable man. How could he? Giggles continued, revealing that while one may appear refined on the surface, beneath lies a far more lascivious nature than anticipated. Ah, so it is. The ladies congregated, inadvertently leaving Lady Bai Li Rui in neglect. In the main hall, Bai Li Rui was engaged in deliberations with his subordinate physicians, generals, and directors, strategizing how to address Yang Ru while concurrently targeting the resort island. In his eyes, the resort island had become irrevocably entwined with the aging Yang Ru. With Yang Ru's days numbered, he urged everyone to remain steadfast in their convictions. Our objective now is to ally with Li Yin of the military department, offering him high-ranking positions, for such individuals are devoid of true allegiance. His initial support of Yang Ru stemmed merely from the allure of greater monetary incentives. I assure you, once we dismantle Yang Ru's faction, each of you shall reap even greater rewards, Bai Li Rui stated with an air of indifference. The Chancellor's words resonated profoundly. The ministers nodded in agreement, acutely aware that Yang Ru's demise would likely herald Bai Li Rui's ascendance as the singular power within the court. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. Should Yang Ru fall, the emperor would undoubtedly elevate another Yang Ru to take his place. The sovereign thrives on the art of balance. How could he permit any one faction to dominate? Nevertheless, for the time being, they could only cling to Bai Li Rui's coattails, for neutrality within the court equated to becoming a target for both factions. Only by aligning with one side could they hope to ascend. Much like in the era of Zhu Yuanzhong, there existed the Huaishi faction, after all. I have heard that you have all deposited your funds in the resort bank. Bai Li Rui abruptly shifted the conversation. The ministers fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the matter. Alas, I am at a loss for words. By placing your wealth in the resort bank, you will undoubtedly safeguard its interests, as your fortunes reside therein. Should you fail to protect the resort bank, your own benefits will surely suffer. I cannot shake the feeling that the resort bank is the greatest conspiracy of the resort island, though I cannot pinpoint the specifics of this plot at the moment. Upon your return, withdraw all your funds, Bai Li Rui earnestly advised. What? The ministers gaped in astonishment. It is essential to understand that the hot spring coin is akin to a spiritual stone. The wealth they possess in the hot spring bank generates substantial daily returns. One must ponder whether they would prefer to let their spiritual stones gather dust at home or allow them to accrue interest in the bank. Indeed, we shall withdraw our funds upon our return. Yes, we will certainly withdraw our funds, the group of ministers remarked nonchalantly. Wang Zhihai offers them a remarkably high interest rate. A mere 10,000 hot spring coins, when deposited in the bank for a year, yields over 300 hot spring coins in interest. If one were to deposit 100 million hot spring coins, the interest accrued in a year would amount to over 3 million hot spring coins. This sum is equivalent to more than 300 million spiritual stones, an enormous fortune. Once human greed is unleashed, it becomes an irretrievable force, a phenomenon known as the gambler's mentality. In this regard, Wang Zhihai expertly manipulates these noble ministers unless they are sages who regard spiritual stones as mere refuse. As time flows on, hot spring coins continue to permeate various industries. Concurrently, Yang Ru has announced his retreat, delegating all governmental affairs to his internal affairs department. He seeks to test whether he can break through to the divine spirit realm. Should he succeed, he would ascend as the third individual in the Black Mountain Empire to attain such a status, thereby eclipsing Bai Li Rui by several streets in stature. During Yang Ru's seclusion, Bai Li Rui is consumed by trepidation. He has taken to parading with his entourage near Yang's residence, banging drums and clashing cymbals, hoping to disrupt Yang Ru's concentration and prevent a successful breakthrough. Should Yang Ru succeed, he would be elevated to the position of national master, a role far superior to that of the prime minister, transcending the trifles of the mortal realm and wielding immense power. The headquarters of Hot Spring Island has relocated to a small town in Yuzhou, a place sparsely populated and ideal for clandestine research and development. 1,000 meters beneath the surface of the town, Cheng Li Bin, donned in fireproof attire, tosses a piece of iron into a colossal furnace. It is revealed that the iridium element, when added in minuscule amounts to the furnace, can enhance the hardness of the outer shell 1,000-fold. Cheng Li Bin removes his glass visor, exhilarated as he observes the data emanating from the great furnace. In other laboratories, the most advanced machine tools of Hot Spring Island are crafting an array of molds. One particular mold towers at 200 meters, stretching 700 meters in length and 300 meters in width. Moreover, the indentation at the mold's center suggests that it is merely a segment of a larger outer shell. Indeed, the plan for a spacecraft has been placed on Cheng Li Bin's agenda. He intends to construct a vessel measuring 10,000 meters in length, 4,000 meters in width, and 500 meters in height. This spacecraft would have the capacity to accommodate at least 200,000 individuals. In the event of a confrontation with a superpower from the Starmon continent, they could launch the vessel beyond the continent, providing refuge in the vastness of space for over 1 million citizens. However, given the current pace of progress, they are still far from achieving this goal, likely needing over a decade before even the prototype of the spacecraft can be realized. Additionally, a crucial aspect remains: the fuel. To propel such a substantial object beyond the atmosphere necessitates an immense quantity of high-grade fuel. However, it matters not. Cheng Li Bin's philosophy is to first bring into existence everything that can be conceived, addressing subsequent matters as they arise. When faced with challenges, he gathers all engineers to devise solutions gradually. Merely sitting in an office day after day, planning without execution, would likely result in an inability to create such an immense spacecraft for a millennium. Creak. The door swung open. Yi Feng and Chun strode into the underground research facility. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Cheng Li Bin promptly greeted them. Is it not permissible for me to come and see you? You've worked hard, Lao Cheng, and to all the engineers, my gratitude extends to you as well. After saying this, Yi Feng bowed at a 90-degree angle to everyone present. Only Chun stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the entire underground research facility with an authoritative gaze. Get down. Yi Feng, unable to contain his annoyance, pressed Chun's head onto the table. Laughter erupted around them. Chun, his face flushed, straightened up. Lao Cheng, do you have any surprises for us? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, we have a university student who has developed a visual shoulder cannon, Cheng Li Bin replied. Visual shoulder cannon? Shortly thereafter, under Cheng Li Bin's guidance, Yi Feng and Chun arrived at a small research room. Inside sat 6 young individuals, diligently working on something. Xiao Tai, Brother Feng has arrived. Cheng Li Bin called out to the young man at the forefront, who sported a buzz cut. So he has arrived. Let me finish this first, the youth replied, seemingly oblivious to social nuances and the culture of camaraderie. Yi Feng and his companions could only sit quietly by the side, fetching themselves a cup of tea. After more than 2 hours, the young man finally lifted his head. Xiao Tai, why don't you introduce your new invention to Brother Feng? Cheng Li Bin beamed with anticipation. In the research facility, there were no hierarchies. The only distinction was based on one's contributions. If one could create something new and useful, they were deemed the leader. Chapter 1330. You are also here? All right. Xiao Tai extracted an iron blue mask from a mold. Brother Feng, this mask is still in the process of refinement, but you can give it a try. Allow me to assist you in putting it on. Without waiting for a response, Xiao Tai fitted the mask onto Yi Feng's face. He then secured 2 weapon-like devices to Yi Feng's shoulders with straps. Isn't this akin to the Predator? Yi Feng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. You've seen that film as well. Cheng Li Bin responded with delight. Of course I have. Yi Feng's voice resonated with similar excitement. Xiaotai, what should I do next? Yi Feng inquired. Now, direct your gaze towards a specific point. Very well. Yi Feng focused his eyes on Chun and instantly, the mask responded to his gaze, and both shoulder cannons rotated, aiming directly at Chunin. To fire, all you need to do is blink forcefully, Xiaotai instructed. Chunin quickly covered his head and crouched on the ground. Yi Feng shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the research facility. As the two shoulder cannons rotated simultaneously, they fixed their aim on the grand entrance. Then, he forcefully blinked. Boom, boom. The gate was instantly blasted with two immense holes. The areas that had been struck bore no trace of gunpowder residue. It appeared as though they had been seared through. Yi Feng removed his mask and shoulder cannons. Somewhat underwhelming, he remarked. The reaction is far inferior to the spiritual sense of a cultivator. Who claimed that? Xiaotai interjected. This device moves in accordance with your gaze, wherever you look. The shoulder cannon will fire. Its speed surpasses that of traditional hand-loaded projectiles by double. Furthermore, this mask not only governs the shoulder cannon, but also controls other weapons you possess. For instance, this spear can only be thrown once you don the mask. If anyone else attempts to seize it, the spear will become uncontrollable and could end up harming them instead. What if the enemy takes our masks? Chunin inquired. That won't happen. Once this mask aligns with your iris, it can only be worn by you. Others trying to wear it would find it ineffective. If you wish to transfer it to someone else, you'll need to retrieve it and have me clear the previous owner's data using software, Xiaotai explained. Impressive. Yet it still requires refinement. I recall in Predator, their masks had numerous functionalities. Just by wearing one, they could control not only the shoulder cannon but also everything aboard their spacecraft. Yi Feng commented. I am in the process of enhancing it. And I will incorporate additional elements that will allow you to harness the mask's capabilities to capture the spiritual sense of cultivators, Xiaotai responded. Excellent. Continue your work. Once the mask is perfected, we shall equip the forces of Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. At first glance, this device may seem trivial. But with in-depth research, it could yield extraordinary results. Come on, Lao Cheng, lead me to discover more surprises. Yi Feng smiled. The research facility on Hot Spring Island possesses a significant advantage over those on Earth, the absence of interference from vested interests and social obligations. This allows the engineers to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their preferred tasks. Even someone as prominent as Yi Feng, the island's lord, does not warrant special consideration. Consequently, the pace of research and development on Hot Spring Island is accelerated by a factor of 100 or even 1,000 compared to Earth. Indeed, there are surprises. Holy water has been developed, Cheng Li Bin announced with a grin. It was a collective effort by the Hot Spring Chemical University. That is splendid. In the future, wounded soldiers on the battlefield, even those with severed limbs, can be restored using holy water. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, finding no surprise in the development of holy water. And there's this. Cheng Li Bin led Yi Feng to another research facility. Inside was an enormous screen, not of the traditional LCD variety, but rather an antiquated monitor, displaying only simple numbers and rudimentary patterns. This type of screen is complex to produce. The children have applied our concepts to this, Cheng Li Bin remarked. Very well. Let us endeavor to minimize this lamp, transforming it into a smaller point, thus rendering the displayed numbers and patterns closer to the original, Yi Feng remarked. We are currently engaged in this task. Once the chip industry matures, we shall be able to produce even smaller pixels. But for now, it remains unfeasible, Cheng Li Bin replied. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. Subsequently, Yi Feng toured the casting of the spacecraft's exterior shell. This shell was exceptionally resilient, infused with iridium elements. Additionally, intricate formations were engraved upon its surface by Baiyue. By placing a spirit stone within the formation's eye, the shell would automatically emit a protective light shield, enveloping the entire spacecraft. However, there was a complication. This formation was too advanced, rendering first-tier spirit stones ineffective for activation. Each time the shield was to be engaged, only fifth-tier spirit stones would suffice. Yi Feng reassured them, expressing confidence that the funds in the Hot Spring Bank were ample enough to procure a substantial quantity of fifth-tier spirit stones. Yi Feng proceeded to inspect the personnel at the Research Institute. There were roughly over 400,000 service staff. all selected from the commoners of the former South Hot Spring Island, tasked with assisting the engineers. Their duties included serving tea, wiping sweat, and even providing companionship during sleep. Each small research institute was overseen by a chief engineer. The total number of chief engineers was 140, each responsible for a distinct project. The number of engineers exceeded 9,000, while technicians numbered over 70,000. Their salaries were managed by Wang Zhihai of the Hot Spring Bank, dispersed a month in advance, allowing them the freedom to depart at will. However, when they chose to leave, Ingdo would lay in wait around the hot spring town, employing assassins to stage an ambush. Although Yifeng felt this approach was somewhat unscrupulous, he found no alternative. These were elite talents. Should they depart the institute, they might inadvertently divulge secrets. Even if he trusted that these engineers would remain discreet, he feared they could be captured by the Black Mountain Empire and subjected to torture, ultimately revealing all of Hot Spring Island's secrets. Thus, for those above the technician level, choosing to resign signified a permanent severance from communication. Upon exiting the vast research institute, Yifeng journeyed to the bustling marketplace of Hot Spring Island, situated 100 miles away. The area was teeming with people, predominantly nobles who had traveled great distances from the capital to procure local specialties. After all, they had previously possessed wealth sufficient to acquire anything from the Black Mountain Empire. Yet the offerings of Hot Spring Island were particularly novel and thus highly sought after. Ah, is that not Brother Feng? At that moment, two figures emerged from the crowd. It was Kuang Rin and Xue Fu, the sibling duo. Ah, Kuang brother, what a surprise to see you here. Yifeng greeted with a slight bow. Indeed, my father's primordial spirit has returned and is currently in the process of reconstructing his physical form in Pingzhou, Kuang Rin replied. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 1331. Mere words are not enough. Practitioners of the Void Refinement realm seldom perish in battle, unless their lifespan is exhausted. Otherwise, they possess a second primordial spirit, allowing them to escape and select a suitable body for reincarnation. Mr. Yi, Xuefu performed a courteous kneel before Yifeng. Would you like to accompany us on our stroll? Yifeng inquired. That would be splendid. Following you, esteemed island master Yi, I might find some bargains, Kuang Rin replied, patting the storage pouch at his waist. Then let us proceed, he declared. Thus, the leisurely group transformed into a quartet. Soon after, Yifeng encountered Director Li Yan, who was meandering through the marketplace with his 4 sons, their storage bags nearly overflowing. Island Master Yi, may we join you? Of course, Yifeng nodded. Establishing a bank in the capital required Li Yan's backing, making it difficult for Yifeng to decline. In the Black Mountain Empire, one must navigate the intricacies of human relationships, compelling Yifeng to engage. The market stalls offered an array of garments from Hot Spring Island, thong underwear, bras, and subtly luxurious attire, pants, boots, and skirts. This brings to mind the contributions of Su Yun, who, having been a young lady accustomed to luxury, possessed an acute sense of style. Thus, the majority of those shopping at the stalls were squad leaders and the families of singers and minor officials. On either side of the stalls, some lofts were constructed, harboring finer goods. Here, one could find weapons such as swords, daggers, and knives, primarily catering to mortal warriors and low-tier cultivators. Some lofts also sold ordinary handguns, rifles, and Gatling guns, not heavy water-based weapons, equally sought after by low-tier cultivators and mortals. With these arms, they could marginally enhance their strength. Occasionally, even high-tier cultivators indulged in these purchases, for they too had families. Not every descendant could attain high cultivation, and many remained mortal. Hence, they sought to stockpile resources for their progeny. In the capital, at the headquarters of Hot Spring Bank, a battalion of soldiers stormed inside. What is the meaning of this? This is the headquarters of Hot Spring Bank, a guard exclaimed, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious. Hearing the commotion, Wang Zhihai rushed out, confronting the throng of soldiers. Several esteemed seniors, this is the headquarters of Hot Spring Bank. We have some connections with Prime Minister Yang, he hastily explained. At that moment, the soldiers parted, and a figure strode forth. You claim to be associated with Prime Minister Yang? Bai Li Rui raised an eyebrow. Daring to flaunt the name of the Prime Minister in such a manner? The issues within your Hot Spring Bank are considerable. By the Emperor's decree, I am tasked with overseeing your operations. Now, I must conduct a search to ascertain whether you harbor any mushroom bombs or highly lethal weapons. After delivering his edict, Bai Li Rui signaled to the leading officer. Brothers, search the premises. The Black Mountain soldiers dispersed, charging through the bank. Any guards attempting to obstruct them were swiftly subdued. Wang Zhihai remained silent, his expression dark as rain clouds. A minute later, he forced a strained smile upon his face. My esteemed Prime Minister Bai Li, it has long been my intention to pay you a visit. Previously, my commitments to official duties consumed my time, but given the opportunity today, shall we converse in your office? Any requests you have, I, Wang Zhihai, shall gladly fulfill. Wang Zhihai smiled. Bai Li Rui narrowed his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Very well. Thus, the two swiftly made their way to the office. Wang Zhihai instructed his secretary to pour Bai Li Rui a cup of spirit tea. Prime Minister Bai Li, my failure to pay my respects at your dock is a grave oversight on my part. Allow me to present you with this token of my esteem. Wang Zhihai produced a pen and swiftly inscribed a series of zeros on a check. 100 million, and in hot spring currency. I trust you are already aware of the stability of hot spring currency. Consider this my humble tribute to you from the Hot Spring Bank. Wang Zhihai suppressed his anger and extended the check. Bai Li Rui leaned back, refraining from accepting the hot spring currency. However, one of his subordinates took the check and tucked it into his pocket. Although it was common knowledge that the Prime Minister was corrupt in the Black Mountain Empire, appearances still needed to be maintained. Otherwise, he could face trouble if confronted with undeniable evidence. Wang Zhihai, you certainly possess a knack for navigating social dynamics. A skill that Yifeng lacks significantly, Bai Li Rui remarked with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng is our captain. He need not involve himself in every matter. Wang Zhihai replied awkwardly. Personally, I believe your capabilities far surpass those of Yifeng. Why then, do you heed his counsel? Bai Li Rui mused. Contemplating the divisions Wang Zhihai sought to instigate within the hot spring island, Wang Zhihai fell silent, his gaze flickering. Director Wang, I perceive you as an ambitious individual and a rare talent. Alas, it is regrettable that you are not aligned with me. Were you to be on my side, I assure you that upon my ascension to the divine realm as national master, the position of right prime minister would undoubtedly be bestowed upon you. Your descendants would live without worry, enjoying the privileges of superlative aristocracy within the Black Mountain Empire. Even if you were to take the lives of thousands, you would face no repercussions, free to act as you please, for our ranks are plentiful. Bai Li Rui spoke nonchalantly. Yet his peripheral vision remained keenly focused on Wang Zhihai's expression. Indeed, the hot spring island is not as united as it seems. Yet, if I am not appointed as the president of the Hot Spring Bank, I shall have no means to showcase my talents. Of course, I have long admired the Prime Minister. To gain your favor would be a blessing for me, Wang Zhihai, he stated slowly. His intentions were unmistakable. He sought to reclaim the position of president of the Hot Spring Bank, yet wished to maintain favor with Bai Li Rui. Oh, Director Wang, your performance has certainly caught my attention. Focus on your role as president, but mere words are insufficient. Who's to say you won't waver like a reed in the wind? Therefore, I require a check for 10 trillion hot spring currency, Bai Li Rui said casually. What? 10 trillion? Wang Zhihai's face turned ashen. Prime Minister, I could indeed issue a check for 1 trillion, but should anyone audit it, how would you have me respond? In Warm Spring Island, the House of Representatives holds true authority, periodically dispatching members to scrutinize the transactions of the Warm Spring Bank. Should any discrepancies arise, they could even lead to my impeachment, replacing me as the president of the bank. Wang Zhihai grew anxious. Ha. I have faith in your capabilities. You shall undoubtedly resolve these minor inconveniences. This is but one aspect. Moreover, you must ensure that one of your daughters marries my son. The union can be discreetly arranged, without the knowledge of Yifeng and Yangru. Bai Li Rui smiled subtly. Chapter 1332. I anticipated this day long ago, having lived for so many years. Would he allow Wang Zhihai to manipulate him? He was adept at maneuvering others. My daughter? Wang Zhihai's eyes narrowed. I have done my research. You have a considerable number of children, over 40. How about this? I have a young son, 19 years of age, and your youngest daughter is, if I am not mistaken, 16 now. We can arrange the engagement, and in 2 years, discreetly find a location for their nuptials. From then on, we shall be in-laws. This relationship will fortify our families, ensuring neither of us will betray the other, Bai Li Rui asserted. Me? Very well. Wang Zhihai slammed his hand on the table. In his quest for revenge for his eldest son, he might sacrifice the lifelong happiness of one of his daughters. Fine, issue me that check for 1 trillion. I also need to acquire some machinery from Warm Spring Island, Bai Li Rui stated. Wang Zhihai, with a grim expression, inscribed a lengthy series of numbers on the check, and with a determined clench of his teeth, affixed the steel seal. Only he and Yifeng were qualified to issue such a colossal check. Others lacked the privilege to authorize such significant sums. Excellent, this is the first step. What comes next? Bai Li Rui pocketed the check, flicking it with his finger. Surely, Wang Zhihai would not dare tamper with the check. Otherwise, with the sovereign now in a great nation and Yangru in seclusion, he could ruin Warm Spring Bank. Grant me some time. How does 3 years sound? Wang Zhihai inquired. Bai Li Rui narrowed his eyes. I will give you 3 days. Finalize this matter immediately. Do not make me chase you. After stating this, Bai Li Rui rose. Someone, escort Prime Minister Bai Li out. Wang Zhihai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. 3 days hence, I shall return to the bank. I hope you prepare accordingly, bringing your daughter directly to the capital via that aircraft. Bai Li Rui concluded before departing the office. Observing this, the soldiers likewise exited the headquarters. Wang Zhihai stumbled out of the office, the entire bank in disarray. These soldiers, under the guise of a search, were merely there to wreak havoc. Thus, he rushed towards the bank vault. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the sight of the vault glowing red from flames. What is happening? Did those soldiers enter the vault? Wang Zhihai queried the staff. No, but they have heated the vault with real fire, a manager lamented. Damn. Wang Zhihai hurriedly entered the password and opened the vault. A flame erupted from within, nearly singeing his eyebrows. Inside, aside from a few resilient valuables that remained unscathed, all the documents had been completely consumed by the fire. Among them were the deposit slips of over 100 million individuals stored in the bank. Good heavens! Wang Zhihai's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. The destruction of the deposit slips implied that those 100 million could fabricate false claims at will, thereby jeopardizing the credibility of the Hot Spring Bank. Trust is paramount for any bank, and for Hot Spring Bank, lacking the support of the Black Mountain Empire's government, that trust was tantamount to life itself. Quick! Douse the president with water, we are doomed. A group of senior bank officials clustered around him. Before long, Wang Zhihai regained consciousness, appearing utterly drained. Notify the island's owner via radio and summon him. I can no longer manage the situation, he uttered weakly. Understood. In Hot Spring Town, 5 reconnaissance aircraft, nicknamed Blackbirds, took to the skies, manned entirely by individuals from civilized society. In less than an hour, the 5 aircraft landed atop the bank's building. Yifeng, wearing a stern expression, hurried to Wang Zhihai's office, accompanied by Chunan, Susan, Suyun, Ding Tuanshuan, Ilian, by Chushue, and Naire Meizi, all members of civilized society. Chung Libin was unable to assist due to his responsibilities at the research institute. Zhihai, what is happening? Yifeng inquired loudly. Brother Feng, Bai Li Rui had me issue him a $1 trillion check and dispatched personnel to search for hydrogen bombs, while simultaneously setting our vault ablaze, destroying all the deposit slips. If those individuals attempt to withdraw funds now, they could claim any amount they desire, Wang Zhihai explained. Why did you not secure more copies of the deposit slips? At the very least, there should have been 3 copies. 1 for Hot Spring Town, 1 for Hot Spring Bank, and 1 for the users. Now look where we are. This is entirely your negligence. Yifeng's face turned a shade of green with anger. They had spent half a year establishing some semblance of trust, and Bai Li Rui was intent on undermining it. Brother Feng, the Hot Spring Bank was just established, and I had not yet had the opportunity to make a copy of the deposit slips for the headquarters. Now what should we do? Wang Zhihai's frustration was palpable. Yifeng took a seat. What are you all standing around for? Sit down. Let us deliberate carefully. He gestured to Chun Un and the others. As everyone settled, the secretary brought in a cup of tea. I believe Bai Li Rui does not comprehend the operational rules of a bank. Here is the plan. If a substantial number of people come to withdraw money tomorrow, it indicates that Bai Li Rui is aware of the bank's vulnerabilities. Conversely, if there are no significant withdrawals, it suggests that he acted without intention. If that is the case, we may still devise a response. Yifeng spoke thoughtfully. How shall we respond? Wang Zhihai inquired. If only a few individuals come to withdraw, we shall first probe for information, asking how much they wish to withdraw and the total deposits. Once we gather that information, we can reissue the deposit slips, Yifeng proposed. Will this not raise suspicions? Wang Zhihai questioned. You see, Yifeng remarked, the banking system has undergone an update, necessitating the reentry of deposit slips to ensure the protection of our clients' assets. Then it seems we have no choice but to wait. Perhaps we should try again in 3 days. I surmise that only then will a significant number of people come to withdraw their funds, provided that Bai Li Rui is indeed targeting us rather than acting without intent. Wang Zhihai suggested. Why 3 days? Yifeng pressed. The situation is thus. Bai Li Rui seeks to sow discord between us and has insisted that within 3 days, I must marry my youngest daughter to his youngest son. Wang Zhihai revealed everything. I knew Bai Li Rui would stir trouble. I did not anticipate his prolonged deception, waiting until Yang Xiang was in seclusion to act. Nevertheless, I had foreseen this day. How could Bai Li Rui permit our development? Yifeng stated. Zhihai, you need not marry your daughter to his son. Let us see what tricks he intends to employ. But what if he sends people to search and wreak havoc every few days? Wang Zhihai questioned. Simple, Yifeng responded. We shall transfer all confidential bank documents to the Hot Spring headquarters and create 5 copies of the deposit slips, 1 for my office, 1 for the Hot Spring Bank branch, 1 for the main branch, 1 for Hot Spring Town, and 1 for the clients. But there are still some spirit stones and magical artifacts in the vault. If clients wish to exchange Hot Spring coins for spirit stones, what shall we offer them in exchange? Wang Zhihai inquired again. He won't manage that either, Yifeng replied. Each of you devise a method to swiftly acquire spirit stones while ensuring they are not all destroyed during searches. Feng, Rimei Zi suggested slowly. We could establish some outposts in the community, calculating the total amount of spirit stones to be exchanged daily, and then transport a batch from these outposts to the bank each day. This way, even if they come to disrupt us, they will only be able to destroy the spirit stones we have for that day. That's a reasonable plan, but this is the capital, and land is precious. Are we to establish outposts everywhere? That would require a significant amount of funds, Wang Zhihai replied. As someone who operates a bank, he understood that Hot Spring coins cannot be printed indiscriminately. Excessive printing would lead to inflation and currency devaluation. Rapid devaluation of currency signifies poor bank credibility. Consider this. If you deposit 100 Hot Spring coins in the bank, but after 3 months, that amount only possesses the purchasing power equivalent to 50,000 coins from 3 months prior. Who would trust the bank? Who would have faith in Hot Spring coins? I will devise a solution regarding the outpost issue, but for now, let us discuss how to counter Bai Li Rui's disruptions. If he conducts inspections every few days, will our bank even remain operational? It is imperative that our clients perceive Hot Spring Bank as a secure institution. Only then will they place their trust in us. Should he conduct daily inspections, it would signify that the bank lacks stability, undermining our credibility. Ordinary citizens will only see that their life savings are stored in the bank for security, Yifeng stated solemnly. I truly wish to eliminate Bai Li Rui, Chenin exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. To kill Bai Li Rui? You are being overly ambitious. If we were to devise a meticulous plan, it is indeed possible to eliminate him. However, that would mean opposing the entire hierarchical structure of One Spring Island and the Black Mountain Empire. Even Huang Lindian and Yang Xiang would not side with us in such a scenario. Yifeng shook his head. Once a hierarchy is established, who dares to defy the rules? Such actions would declare enmity with all social strata. For instance, rebelling against one's superior has been a grave taboo throughout the ages. If they were to assassinate Bai Li Rui in the capital, it would be tantamount to slapping the face of the entire hierarchy. Why should this be considered unacceptable? At that moment, Rimei Zi suddenly interjected. Maisie, you appear to possess more composure than Chenin, yet you dare to utter such words? Wang Zhihai retorted. It is not about direct assassination, but rather, we should incite Bai Li Rui to violate the cardinal rules. If he commits a grave transgression, we would be justified in our actions against him. The Black Mountain Empire insists on having a pretext for any significant undertaking. For example, what if Bai Li Rui were to rebel and declare himself king? Rimei Zi proposed. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, our next step is to devise a method to provoke Bai Li Rui into rebellion. But this requires an exceedingly meticulous plan. Approaching him directly is futile. We must instead target his family. Yifeng scratched his head. I excel in this area. Wang Zhihai chuckled. When it comes to plotting schemes, no one on One Spring Island can rival him. Very well, Zhihai, you shall handle Bai Li Rui's family. I will take care of the stronghold matters. Unless anyone has additional input, we shall conclude this meeting. Director Li, let us raise our glasses for another toast. Yifeng settled at the dining table, engaging in the local drinking culture with Li Yin. Mr. Yi, you are indeed a rare guest. Your presence here today must signify some important matter, Li Yin remarked with a smile. As the director of the 9 cities military division, he held a position akin to that of a modern-day director of the National Bureau, commanding a plethora of officers and patrols under his authority. Although his subordinates lacked combat prowess, they represented a formidable force in the local arena, interacting frequently with all walks of life. Director Li, in truth, I wish to establish several small vaults around each branch. These vaults would store a considerable amount of spiritual stones and artifacts. I would like to enlist your assistance in this endeavor, Yi Feng stated candidly. Oh, this request? Li Yan's initial delight quickly turned to a frown. As the director of the 9 cities military division, he was well informed of the happenings in the capital. He had already learned that Bai Li Rui was opposing the Windspring Bank, which essentially meant Yi Feng was attempting to drag him into a perilous situation. Although he belonged to Yang Ru's faction and was indeed at odds with Bai Li Rui, their conflict was internal. Being implicated by Windspring Island would carry a different significance, as it would equate to aiding outsiders against one's own people, a grave transgression in the Black Mountain Empire. I assure you, Director Li, I would not ask you to assist me without compensation. These vaults will provide you with daily land rent. Furthermore, I will ensure that it remains undisclosed that these strongholds were established at your behest. Could you have your subordinates disguise themselves as homeowners and provide us with a location for the vault? Yi Feng suggested. Li Yan felt a stir of interest, yet it was evidently insufficient. How about this? Wenchuan Bank will pay you 10 million every month as protection fees. I only hope that Director Li will look after the various industries on Wenchuan Island, including the concessions, banks, and factories, Yi Feng insisted, resorting to his trump card. 10 million may not suffice. To safeguard such numerous industries, I too require funds for arrangements. I do not possess the personal charm to have my subordinates work for free. Li Yan replied coolly. Initially, he had assisted Yi Feng due to Yang Xiang's directive, merely going through the motions without genuine concern. However, should Yi Feng be willing to pay the monthly protection fee, it would directly align with his interests. Let us settle on this amount, Yi Feng declared, raising 3 fingers. Li Yan held his wine glass, his lips brushing the rim without taking a sip. And this figure? Yi Feng raised 5 fingers. At last, a smile graced Li Yan's face as he downed his drink. Mr. Yi, maintaining the peace and stability of the capital is the duty of my military department. Rest assured, as long as your industries remain in the capital, I will ensure your safety, Li Yan said with a smile. Then I toast to you, Yi Feng responded, raising his glass and drinking it all. Madam Yi, this is a garment specially sent to you by Sister Susan. Please accept it. In the residence of Bai Li Rui, Wang Zhihai held a box in his hands. The person seated above him was Madam Yi. President Wang, you are too kind. I hear that in a few days we shall be in-laws. Madam Yi took a sip from her teacup. Her personal maid promptly accepted the box. Oh, let us discuss the matter of in-laws later. Please take a look at this piece of clothing, Wang Zhihai said, opening the box to reveal a meticulously crafted garment. Observe the precision of the stitches and the quality of the material. It weighs less than a tael. Wang Zhihai shook the delicate fabric. Chapter 1334. Then it is settled. Sometimes, fine clothing need not be heavy. It must exude quality while remaining exceedingly lightweight. Who enjoys running around in garments weighing over 10 jin? This is akin to the modern down jackets versus cotton coats. Both provide similar warmth, yet their prices diverge dramatically. The down jacket, with its lightweight nature, has gradually carved out its own niche within the cotton coat market. Madame Yi felt a slight tremor within her. The pattern, the craftsmanship, indeed exquisite. Unaware of what a sewing machine was, she presumed that this garment was crafted by hundreds of skilled tailors over half a year. President Wang, how many spirit stones does this garment cost? I shall have someone deliver it to your residence, Madame Yi inquired. As the wife of the chancellor, she was affluent and would not accept trifling gifts, lest her husband be subject to gossip outside. The insights of the esteemed madam are far beyond what Wang Zhihai could ever fathom. No need. This is merely a token of my appreciation, Wang Zhihai feigned reluctance. You should speak plainly. How many spirit stones are required? The smile vanished from Madame Ye's face, her demeanor turning serious. One might assume that a tattered garment would not demand a hefty price. It requires 7 million spring coins, Wang Zhihai replied candidly. Indeed, considering the material and craftsmanship, the attire is worth 7 million spring coins, categorizing it as a pinnacle of luxury. What? That translates to 700 million spirit stones? Madame Ye's expression shifted dramatically. While she could certainly produce 700 million spirit stones, such extravagant spending was not prudent. The Prime Minister's residence had a multitude of aides to support, with thousands dependent on her every day. However, the allure of the garment was undeniable. Its material, craftsmanship, and stitching were second to none. Linger, fetch 7 top-tier spirit stones from my inner treasury, Madame Yi instructed. At once. Shortly thereafter, 7 exquisite spirit stones were presented. Wang Zhihai beheld the top-tier spirit stones for the first time. Their purity nearly approached 100%. Madame Yi, you are too generous, Wang Zhihai remarked with a smile. Generous? Not at all. Over the years, I've accumulated some wealth, and my family is not short on funds. We have always been in business. In the future, should you come across any splendid attire, feel free to present it to me, and if it captivates my eye, I shall gladly offer you the spirit stones. Madame Yi replied, her tone calm, though internally she felt a pang of regret. As the Prime Minister's wife, it was essential to display financial prowess. Otherwise, how could she command respect from the noble women? Very well, tomorrow I shall bring you another item that will surely rival this garment, Wang Zhihai declared before turning away. Having spent time in a civilized society, he understood that a woman's greed knows no bounds. They seldom recognize when to cease. But it mattered little. When Madame Yi found herself unable to afford the spirit stones, that would mark the day he could undermine Bai Li Rui's family. 3 days swiftly passed. With no response from Wang Zhihai, Bai Li Rui promptly arrived at the headquarters of the Spring Bank. However, upon entering, his eyes fell upon Yi Feng. Prime Minister Bai Li, are you here to search for hydrogen bombs again? Yi Feng inquired, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, according to reports, your Spring Bank headquarters is harboring mushroom bombs, and I have specifically dispatched personnel to conduct a search, Bai Li Rui declared loudly. What? Mushroom bombs? The patrons conducting their business were startled, fleeing the bank in a panic. In no time, the premises were entirely vacated. Who provided this information? Yi Feng crossed his arms. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. What if you target them? I must protect their privacy. Bai Li Rui had anticipated this. Then what if you do not find any mushroom bombs? Yi Feng queried. If we do not find any, then we do not find any. What can be done? Bai Li Rui stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yi Feng and his companion's expressions changed, retreating involuntarily. By the way, President Wang, I reject your invitation to join my faction. Here is the $1 trillion check you issued me. I return it now. Upon concluding his words, he retrieved a check from his pocket and unceremoniously tossed it onto the ground. This maneuver aimed to create a rift between Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai. Unfortunately, Wang Zhihai had already conferred with Yi Feng, rendering this tactic ineffective for the moment. Prime Minister Bai Li, you dismiss a check worth 10 trillion. It seems your appetite is quite substantial. How about this? Let us refrain from having the soldiers conduct a search for now and discuss matters in the office. Yi Feng suggested. The office? A discussion? Very well. Bai Li Rui nodded, turning to his loyal attendants behind him. You all wait at the door. I shall descend shortly. As you command, the soldiers parted to allow passage. Yi Feng, accompanied by a throng of individuals, escorted Bai Li Rui to the second floor. Bai Li Rui, unreservedly, settled into the chair of the chief executive, propping his feet upon the desk. With the monarch absent and Yang Ru in seclusion, the capital was effectively his domain. While perhaps some of Yang Ru's subordinates remained active, in the strictly hierarchical Black Mountain Empire, they were hardly worthy of his regard. He could act with impunity, so long as he avoided grave transgressions. Speak. Bai Li Rui said nonchalantly. Prime Minister Bai Li, my hot spring bank is in a developmental phase. I am uncertain of your intentions. Perhaps we could become allies? Yi Feng ventured tentatively. Lacking the strength to confront him now, he bided his time, hoping that once the hot spring coin dominated the market, he would see Bai Li Rui grovel before him. What sort of ally do you wish to be, Yi Feng? How about this? You marry your daughter to my son, and in return, you join forces with me against Yang Ru? Bai Li Rui proposed. I regret to inform you that I have no daughter, and furthermore, I cannot repay gratitude with enmity towards Minister Yang. Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. Then what is there left to discuss? I shall proceed to search for the mushroom bombs. Bai Li Rui prepared to rise. Do not be so hasty, Prime Minister Bai Li. As long as you do not target my hot spring island, once you acquire the waste pills for the divine separation elixir, I can provide you with a pure version annually. Yi Feng was compelled to reveal his trump card. The allure of a 100% pure divine separation elixir was a potent temptation for someone of his cultivation level. Indeed, Bai Li Rui resumed his seat. Is that a promise? He narrowed his eyes. However, you must furnish me with the waste pills for the divine separation elixir. Do you possess any at present? Yi Feng inquired. That is manageable. I can dispatch someone to procure them from the great nation. Although the divine separation elixir is of high grade, its waste pills hold little value. Bai Li Rui placed his feet down, gradually sitting up straight. He had witnessed firsthand the refining capabilities of Hot Spring Island. In truth, his daily disruptions at Hot Spring Bank were twofold: to hinder its growth and to compel it to refine pills for him at no cost. Then it is settled. Henceforth, I shall provide you with a substantial supply of refined, pure pills. However, you must not disturb Hot Spring Bank and must uphold its reputation. Ideally, you should have some of your skilled individuals patrol Hot Spring Bank daily, so that the common folk may witness it, Yi Feng asserted. Certainly, however, you must first refine a spirit-separating pill before we proceed. Bai Li Rui is not easily deceived. He is as elusive as a hawk that will not take flight until it sees its prey. Then, do provide me with the discarded pills of the spirit-separating variety. I shall immediately send someone to prepare them. Very well, let us agree on this. Yi Feng rose to his feet, preparing to bid farewell. Chapter 1335. Are you seeking death? As he watched Bai Li Rui depart, Yi Feng's countenance darkened. This scoundrel is insatiably greedy. Wang Zhihai could not help but curse. Hush! Shannon quickly covered his mouth. Bai Li Rui's mental prowess is formidable. We must be cautious lest he overhears. Shannon spoke with a sense of urgency. Do not be alarmed. Did you not notice that the bank's exterior has been entirely coated in black paint? Bai Guogua interjected. This black paint can thwart mental probing? Yi Feng inquired as he resumed his seat. Not quite. Within the layers of black paint, I inscribed several formations to prevent mental intrusion. Of course, cultivators of the Void Refinement stage possess the ability to forcibly breach these formations, but in doing so, they would inevitably alert us. Bai Guogua explained. She had now reached the initial stage of the innate realm and had approximately 4 centuries to delve into the art of formations. With Bai Guogua's innate talent, 400 years dedicated solely to this pursuit may render her more proficient than an ordinary individual with 40,000 years of experience in formations. Now, let us further contemplate how we might deal with that scoundrel Bai Li Rui. Yi Feng spoke slowly. Brother Feng, Bai Li Rui's primary wife, is notoriously unyielding. Perhaps we should approach his son instead? Wang Zhihai suggested. Indeed, Bai Li Rui has numerous descendants. You should test each one to see who is most susceptible to manipulation. In our endeavor to address Bai Li Rui, I shall allocate 50 trillion spring coins to you. Utilize every means at your disposal to entrap him or his family into committing a grave transgression against the Black Mountain Empire, Yi Feng said through gritted teeth. Understood. I will arrange for a few schemers to handle this matter, Wang Zhihai confidently replied. Guogua, you must also exert effort in your studies of formations. When carving formations, it is advisable to use molds for uniformity. This way, we can achieve mass production of our Blackbird reconnaissance drone's outer shells. Yi Feng instructed. I have yet to attempt this. I am unsure if mechanically carved formations can yield the same efficacy. Bai Guogua hesitated. How can we know unless we try? Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, a resounding boom erupted at the entrance of the spring bank. Is that Chief Engineer Cheng? A chorus of gasps erupted from outside. Yi Feng and the others hurriedly opened the window to peer out. Standing at the bank's entrance was a 5-meter-tall mech warrior. The chest of the mech bore an indentation of a human form, and within it was none other than Cheng Li Bin. Goodness, old Cheng has managed to procure a mech. Shunan exclaimed with excitement. At the bank's entrance, Cheng Li Bin struck a dashing pose with the mech. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. Chief Engineer Cheng, when will you provide me with a set of mechs? A throng of guards quickly gathered around, and even the common folk outside the bank were drawn in, creating a bustling crowd. Some audacious individuals ventured beneath the towering mech, caressing its colossal steel feet that spanned 100 yards. Hey, don't touch that. It's quite valuable, Cheng Li Bin admonished. Valuable? I offer 500 spirit stones for a whole day's touch, retorted the merchant with a laugh. A mere 500 spirit stones? Begone. Cheng Li Bin slightly raised his foot, causing the affluent man to stagger back several steps. He dared not kick forcefully, for a single blow could send that merchant to the realm of the immortals. Old Cheng, Yi Feng, leading the upper echelons, emerged, astonished at the sight of Cheng Li Bin's mech. Brother Feng, have you seen this mech? My left hand can fire deuterium bullets, and my right can launch shells. Moreover, with a mere jump, I can soar hundreds of meters high, Cheng Libin boasted, his face brimming with pride. Old Cheng, give it a try, urged Yifeng. All right, I shall jump. Cheng Libin bent his knees, and the mech mirrored his actions. Whoosh. The massive mech shot up into the clouds, quickly becoming a mere speck. Bang. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed through the sky. Ah! Cheng Libin's voice grew closer as he crashed heavily at the entrance of the hot spring bank. Are you all right? Yifeng exclaimed, rushing to assist Cheng Libin from the mech. No harm done. The mech absorbs 90% of the damage. However, I believe I collided with the protective barrier. Cheng Libin replied, be more cautious next time. Is the mech irreparably damaged? Yifeng scrutinized the smoke-emitting machine. Essentially, yes. I did not anticipate the protective barrier to be so resilient, Cheng Libin sighed. It appears the mech's durability requires enhancement. You arrived just in time. Let us discuss important matters. Yifeng grasped Cheng Libin's hand. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the crowd as dozens of officials stepped forward. Who just collided with the protective barrier? Step forward. The lead official glared at Yifeng. Brother, please be understanding, Yifeng said quietly, discreetly slipping a $1,000 bill into the official's sleeve. The official felt the texture, nodding in satisfaction. All right, just be more careful next time. This time, I shall manage the situation for you. It must have been a beast that inadvertently struck the barrier. I can report it this way to the director, the official stated. Indeed, the truth is as such. It was indeed a beast that collided with the barrier. Yifeng chuckled, slipping another $1,000 bill into the official's hand. The official's face brightened with a broad smile. It is worth noting that one hot spring coin could be exchanged for 10 first-grade spirit stones. Yifeng's gesture amounted to the equivalent of 200,000 first-grade spirit stones. What was his annual salary? It was akin to a sudden windfall. I am Wenchunlei, the officer in charge here, overseeing over 200 men. Mr. Yi, should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Calixiang pawn shop. Our office is located there, Wenchunlei whispered. Such a lucrative opportunity. He certainly intended to monopolize it, ensuring that no other foreman discovered this chance for wealth. Understood. Director 1. Yifeng waved his hand and promptly returned to the meeting. Outside the capital, factories sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. At the entrance of Yulong's processing plant, Yulong himself was recruiting workers. Just the day before, he had withdrawn his savings from the hot spring bank. And now he was flush with cash. At his level, the amount of money was of little concern. What mattered was ensuring that his wealth did not depreciate too rapidly. Thus, after securing his funds, he immediately sought orders from Hot Spring Island. This time, he had secured an order for 50,000 aircraft shells. Form an orderly line. Although wages at Yulong's factory are high, our demands on employees are equally stringent. This is not your Black Mountain Empire, a place of mediocrity. Our craftsmanship requires precision and a spirit of artistry. Do you possess such qualities? Yulong gazed at the long lines forming below. How dare you call my Black Mountain Empire a place of mediocrity? Are you seeking death? At that moment, an official emerged. Yulong's expression darkened, and he quickly approached with a forced smile. Brother, you must have misheard me. I said that the Black Mountain Empire is a magnificent place. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a 20-unit hot spring coin into the official's sleeve from a concealed angle. Chapter 1336. Who has time to think of other matters? Is that so? It certainly seems that way, as long as you recognize the greatness of my Black Mountain Empire. After the official spoke, he departed with his subordinates. The 20 hot spring coins were equivalent to 2,000 first-tier spirit stones, enough for him to indulge in a grand feast at a tavern. In the northern part of the capital, numerous factories had similarly emerged. A strikingly beautiful woman stood at the entrance of her factory, accompanied by 10 interviewers. The Lung Yin garment factory was actively hiring, prioritizing female candidates, especially those under the age of 18. Through extensive observation, Lung Yin had discovered that the younger indigenous people were more receptive to new ideas, while the older ones were accustomed to hand sewing and struggled to adapt to the advanced machinery of sewing machines. Beside Lung Yin stood a handsome young man. Mother, raise their wages a bit. At least 200 hot spring coins a month, right? We are only offering 180, which pales in comparison to Yulong's processing plant. I often dine with Yulong's son, and it feels quite embarrassing. This handsome young man turned out to be Lung Yan's son, now 17 years old. Son, what do you know? They are engaged in mechanical processing, which requires a certain level of skill, whereas we run a garment factory that does not necessitate much technical expertise. Thus, we must strive to keep costs low, Lung Yin replied earnestly. Mother, why not marry Uncle Yulong? That way, our two families could join forces. The handsome youth suddenly suggested. You insolent boy, are you itching for a scolding? Lung Yan's face turned a deep shade of anger. Mother, what could be wrong with that? Do you still wish to marry the Lord of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng? The young man, now nearly a deity of the Hot Spring Island, could scarcely deign to regard you, he remarked. A resounding slap echoed as it struck the boy's cheek, prompting him to flee the factory in a panic. Cold Flame withdrew her gaze, her thoughts seemingly transported back 2 decades. At that time, Yifeng was merely a low-ranking warrior. Together, they hunted sand beasts within the temple. She could never have imagined that the boy from 20 years ago would rise to become the lord of an island, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with high-ranking officials in the capital of the Black Mountain Empire. At that moment, Cold Flame's attention sharpened. A familiar figure emerged before her. Brother Feng, this is the northern factory cluster of the capital, primarily producing low-end goods, such as clothing, shoes, and even lingerie. Occasionally, they also manufacture inferior blades and swords. Gu Qin, the leader of the first concession in the capital, was introducing the factories to Yifeng. These low-end industries need not concern you too much. The focus should remain on the mechanized factories, understood? Yifeng replied. Just then, his gaze fixed intently ahead as he spotted a well-known silhouette, prompting him to quicken his pace. Stop. This is the Cold Flame Garment Factory. If you are seeking employment, please queue at the back. 2 security guards blocked Yifeng's path, failing to recognize him due to his infrequent visits to such low-end industrial zones. Halt. Cold Flame approached briskly. I have met Lord Yi, she stated, performing a gentle curtsy toward Yifeng. It has been over a decade, hasn't he it, Cold Flame? How have you fared? Yifeng inquired warmly. Gu Qin gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Qinan also appeared. Aren't you the woman from the temple? My goodness, after all these years. You have not aged a day. You have only grown more alluring with maturity, he marveled at Cold Flame. I'm doing well, but I cannot compare to you, and go. Cold Flame humbly replied. Yifeng nodded and turned to Gu Qin. Gu Qin, this is an old acquaintance of mine. Let us grant her factory a tax exemption for the next 10 or 8 years, he declared. Oh, her. Gu Qin replied, a hint of envy in his tone. Having once been involved with Yifeng, he could tell from Yifeng's expression that he too had shared a past with Cold Flame. Thank you, Lord Yi. By the way, do you have some free time? Cold Flame's cheeks flushed slightly as she posed the question. Qinan, you and Gu Qin may continue your inspections elsewhere. I wish to catch up with Sister Cold, Yifeng stated, handing his coat to Qinan Ha. I know what you're up to. Come on, Gu Qin. Let us go inspect another area. Qinan accepted Yifeng's coat and followed Gu Qin out of the industrial park. Please, Cold Flame said, her cheeks flushed, gesturing for him to enter. Yifeng followed her inside the factory. Goodness, this is quite an impressive scale. This factory occupies at least 50 square meters. Inside, various sewing machines are already in place, awaiting the hiring of workers to commence operations. Yifeng, shall we retreat to my room? The crowd here is too large, and I would prefer to avoid any gossip. Lung Yin spoke with a hint of intention. Certainly. Yifeng nodded, feeling unable to decline the goodwill of a beautiful woman. Although Lung Yin operated within a lower-tier industry, her strength lay in the multitude of workers she commanded. If she were to cultivate them as informants, she would possess an army of billions, ensuring that no whisper of activity within the capital would escape her notice. Before long, the two arrived at Lung Yin's factory office. The office was spacious, divided into 2 sections, reflecting the layout of the residences on Windspring Island. It was devoid of extravagant decorations, opting instead for a minimalist aesthetic, subtle yet luxurious, rich in depth. Brother Feng, it has been quite a while since we last met. Lung Yin remarked, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of emotion. Despite having a 17-year-old son, she appeared to be in the late stages of true martial realm, remarkably well preserved, resembling a woman in her 20s. The only discernible difference was her figure, which seemed ripe and voluptuous. Indeed, it has been a long time, Yifeng replied, his gaze gradually fixating. Brother Feng, since the passing of my child's father, I have not sought another man. I have remained in mourning for 17 years. As she spoke, something stirred within her. 17 years? Yifeng's heart raced as he looked at Lung Yan's hand. You must understand. I have been preoccupied with earning Windspring currency, leaving little time for other thoughts. However, encountering you today, Lung Yan's eyes remained fixed on Yifeng, igniting a spark of desire. The tension in the air intensified, and without hesitation, they embraced. This time, Yi Feng was rather unrestrained, showing no tenderness, while Leng Yin responded with equal fervor. For 5 hours, the world outside faded from their minds, until they finally collapsed onto the carpet. Sated, Leng Yin wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck. After 20 years, we have finally consummated our bond. She leaned in closer, her lips seeking his once more. All right, it's time to pause, Yi Feng interrupted, beginning to dress himself. Chapter 1337. A flicker of anger and embarrassment, a glimmer of seduction danced in Leng Yan's eyes as she knelt before Yi Feng, tending to him. Just as he was finishing with his trousers, she approached him once more. Upon departing the factory, darkness enveloped the sky. Yi Feng reminisced about the exquisite sensations he had just experienced, truly delightful, utterly captivating. A woman who had mourned for 17 years certainly possessed a remarkable allure. In the days that followed, Yi Feng retreated into seclusion, preparing for his second attempt to break through to the transformation realm. Time slipped away gradually. 6 months later, the skies over the capital grew ominously dark, fierce winds howling, and golden lightning flickering through the clouds. Bai Li Rui, with a grim expression, gazed up at the heavens before lowering his gaze to Yang Xiangfu. Lord Bai Li, do you think Yang Ru will fail to ascend to the spirit separation realm? A nervous physician inquired. Once he attains the transcendent stage, it signifies that Yang Ru shall ascend above all others, becoming the foremost individual beneath the monarch and the empress. However, I believe this is no easy feat. Yang Ru has only a few years left to live, and he is essentially gambling everything at this moment. It is well known that such desperate gambles are the hardest to succeed. On the surface, Bai Li Rui appears composed, yet internally he is in a state of turmoil. At the Yang residence, the first, second, and third madams simultaneously raised their gazes to the sky. Behind the 3 main wives are Yang Ru's numerous concubines, and beyond them stand his sons and grandsons. The master of Yi Island has arrived, announced the guards from outside. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng also arrived at the Yang manor. Casting a nervous glance upwards, he fervently hoped that Yang Ru could break through to the transcendent stage. If so, he would no longer need to fear Bai Li Rui's machinations. In the realm of Ping Prefecture, Kuang Tianfang soon entered. Following behind him were Kuang Ren and Xuefu. Although the boy appeared youthful, his demeanor was remarkably mature. Indeed, the primordial spirit of Kuang Tianfang had taken possession of this youth. Although a governor of a state holds a lowly status in the capital, he wields considerable actual power. Many nobles and officials of higher rank would go to great lengths to curry favor with him. At this moment, the first madam beckoned to Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang. Mr. Yi, Governor Kuang, do come here. The two quickly positioned themselves behind the first madam. Do you think our chancellor will break through to the transcendent stage? The first madam gazed intently at the heavens. Rest assured, the chancellor is blessed by fate. He will undoubtedly achieve the transcendence, Kuang Tianfang replied in a bureaucratic tone. Indeed, the chancellor will surely succeed, Yi Feng added perfunctorily. He could discern that the golden dragon descending from the sky appeared somewhat strained, indicating that Yang Ru's divine essence was insufficient to draw down the heavenly thunder. Even if the thunder were to descend, he would have to endure wave after wave of its assault. Following the thunder, there would be the trial of inner demons. Indeed, within 2 hours, the dark clouds above dissipated. A long sigh emanated from the meditation chamber. Yi Feng sensed a divine consciousness sweeping across the entire residence of the chancellor. Madam, Mr. Yi, and Governor Kuang, please enter. Yang Ru's voice resonated from the meditation chamber, reaching the ears of the three. The first madam, her face pale, nodded and led Yi Feng and the other into the chamber. Upon opening the heavy door crafted from spirit stones, Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. At the center, seated on a cushion, was an elderly man with silvery hair. Indeed, it was Yang Ru, now aged 2 or 3 decades. Husband, the first madam rushed forward, grasping Yang Ru's hand tightly. Yang Ru gently caressed her face in return. You err. I fear I may not pass this trial. Yang Ru's voice was hoarse. At his stage, a failed ascension meant there would be no second chance, for his body could no longer withstand it. Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang knelt beside Yang Ru, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Master Yi, Kuang Tianfang, I have approximately 14 days left to live. After my departure, neither the sovereign nor the empress will remain in the capital. Bai Li Rui will undoubtedly take action against Hot Spring Island and Pingzhou. Therefore, upon my demise, You must keep my passing a secret and hold on until the sovereign returns, Yang Ru said slowly. Prime Minister. Chang Tianfang fell to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Yi Feng's eyes also glistened with tears. Regardless of Yang Ru's motivations, he had undeniably rendered him significant assistance. It was unthinkable that yet another formidable figure was on the brink of falling. Where? I perceive that after I am gone, you will become expendable to the sovereign. Bai Li Rui will certainly seek to annihilate you. Thus, I must entrust you, along with the second and third wives, and those concubines, to the care of these two. Yang Ru continued softly. My lord, please do not say any more. The first lady wept, her tears resembling rain on blossoms. If we do not speak now, there will be no opportunities left. Master Yi, I wish to entrust my first lady and my legitimate granddaughter to you, so that they may seek refuge on Hot Spring Island and preserve their lives. Are you willing? Yang Ru inquired. Rest assured, Prime Minister, I, Yi Feng, vow before Hot Spring Island to ensure their safety, Yi Feng replied earnestly. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. In the entire capital, apart from the sovereign and the empress, you, along with Bai Li Rui, are truly a talent. In the future, the development of Hot Spring Island will surely surpass everyone's expectations, Yang Ru remarked with satisfaction. Casting a glance at Yi Feng, he then turned his attention to Chang Tianfang. Lord Chang, I entrust the second and third wives to you in Pingzhou. Are you willing to provide them with a safe haven? Yang Ru asked. Rest assured, in my capacity as the Lord of Pingzhou, I vow that if any harm befalls them, I shall pay with my life, Chang Tianfang declared solemnly. Yang Ru's expression darkened slightly. Yi Feng's vow was somewhat reasonable, indicating his genuine desire to shelter his family. However, Chang Tianfang's oath seemed excessively extreme, clearly reflecting insincerity. But what choice did he have? As one on the verge of demise, he lacked the time to cultivate other confidants. Very well, I have not misjudged you, Yang Ru nodded. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and produced 2 jade slips. These 2 slips contain various secrets of my Black Mountain Empire, confidential matters that I have vowed to the sovereign never to disclose during my reign. Each of you should accept one. In the future, these may very well save your lives, Yang Ru stated, handing the 2 slips to Yi Feng and Chang Tianfang respectively. Yi Feng examined the jade slip with a puzzled expression. Immerse your consciousness within, and you will receive the information contained inside, Chang Tianfang instructed. Yi Feng's face flushed red as he promptly immersed his consciousness. He received a vision of an elegant young man worshipping a statue upon an altar. The statue wielded a spear, its tip directed at the stars in the sky. Just then, the jade slip unexpectedly cracked in 2 without warning. Simultaneously, the vision in Yi Feng's mind vanished. Crack! The jade slip in Chang Tianfang's hand also shattered into 2 halves. The 2 individuals clutched the shattered jade tablet, their expressions bewildered. Yang Ru, however, appeared pale, with a flicker of indignation and embarrassment in his eyes. Chapter 1338. Everything has been transferred away. I knew it. I knew it. How could the Emperor not guard against me? He has left a spiritual imprint on the jade tablet. Yang Ru seemed somewhat flustered, muttering curses under his breath. In the midst of his cursing, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! I, Yang Ru, have served the Black Mountain Empire for so many years. Yet I am not one of the Huang family. How foolish I have been to believe that Huang Lin would treat me as family. Yang Ru, in a fit of excitement, stood up and paced back and forth. Just then, his body abruptly froze, standing still like a statue. Yi Feng and Kuang Tian exchanged glances, simultaneously extending their spiritual senses toward Yang Ru. Chancellor! Chancellor! They both knelt to the ground. The First Lady, meanwhile, rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. In a bustling city, a million miles away, Huang Lin retracted the hand seal he had been holding. He turned to gaze at the disguised empress. I have already slain Yang Ru with my spiritual will. He could not break through to the divine separation realm, and this is his fate, Huang Lin stated blandly. Chancellor Yang has served our Huang family for nearly a millennium. Perhaps we should spare his family? The empress suggested slowly. We cannot spare them. The death of Yang Ru signifies the decline of the Yang family. Our Black Mountain Empire has enough nobles as it is. But worry not. Such matters do not require intervention from the royal family. Others will naturally take care of it, Huang Lin replied calmly. At Bai Li Rui's residence, the lights shone brilliantly, and a lavish banquet was in full swing. Chancellor, this is a fragrant spirit what I have prepared for you. Resting your head on it while sleeping will strengthen your spiritual will, Li Yin said, presenting a wrapped package with both hands. The fact that Yang Ru did not break through to the divine separation realm meant that Bai Li Rui would rise to prominence. Reluctantly, he had to seek refuge in the opposing camp. Bai Li Rui raised an eyebrow, not immediately responding to Li Yan. Li Yan's hands, holding the package, began to tremble slightly. After a minute, Bai Li Rui finally seemed to notice Li Yan. "Oh, it is Director Li. Please, take a seat. Why bring gifts?" As director of the 9 cities military, Li Yan was deserving of some respect, yet Bai Li Rui would not miss the opportunity to slightly embarrass him, while still treating such a notable figure with the deference he warranted. Li Yan let out a long sigh of relief. "Chancellor, this is a millennium-old spiritual herb I found in the Baiyue forest. Please accept it. Another individual from Yang Ru's faction has come to pledge allegiance. Who are you? What gives you the right to enter my residence? Was your name on the invitation? Guards, throw him out," Bai Li Rui said without hesitation. Given this person's low status, he was deemed dispensable. Bai Li Rui had to provide an explanation to his old subordinates, letting them take pride in standing on the right side. Indeed, smiles of satisfaction appeared on the faces of his loyal followers. 3 days and nights later, Yi Feng, the First Lady, and Kuang Tianfang emerged from Yang Ru's cultivation chamber. "Sister, how is the Prime Minister?" "Indeed, sister, how is the Prime Minister?" The second and third ladies gathered around, their faces etched with concern. In contrast, the concubines, while feigning tears, exhibited an insincere sorrow. Their lowly status rendered Yang Ru's fate inconsequential to them. A few of Yang Ru's legitimate offspring also approached, anxiously eyeing the First Lady. Taking a deep breath, the First Lady calmly declared, "Our Prime Minister is well. He is currently consolidating his divine essence, preparing for his next attempt to transcend to the divine realm. Everyone may return home. Do not disturb the Prime Minister's cultivation." With a sigh of relief, the second and third ladies exchanged smiles, while Yang Ru's offspring also displayed expressions of joy. The concubines, however, exchanged glances of disbelief. Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang shared a knowing look, and Yi Feng stepped forward, stating, "The Prime Minister has entrusted me with a significant task regarding his current endeavor. Therefore, we cannot accommodate too many people in the Yang residence. From now on, a portion of you will accompany me to Hot Spring Island for a temporary stay." Kuang Tianfang added, "Others will accompany me to Pingzhou. We must ensure that the Prime Minister's next attempt is undisturbed." The second and third ladies exchanged glances, their smiles abruptly fading. Being the rightful wives of the Prime Minister, they were undoubtedly astute individuals. That night, the Yang residence hosted a grand banquet. Yet only a handful of guests were in attendance. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to risk their reputation by associating with Yang Ru? Only Yi Feng brought the high-ranking officials from Hot Spring Island to show their support. Kuang Tianfang arrived alone, refraining from bringing his children, fearing that they might be ensnared by Bai Li Rui under the cover of night. On the surface, the Yang residence appeared to be hosting a lavish feast, while in reality, several transport planes circled above. A colossal rope ladder descended from the sky, facilitating the evacuation of key individuals from the Yang residence into the aircraft. Some planes would transport significant figures to Pingzhou, others to the leased areas in Xin County, and still others to various underground precision factories on Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng had his own plans. Having saved the Yang family, he envisioned a future where Yang Ru's descendants would be permanently linked to Hot Spring Island. He could cultivate them into scholars, integrating them into research teams. As they would inevitably have to work in obscurity, their focus would be solely on scientific endeavors. Within a decade, these individuals could potentially become luminaries in the scientific community. And the future of technology on Hot Spring Island might depend on this group of Yang family members who had successfully escaped. By dawn the next day, the Yang residence was nearly deserted. Even the concubines and illegitimate children had been relocated. Kuang Tianfang was only willing to take in the legitimate sons of the second and third ladies, thus fulfilling Yang Ru's request. However, Yi Feng ensured that all individuals with blood ties to Yang Ru were evacuated. In the eyes of Kuang Tianfang, Yi Feng's actions were utterly foolish. However, Yi Feng believed that these individuals would eventually fade into obscurity, representing a hidden treasure of One Spring Island. Early the next morning, Bai Li Rui arrived at the entrance of the Yang residence. He surmised that Yang Ru could only survive for another 2 months at most. Under such circumstances, he felt compelled to pay a visit, intending to humiliate Yang Ru in the process. After all these years of being suppressed by Yang Ru, He needed to alleviate the resentment that had been festering within him, lest it affect his state of mind. Go, inform Minister Yang that Bai Li Rui is here to visit. He commanded the guard at the door. The guard, visibly anxious, replied, Minister Yang is currently in closed-door meditation and cannot be disturbed. Closed-door meditation? Huh, you dare to bully me? Bai Li Rui seized the guard by the throat. The other guards, though indignant, could only grip their weapons in silence. Very well. I shall not waste my time bickering with a mere gatekeeper. With that, Bai Li Rui employed his sound transmission technique. Minister Yang, I am aware you are within the residence. Kindly come out to meet me. Chapter 1339. As I expected, the interior was eerily silent, as if it were completely deserted. Bai Li Rui's formidable spiritual sense swept across the entire Yang residence. Where is Minister Yang? What have you done with him? His eyes narrowed as he prepared to take the initiative, seizing the opportunity to enter the Yang residence and uncover its true condition. Bai Li Chancellor. A voice emanated from within the minister's residence. The doors swung open, and Yi Feng strode out, locking his gaze directly onto Bai Li Rui's eyes. Yi Feng, what brings you to the Yang residence? Bai Li Rui's eyes pierced like needles, seemingly capable of discerning the very essence of one's soul. Minister Yang is preparing for a second wave of breakthrough. I must implore Chancellor Bai Li not to disturb him. Otherwise, should Minister Yang attain the divine separation realm. Yi Feng hesitated, not wishing to divulge too much. Some matters required Bai Li Rui to ponder them independently. A second wave of breakthrough? I never imagined Minister Yang was in a state to attempt that again. Allow me entry. I possess a high-grade elixir that I must personally deliver to Minister Yang. Upon finishing his statement, a servant stepped forward, presenting a box. Bai Li Chancellor, your intentions are noted, yet they are unnecessary. Minister Yang has a continuous supply of refined elixirs from Spring Island. He has little need for such offerings. Bai Li Chancellor, what our Minister Yang requires is tranquility. I kindly ask you to withdraw your men. Otherwise, should Minister Yang's breakthrough fail, the blame may fall upon you. The Emperor should be returning shortly, no? Yi Feng, feeling helpless, resorted to invoking the name of Emperor Huang Ling to intimidate Bai Li Rui. Indeed, a flicker of apprehension crossed Bai Li Rui's face. He was acutely aware of the Emperor's regard for Yang Ru. Should the Black Mountain Empire lose a formidable figure in the divine separation realm due to his actions, he would undoubtedly face the Emperor's wrath. In truth, the Emperor's genuine desire was for Bai Li Rui to eliminate the Yang family members as much as possible. Yet he could not express this overtly, nor could he allow Bai Li Rui to sense his intentions. It was best to let events unfold naturally. Might I inquire? Upon the demise of Yang Ru, how would Huang Lindian proceed against the Yang family? As a chancellor, what thoughts might the astute Bai Li Rui entertain? Should he discern the true intentions of Huang Lindian, he would surely contemplate securing a few escape routes for himself, at the very least, to guard against Huang Lindian's potential machinations. For if fate were to befall him in battle or lead to his demise, he could easily share the same tragic fate as the Yang family. To put it plainly, the nobility within the Guizhou tier of the Black Mountain Empire is excessively numerous. Should Huang Lindian desire to eradicate them, he risks uniting them against him, rendering his position as sovereign precarious. Conversely, should he choose not to act, the sheer abundance of nobles would lead to an imbalance, with too many consuming and too few contributing, inevitably resulting in the collapse of the vast Black Mountain Empire. 3 millennia prior, upon his ascension, he purged a faction of nobles, nearly destabilizing the empire. In the present day, if the hot spring island could refine elixirs, it might sustain his empire for another millennium. Nevertheless, the fundamental issue remains the eradication of the nobility. In any case, I must be granted a glimpse of Chancellor Yang. Otherwise, my unease will persist. Bai Li Rui pressed insistently. He was not one to be easily placated. He demanded results. At that moment, a subordinate approached and whispered something into Bai Li Rui's ear. His brow arched as his consciousness swept across the entirety of the Yang residence. Very well. I believe Chancellor Yang is engaged in a second attempt. Let us withdraw. With that, Bai Li Rui hurriedly departed with his entourage. Yi Feng, perplexed, wondered what urgency had compelled him. Just then, Huang Tianfeng emerged from within. Earlier, he had refrained from confronting Bai Li Rui directly. The court is devoid of sentiment. With Yang Ru's fall, the political landscape would undoubtedly shift tumultuously. Mr. Yi, I too must take my leave. Please convey my regards to my in-law. I shall forego a farewell. Kuang Tianfang remarked as he ascended the sand cart gifted by his in-law, Wang Zhihai, whose daughter had wed his son, Kuang Run. As he prepared to set the cart in motion, the sound of galloping hooves echoed ahead. Yifeng gazed intently, spotting 4 or 5 spirit steeds on the road, led by a member of the Imperial Blackguard. A surge of joy filled Kuang Tianfang as he swiftly leaped from the cart. The sovereign has commanded that Yifeng and Kuang Tianfang accompany him to the palace. The Blackguard dismounted and gestured for them to proceed. Has the sovereign returned? Although Kuang Tianfang had anticipated this, he was still elated. Indeed. Let us depart. Mr. Yi, you shall ride in my cart. Very well. The cart led the way, followed closely by the Imperial Blackguard, and soon they arrived at the palace gates. According to protocol, the two disembarked and proceeded on foot. After traversing several heavily guarded gates, a resplendent hall came into view before Yifeng. Surely, this cannot all be crafted from gold. Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. You underestimate the palace. All of this is constructed from gold attribute spirit stones, Kuang Tianfang replied, walking alongside Yifeng into the grand hall. The vast chamber was empty, save for a solitary figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the skylight at a 45-degree angle. After a moment, the figure slowly turned. Your Majesty? Yifeng gasped in surprise. He sensed that the aura of Emperor Huang had significantly weakened, seemingly having fallen to the realm of divine separation, possessing only the strength of the mid to late stage of void refinement. Minister Yi, Minister Kuang, and Minister Yang must have perished, Emperor Huang stated with a hint of detachment. Yifeng and Kuang Tianfang exchanged glances. Kuang Tianfang nodded. Your Majesty, your insight is commendable. Minister Yang has indeed fallen. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that Minister Yang has devoted so many years to the Black Mountain Empire. It appears that even an elixir of utmost purity could not aid him. I have done all I could, the Emperor lamented. Minister Yi, do not regard me with such eyes. This is merely an avatar I have crafted. While my true self remains abroad, Emperor Huang said indifferently. Oh, Yifeng nodded. The psychic power of a divine separation cultivator is immensely potent, indeed capable of manifesting an avatar. However, this would inevitably impact the strength of the true self's consciousness. Consequently, even divine separation cultivators typically refrain from crafting avatars unless in exceptional circumstances. My dear ministers, Minister Yang's demise was anticipated. After his departure, whom do you believe is fit to assume the position of left minister? Upon finishing, Emperor Huang's gaze sharpened, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey, fixating intently on the two. Well, I do not know. Yifeng shook his head. Upon hearing this, Emperor Huang's expression softened as he turned to Kuang Tianfang. Minister Kuang, do you have a candidate to recommend? The Emperor inquired, his eyes becoming increasingly piercing. Me? I believe that the Crown Prince is capable of bearing this heavy responsibility. Initially intending to recommend himself, Kuang Tianfang sensed an underlying threat and hastily rephrased his statement. You mean Pinga? While he possesses sufficient prestige, he is brimming with valor yet lacks wisdom. The left minister is responsible for managing court affairs. How could I possibly entrust such a vital position to him? Emperor Huang flung his sleeve in apparent fury. Yet Yifeng discerned that the emperor's tone was not as severe as it seemed, revealing considerable room for negotiation. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince holds great esteem within the military. As for governance, he is intelligent and eager to learn. He has long been capable of overseeing the bigger picture. When necessary, Your Majesty can offer him guidance, and I believe that within 50 years, he could manage the entire Black Mountain Empire with great efficacy. Kuang Tianfang continued in agreement with Emperor Huang's sentiments. Indeed, the emperor sighed deeply and settled into his grand chair. Minister Kuang, do refrain from further commentary. I know my Pinger well. He is entirely out of his depth with court matters, and I fear he might be deceived, unwittingly enriching others. Unless, of course, two capable ministers are willing to assist him. After speaking, Emperor Huang cast a gentle gaze upon Yifeng and Kuang Tianfang. I am willing to fully support the Crown Prince, stated one. I too am willing, Yifeng conceded, feeling compelled to play along despite his internal revulsion. Ha ha ha, in truth. Appointing Pinger as left minister is merely a transitional measure, allowing him to familiarize himself with the operations of the Black Mountain Empire. It won't be long before both the Empress and I enter a life and death seclusion, perhaps for decades, or even a century, before we emerge once more. At that time, The myriad affairs of the Black Mountain Empire would inevitably weigh upon Ping'er, and by then, the treatment afforded to both parties would be self-evident. Emperor Huang began to weave grand visions. His intentions were unmistakably clear. If Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang exerted their utmost efforts to assist the crown prince, the latter would undoubtedly reap significant rewards upon ascending to the throne. The emperor's choice to summon only Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang was not without reason. Kuang Tianfang's Pingzhou was now replete with advanced factories capable of producing powerful heavy water Gatling guns and hydrogen bombs. It could be said that should conflict arise between other states and Kuang Tianfang, it would likely require the combined strength of 3 to 5 states to rival Pingzhou. Yi Feng's worth was equally undeniable. His prestige on Hot Spring Island was unparalleled. Moreover, Hot Spring Island possessed the ability to refine elixirs and manufacture various advanced weaponry. With the support of these two formidable figures, the Crown Prince's position would become increasingly secure. In the future, should Bai Li Rui remain obedient, he could continue to serve. If he proved disobedient, the emperor would not hesitate to have Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang restrain him. After Yang Ru's demise, the emperor had dispatched agents to investigate. Most of Yang Ru's former political allies had flocked to Bai Li Rui, leaving only Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang steadfast in their loyalty. Refusing to attend Bai Li Rui's gatherings. A sovereign requires balance. He could not allow Bai Li Rui to dominate, nor permit him to monopolize the court's voice. It was essential to have a trustworthy individual, one who harbored animosity towards Bai Li Rui, to temper his arrogance. The emperor, the family of the Prime Minister Yang? Kuang Tianfang, having long navigated the court, likely surmised Emperor Huang's thoughts. You needn't concern yourselves with this matter. I shall arrange it adequately, the emperor declared, waving his sleeve as he called out to those hidden behind the screen. Ping'er, come forth and greet your 2 esteemed ministers. Yi Feng promptly lifted his gaze to see a middle-aged man emerge, clad in light armor, embodying the attire of a martial general. I nearly forgot to mention, esteemed ministers, that Ping'er possesses some talent in cultivation and is currently at the late stage of the divine origin realm, the emperor chuckled. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, realizing that the old fellow had meticulously plotted these schemes long ago. By bequeathing the position of prime minister to his eldest son, the Black Mountain Empire could remain stable for at least another millennium. Impressive, Yi Feng silently acknowledged, giving a nonchalant thumbs up. The crown prince is wise and mighty. He shall undoubtedly assist the emperor in governing the realm, Kuang Tianfang lavishly extolled. Very well, you may take your leave, the emperor remarked, in good spirits. Both Yi Feng and Kuang Tianfang turned to depart. Yi Aiqing, stay behind, the emperor suddenly called out. Before long, only the two remained in the grand hall. Yi Aiqing, I have come to understand the system on Hot Spring Island. It appears that there, any citizen enjoys a status of great distinction, able to stand on equal footing with the island's master, the emperor stated. Yi Feng's heart sank. This old man had indeed investigated the system of Hot Spring Island and had done so with remarkable thoroughness. Yet, he quickly lifted his head with pride. Indeed, on Hot Springs Island, we espouse the principle of equality among all individuals. It is precisely due to this commendable system that entrenched capitalists do not arise, allowing for the island's development to flourish with remarkable rapidity. Leaf Maple spoke slowly. It is just the right opportunity to enlighten Emperor Huanglin, to see if there is a chance to assimilate the entire Black Mountain Empire under the auspices of Hot Springs Island system. Your Excellency, equality for all, huh? In all my years, I have yet to witness such a society. Wherever there are people, distinctions of rank will inevitably emerge. Just wait and see. It will not be long before your Hot Springs Island also manifests such hierarchies, Emperor Huanglin remarked with a hint of disdain. Your Majesty, you worry unnecessarily. Hot Springs Island has a House of Representatives, whose power can curtail that of the island master. The representatives are elected by the ordinary citizens of various districts. They embody the will of the people, which significantly restrains the authority of a singular leader, Leaf Maple replied confidently. The will of the people? Yet at times, truth resides in the hands of a select few. If you entrust the affairs of the state to the majority, is there not a possibility that their vision may not extend beyond a decade, let alone several centuries? Could such a system lead to the regression of Hot Springs Island? Emperor Huanglin inquired. Truly, the ancient sage, having lived for millennia, spoke with piercing insight, leaving Leaf Maple feeling beleaguered. The adoption of a system where the minority submits to the majority indeed harbors such fatal flaws, a reality leaf maple could only accept with resignation. I am aware that there will undoubtedly be many loopholes within this framework, yet it matters not. Even if progress is slow, as long as we persist, the system of Hot Springs Island shall stand resolute and honorable, destined to evolve into a super civilization in due time, Leaf Maple continued. Emperor Huang Lin scrutinized Leaf Maple intently, his head slightly shaking back and forth. Leaf Maple, if I am not mistaken, this system of equality on Hot Springs Island is maintained by you, is it not? Should a day come when you fall, do you believe anyone else would uphold this system? I recognize you as a person of genuine benevolence, but can you assure me that your son, or your successor, will harbor no selfish motives? In life, there are primarily two pursuits. The first, to secure as many benefits for oneself as possible. The second, to provide for the welfare of one's descendants. From my observations, it is mainly due to your elevated status on Hot Springs Island and your position as its founding patriarch that the island has reached its current state. Had your influence been even slightly diminished, those ministers beneath you would have long conspired against you, for you obstructed their quest for the welfare of their progeny, which is a grave taboo. Chapter 1341. Such a waste of time. Emperor Huang Lin gazed directly into Leaf Maple's eyes, causing a shiver to run down Leaf Maple's spine. He had underestimated these barbaric empires, which appeared to be far more forward-thinking. Moreover, Huang Lin's assertions were not without merit. Had it not been for his stewardship of Hot Springs Island, it is likely that Wang Zhihai would have transformed it into a despotic empire. Additionally, the scheming behind the scenes by He Xuan, who similarly sought benefits for his descendants, was something Leaf Maple ultimately uncovered, yet he felt it prudent not to elaborate further. I am aware, yet while I still draw breath, I must strive to uphold this system, Yi Feng articulated with great difficulty. After Huang Lin Emperor's remarks, it became evident that the governance of Hot Spring Island was rife with considerable flaws. It appears that upon my return, I must rectify these shortcomings and endeavor to achieve perfection. Yi Feng, you proclaim that all are equal on Hot Spring Island, yet is there not a hierarchy in place? As far as I know, citizens rank above residents, and residents above commoners. Is this not, in essence, a veiled aristocracy? Huang Lin Emperor delivered a decisive blow. Yi Feng could not help but take a step back, feeling an overwhelming sense of distress. The meticulously crafted system he had established now seemed riddled with vulnerabilities under Huang Lin Emperor's scrutiny. Ha ha ha, Yi Aiqing, perhaps you should adhere to the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail over the weak. Of course, you may publicly espouse equality, yet privately, it remains a jungle society. This way, ordinary individuals may find solace in their own shadows, which is beneficial for your governance of Hot Spring Island. Huang Lin Emperor spoke slowly. Yi Feng's complexion turned ashen. Yi Aiqing, you should support Pinger diligently in the future. Sooner or later, I shall enter my deathly retreat. Unless I reach the demigod realm, I will not emerge. Henceforth, I shall entrust the entire nation to Pinger. Your assistance will ensure that when he ascends to the throne, you shall be the left chancellor, while Kuang Tianfang may be the right chancellor. You two are the ones I value most, Huang Lin Emperor stated as he approached and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Kuang Tianfang as the right chancellor? What of Bai Li Rui? How do you intend to arrange him? Yi Feng inquired. Bai Li Rui is an established right chancellor. Do you think Pinger can manage him if I enter my deathly retreat? Huang Lin Emperor said, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Yi Feng replied, dark, truly dark. I comprehend now. He departed from the palace. In the underground research facility of Hot Spring Town, Cheng Li Bin was meticulously examining a colossal object inch by inch through a microscope. This behemoth stood 90 meters tall, with a diameter exceeding 70 meters, forged entirely of fine iron, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Despite the enormity of this creation, Cheng Li Bin continued his inch-by-inch scrutiny, fearing any inadequacy in the steel's hardness. Chen Gong, if you continue to inspect it this way, it may take years to complete. It is an utter waste of time, an engineer remarked nearby. What do you understand? This is the engine of a spacecraft. There can be no room for negligence. Each inch must be personally verified by me. For I do not trust your craftsmanship. Cheng Li Bin's gaze remained fixed on the microscope. Rotate the rotor, Cheng Li Bin commanded. Understood. Several engineers raised the lever, and the rotor began to turn slowly. The immense apparatus produced sound levels of barely 10 decibels. Nevertheless, Cheng Li Bin remained unsatisfied. Keep the noise below 1 decibel. He stated softly. Several engineers rolled their eyes in exasperation. There is no need for that, one engineer suggested. The noise below 10 decibels demonstrates that the precision of this engine has reached its zenith. What do you know? Chung Li Bin retorted. This device is intended to soar beyond the atmosphere. Once it reaches outer space, repairs will be impossible. I must ensure it can operate continuously for a century without any malfunction. Otherwise, if the engine fails, it means the entire spacecraft must descend for repairs. Do you comprehend the costs involved at that point? Reluctantly, the engineers halted the rotor and began to scrutinize the precision of each gear, meticulously polishing and refining the excess material. The machinery had been perfected, henceforth, it was reliant on their manual maintenance. Chung Li Bin affectionately caressed the assembly of the engine, nodding in satisfaction. The entire engine was a marvel of assembly, ingeniously incorporating the traditional mortise and tenon joint of woodworking into steel. Furthermore, with the reinforcement of these joints, screws and welding techniques had been employed to create a cohesive whole. The sole complication was that any minor fault in the engine would necessitate considerable human resources for repairs, or even a complete replacement of the engine. This is why Chung Li Bin held such high standards for the engine. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yifeng strode into the research facility. Old Chung, haha, I've discovered something new. Yifeng exclaimed with delight. Oh, what is this new discovery? Chung Li Bin inquired, his gaze still affixed to the microscope, his head unraising. This fuel was found in the 100-year forest. Just a lump of it can burn for 3 days and nights, and it generates extraordinary power. I believe it could serve as fuel for the engine, Yifeng said, placing a wax-like substance on the table. Is it truly that miraculous? Chung Li Bin finally diverted his attention from the microscope to examine the new fuel. By the way, old Chung, how many engines have we constructed so far? Yifeng asked. For in total, despite the research facility housing hundreds of thousands of engineers, in reality, 95% of the processes are completed by the tens of thousands of factories outside. Thus, the labor invested in these 4 colossal engines is approximately 2 billion. Chung Li Bin replied candidly. Once the less critical components are finalized, they are transported to the underground research facility for our assembly, where we integrate the precise components into the massive engines. 2 billion? It took a year to produce these 4? Yifeng exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, the daily expenditure in spring coins for constructing these 4 massive engines is estimated to be at least 10 billion, Chung Li Bin stated solemnly. 10 billion? No wonder. A year and a half ago, 1 spring coin could be exchanged for 100 spirit stones. Now, it only yields 94 spirit stones, Yifeng sighed. He was wary of the rapid devaluation of the spring coin. If it depreciated too swiftly, it would signify a lack of worth, leading to a gradual erosion of trust. Indeed, he had navigated through the capital for another year. Huang Lindong has yet to return. At present, the entire capital is under the dominion of Bai Li Rui. Chapter 1342 is imbued with substance. Although the eldest prince holds the title of Left Chancellor, his experience in the realm of struggle is notably shallow. Even with the support of Yifeng and Kuang Tianfeng, he remains overwhelmed by Bai Li Rui. Here, the term struggle does not refer to physical combat, but rather the clandestine contest of power. For instance, nearly all the heads of crucial departments have been replaced by Bai Li Rui's affiliates, while the second-in-commands are appointed by the eldest prince. Yifeng has also placed Chun En in the 9th City Military Office, although the director remains Li Yan. He has become an asset of Bai Li Rui. Chun En did not ascend to the position of deputy director and instead serves as a 1,000-man commander. Nevertheless, this role allows for the safeguarding of the capital's concessions and banks. By the way, what about the spaceship's exterior? Yifeng inquired. Haha, we have over 10 billion people working for us. Come, let us descend to the 99th level, Chung Li Bin replied as he grasped Yifeng's arm. To hell? The elevator gradually extended downward, soon halting at the 99th level. With a clang, a cerulean metallic door swung open, and Chung Li Bin ushered Yifeng inside. Mother, activate all internal lights, Chung Li Bin bellowed into the spacious area. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. The corridor was illuminated by a series of electric lights. Constructed entirely of steel, the corridor exuded a palpable sense of advanced technology. Has your mother also arrived in this world? Yifeng asked in astonishment. No. This is a voice command I issued, akin to Xiao AI, Xiao E, or Xiao Xiao, Chung Li Bin explained as he strode confidently towards the corridor's end. Yifeng followed closely, his hand gliding along the smooth, cold, and weighty steel walls, imbued with a sense of quality. The steel was infused with the essence of iron and gold, exhibiting remarkable hardness, and within the azure-hued interior, a layer of computer-printed formations could be discerned. This segment of steel could withstand 5 or 6 shots from a heavy water pistol. As Chung Libin spoke, he had already traversed over 200 meters of the corridor. With another clang, a metallic door opened, revealing a rotating hall adorned with chairs, tables, and an open kitchen. Yifeng lifted one of the chairs, which employed magnetic force, requiring considerable effort to move. This chair utilizes magnetic attraction, Chung Libin remarked. Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This, could it be? Indeed, we are now within the spaceship. Once we install the engine, the vessel will burst forth, soaring into the sky, Chung Libin declared proudly. In just a year and a half, he had managed to construct the spaceship. How astonishingly swift. Lao Chung, you are remarkable. Yifeng's eyes glistened with emotion. This is actually a slow pace. Do you realize how many human resources the Black Mountain Empire devoted to this spaceship? Chung Libin countered. How many? Yifeng asked. The spacecraft's bluing process alone employed over 700 million workers. I outsourced this bluing technique to external factories, where it was completed, inspected, and then transported back for assembly underground. Of course, there were numerous other tasks involved, such as polishing, computer printing of formations, casting of components, distribution of wiring, and installation of armaments, too many to enumerate. Guo bore the greatest burden, as she alone inputted the formations into the computer, which then controlled the robotic arms for printing. The interior and exterior of the entire spacecraft were adorned with these formations, yet they were concealed beneath a layer of superconductive paint. This paint, invented by the Chemical Engineering University of Hot Springs, is capable of almost completely thwarting mental scanning. Furthermore, when the spacecraft is heated, the paint transforms into a transparent state, simulating the surrounding environment with an astonishing 95% transparency, thus eluding the gaze of most observers. Chung Libin remarked, it's already quite remarkable. How large is this spacecraft? Yifeng inquired, intrigued after not having visited the underground research facility for over a year. Let us go, Chung Libin replied, calling into the air mom. Send over the balance bikes. Moments later, the front hatch opened, and 2 balance bikes rolled in. Brother Feng, hop on. I'll take you to the central control room, where you can truly appreciate the spacecraft's magnitude, Chung Libin said, leaping onto a balance bike. Do we really need to ride balance bikes to the control room? Yifeng asked. Of course. This spacecraft is far larger than you can imagine. With that, the two mounted their balance bikes and set off into the distance. The corridor's hatches opened and closed in succession. Should the enemy breach the spacecraft, these hatches could seal them inside, trapping them indefinitely. After traversing 3,000 meters on the balance bikes, they finally arrived at an elevator. Upon entering, Yifeng noticed that the elevator featured a staggering 99 buttons. This indicated that the colossal spacecraft boasted a height of 99 stories. Given that each level was approximately 3 meters tall, that equated to around 300 meters in height. Upon reaching the 99th floor, Chung Libin exited the elevator. Outside, 2 mech robots awaited them. Although they stood only 1.5 meters tall, they were robustly built, equipped with bullet containers on their backs and wielding heavy water Gatling guns. As the two emerged from the elevator, the robots simultaneously aimed at Yifeng. Xiaoqi, Xiao Rui, stand down. This is an esteemed guest, Chung Libin admonished. The robots promptly retracted their Gatling guns, standing like statues at the elevator's entrance. Brother Feng, this is where the secretaries and guards are stationed. Follow me, Chung Libin said, manually pushing open the double doors. Inside lay a vast control console, a swiveling chair, a sofa, and an enormous LCD screen. Not bad. I remember a year ago you were still using monitors. Now it's transformed, Yifeng remarked, caressing the LCD display. Certainly, the rapid advancement is attributed to our introduction of civilized craftsmanship to this realm. However, once we translate all the knowledge residing in our minds into this society, subsequent development will inevitably slow. Chung Libin concluded, directing commands to the computer. Computer, please provide an overview of all data regarding Phone Gu number 1. He addressed the air. Phone Gu number 1, command received. The screen illuminated, revealing an object resembling a cylindrical shape. Phone Gu number 1 measures 37,000 meters in length, 27,000 meters in width, and stands 1,900 meters tall, accommodating up to 5 million individuals. Behind Phone Gu No. One lies a granary capable of mimicking sunlight, continuously producing wheat, corn, millet, rice, tomatoes, and various fruits, with nutrients recycled from human waste. Human urine can be subjected to over 7,000 filtration processes in a purification reservoir, after which essential elements are added to create a reusable mineral water supply. Yifeng grinned widely, his delight evident as he gazed at the screen's presentation. Chapter 1343. I am about to launch. The spacecraft is equipped with 4 massive engines, achieving a maximum speed of 25 Mach. Inside, it features an anti-shock and anti-nausea system, along with a temperature-regulating array, ensuring no damage occurs due to excessive heat during rapid flight. On either side of the vessel are 400 laser cannons, capable of obliterating any meteorite. The top of the spacecraft can accommodate 1,000 aircraft, including fighters, transporters, bombers, and reconnaissance planes. At that moment, Yifeng's expression shifted. Lao Cheng, this world may differ significantly from our former one. I wonder, will these fuels continue to burn once we reach outer space? Moreover, how high is the atmosphere above the star main continent? Are there additional layers beyond the atmosphere? Have we contemplated such matters? Yifeng inquired. We haven't considered that. I designed the spacecraft based on Earth's environment, Cheng Li Bin replied, his expression darkening. How about this? When time permits, let us construct a slightly less advanced vessel, a smaller one, to ascend into the sky and gauge how long it takes to reach outer space. We cannot risk sending such a valuable spacecraft for experimentation. Should it be damaged, that loss would be beyond even my hot spring island's capacity to bear. All right, I hadn't thought of that, Cheng Li Bin admitted, his confidence wavering. Fenggu, why not send a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft into the sky first? Let's ascertain the conditions of outer space. Additionally, we can install some instruments on the Blackbird to detect various elements in outer space. What if there is oxygen out there? Or perhaps outer space is not a vacuum after all, Cheng Li Bin suggested. Well, we will need a daring volunteer. Yifeng scratched his head. Let us return to the ground for now. You continue to refine the spacecraft while I search for someone willing to pilot the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft for this exploration. After speaking, Yifeng took 3 hours to disembark from the spacecraft and another hour to return to the ground. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived in the capital aboard a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. The person he sought to meet was none other than Kuang Tianfang. My dear Feng, what a rare visitor you are. Pray tell, why the secrecy in summoning me to this hidden chamber? Kuang Tianfang inquired. Over the past year, the two had forged an alliance, standing together through trials, and their camaraderie had grown. Brother Kuang, has anyone from the Starry Dream continent ever ventured into outer space? Specifically, what would happen if one were to ascend 1 million or even 1 billion miles into the heavens? Yifeng humbly sought enlightenment. Being a native who had lived for over a millennium, Kuang Tianfang might possess insights regarding the mysteries of the cosmos. Who could possibly ascend 1 million miles into the sky? Surely, even a divine realm cultivator would exhaust their divine essence in such an endeavor. Kuang Tianfang shook his head. Are there any rumors, perhaps, regarding the vastness of outer space? Yifeng pressed further. Indeed, there are tales that speak of a realm above, a world of ice and snow, where the frigid temperatures could freeze a cultivator to death. It is said that the higher one ascends, the colder it becomes, and fierce winds from beyond could disperse protective auras, leaving one as mere bones and ash. Moreover, it is rumored that those who venture into the void become prey to inner demons, wandering in eternal torment amidst the chilling gales, unless they can find a host. These inner demons are said to originate from outer space, Kuang Tianfang remarked, his brow furrowing as he recalled the legends. Of course, these are merely tales. The true nature of it all must be witnessed firsthand, he concluded. To witness it firsthand, a flicker of trepidation crossed Yifeng's countenance. He was not particularly afraid of the fierce winds, for the spacecraft was fortified with powerful arrays capable of counteracting such forces. Neither did he fear the biting cold, as he could always return to the ground. What truly instilled fear in him was the notion of inner demons. Farewell, I shall venture forth to test this myself, Yifeng said, clasping his hands in farewell. Feng, you dragged me out here in the dead of night, claiming there's a monumental opportunity. What is this grand affair? Chen Un, puzzled, was led by Yifeng to the front of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, where several pilots were diligently refueling the craft. Have you heard of Yang Daowei? Yifeng asked. Of course, he is renowned as one who has set foot on the moon, Chen Un replied with pride. Then, would you like to become the second Yang Daowei? Yifeng inquired. Well, I'm not so sure anymore. Just tell me plainly what you want me to do. Shunan said, sensing an unsettling premonition. The Starry Dream continent remained a savage world, where cultivators engaged in endless intrigue, lacking any spirit of exploration. They had never ventured into outer space. However, our hot spring island would be the first to embark on such an expedition. Therefore, Shunan abruptly pushed Yifeng away. Enough with the nonsense. You want me to pilot the Blackbird into outer space? Dream on. No one has ever gone there. What if there are monsters lurking about? Shunan had become astute, quickly discerning Yifeng's intentions. Shunan, your fortune has always been quite favorable, which is precisely why I chose you to be the second Yang Dawei. Do not be ungrateful. Others are clamoring to venture into outer space, yet I have not consented. Yifeng feigned sincerity as he spoke. Who wishes to go? Step forward and let me see, Shunan inquired, casting a glance at several pilots. The pilots quickly bowed their heads, indicating they had no such intentions. Brother Feng, you are deceiving me again. Why don't you give it a try yourself? I shall assist you from the ground. Shunan raised an eyebrow. Yifeng remarked, after serving as an official in the Black Mountain Empire for over a year, Shunan has become quite shrewd. Alas, how can I trust others to face death? I mean, to embark on an adventure. Given the current circumstances, let us both go. You are my lucky charm, and with you by my side, I shall surely avoid misfortune, Yifeng declared. Forget it. That is outer space. You go alone. Shunan retorted. Without hesitation, Yifeng forcibly pulled Shunan into the cockpit and locked the hatch. Hey, Brother Feng, this is rather inconsiderate. I have several concubines in the capital, who will support them if I perish. Shunan did not resist much. After all, he had accompanied Yifeng on countless expeditions, each filled with peril yet devoid of true danger, and he believed this time would be no exception. Close your mouth and conserve your energy. I am about to initiate the launch, Yifeng stated, pulling the control stick decisively. Whoosh! The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft shot into the sky. Moments later, the aircraft reached a speed of 21 Mach, its entire frame trembling. A plume of fire emerged at the nose, only to be swiftly extinguished by the array atop the Blackbird. After several oscillations, the cockpit temperature soared above 90 degrees, leaving both men drenched in sweat. Yifeng took a moment to glance down at the ground. The vast capital now appeared as tiny as ants, vanishing from sight. Shunan gasped for breath within his heat-resistant suit. Chapter 1344. This excuse would not deceive even a 3-year-old. At that moment, the instruments indicated that the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft was nearly 10 million kilometers above the ground, and an alarm sounded regarding the fuel level. Brother Feng, it's time to return. We have yet to break through the atmosphere of the Starmong continent. Shunan's voice came through the protective suit. This is utterly frustrating. Left with no choice, Yifeng maneuvered the Blackbird, turning it downward for a free fall. The fuel was insufficient to support their return, so they had to descend freely, planning to pull the aircraft up just before reaching the ground for a smooth landing. Time passed, and eventually, Yifeng and Shunan touched down, both leaping from the cockpit. The aircraft's exterior had exceeded 300 degrees. The array atop was nearly destroyed. This is disastrous. We have wasted an expensive reconnaissance aircraft. Yifeng's expression darkened. Once the array on the shell is damaged, the entire outer casing must be replaced. There is no point in repairs, and it must be remade from scratch. Let us depart. I must return to the underground research facility to instruct Chung Li Bin to design a larger Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, at least 20 times the size of the current one. Apart from 2 compartments for passengers, the remainder shall be filled with fuel and measurement instruments. After Yifeng concluded his statement, he boarded the sand vehicle, preparing to borrow a bomber from the concession to return to the underground lab. Upon their return to the capital, they encountered a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the concession. What brings you here? Yifeng hurriedly squeezed through the throng. Upon seeing him, the crowd bowed in unison. We have encountered Dr. Yi. Chancellor Bai Li has issued an order to dismantle all concessions within the capital. The leader of the group was a late-stage cultivator of the divine origin realm. Dismantle? Has he consulted me? Yifeng's expression darkened. Ever since he pledged his assistance to Emperor Huang Lin in supporting his eldest son, Yifeng had attained the official title of doctor, a position that could be considered quite prestigious. I apologize, but your concession has adversely affected the nation's fortunes. Chancellor Bai Li received this information from the Astral Observatory. Hence the order for dismantlement, the divine origin cultivator stated, unperturbed as he maintained eye contact with Yifeng. At that moment, Guqin and the others rushed out from the concession. The leading 20 individuals were armed with heavy water Gatling guns. Had Yifeng not arrived in time, they would have been forced to confront the demolition team outside. Go back and inform Chancellor Bai Li that matters of national fortune shall be addressed by me with His Majesty, and he need not concern himself. Now, you are to withdraw immediately, Yifeng commanded, gesturing behind him. Ha ha ha. Dr. Yi, the Chancellor's order is clear. The concession must be dismantled. If we were to return without acting, I fear the Chancellor would be displeased, the divine origin cultivator remarked. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He seized a heavy water Gatling gun from a nearby concession member, aiming it directly at the cultivator's body. You? The cultivator's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his protective barrier. Dr. Yi, I hope you will not act impulsively. The use of heavy water Gatling guns within the capital is strictly prohibited. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Let me handle this, Guqin interjected, raising her own heavy water Gatling gun. 6 months prior, a significant incident had occurred in the capital when an armed intrusion at the hot spring bank resulted in a massacre by the bank's security using heavy water Gatling guns. Consequently, a decree was issued prohibiting the use of heavy water weapons within the capital, a law personally enacted by Emperor Huang Lin to prevent the introduction of overly advanced weaponry from Hot Spring Island within the protective formation. Otherwise, if everyone resorted to heavy water Gatling guns, it would surely overwhelm the protective formation. Although the formation could be sustained by an endless supply of spirit stones, its operational lifespan was finite. Should the protective formation endure continuous bombardment for 2 years, its durability would be swiftly depleted, and replenishing spirit stones would be of no avail. This is akin to a smartphone that is theoretically capable of lasting 5 years. However, if subjected to daily abuse such as water exposure, forceful charging, and careless drops, even with charging, its lifespan would not exceed a day. Do you dare? The divine origin cultivator coldly scrutinized Guqin. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. The concession was vital to the entire manufacturing industry of Hot Spring Island. If Bai Li Rui set his sights on it, how could he hope to develop further? In this situation, a resolute counterattack was imperative. With a sharp crack, a line of fire erupted forth. Not good, retreat. The leading divine practitioner swiftly soared to a distance of 100 meters. However, the current Yifeng was no longer to be underestimated. The line of fire followed his movements with precision. Oh, the subordinates he brought were weak, and as the line of fire swept across them, their bodies, along with their protective divine aura, were cleaved in two. Their piercing screams reverberated through the skies above the concession. With a series of rapid movements, the divine practitioner attempted to evade, but each time, the line of fire found its mark. His 7 layers of protective divine aura were reduced to a mere flicker of one. Yifeng, let us speak civilly. I am merely following orders. Yet, with a final surge, the last layer of protection was extinguished, and the heavy water bullet struck him directly. In mere moments, this once mighty divine practitioner was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Yifeng discarded the heavy water Gatling gun onto the ground, coldly surveying the remnants before him. Now, the struggle between him and Bai Li Rui had reached a fever pitch, with neither side willing to yield, locked in a deadly impasse. Brother Feng, if the Emperor inquires, just say that it was I who fired. Guqin pressed against Yifeng's chest. No need. I have my own way of handling it, Yifeng replied, placing the empty Gatling gun beside a mutilated corpse. Brother Feng, what are you planning? Chunin and Guqin exchanged puzzled glances. When the Emperor asks, I will simply state that they engaged in an internal conflict, seizing my Gatling gun from the concession, resulting in their annihilation, Yifeng said, his expression impassive. Do you truly believe the Emperor will accept such an excuse? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled by that, Chunin remarked, exasperated. Whether you believe it or not, I am certain the Emperor will find my explanation credible, Yifeng replied with a confident smile. The following morning, Yifeng, Bai Li Rui, and Prince Huang Ping stood within the grand hall. Above them, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. It was the embodiment of Emperor Huang Lin, whose true self had yet to return to the capital. What has transpired? Emperor Huang Lin inquired without turning his head, his own headache mounting. The rationale provided by Yifeng was insufficient, even for a child, yet he could not take action against Yifeng. After all, his own son still required Yifeng's support for Hot Spring Island. Moreover, it was crucial to note that since Hot Spring Island's integration into the capital, it had indeed infused the region with vitality. Job opportunities for ordinary citizens had increased, creating a harmonious atmosphere with minimal petty theft or large-scale conflicts. Your Majesty, Dr. Yi has clearly shown disdain for me. I merely dispatched subordinates to inspect the concession, and as a result, they were all slaughtered. This is the capital, under the jurisdiction of the 9 cities military office, which has the authority to inspect all areas outside the palace. Bai Li Rui levied his accusations against Yifeng. Dr. Yi, I am aware that the concession is your lifeblood, yet your actions have undeniably crossed a line. Pray, what price are you prepared to pay? Huang Lin slowly turned around. Yifeng, in a fit of rage, spat blood. The Celestial Realm cultivator had clearly stated that it was Bai Li Rui who sent him to dismantle the concession. However, upon meeting the Emperor, Bai Li Rui's narrative shifted, claiming he had merely dispatched someone to inspect the area. Regardless, that group has been exterminated by my hand, and there is no evidence to corroborate Bai Li Rui's exact words. When reporting to the Emperor, the Celestial Cultivator did not present it thus. He claimed that my concession adversely affected the nation's fortune and that Prime Minister Bai Li had sent them to dismantle it, Yifeng asserted. Oh, Huang Lin turned his gaze towards Bai Li Rui. Dr. Yi, all those individuals are deceased, and with them, there is no evidence left to support your claims. You may assert whatever you wish. Regardless, the task I delegated was simply to have them conduct an inspection of the concession. Why would I desire to dismantle your territory? Bai Li Rui feigned innocence, wearing a look of bewilderment. Yifeng stroked his chin, scrutinizing Bai Li Rui from head to toe. This fellow's acting was nothing short of exceptional. His innocent visage and expression of surprise seemed to genuinely suggest he had sent someone for an inspection rather than for demolition. Dr. Yi, let us proceed this way. I shall take responsibility for the losses incurred by Prime Minister Bai Li. Huang Ping suddenly interjected, patting Yifeng's shoulder in a show of camaraderie. As the Crown Prince, he displayed a measure of grace. There is no need for that, Ping Xiang. What I heard is that those individuals came to dismantle my concession. Yifeng replied solemnly. All right. Dr. Yi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall compensate Prime Minister Bai Li. After Huang Ping spoke, he turned to Bai Li Rui. Prime Minister Bai Li, how about I offer you 10 million hot spring coins? Huang Ping inquired. In the course of this year, hot spring coins had swiftly emerged as a new currency, nearly on par with spirit stones, becoming a hard currency in the capital. This was largely supported by the credibility of Hot Spring Island. 10 million is certainly insufficient, but since the Crown Prince has made an offer, how could I refuse? Bai Li Rui chuckled. Before the manifestation of Huang Lin, he had to show respect towards the Crown Prince. Otherwise, when Huang Lin returned, his life would become quite difficult. Yifeng blinked a few times, casting a dubious glance at Huang Lin's incarnation, then at Huang Ping and Bai Li Rui. He had an instinct that matters were not so straightforward. Very well, you may all return. This matter shall be laid to rest. Yi Aiqing, I expect you to properly restrain your subordinates henceforth, ensuring they do not wield heavy water Gatling guns within the capital. Is that understood? Huang Lin emphasized his words. Indeed. Yifeng nodded. Upon departing the palace, Yifeng was invited to the residence of Crown Prince Huang Ping. Dr. Yi, I have taken care of this matter for you. Rest assured, with my presence, Bai Li Rui cannot manipulate you, Huang Ping stated calmly. Yifeng retorted. Am I to be manipulated by Bai Li Rui? If one disregards that Huang Lin's true form is a celestial realm cultivator and the numerous enterprises Hot Spring Island maintains within the Black Mountain Empire. With Hot Spring Island's current strength, dealing with Bai Li Rui would be a mere trifle. His sole concern was the potential reckoning upon Huang Lin's return. No matter how formidable a weapon may be, it is rendered ineffective under the spatial shifts of the divine realm. Moreover, should Bai Li Rui be dealt with, all the factories he painstakingly established within the Black Mountain Empire would surely meet their demise, destined for confiscation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Huang Ping's eyes. He had orchestrated a significant gambit. First, he would use the pretext of Bai Li Rui's influence over the concession to target Yifeng's territory. Subsequently, he would present Yifeng in a favorable light before their father, thereby taming him and allowing Yifeng to feel the weight of his benevolence. Yifeng was synonymous with Hot Spring Island, and the people of that island only revered Yifeng, disregarding Huang Ping, the eldest prince and the left chancellor. Huang Ping harbored a particular envy towards the advanced technology of Hot Spring Island, especially the heavy water Gatling guns, bombers, transport planes, and the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. Thus, The three of them conspired to first intimidate Yifeng by threatening to dismantle his concession. Bai Li Rui would play the villain, Huang Ping the benevolent figure, while their father would act as the intermediary. The Huang family was adept at winning hearts through benevolence. Little did they know, Yifeng had long sensed the anomaly. However, he dared not voice his suspicions. Should he pierce the veil of deception, the repercussions would lead to his genuine suppression. Both the left and right chancellors would target him, and Huang Lindi would offer no assistance, resulting in the confiscation of his assets within the Black Mountain Empire. This illustrates why ancient ministers, despite being aware of the emperor's schemes, feigned gratitude. They understood that once the Void was shattered, no one would benefit. Perhaps ancient emperors were cognizant that their ministers were aware of their machinations, yet armed with the might of the realm, they transformed conspiracies into overt actions, leaving others powerless. After indulging in wine until midnight, Yifeng feigned gratitude as he returned home. Once he departed the capital, his expression darkened. The Black Mountain Empire was exceedingly decayed, having eroded the very heart of Hot Spring Island. If he could not launch a spacecraft within the next decade, Hot Spring Island would inevitably descend into a state akin to that of the Black Mountain Empire. In the left chancellor's residence, after Yifeng's departure, the eldest prince Huang Ping summoned his most trusted confidants. There were three individuals: his intelligence chief, his military commander, and his logistics overseer. These royal insiders were the CR de la CR of his inner circle. Though they were typically subordinate to Yifeng, in times of peril, Huang Ping would prioritize their safety. "Do you think Yifeng has discerned my scheme?" Huang Ping inquired, his tone casual. "He has likely sensed something." His demeanor seemed quite off, the intelligence chief replied. "Indeed, this fellow is quite astute, albeit lacking in understanding human nature. He is rather one-dimensional. Yet, such individuals are the easiest to control. You will inform Bai Li, the chancellor, that every 7 days, a minor obstruction should be added to the concessions and banks of Hot Spring Island, culminating in a significant blockade each month. Ultimately, I will resolve the matter personally. Even if Yifeng has caught wind of my intentions, I shall proceed with this plan to ensure he understands that survival within the Black Mountain Empire necessitates allegiance." Huang Ping stated coldly. "Will Chancellor Bai cooperate with us?" The intelligence chief queried. "Haha, Bai Li Rui is indeed a clever individual. Moreover, he holds a grudge against Yifeng, which makes him more likely to cooperate," Huang Ping remarked. "Indeed, Your Highness," responded the attendees. In the right chancellor's residence, Bai Li Rui entered a dimly lit secret chamber. Within, 12 formidable masters of the divine origin realm stood, 6 of whom bore visible injuries. Chapter 1346. I shall guide you. Is it truly this troublesome? Bai Li Rui furrowed his brow. Indeed, on this occasion, we have eliminated a total of 40 members of the Yang family. However, the forces of Kuang Tianfang and Pingzhou are not to be underestimated. His estate is equipped with heavy water Gatling guns from Hot Spring Island, resulting in the loss of 5 of our brothers, the leader in black attire explained. Correct. Under the suggestion of Emperor Huanglin, Bai Li Rui has officially commenced a thorough purge of the Yang family's kin. And what of the remaining individuals? I dispatched 100 men, yet only 12 have returned? Bai Li Rui's eyes flickered with agitation. The remaining members reached the stronghold on Hot Spring Island, but for reasons unknown, they could not return. It seems we have an internal traitor. Upon our arrival at the stronghold, it appeared they had already made preparations. The frontline brothers didn't even have time to unleash their protective divine light before being turned into a sieve by the heavy water Gatling, the man in black lamented. A traitor? Bai Li Rui raised an eyebrow. These black-clad individuals were his meticulously trained assassins. He found it hard to believe that a traitor could exist among them. Impossible. I shall investigate personally to ascertain the true capabilities of Hot Spring Island, Bai Li Rui stated coldly. At the number 7 stronghold on Hot Spring Island, He Qingji was stationed there. She had advanced from the transformation realm to the initial stage of the divine origin realm. With an unceasing supply of elixirs from Hot Spring Island, her strength was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the divine origin realm. The entire stronghold housed over 400 individuals, among whom were 37 members of the Yang family who had escaped, including the matriarch and the eldest son of Yang Ru. Observe, this is called surveillance. We have installed over 70,000 miniature cameras within a radius of 100 miles. He Qingji pointed at the screen filled with numerous squares, each representing a camera. Thank you, Fairy He. Without this surveillance, we might have perished the night before last. Emperor Huang truly wishes to eradicate us completely. The matriarch's eyes glimmered with resentment, her once fair visage contorting with emotion. Mother, shouldn't it be Bai Li Rui? Yang Ru's youngest son suddenly inquired. On the surface, it appears to be Bai Li Rui, but in truth, it is Emperor Huang Lin, the matriarch sighed. Why? I do not understand, the youngest son questioned. He Qingji gently patted his small head. There is a school within the stronghold. Just remember to attend classes regularly, and when you grow up, you will naturally comprehend what your mother means, she smiled. The number 7 stronghold is indeed a significant base, housing 7,000 soldiers from Hot Spring Island alone. And with the addition of their families, the logistics have surpassed 100,000 in number. Thus, within this underground stronghold, schools, dining halls, and shops have emerged, forming a closed-off micro-society. At that moment, He Qingji's gaze sharpened as she deftly maneuvered the square mouse. One of the surveillance feeds magnified 100-fold, revealing 2 figures approaching the stronghold. He Qingji zoomed in on their faces. Is it him? A wave of joy surged within the matron. Could it be our benefactor has arrived? Indeed, it is the great benefactor. The matron embraced her young son tightly. In a desolate wilderness, Yifeng and Chun traversed the rugged terrain. His consciousness swept across a 100-meter radius and soon spotted a piece of dead wood. I see. The camera is concealed within this. The 2 hurried to the dead wood and waved at the camera. In the monitoring room, He Qingji stifled a laugh. Despite his age, Yifeng still possessed a playful spirit. Hello, benefactor. The matron waved at Yifeng. This camera, disguised as dead wood, was easily recognized by Yifeng, allowing his consciousness to quickly lock onto the object. However, the cultivators of the Black Mountain Empire had no idea what a camera was. Even if they scanned it with their consciousness, they would merely perceive it as an unusual plant. Before long, the camouflaged stone door of the stronghold opened, revealing a ground stained with a considerable amount of blood and several corpses. A few wild dogs hurriedly darted into the underbrush, waiting for Yifeng to depart before returning to their meal. These wild dogs had been intentionally lured here by He Qingji, tasked with cleaning up the remains on the ground. A rough count revealed over 70 corpses, all of which were at least innate realm experts, judging by the strength of their physical forms. Benefactor, Yang Qian emerged. He was the eldest son of Yang Ru, currently studying at the Hot Spring Academy, and had already decided to take a course in formations. After all, the cultivators of the Black Mountain Empire had a foundational understanding of formations, and enrolling in such a course would facilitate their integration. As for the others, their chosen subjects were quite diverse. Yang Ru's descendants, all under 10 years of age, primarily opted for physics, chemistry, and even quantum mechanics. The older ones tended to select courses in formations in physics, swordsmanship, or studies related to spacecraft applications. Given the advanced technology of Hot Spring Island, each specialized category required decades of study to master. The minds of the Black Mountain Empire's inhabitants were rather rigid. To fully grasp a subject, they would likely need around a century, unless they began living on Hot Spring Island at the age of 3, immersed in its environment, and continued their education from kindergarten through university. Only then could their intelligence and creativity rival those of a civilized society. It has been over a year since we last met, Senior Yang. Yifeng clasped his hands in greeting. Yang Ru's eldest son was significantly older than Yifeng. Please, do not call me senior. If you hold me in esteem, refer to me as younger brother, for it is the capable who take precedence, Yang Qian humbly replied. He was also a cultivator at the initial stage of the divine origin realm, comparable in strength to He Qingji. Very well then, younger brother Yang, let us proceed inside. Yifeng agreed. Yes, allow me to guide you. You have never been to stronghold number 7. Before long, under Yang Qian's guidance, Yifeng arrived at the fort's underground level 40, situated over 300 meters below the surface. Each floor possessed its own distinctive character. The lower levels were primarily dedicated to research and maintenance, while the middle sections housed schools, cafeterias, and various entertainment facilities. Above these lay the command center and military barracks, which, though modest in number, were equipped with bombers and armored vehicles. A stronghold with a population exceeding 100,000 boasted its own research center. As the leader of the stronghold, He Qingji wielded significant power. Naturally, the House of Representatives took this into account, establishing a branch of the House on Hot Spring Island within her domain. This branch comprised approximately 40 legislators, elected by the populace of each level, with a rotation every 2 years to prevent any monopolization of power. Thus, During critical events, the branch held the authority to intervene in He Qingji's command if deemed necessary, particularly in cases of inefficiency or corruption. Should evidence be gathered, the House would convene to decide on the appropriate course of action regarding He Qingji. For the most part, however, the legislators were engaged in their respective duties. For instance, those representing the lower levels devoted 5 hours weekly to attend the assembly, with the remainder of their time focused on research. Meanwhile, legislators from the middle levels, who were often teachers or chefs, returned to their professions when not in session, imparting knowledge or preparing meals. Yifeng, my brother, you've arrived. He Qingji stood and embraced him warmly. On Hot Spring Island, she was the only one who referred to him as brother. All right, I've had enough of this confinement. Sister Qingji, show me around your stronghold. I'm eager to see how you manage it, Yifeng said with a smile. Let us go, He Qingji replied, unreservedly acknowledging their past relationship as she took his hand and led him towards the elevator. Chenin scoffed, you've taken it all for yourself. I didn't even get a taste. Yifeng glanced around the elevator, which was adorned in a pristine white decor, reminiscent of hotels back on Earth. Thanks to the affordable land, the elevator was spacious and inviting, with a total of 17 cars. 10 of them had a weight capacity of 50 tons, while the remaining 7, designated for construction, operated separately, transporting large prefabricated parts to the upper levels for assembly. As the group entered the elevator, the lighting dimmed immediately. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. He Qingji had caught hold of him. Now that you're back, why not stay a few more days? Let me take good care of you, she whispered seductively in his ear, causing him to become instantly aroused. He quickly adjusted his posture, wary of being too exposed. The elevator halted at the lowest level. Upon stepping out, Yifeng found himself in a brightly lit area, where the hum of generators was barely audible. In the vast workshop, workers were diligently conducting thorough inspections on a colossal component using various instruments. After He Qingji entered, the engineers hardly lifted their heads. They had fallen deeply in love with their work, continuously exploring new realms. Shi Gao, come here and introduce Feng Gu to the underground research facility. He Qingji walked over and patted the shoulder of a short young man. The youth appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and upon seeing him, Yifeng felt a rush of warmth and quickly approached. You must be Xiao Gao? Yifeng inquired. Yes, Uncle Yi, it's great to see you, Shi Gao replied, setting down his work. Having spent a considerable time underground, his complexion was somewhat pale, as he could only venture above ground once a month to bask in the sunlight. You've grown so much. I remember holding you when you were little, Yifeng said with a smile, feeling a sense of paternal pride. The second generation of talents from Hot Spring Island had nearly all matured, and almost all had attended university. It seemed that the island's future development would accelerate even further, unimpeded by the old capitalist forces, allowing for bold innovations without infringing upon the interests of traditional capitalists, even if such capitalists existed as the island's master. Yifeng could stifle their influence before it even took root. What is this colossal machine? Yifeng asked with a smile. This is a speed modulation assistant, installed behind the engine. Due to the high temperature of the new fuel, it needs to rapidly dissipate heat, which is why President Cheng asked us to create this. Shi Gao explained, gesturing towards the towering apparatus that reached over 70 meters. Impressive, Yifeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. How long until it's completed? He inquired. Probably more than a year. After completion, it will need assembly and testing, and if it fails the test, it might have to be redone, Shi Gao replied honestly. He was unperturbed. Even if it didn't meet standards, it was fine, as they were guaranteed to progress little by little each day. Uncle Yi, at that moment, another young man, around 21 or 22, approached. You? Are you Xiaocheng? That's me, Cheng Pingping. At your age, you should still be in university. How have you started working so soon? Yifeng said, patting Cheng Pingping's shoulder. His father was Cheng Libin. I'm already in my 3rd year, and currently in an internship. Once I finish, I will receive my diploma, Cheng Pingping replied. Excellent. Learn well from your brother Shi, and in the future, you will be a pillar of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng encouraged with a smile. Time truly flies, from being stranded on a deserted island to now. It had been nearly 26 or 7 years, almost 30. The second generation of talents from Hot Spring Island had mostly reached adulthood. But what about his unambitious son? Yifeng sighed, having not seen his son for half a year. He heard that his son had opened a martial arts school in Hot Spring Town, specializing in teaching the use of spears. With the advancements in technology on Hot Spring Island, the relevance of the spear would diminish. Yet, it mattered little. The island's ethos was about striving for ideals and freedom, and Yi Feng was too weary to concern himself with that young rascal, Yi Xing. As long as he can grow up happily and contentedly, it matters not what he does. My dear nephew, is this device completed independently by your base number 7? Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the 70-meter high-propulsion speed assist device. Uncle Yi, that is certainly impossible. 95% of the processes involved in this assist device are time-consuming yet devoid of technical complexity, all of which were carried out by external processing factories. Otherwise, with our limited manpower, it would take us a century to produce a finished product. How much did the outsourcing cost in total? Shi Gao scratched his head, looking toward He Qingji. He Qingji immediately picked up a tablet-like device and swiped through it. The total expenditure was 14 trillion spring coins, she stated. Yi Feng felt a ringing in his head. 14 trillion spring coins, just for an assist device? If we were to complete the entire spacecraft, it would likely bankrupt the spring bank. Qingji, in a little while, have the finance department bring all the accounts to my room. I need to verify them. Yi Feng said seriously. Spring Island indeed has wealth, but it cannot withstand such extravagant expenditures. He still needed to take measures to prevent corruption and embezzlement. He Qingji's expression darkened, and she felt quite displeased. Yes, Master Yi, she replied, sensing Yi Feng's distrust. Don't take it that way. I am merely following protocol. Yi Feng chuckled. I understand, He Qingji nodded. That night, Yi Feng settled into a luxurious suite in the basement. Chenin was sent to another room by He Qingji. At midnight, He Qingji donned a sheer garment, holding a thick stack of documents, and kicked open Yi Feng's door with her long, graceful leg. You've arrived? Yi Feng had anticipated this and had already taken a bath in advance. Chapter 1348, Behind-the-Scenes Manipulation with a Swift Motion. He Qingji locked the door with a resounding click. Qingji, I am here to verify the accounts. Let us discuss afterward. No, wait. Where's Chenin? That night, Yi Feng was subjected to He Qingji's advances 20 times, rendering him unable to rise from bed. The disparity in their realms was too great, and Yi Feng found it difficult to employ his vampiric techniques against her. The following morning, Yi Feng, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, began to verify the accounts. He Qingji, clad in nothing, sat directly behind him, pressing her body closely against his back. Qingji, regarding this polishing factory, are you paying them 100,000 spring coins per square meter? Isn't that a bit excessive? Yi Feng pointed to one of the accounts and knocked on the table with gravity. Not excessive at all. The polishing is for the most vital part of the spacecraft. 100,000 per square meter is rather modest, He Qingji whispered in Yi Feng's ear, seemingly unconcerned with the accounts. Nonsense. Is the money of Spring Island just blown in by the wind? We must cut costs to 5,000 per square meter, Yi Feng declared sternly. That would reduce it by 20-fold. Would they still be willing to work for us? He Qingji retorted. Do as you please, or leave if you won't. The Black Mountain Empire lacks nothing but laborers. If they refuse to work, you should gather those factory owners and issue a unified tender. Whoever can work the fastest and best, and steal the least, shall receive the tasks. I have little faith in this. Yi Feng's indignation flared. These subcontracting factories are nothing short of vampires with their outrageous quotes. If they continue this way, within 5 years, 1 hot spring coin will be worth merely 10 spirit stones, a far cry from the initial exchange rate of 1 hot spring coin for 20 spirit stones. The rapid devaluation of currency will trigger a chain reaction. For instance, the nobles will cease depositing money in banks, opting instead to convert hot spring coins into spirit stones or other more stable assets for safekeeping. Moreover, the cleaning service for subcontracting factories charges 20,000 hot spring coins per square meter. We can cut expenses. 200 per square meter should suffice, Yi Feng asserted. Ah, Brother Yi Feng, are you certain? He Qingji inquired, her gaze filled with skepticism. Is it truly necessary to charge 20,000 for merely cleaning a machine? They might as well resort to robbery. Yi Feng's anger surged, envisioning himself wielding a Gatling gun, ready to eliminate all those greedy owners. At this rate, the Hot Spring Bank would face bankruptcy within 5 years, perhaps even sooner. It is worth noting that the cleaning agents used are not simply water. They employ an expensive oil for the process, He Qingji remarked. I see. Regardless, we must trim the cost to approximately 2,000, Yi Feng replied. 2,000. Can we ensure quality at that price? We cannot afford to compromise on standards, he added with a calm demeanor. Over the course of the following month, Yi Feng inspected over 40 outposts, successfully reducing expenditures, albeit not by much, only about tenfold. 3 months later, at the entrance of the first concession in the capital of Hot Spring Island, a large crowd of Black Mountain citizens had gathered. They held banners and gazed at the concession gate with righteous indignation. Come out! Come out! Let's South smash this place. A rotten egg landed at Gu Qinshin's feet. She quickly summoned her protective aura. Bang! 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 An avalanche of rotten eggs was hurled, nearly barricading the entrance to the concession. What is happening? Gu Qinshin asked her deputy. It's all about the money. Recently, Brother Feng has drastically cut the wages of all subcontracting factories. And now these owners have come to protest at the concession, the deputy explained. This is utterly outrageous. Someone, drive these people away. Gu Qinshin exclaimed in fury. Amidst the crowd, the factory owners had begun to voice their grievances, including Yu Long, who was particularly vocal. His factories were the most numerous. Yet he found his profits slashed tenfold by Yi Feng's actions. Consequently, the number of his mistresses, over 200, had dwindled by half. Previously, he had provided each mistress with 100,000 hot spring coins per month, but now, with reduced expenditures, he could no longer maintain his harem and had no choice but to join the protest. Who proposed these cuts? Yu Long bellowed. Indeed, speak up. Which legislator from Hot Spring Island proposed this? If not, we shall blockade the concession until its bankruptcy. Hurry and reveal it. Faced with the imposing parade, Gu Qin could only seek refuge within the concession. Not only was the first concession besieged, but the entrances of other concessions were also crowded with workers and factory owners. Hurling vile insults, Yi Feng bore the brunt of their wrath, along with his relatives and ancestors spanning generations. Following him was Wang Zhihai, who was scolded to the point of fearing to step outside, relegating himself to behind-the-scenes maneuvering. In the bank office, Wang Zhihai picked up the landline phone. Hello, it's me. Feng Ge, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Your budget cuts have incited those ruffians to vent their frustrations on me as well. Wang Zhihai lamented over the phone. Ha ha ha, let them curse. Can their words truly harm us? I presume you have an aircraft on the rooftop of your bank? Yi Feng chuckled nonchalantly from the other end. None what of it? Wang Zhihai inquired. I shall send a fighter jet to fetch you shortly. Let us convene in Hot Spring Town. Yi Feng replied with amusement. What meeting? The assembly for the election of the new island chief of Hot Spring Island. Feng Ge, please do not jest. You may temporarily assume the role of island chief, but let us not change it for now. Wang Zhihai sighed deeply. It seemed he had never truly held the title of island chief, spending most of his time as a proxy. Rules cannot be altered. Come forth. We are to elect a new chief. Yi Feng concluded the conversation and hung up. Who shall go fetch Zhihai? Yi Feng surveyed the crowd. I shall go. Wang Wei volunteered. Now 22 years old and freshly graduated from university, he was a distinguished student from Hot Spring University, not merely a bookworm. They possessed a profound understanding of society, capable of stepping into significant roles with minimal experience. The education at Hot Spring University and Hot Spring Polytechnic truly imparted practical knowledge. However, they had not been taught the course on island affection. After all, one's love for Hot Spring Island is not cultivated through education, but rather through personal experiences of the island's love towards them. If they cannot sense this affection, it merely indicates that the island has yet to fulfill its obligations regarding welfare. A day later, nearly 1 million people congregated in Hot Spring Town. In truth, their citizenry had long surpassed 5 million, yet only 1 million were present. Others, due to work or personal matters, had sent their friends and family to cast their votes. In the northern square of the town, a vast sea of citizens gathered. Chapter 1349. We can begin as long as one is over 18. They possessed the right to vote. Some individuals injured in the war were also carried in, eager to cast their vote, a testament to their rights. Feng Ge, the time has come, and the attendees are assembled. No other citizens will arrive. Should we commence now? The host, Chung Li Bin, inquired from the platform. Yi Feng sat in the front row. Let us wait a moment. 2 more individuals are on their way to witness. Yi Feng sighed. Such a grand event. How could it possibly fail to attract the attention of the Black Mountain Empire? His Imperial Highness Huang Ling intends to send 2 esteemed guests to witness the occasion. But who are they waiting for? Why the pomp? Indeed, is it not acceptable to proceed without him? This is truly vexing. I still have soup simmering at home. Yi Feng glanced at the sky. Just then, a dozen riders approached from outside the square. The knights, with their fierce expressions, dismounted with practiced ease. Subsequently, the last rider entered the square, and the citizens, cowed by his imposing presence, willingly parted to make way. Yifeng rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to the figure atop the steed. Your Highness, the Grand Prince, you have finally arrived. Indeed. Huang Ping dismounted, his attendant taking hold of the spirited steed. Not bad. The citizens of Hot Spring Island appear quite orderly. Huang Ping smirked slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Observing the diverse assembly of citizens, men, women, young and old, he noted a few in wheelchairs, and even a severely injured individual reclining on a stretcher. The citizens regarded Huang Ping's spirited horse with a hint of contempt. Who rides horses these days? Everyone travels by sandcart or motorcycle. Indeed, no matter how powerful, a backward empire remains just a paper tiger. In that moment, a sense of national pride swept across the citizens' faces. Huang Ping mistakenly believed his arrival had left the citizens of Hot Spring Island in awe. Thus, he strode with the gait of an official, step by step, to the front of the platform. Cheng Li Bean's expression darkened as he had no choice but to relinquish the microphone. Yet Huang Ping brushed it aside, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Good afternoon, esteemed citizens of Hot Spring Island. He boomed. The citizens below wore blank expressions, their gazes equally disdainful, with no applause or cheers forthcoming. Huang Ping's face flushed red. Indeed, these uncultured ruffians possess no understanding of decorum. When I toured the other states, a mere sneeze could elicit applause from the crowd. This group is truly beyond redemption, as wooden as a mallet. The sovereign places great importance on the leadership transition of Hot Spring Island, and thus has dispatched me to lend support. The new leader of Hot Spring Island will likewise be valued in our Black Mountain Empire, Huang Ping declared loudly. The citizens below remained expressionless, with a few even displaying signs of impatience. Ha ha ha, there is no need for astonishment. My presence here is entirely for the sake of Lord Yi, Huang Ping continued. He noticed that citizens on the periphery were already heading home, as if they had pressing matters to attend to. Yi Feng's expression darkened. This fellow must be intent on ruining the event. The transition meeting for the leadership of Hot Spring Island is most sensitive to external interference. It is likely I will face inquiries from the council later on. Although you are citizens of Hot Spring Island, you are also part of our Black Mountain Empire. I hope you will remain loyal to Hot Spring Island while also being faithful to the Black Mountain Empire and the sovereign, Huang Ping persisted. Instantly, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Hot Spring Island has never indoctrinated them to pledge allegiance to anyone. After all, loyalty is not merely spoken. It is manifested through heartfelt actions. The island of Hot Springs has bestowed upon them immense benefits, yet it has never demanded their allegiance. Their fidelity to the island is entirely voluntary. Strictly speaking, the island belongs to its citizens, so why should they pledge loyalty? Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as the invited guests made him lose face in front of the citizens. It was akin to a monkey entering a human abode, instructing them on how to gather fruit and vanquish rivals, primitive, backward, and juvenile. Indeed, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with the delight of spectators. Crown Prince, I believe we are nearing the end, right? Rest assured, I shall remain loyal to the Black Mountain Empire. Yi Feng hurriedly approached Huang Ping, desperate to prevent further humiliation, for he feared he would share in it as well. But I have yet to finish my words. I intend to spread the blessings of the Black Mountain Empire throughout the island of Hot Springs. Huang Ping pushed Yi Feng aside. He had come with a mission to demonstrate the superiority of the Black Mountain Empire, aiming to persuade the citizens to shift their allegiance. Furthermore, he intended to offer them certain privileges. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, all citizens of the Black Mountain Empire shall be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Should the citizens of the Hot Springs Island perform admirably, this exemption may be extended for another 3 years. This is a grand benevolence from our sovereign. Hearing this, the citizens erupted in unabashed laughter. Some even pointed and hurled insults at him. Nonsense. Get lost. 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Do you think I would let you do that to me? Get out of here. In my territory, you expect me to kneel? Not a chance. Huang Ping's attendants were enraged and prepared to rush forward to seize the offenders. Wait. Yi Feng's face turned crimson with anger. He wondered whether Huang Ping was there to assist or to create chaos. Crown Prince, the citizens of Hot Springs Island are notoriously uncivilized. Do not stoop to their level. In time, they will surely recognize your good intentions. Perhaps we should conclude today's speech. We are about to commence the election of the island's leader. Yifeng whispered. Truly, they are indeed barbaric and unresponsive. Let them continue. I am curious to see what this savage gathering entails. Huang Ping sighed deeply. After all, Yifeng was one of his own. He ought to show some respect. Wait, it seems Bai Li Rui is also on his way. Why not wait for him before commencing this meeting? Huang Ping suggested. Him? No need to wait. Lao Cheng, you may begin. Yifeng waved his hand at Cheng Libin. 100 kilometers away from Hot Springs town, Bai Li Rui and his attendants were enjoying a gentle breeze atop a mountain. Chancellor, we should hasten our pace, otherwise. The meeting on Hot Springs Island will commence, and we are invited guests, one attendant remarked. No need. I shall enter last, after the crown prince has taken his seat. According to the customs of our Montenegro Empire, it is customary for prominent figures to make their entrance last. What harm is there in making that group of barbarians wait a little longer? Some inferior races must be made to wait, so they can truly grasp the significance of my status. Without me, Bai Li Rui, their re-election conference would not take place. Chapter 1350. Shall we introduce ourselves? Bai Li Rui spoke with an air of confidence. This. Very well. The attendant stepped aside. Bai Li Rui was indeed correct. Previously, when he attended banquets hosted by his subordinates, he would typically be the last to arrive, often making everyone wait for an hour, or even 2 or 3. In fact, after waiting for 2 or 3 hours, he might still not attend, simply sending a servant to inform them that he had pressing matters to attend to. This way, they would come to realize he was a person of great importance, perpetually occupied, which in turn evoked even greater respect from the lower ranks. In the hot spring town, the re-election conference had commenced. Cheng Libin took the microphone, with 1,600 loudspeakers surrounding the square, ensuring that every citizen could hear his address. Dear citizens, esteemed council members, former Island Lord Yi, Chairman Hu Zhua, and, oh, what was that over there? Prince Huang Ping. The 8th re-election conference of Hot Spring Island now begins. I invite the 7 candidates elected by the council to step up to the podium. Upon finishing his statement, Cheng Libin gestured invitingly. In the VIP section, Huang Ping and his entourage's expressions darkened. How audacious to place the commoners at the forefront and call my name last. Just you wait. I shall settle the score with you, host. Huang Ping's face was stormy, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Cheng Libin. The 7 candidates ascended the podium in succession. Yifeng, Wang Zhihai, Nei Rai Mai Zi, Wang Weixian, Mei Ji, Tang Yitian, and Ma Gobai. Tang Yitian held a unique status. He was the young master of Lu province, but had since relinquished that title, joining Hot Spring Island and becoming a citizen. As for how he achieved citizenship, he did so through financial means. The young master of Lu province was wealthy. He endeavored to win the favor of the citizens and ultimately secured a nomination, subsequently investing a substantial amount of money to construct this hot spring town. A stone tablet at the town's entrance bore his name in large characters, Tang Yitian. Due to his amiable disposition, he unexpectedly became a candidate for Island Lord. Up to this point, Tang Yitian felt dizzy, as if he were dreaming. During his time on Hot Spring Island, he also experienced the town's benevolent atmosphere, where everyone helped and tolerated one another. The citizens lived harmoniously, devoid of any sense of competition, as their welfare was relatively equal. The Island Lord earned a monthly salary of 60,000 hot spring coins, while even a janitor earned approximately 35,000 a month. The rules of Hot Spring Island stipulated that the wage disparity among citizens could not exceed a factor of 2. Moreover, janitors also enjoyed various benefits. Healthcare is complimentary. Housing is free. Education is provided at no cost. And even in the event of unemployment, one can receive 80% of their previous salary as a subsidy each month. One can recline at home without fear of judgment. Upon the birth of a child, the island will nurture the offspring until adulthood, with university education also being free. It is difficult to conceive of any other place offering benefits that surpass those of the warm spring island. Most significantly, upon becoming a citizen, one is eligible to learn how to pilot bombers and fighter jets. Just 2 months ago, he personally piloted a bomber, an exhilarating experience beyond compare. Thus, for Tang Yitian, his aspirations on warm spring island have evolved beyond merely pursuing Ding Tuanchuan. He now takes pride in being a citizen of the island. On one occasion, when he visited his hometown, someone called him young master, and he reprimanded them, taking them aside to impart a lesson on the merits of warm spring island and Yifeng's significance. It seems that Lu Zhou is no longer his home. His true home lies within Warm Spring Island. This illustrates the formidable assimilation power of Warm Spring Island, capable of transforming even those of noble lineage. Tang Yuanlong, having faced bodily destruction previously, has fortunately found a suitable new vessel and is currently striving to restore his former level of cultivation. Upon hearing his son's words, he had a heated argument with Tang Etian. "Candidates, please introduce yourselves," Cheng Li Bin said as he handed the microphone to Yi Feng. "Everyone, I trust you are familiar with me," Yi Feng announced loudly. "Indeed, we recognize you. The statue at the town entrance is your likeness. He is Uncle Yi Feng." Among the citizens, there are many newborns unfamiliar with Yi Feng's identity, yet they can discern his visage from the statue at the town's entrance. If elected as the island leader, I assure you that I will develop Warm Spring Island into the world's foremost island. After concluding, Yi Feng handed the microphone to Wang Zhihai. "Everyone, I believe you know me as well," Wang Zhihai said with a smile. "Of course, President Wang. I owe you 2 million Warm Spring coins. Could you possibly forgive the debt? Unfortunately, I am not in a position to make that decision." "Strive to earn and repay your loan," Wang Zhihai replied. "Could you secretly bring me a few bundles of cash tonight? If I did so, I might face impeachment by the House. Perhaps you should first persuade those fellows in the House." Laughter erupted from the crowd, as Wang Zhihai's speech was notably more engaging, overshadowing Yi Feng's delivery. The microphone was then passed to the other candidates, whose self-introductions were rather lackluster, as they lacked a desire for power. For them, being elected was secondary. Whether successful or not mattered little, for the island leader earned merely 60,000 coins a month and was subject to the House's oversight. Finally, it was Tang Etian's turn. He gripped the microphone, trembling uncontrollably. I, after much deliberation, I have yet to articulate a single word. Yet, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. "All right, everyone, please line up to cast your votes. On the board before you, a mark represents 5 votes, Cheng Li Bin announced. Gradually stepping aside, the citizens lined up with remarkable decorum, forming a long procession as they passed by the 7 candidates. "Brother Tang Etian, you are so handsome. I will cast my vote for you," exclaimed several young ladies, making marks in favor of Tang Etian, who was the youngest and most attractive among the crowd. Yi Feng, being in his 40s, could hardly compete with the youthfulness of the younger generation. The seasoned citizens, without hesitation, approached Yi Feng to cast their votes. In no time, Yi Feng had accumulated 7 completed boards, while the others had barely filled a single blank board. "Oh dear son, you cannot vote for me. Do consider casting your vote for Uncle Wang instead," came a voice as the line reached Yi Xing. "All right." Yi Xing made a mark for Wang Zhihai. "Hina, you cannot vote for me either. Please vote for someone else." After a moment's hesitation, Duoyi and Hina decided to vote for Meiji. "Susan, you too cannot vote for me. Choose another candidate." "Suyin, you should also vote for someone else." Yet, Yi Feng's area was already piled high with 40 completed boards, whereas the others had only Meiji with 3 boards and Tang Etian with 2. The rest had yet to fill a single one. Chapter 1351. A deliberate elevation. It was inevitable. Yi Feng's prestige was insurmountable. "I apologize, everyone. I must return home to tend to the soup I have on the stove," Wang Zhihai said angrily as he threw his board aside and stormed away from the north square of the hot springs. "Ah, Zhihai, it's all about participation," Yi Feng called after him, but his voice faded as Wang Zhihai's footsteps grew distant. "What a character he is," Yi Feng sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the crowd, the Grand Prince Huang Ping. "Master Yi, I would like to cast my vote for you as well," Cheng Li Bin quickly interjected. "I'm afraid you are not a citizen. Only citizens are permitted to vote here," he continued, spreading his arms protectively over the board like a hawk shielding its chick. "What? I, the illustrious Grand Prince, am deemed less than a citizen? My vote should count for at least 1,000. Huang Ping fumed. "Not even half of that. Such are the rules of Hot Spring Island," Cheng Li Bin replied with a stoic demeanor. "Enough." Yi Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. "Grand Prince, you are a distinguished guest. How could you waste your vote on such trivial matters? It would be best for you to sit aside and enjoy the spectacle," Yi Feng suggested with a smile. "Humph." Huang Ping tossed the carbon pen aside in frustration. Bai Li Rui, riding his ethereal steed as if on a leisurely stroll, finally reached the outskirts of the hot spring square. His eyes widened in alarm. "Chancellor, it seems they have already begun," his attendant remarked. "How dare they commence without my presence? Go, proclaim my name." Bai Li Rui commanded coldly. "As you wish," the attendant complied, promptly riding forth to announce loudly across Hot Spring Island, Right Chancellor Bai Li Rui has arrived. The booming voice echoed, reaching a radius of 100 miles. However, the citizens of Hot Spring Island paused only momentarily before resuming their movement towards the 6 candidates. Continue to shout, Bai Li Rui ordered. Yes, Right Chancellor Bai Li Rui has arrived. As the attendant had just shouted, a guard from Hot Spring Island approached. What is the commotion? Can't you see the voting is underway? The soldier disregarded the status of Bai Li Rui and launched into a tirade. How audacious! Do you wish for death? The attendant promptly drew a spiritual sword from his waist, raising it skyward. In the distance, the watchtower pivoted, and hundreds of Gatling guns aimed at Bai Li Rui and his entourage of 10. The thought of heavy water Gatling guns sent a shiver down the attendant's spine, prompting him to glance at Bai Li Rui for direction. Bai Li Rui, seething with rage, maintained his composure, being a cultivator of the Void Refinement realm. Ha! This is rather amusing. Let us proceed inside. That lad, arrange us some seating, Bai Li Rui commanded. The soldier, with an impassive expression, gestured for a few others to bring over some tree stumps. You 10 shall sit at the entrance and wait until the voting concludes, he stated. You? The attendant fumed, once again brandishing the spiritual sword. The Gatling guns shifted their aim toward him once more. Forget it, Xiao Wu, let us just sit at the entrance. Bai Li Rui's frustration was palpable, yet he feigned indifference. In all his previous visits, he had always occupied the main seat. He could hardly believe that this insignificant Hot Spring Island dared to slight him, relegating him and his attendant to wooden stumps at the entrance. He resolved that upon his return, he would take measures to rectify the situation regarding Hot Spring Island's concessions and banks. Furthermore, he intended to address the factories beyond the capital, ensuring they understood the vigilance of the monarch. The voting persisted until dusk. The results were announced. Chung Li Bin counted the votes on a whiteboard and summoned the members of the council for verification. I am here to announce, in first place, Yi Feng with 994,000 votes. Second place, Tang Yitian with 3,900 votes. Third place, Mei Ji with 3,700 votes. Fourth place, Ma Gubai with 3,340 votes. Fifth place. Ladies and gentlemen, our island chief has been elected once again. Yi Feng. Chung Li Bin beamed with joy. As an experienced elder, he held reservations about younger leaders. But with Yi Feng at the helm, he felt reassured, as Yi Feng had consistently been in charge. Island Chief Yi, please step forward, Chung Li Bin beckoned. Yi Feng approached the microphone, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the citizens below. Esteemed citizens, fellow council members, honorable speaker, I express my gratitude for your support. Oh, and of course, to His Highness the Crown Prince, thank you for your backing. He bowed deeply before all present. To be honest, I am elated today. Elated by your trust in me. Yet, I am also saddened that you have chosen me to bear this burden alone. The responsibilities of the island chief are exceedingly heavy. I sincerely wish for others to take on this role, allowing me to focus on my cultivation in peace. Yi Feng proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, with some of the younger attendees even raising their middle fingers at Yi Feng. Yet Yi Feng remained unfazed. Should he ascend to the position of island master, instilling fear in the hearts of others was not his desire. He intended for the citizens to recognize that the island master was akin to them, merely a human with emotions and desires, deserving of criticism when falling short. Otherwise, if one day he were to abdicate or perish, the island master could easily transform into an autocratic ruler, a despotic emperor. Bai Li Rui sat upon a wooden stump, his countenance dark and brooding. How absurd it was to have been made to wait outside for 3 hours. My Lord Chancellor, you must exercise some patience. Though you occupy the entrance, your stump is slightly elevated compared to your 9 attendants, a soldier sincerely remarked, though a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Bai Li Rui then opened his half-closed eyes and glanced at the stumps of his 9 attendants. Indeed, their stumps were lower than his. This realization brought a modicum of balance to his heart. A higher stump could subtly signify his distinctiveness, allowing others to regard him with greater esteem. The transitional assembly finally concluded at midnight. Yi Feng announced a series of new regulations designed to effectively curtail the power of the elite while empowering the lower echelons of citizens. Bai Li Rui opened his eyes once more. He had been seated upon the stump for 5 hours, having intentionally elevated it slightly. Where is Yi Feng? Summon him to me at once, Bai Li Rui commanded coldly. I apologize, but Island Master Yi is currently hosting a grand banquet. He likely won't be able to meet with you for 3 days. Shall I arrange accommodations for you in the meantime? The soldier suggested. You seem to be mistaken. It is I who will be receiving him, not the other way around. Hurry and fetch Yi Feng to me, Bai Li Rui asserted, casting a sidelong glance at his attendants. His subordinates had sat idly at the entrance for so long, appearing dispirited and lacking in dignity. Now, however, they finally straightened their backs, their vanity momentarily appeased. In the grand pavilion of Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng occupied the seat of honor, while esteemed guest Huang Ping sat at his right. Yi Feng had initially arranged seating for his attendants, yet they insisted on standing behind Huang Ping, seeking to amplify his presence. In contrast, the citizens of Hot Spring Island were seated, with some choosing to stand not out of necessity, but by preference. Various men and women engaged in exuberant, sensual dances upon the dance floor. How do you find Hot Spring Island, Your Highness? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. It's rather acceptable, Huang Ping replied with a faint smile. In truth, he rather enjoyed the atmosphere, but in order to maintain the lofty demeanor of the Black Mountain Empire, he felt compelled to feign disdain. Frankly, he yearned to join the revelry on the dance floor. Yi Feng, what do you mean by this? Just then, a group burst into the tent, led by Bai Li Rui, whose eyes burned with a fierce crimson. Ah, it is Chancellor Bai Li. You arrive rather late. You must be punished with 3 cups of wine, Yi Feng said with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. What? The members of the Black Mountain Empire were taken aback. The presence of the Prime Minister is indeed a great honor, yet you dare to retaliate against him? Such blatant disregard for decorum is astonishing. Dr. Yi, you are quite remarkable, even going so far as to impose a fine on my wine. After Bai Li Rui spoke, he cast a glance at the esteemed figure to his right, forcefully pushing Chun into the ground. What are you doing? Chunin exclaimed in fury, puffing out his chest defiantly against Bai Li Rui. The 2 men glared at each other like roosters ready to fight. Enough, Chunin, go dance. After all, he is the Prime Minister and deserves to sit in a position of honor, Yi Feng said with an impassive expression. Laughter filled the air, tinged with malice. Bai Li Rui's face flushed with anger as he sat down with an air of authority, yet when it came time to confront Chunin, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was the one who had arrived late. He had often been tardy before, but his subordinates never dared to hold him accountable. To his surprise, he found himself humiliated on Warm Spring Island, unable to voice his grievances. Prime Minister Bai, do you have something to say? Yi Feng inquired, fully aware of the situation, yet feigning ignorance. No, nothing to say, Dr. Yi. Your Warm Spring Island certainly has a grand display. Even I had to wait outside for 7 hours. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Bai Li Rui's voice was laced with resentment. Oh, so it is merely over this trivial matter? Prime Minister, as I understand it, you were supposed to arrive early for our assembly meeting. Your tardiness is the root of this issue, but fret not. I, Yi Feng, am not so petty. I forgive you, Yi Feng stated with an air of solemnity. You? Bai Li Rui felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood rising in his throat. Island Master Yi, you have done well. Rest assured, I shall take care of your interests in the capital, as well as all your enterprises surrounding it, including the banks, Bai Li Rui hinted meaningfully. Yi Feng's expression darkened. You, old man, lack the spirit of martial decorum. Your tardiness is not for you to criticize. I shall ensure Warm Spring Island's interests in the capital are well protected. Huang Ping remarked indifferently. Bai Li Rui swallowed his retort, though he did not regard this eldest prince highly. It was clear that he could not afford to confront him openly, as it was against the unspoken rules of the capital. Even a prince, demoted to commoner status, commanded respect from the nobility. Besides, the eldest prince remained the left chancellor. Indeed, that is true, Bai Li Rui conceded, raising his cup to take a sip, attempting to mask his embarrassment. However, upon contact with the wine, it transformed into a crimson hue, shocking him utterly. After years of commanding power, he had never encountered an adversary capable of wounding him. Yet, here he was, on Warm Spring Island, reduced to spitting blood from indignation. This grievance must be avenged. Without question, Bai Li Rui's heart cried out in fury. After a while, Yi Feng allowed others to continue their revelry while he retreated to the island master's office to attend to urgent matters, such as appointing newcomers to significant roles. In the office stood Tang Yitian, the newcomer. Tang Yitian, from this moment forth, I appoint you as the Vice Minister of Logistics for Hot Spring Island. This designation reflects your past capabilities. It is the highest position I can bestow upon you. given your second-place vote count. Such is the nature of Hot Spring Island. Even if Bai Li Rui were to become a citizen and secure the second-highest votes, I would still grant him the highest office. Yifeng remarked. Why only a vice position? Tang Etienne expressed his dissatisfaction. Because you lack the comprehensive experience required for a principal role, you shall begin as a vice, Yifeng explained. Very well, I accept the appointment from Hot Spring Island. Tang Etienne stood tall. Yifeng immediately pinned a medal to his chest and handed him the steel seal of the logistics department. Report to the logistics department. Minister Li Meizi will assign you specific tasks. Yifeng waved his hand. Understood. Tang Etienne proudly exited the island chief's office. Ever since severing ties with his father, Tang Yuanlong, he had finally carved out a successful career on Hot Spring Island. He resolved to find time to return home and flaunt his achievements, demonstrating to the old man that the tides of the Yangtze River pushed the waves forward, and that he could thrive as a great figure on Hot Spring Island without the protection of the Lord of Luozhou. Prime Minister Bai Li, please. A citizen of Hot Spring Island gestured invitingly. Why have you brought me to a pigsty? This must be a pigsty, right? Bai Li Rui wrinkled his nose. Incorrect. This is now your residence. Do not worry. This pigsty hasn't housed pigs for years and has been cleaned thoroughly. The citizen chuckled. Bai Li Rui felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Prime Minister, do not take offense. Today is the Island Chiefs re-election conference, and citizens from all regions have flocked to Hot Spring Town, leading to a shortage of accommodations. You will have to manage for one night, and tomorrow, I'll arrange for you a larger pigsty. What did you say? Bai Li Rui could no longer contain himself and lifted the citizen with one hand. Please, Prime Minister, spare me. Even the Crown Prince resides in a renovated cow pen, which is even smaller than yours. The citizen quickly replied. Bai Li Rui narrowed his eyes, the fury in his chest abating slightly, yet he still did not release the citizen. Your subordinates must make do with sleeping mats beside your pigsty. They do not even have a place to shield themselves from the wind and rain, so you are certainly better off. The citizen added. Bai Li Rui was taken aback. Indeed, 9 sleeping mats had been prepared around the pigsty. His anger diminished significantly. In truth, he did not mind residing in a pigsty. What he valued was face. As long as his accommodation was slightly superior to that of others, he would be content. Chapter 1353. Shall I take you to find something to eat? Crown Prince. While this room may be small, it is exquisitely and luxuriously decorated. Look, it even has a flushing toilet. Yifeng demonstrated to Huang Ping. Where does the water come from? Huang Ping was astonished. In his experience, they had always relieved themselves into a chamber pot, which was then taken away by a maid the next day, often leaving a faint odor in the bedroom. Ha, you need not concern yourself with that. Indeed, Your Highness, your accommodations surpass those of Bai Li Rui by far. The lodgings in the Hot Spring Town are quite scarce, and Bai Li Rui along with his subordinates are residing in a pigsty. Yifeng whispered. What? You allowed someone as proud as Bai Li Rui to stay in a pigsty? Huang Ping exclaimed incredulously. Do you not believe it? Yifeng replied. Of course not. Then let us go see for ourselves. But do not provoke him. If he inquires about your lodgings, simply say they are similar to his, and he shall harbor no resentment. The Hot Spring Town is rather small. With a mere sweep of his divine sense, Bai Li Rui could ascertain my location. Are you certain we can keep this from him? Huang Ping remarked cautiously. Regardless, we cannot afford direct conflict with Bai Li Rui. Both parties must maintain a semblance of peace. Then, Your Highness, why not test whether your divine sense can encompass the entire Hot Spring Town? Yifeng suggested with a confident smile. Very well, Huang Ping responded, unleashing his full divine sense for the first time. After a moment, he withdrew it, his face pale. The Hot Spring Town is exceedingly strange. It seems my divine sense is met with countless restrictions. Should I attempt to intrude upon certain hidden realms, my sense may be rebuffed by some form of prohibition, which just caused a sharp pain in my head. What is this? A formation? Huang Ping queried. Not a formation. You shall understand in due time, Yifeng teased. Sleep eludes us. Let us venture out to inspect Bai Li Rui's quarters, Huang Ping suggested. Agreed. The two then made their way outside. Guided by navigation, Yifeng quickly arrived at Bai Li Rui's abode. The place was decent enough, well ventilated and brightly lit. From a distance, Yifeng could see Bai Li Rui seated cross-legged upon a log, maintaining his noble demeanor. In contrast, his 9 attendants exhibited various sleeping postures. Some sprawled in a relaxed manner, others curled up like dogs with their toys. A few maintained a cross-legged position, preserving the dignity befitting a chancellor. Indeed, he truly is sleeping in a pigsty. Dr. Yi, this is rather unkind. Though Bai Li Rui stands opposed to us, he is nonetheless a pillar of the Black Mountain Empire. Such rumors would tarnish his reputation, Huang Ping thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. However, he quickly composed his expression and admonished Yi Feng lightly. Very well, next time, I shall suggest a cow pen instead. Yi Feng replied with utmost seriousness. You? Ha! You are quite the character. Huang Ping laughed, preparing to leave the pigsty with Yi Feng. At that moment, Bai Li Rui opened his eyes. Although his divine sense was hindered throughout the hot spring town, he could not be deceived by the proximity of Yi Feng and Huang Ping. Your Highness, I did not expect you to be out and about at this late hour, Bai Li Rui remarked as he approached them slowly. Yi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly signaled Huang Ping to remain discreet. Bai Li, it must be quite the ordeal to sleep in a pigsty, Huang Ping stated flatly. Bai Li Rui's ire was rekindled, and he turned to glare at Yi Feng. Master Yi, your hospitality is commendable. Perhaps one day I shall repay this favor. Bai Li Rui spoke with veiled intent. No need for that. Such a trifling courtesy shall be regarded as a gift to the Chancellor. Yi Feng replied, shifting his gaze elsewhere. The abode of the Grand Prince, given his noble stature, must surely be adorned with exquisite carvings and resplendent gold, no? Bai Li Rui ventured tentatively. Indeed, my residence is quite satisfactory, though the occasional bellow of cattle and a hint of manure wafting nearby may detract somewhat from its charm. Huang Ping responded. Bai Li Rui's heart swelled with joy, his simmering anger dissipating entirely. As long as the Grand Prince's accommodations were inferior to his own, there was little cause for ire. Yi Feng, therein lies your blunder. The Grand Prince's status is extraordinary. How could he possibly reside in less comfort than I, the Chancellor? If I were to relay this matter to His Majesty, what do you suppose his reaction would be? Once Bai Li Rui regained his composure, he began to seek fault with Yi Feng once more. Such is his nature. Once he recovers, he will not cease his mischief, reminiscent of Wang Tao from earlier times. Pray, have mercy, Bai Li Rui, at worst. I shall arrange for a larger pigsty for you tomorrow, Yi Feng jested. Huang Ping's facial muscles twitched, struggling to contain his amusement. A larger one? Do you wish for me to reside in a pigsty? By tomorrow night, you must prepare for me a room with firewood. Bai Li Rui finally found an outlet for his frustrations, laying down his demands. A hint of difficulty crossed Yi Feng's face. Very well. However, the firewood room is adjacent to the pigsty. I wonder if Chancellor Bai Li can accept that? Yi Feng inquired. As long as it is not this drafty pigsty, all is negotiable, Bai Li Rui replied. Enough of this. Huang Ping interjected. Chancellor, I must return to rest. Dr. Yi, shall we depart? Chancellor, do ensure you rest early. Tomorrow, Master Yi has graciously arranged a family feast to compensate for today's neglect. Huang Ping remarked. If we delay any further, he may well suffer internal injury. He had not anticipated that the usually majestic Chancellor would be so easily toyed with on Hot Spring Island, appearing utterly oblivious to the jest. A family feast? Well, that is more acceptable. Bai Li Rui nodded in satisfaction, as if reclaiming his dignity. He returned to the pigsty with a light step, humming a cheerful tune. The next morning, Bai Li Rui awoke early. He promptly summoned the soldiers of Hot Spring Island. Did Yi Feng not state he would host a family feast for me? Why have they not come to invite me? Bai Li Rui inquired. Nonsense, family feasts are typically held in the evening. It is morning now. Are you perhaps hungry? I shall take you to find something to eat. The soldier replied impatiently. Indeed, I am somewhat famished. Prepare breakfast for me, please. I would like a century egg cake, a jar of fine liquor, and 5 pounds of fragrant meat. Enough. Hot Spring Island treats everyone equally. Each person receives a bowl of millet porridge, along with some pickled vegetables and 5 steamed buns to fill their bellies. Master Yi decreed it so, fearing we might upset our stomachs with too much rich food. The soldier interrupted Bai Li Rui. Very well, I shall see to it. Bai Li Rui momentarily swallowed his indignation. He had committed the soldier's appearance and demeanor to memory, vowing to exact his revenge when he departed from the hot spring town. Of course, he knew he could not resort to murder, as that too would incur the wrath of the gods. Chapter 1354. This is not like you at all. Subsequently, Bai Li Rui patrolled other areas and discovered that the local fare was quite uniform. Millet porridge, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. The Hot Spring Island had indeed implemented this strategy, transforming the dietary habits of these indigenous people, preventing them from indulging in excessive feasting. In the Black Mountain Empire, 95% of the populace subsisted on merely 2 meals a day, as long as they did not starve. Thus, they endeavored to consume meat at both meals to maintain their strength. However, the hot spring island was different, with its citizens enjoying 4 to 5 meals daily. If every meal were lavish, their bodies would surely not withstand such indulgence. Breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and late-night snacks led to a state of nutritional excess among the island's inhabitants, many of whom suffered from obesity. Having never experienced such abundance, the indigenous people lost all restraint when it came to eating. In stark contrast, the citizens of the Black Mountain Empire were painfully thin. Consequently, they were desperate to gain entry into the hot spring island's factories. In these factories, Yifeng ensured the well-being of the workers by providing 5 meals a day until they were fully satisfied. Gaining entry into the main factories of the hot spring island promised vast fortunes. A monthly salary commenced at no less than 15,000, with annual bonuses equivalent to a month's salary and year-end bonuses equating to 3 months' wages, all disbursed 1 month in advance. This amounted to a potential total of 17 months' salary in a year. Moreover, there were paid sick leave, personal leave, and maternity leave. These various benefits ignited a longing among those who originally hailed from the Black Mountain Empire for the comforts of Hot Spring Island. Even with such generous compensation, the union representative, Dove, tirelessly fought for further benefits. It was rumored that the union was currently negotiating with the main factory on the Hot Spring Island to establish a 6-hour workday. Thus, once the Black Mountain inhabitants secured positions in the Hot Spring main factory, they unconsciously began to identify themselves as citizens of the island. When conversing with others, they would refer to themselves as we, the Hot Spring Island, our Lord Yi, and our factory director. However, when mentioning their hometowns, they would typically say you, Black Mountain Empire, you, Xin County, you, Pingzhou. They instinctively distanced themselves from their compatriots in the Black Mountain Empire, all due to the allure of better benefits. Before long, evening descended, and Bai Li Rui, brimming with enthusiasm, set out to attend the family banquet. He had resolved to publicly humiliate Yifeng before the citizens of Hot Spring Island at the gathering. In doing so, he believed the citizens would naturally come to respect him while looking down upon their Lord Yi. In his understanding, human nature operated in this manner. People are inclined to favor those who rise in status, as long as he could render Yifeng subservient to him. Even Yifeng's own allies would regard him with disdain, elevating Bai Li Rui in their eyes. That night, within the grand hall of Hot Spring Island, Yifeng sat at the head of the table. Beside him sat Huang Ping, Chenin, and a host of high-ranking officials from Hot Spring Island. Huang Ping regarded these officials with bewilderment. They appeared utterly ignorant of decorum, failing to pay their respects to Yifeng upon entering. Particularly, the individual named Chun and frequently occupied the island master's position, casually draping an arm around Yifeng's shoulders and occasionally ruffling his hair. With a long sigh, Huang Ping lamented that barbarians are indeed barbarians, impervious to refinement. Had he been in his Black Mountain Empire, Chunin would have met his demise countless times for such insolence. Thus, he turned his gaze back to Yifeng, who exhibited none of the authoritative demeanor expected of an island master. Whenever someone pressed him, he merely laughed it off, as though anyone could trample upon the dignity of this island master. This would not do. Once the family banquet concluded, he would have to impart a lesson to Yifeng. If he could not even manage his subordinates, how could he ever become a trusted ally? At that moment, Bai Li Rui entered the tent, only to be immediately halted by a soldier. Who goes there? The soldier demanded loudly. Are you blind? Can't you even recognize me? Bai Li Rui retorted in anger. Huh, whose zipper is undone, exposing you? Who are you anyway? The soldier scoffed, looking down his nose at Bai Li Rui. As a resident of Hot Spring Island, he had once been a commoner from Xin County. After experiencing the island's advanced system, he held a deep-seated disdain for these true barbarians. Have some audacity, strike me. While Bai Li Rui was not one to resort to murder, he could certainly give the soldier a sound thrashing. Hey, stop that. Yifeng and Huang Ping rushed to the entrance. Let him go, Huang Ping said calmly. After all, Yifeng was one of his own. Allowing Bai Li Rui to harm his subordinate would be a blow to his dignity as the prince. After much hesitation, Bai Li Rui finally signaled to his attendant. The attendant promptly kicked the soldier aside. Minister Bai, your temper seems to be growing increasingly fierce. Please, I have already prepared the family banquet for you, Yifeng remarked, his tone indifferent. The purpose of this banquet was to attempt to assimilate Bai Li Rui. If that failed, he would become a formidable adversary in the future. Against enemies, Hot Spring Island would not show leniency. Before long, the guests took their seats. Bai Li Rui was the first to strike. Prince, the methods employed by Island Master Yi to manage his subordinates are truly remarkable, he observed, eyeing Yi Feng's group of high-ranking officials, all of whom appeared lackadaisical and disorganized. Oh, Huang Ping raised an eyebrow but chose not to elaborate. Island Master Yi, allow me to demonstrate what true management of subordinates entails, Bai Li Rui declared, pointing to one of his attendants. You, come here and lie on the ground. The attendant nodded and promptly lay down. Crawl over like a dog and lick the dust off my boots, Bai Li Rui continued. The attendant hesitated for a moment but swiftly complied, crawling over to commence licking the dust from Bai Li Rui's boots. Yifeng noticed a fleeting glimmer of humiliation in the attendant's eyes, though it was swiftly concealed, imperceptible to the average observer. Bai Li Rui lifted his gaze. A triumphant smirk directed at Yifeng. What do you think, Island Master Yi? Have you learned anything? This is what management of subordinates looks like. Bai Li Rui stated nonchalantly. Yifeng's heart was filled with cold laughter, yet he maintained a facade of politeness. Well then, let me give it a try. Chunin, you lie down on the ground, Yifeng commanded. Lie down. Not a chance. Chunin retorted, slamming his hand on the table. Come over here and clean my shoes. Yifeng continued with an expressionless demeanor. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Yifeng's face, leaving him with panda eyes. Chunin retracted his fist, saying, Brother Feng, this isn't like you at all. This is simply outrageous. Huang Ping slammed his hand heavily on the armrest of his chair. Island Master, a subordinate like this should be executed on the spot. Otherwise, how can you maintain your authority? Huang Ping exclaimed angrily. Let it be. They have grown accustomed to laziness. Although I am the Island Master, I cannot force them to engage in such acts that would undermine their dignity, Yifeng replied, covering his right eye. The subordinate, who had been licking the boots, paused momentarily and couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. Had it not been for Bai Li Rui's presence nearby, he might have rushed over to kiss Yifeng. Bai Li Rui pulled out a piece of 5-tier spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to the subordinate. That's enough. You did well in licking. This spirit stone is your reward, Bai Li Rui stated. Chapter 1355. What joy is left in life? Thank you, Chancellor. The subordinate accepted the spirit stone with an expressionless face. Compared to the humiliation he endured today, a mere spirit stone was nothing. However, he could vent his frustrations on his wife and children when he returned home. After all, he had numerous wives and concubines to serve as his outlets. Those with a submissive nature often behave this way, having been bullied by the strong. They dare not retaliate against their oppressors, and instead unleash their wrath upon those weaker than themselves. Ideally, these weaker ones have no backing. Family members make the best targets for bullying since they cannot retaliate, given that their livelihoods depend on him. Island Master, as the leader of an island, why have you not yet broken through to the transformation realm? You must know that every one of my subordinates is of the divine origin realm. Bai Li Rui said nonchalantly. It's beyond my control, my aptitude is limited, and I can only do as I can. How could I compare myself to Chancellor Bai Li? Yifeng replied blandly. Bai Li Rui's gaze casually swept over Yifeng's senior ranks, and a sense of self-satisfaction welled up within him. He intended to let Yifeng's subordinates witness their leader's humiliation while remaining powerless. Among your subordinates, the strongest should be this person, right? Bai Li Rui pointed to He Qingji. Indeed, she has reached the divine origin realm and is the most powerful individual on Hot Spring Island. Indeed, Yifeng nodded. Such a backward state. In my Chancellor's residence alone, there are at least 100 in the divine origin realm. The divine origin cultivators throughout the Black Mountain Empire are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Why is it that your entire Hot Spring Island has only one in the divine origin realm? Bai Li Rui smiled lightly. Yifeng's expression gradually darkened. What nonsense was this old man spouting? What was his true intention? Our Hot Spring Island has only just entered the Starmong continent from the Gale Wind Zone, so the overall cultivation levels are relatively low. However, it matters not. Within a century, our Hot Spring Island will not only witness the emergence of godly realms, but perhaps even semi-divine practitioners. Yifeng stated calmly. Ha. Island Master Yi, your aspirations are grand. Yet reality is often stark. In our illustrious Black Mountain Empire, we have barely seen 2 practitioners of the divine separation realm. And you dare to assure us that your hot spring island will produce semi-divine beings? Preposterous. Bai Li Rui scoffed, prompting his followers to echo his laughter in sycophantic agreement. If only your subordinates could join my ranks, we would have long surpassed 10 practitioners nearing the divine realm. Take this Chunin, for instance. He remains at the true martial realm, his strength woefully inadequate, merely enjoying a lifespan twice that of an ordinary person. Had he aligned with me, he would likely have attained the innate realm by now. Bai Li Rui began to sow discord within Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng, though not foolish, understood the insidious intent behind Bai Li Rui's words. He sought to undermine Hot Spring Island from within. Such treachery is unforgivable. Yet, what recourse did he have? His current strength was insufficient to confront Bai Li Rui openly. Unless he could construct a spacecraft, he would not dare to openly oppose him. At worst, he could relocate all citizens aboard the ship. No matter how formidable Bai Li Rui seemed, he could not venture into outer space, could he? Since the appearance of practitioners from the Starmon continent, none have managed to traverse the cosmos in their flesh. Of course, divine beings are an exception. Once they reach the pinnacle of divinity, they vanish from the Starmon continent. Rumors suggest they ascend to the 2 celestial bodies above. After the invention of Hot Spring Island's astronomical telescope, Chung Li Bin offered predictions. Even the largest celestial body in the sky is at least 500,000 light-years away from the Starmon continent. This means that at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, it would take 500,000 years to reach that star. As for the smaller one, it is at least 10 million light-years away. Unless they can shatter the barriers of speed, it would be impossible to reach those seemingly attainable stars in their lifetime. That is unnecessary. I am not suited to the Prime Minister's residence, and my existence is not solely for the pursuit of realms. What we, the people of Hot Spring Island, seek is perhaps beyond the Prime Minister's understanding, Chunin stated calmly. Oh, is that so? Bai Li Rui raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, once one enters the ranks of practitioners, no one is indifferent to the pursuit of immortality. I cannot believe you claim to transcend such desires. Bai Li Rui replied coolly, suspecting that Chunin was merely downplaying his abilities out of insecurity, when in reality, he yearned for advancement. Chunin stood up, preparing to deliver a lengthy discourse. He intended to convey to Bai Li Rui that the essence of life is not merely confined to solitary cultivation. What if one were to spend their entire life unable to reach the divine realm and ascend to a higher plane? Would that not render their time on this earth meaningless? Chunin, please sit down. Let me speak, Yifeng said, gently pressing Chunin back into his seat as he rose to address the matter himself. Prime Minister, Crown Prince. The fundamental principle of our Hot Spring Island is to ensure that everyone enjoys a life of ease, freedom, leisure, and joy devoid of burdens. As for advancement, ha ha ha. If one were to live perpetually in pursuit of progress, what joy would life hold? Thus, while we do engage in cultivation on Hot Spring Island, it is divided into specific time periods. Each year, we dedicate a fixed 2 months to cultivation, leaving the remaining time for citizens to pursue their own professions. Working merely 4 hours a day, the rest of the hours are devoted to indulgence, recreation, or engaging in activities they cherish. For instance, conducting research, enjoying the pleasures of companionship, or indulging in feasting. In this regard, I have never interfered with the freedoms of the citizens of Hot Spring Island. Moreover, even the island master lacks the authority to summon them for overtime after working hours. Even in times of war, they operate in 3 shifts. Once their duty is over, they do not return to the battlefield, as I will arrange for others to take their place. Yifeng spoke with a calm demeanor. His words rang true. The power of the hot spring coin was gradually becoming evident. As long as he was willing to spend, he could easily conjure up billions of troops. With such a formidable army, he could transform the battlefield into an arena. Hot Spring Island boasts an abundance of bombers, armored vehicles, and even mechs, resulting in an exceptionally low casualty rate among soldiers. Unless higher-level cultivators intervened, in a typical one-on-one scenario, soldiers from Hot Spring Island would seldom perish. Upon hearing Yifeng's remarks, the Crown Prince's attendants immediately shifted their gazes, their faces betraying a hint of yearning. The same could be said for Bai Li Rui's group, who lifted their heads, casting slightly ingratiating looks towards Yifeng. Ahem. Bai Li Rui, upon glancing back, could not help but cough. His 9 attendants swiftly retracted their flattering expressions, reverting to a guise of deep-seated grievances against Yifeng. Once ensconced in the Prime Minister's mansion, They found themselves compelled to align with Bai Li Rui's disposition. Chapter 1356. Just a little more. Yet they had made up their minds. Should Bai Li Rui assign them any perilous tasks in the future, they could easily abandon ship and seek refuge on Hot Spring Island. Excellent. Marvelous. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, your flaw lies in your excessive idealism. To think that during warfare, one could still operate in 3 shifts? When the enemy encroaches upon your territory, I wonder how those resting soldiers will find peace of mind. Bai Li Rui's tone shifted to a more severe note. As a cultivator of the Void Refinement stage, he could sense the shifting sentiments among the hearts of men. Indeed, his 9 attendants had already drifted their focus away from him. Initially intending to sow discord within Hot Spring Island, they had inadvertently caused disunity within their own ranks. Yi Feng, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger in your quaint town any longer. Let us depart. With that, Bai Li Rui stood and strode towards the exit. Hearing Yi Feng continue to boast, he feared that his 9 subordinates would soon become estranged from him. Ah, Prime Minister, have we not yet dined? Are you leaving already? Yi Feng stepped forward a few paces. Bai Li Rui paid him no heed, striding out of the pavilion with determination. Upon reaching the outskirts of the hot spring town, he chanced upon the soldier who had vexed him. Narrowing his eyes, he seized the soldier by the collar. What do you think you're doing? With a swift slap, he sent the soldier spinning 3 times in place. Not yet satisfied, Bai Li Rui delivered several forceful kicks to the soldier, finally alleviating some of the pent-up frustration within him. Let us go? He mounted his spirited steed, and his entourage of 10 swiftly vanished into the hot spring town. Mr. Yi, I shall not intrude any longer. There are numerous governmental affairs awaiting my attention in the capital, Huang Ping remarked as he rose. In a short while, the two departed. Upon returning to the residence, Bai Li Rui immediately dispatched the Zhouqing military command into action. At the entrance of the hot spring bank, 200 constables were stationed. You cannot block the entrance. How are people to conduct their business? The irate lobby manager approached, vociferously arguing with the head constable. We suspect there are dangerous items within the bank. Once we ascertain the situation, we will naturally open the doors, the constable replied. Bring forth the search team. 100 constables charged inside, turning the branch upside down, creating chaos. The lobby manager, incensed, could only grab the phone and call the hot spring town directly. At the gate of the concession, another 200 constables stood guard. Gentlemen, we have an agreement with the Black Mountain Empire. No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. Why are you doing this? Are you acting under orders? Gu Qin glared furiously at the leading constable. The constable's face paled. Over the past couple of years, he had received numerous benefits from Gu Qin, amassing over 10 million hot spring coins alone. However, with the Prime Minister's stringent orders, he was compelled to proceed. We suspect there are hydrogen bombs within the concession. We have orders to conduct a search, the constable stated solemnly. Gu Qin's eyes darted, and he discreetly produced a thick stack of cash, 100,000 yuan in total. Brother, please do my sister a favor. Let your men peruse other areas. Upon your return, simply say you have already searched the concession, Gu Qin implored with a charming smile. The constable, eyeing the substantial sum, swallowed hard. 100,000 hot spring coins equated to 9 million spirit stones. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. Yet, with the Prime Minister's decree, if he were to let Gu Qin off the hook, his deputy would surely report him. At that point, with a mere glance from the Prime Minister towards Director Li, his position as head constable would be at risk, possibly leading to dire consequences, rendering him unable to navigate the bustling capital. Apologies. With a command, the constable ordered a large number of officers to storm inside. They had come with intent, wreaking havoc throughout the concession. The Black Mountain merchants conducting business within scattered in all directions. What is happening? Wasn't it said that those doing business in the concession would not be exploited by these constables? How have they breached our defenses? Despair washed over them as they realized the concession was no longer a safe haven. Guyu clenched her fists, seething with fury as she watched the pack of ravenous constables. With the weapons within the concession, one could eliminate this group of constables 100 times over. Yet, she refrained. Should she take their lives, the concession would be stripped of its status, potentially implicating the headquarters on Hot Spring Island. Bring forth a messenger. Contact General Zhuema and inquire about his course of action, Gu Qin commanded. The concession falls under military jurisdiction, with Zhuema currently serving as the Grand Marshal and Ingda as the Vice Marshal. The external factories of Hot Spring Island have also faced repercussions. with a deluge of constables flooding into Yulong's factory. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I have duly paid my taxes, Yulong protested. Taxes? We have now introduced several additional levies. As long as you settle them all, I assure you, your factory shall remain undisturbed. The constable rattled off an extensive list of taxes: factory levy, road tax, opening tax, seasonal levies, head tax, and corporate tax, among others. And if I were to pay all these taxes, how could I possibly turn a profit? Yulong implored. My lord, grant me some leniency. I supply parts to Hot Spring Island. Should you shutter my factory, rest assured, they will not take it lightly. A resounding slap struck Yulong's face. Mind your own business. Have all the workers exit. We are sealing this factory. Within a fortnight, 7 to 8 of the external factories of Hot Spring Island had been shut down. The remaining factories could hardly meet the substantial demand for spaceship components. In the headquarters of Hot Spring Town, within the council hall, Yifeng paced with his hands clasped behind his back. Seated below were senior officials, including Wang Zhihai and Zhuima. Brother Feng, at this rate, all our factories will be closed. With just our main factory's limited workforce, it may take a millennium to construct the spaceship, Cheng Libin exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The spaceship is merely steps away from completion. Originally, with the vast workforce of the external factories, it would take only a year or two. But now, they are nearly all shut down. We are so close, just a hair's breadth away. With the spaceship, Hot Spring Island could finally confront the Black Mountain Empire with confidence. I shall call Huang Ping, Yifeng decided, dialing the Huang residence. Indeed, Hot Spring Island had installed landlines in the residences of various prominent figures, with the exception of Bai Li Rui. Not only doctors and department heads, but even the Left Chancellor Gong Ping and the royal palace had been connected, courtesy of Yi Feng's generosity. I am Yifeng, seeking Huang Xiang. Please hold. The butler answered the call. After a moment, the butler returned to the line. I regret to inform you, Lord Yi, that Huang Xiang is not available. Very well. I understand, Yifeng replied, ending the call. Chapter 1357. This matter has long been considered. In the Left Chancellor's residence, Huang Ping sat beside the telephone, signaling to the butler, who promptly hung up the call. Is the Crown Prince truly unconcerned about Lord Ye's factory? The butler inquired. Why should I concern myself? Yifeng is evidently unruly. It is imperative that Bai Li Rui teaches him a profound lesson before I intervene to bring him under control. Otherwise, a wild dog like Yifeng may turn against its master at any moment, Huang Ping replied with calm assurance. In fact, during the turmoil at the Bai Li Rui factory, he had also dispatched individuals to create chaos, seizing the opportunity to send numerous people to the bank to withdraw funds, which resulted in a significant disruption of the bank's resources. Consequently, at least 5 branches of the Hot Spring Island in the capital have closed down, with 2 others vandalized by furious customers. However, Yifeng, after all, he is one of your people, remarked the steward. One of my people? Precisely because he is mine. I must subdue him completely. By the way, tomorrow, take a larger group to stir trouble at the Hot Spring Bank headquarters. Strive to drain the main branch. Surely, Yifeng will come personally to plead with me. This time, I shall make him kneel before me. Did not the people of Hot Spring Island claim they would not bow to anyone? I shall decisively shatter their boundaries, Huang Ping said coldly. I understand, the steward nodded. In the conference room, Yifeng placed the phone down with a dazed expression. Brother Feng, is Huang Xiang not here? Chenin could not help but inquire. He is not absent. Rather, he is deliberately waiting for us to embarrass ourselves, Wang Zhihai remarked indifferently beside him. The actions of Bai Li Rui against Hot Spring Island had been ongoing for half a month. If Huang Ping truly intended to assist Yifeng, he would have intervened long ago. Yifeng grasped this truth as well. Yet now, they have established over 300 branches in the capital, with 70 in the concession. Not to mention the densely packed factories outside the capital. There are over 5,000 factories solely dedicated to polishing spacecraft exteriors. Currently, at least 4,900 of these have shuttered. The remaining factories have simply closed their doors, allowing workers to rest until the storm passes. Yulong has suffered the greatest loss, with all his factories sealed. In the realm of light industry, there has been little impact. North of the capital, the garment factories remain operational, with a plethora of affluent ladies from the capital visiting to select their preferred attire. Brother Feng, this cannot continue. All the subcontracting factories could produce spacecraft within a year or two, Cheng Libin stated. Damn Huang Ping, damn Bai Li Rui, and damn Huang Lindong. Yifeng slammed the table in anger. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by the aristocrats of the capital. Now that his factories have spread throughout the capital, withdrawal is not so simple, especially with the banks having established credit there, which is of utmost value. Should the people of the Black Mountain Empire persistently pursue him, the credit of the hot spring currency, painstakingly built, would collapse. The collapse of the hot spring currency would be tantamount to the demise of Yi Feng, Wang Zhihai, and Cheng Libin. Without the sustenance of the hot spring currency, how could they pay the subcontracting factories? These are factories employing hundreds to tens of thousands of workers, all of which rely on the hot spring currency for support. Susan, please make arrangements. I need to meet with Bai Li Rui and Huang Ping. Yi Feng sighed deeply. Understood. Susan picked up the phone to prepare the necessary arrangements. Old Cheng, how is the fuel testing progressing? Yi Feng inquired. The fuel is satisfactory, indeed. It is stronger than the previous variants. However, a student from Hot Spring Chemical University has developed molecular fuel. Once this innovation comes to fruition, our worries about fuel will be alleviated, Cheng Libin remarked. What exactly is molecular fuel? Yi Feng inquired. It involves harnessing immense magnetic forces to draw all the molecules from the air into the fuel chamber. With this advancement, we will no longer need to stock fuel in our premises. This step will allow our spacecraft to achieve a qualitative leap, Cheng Libin replied nonchalantly. Wow, incredible. Old Cheng, you are remarkable. If this fuel is truly developed, we will no longer require conventional fuel, enabling us to embark on interstellar journeys effortlessly. A group of individuals rose in excitement. Let us not celebrate prematurely. This is merely a theory, and the concept has yet to be fully formed. However, as of now, we can substitute part of our fuel with solar energy. Cheng Libin raised an eyebrow. Instantly, the crowd was doused with cold water, returning to their seats, dejected. By the way, has anyone been assigned to fly the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft into outer space? How long will it take to break through the atmosphere? Yi Feng asked. No. We constructed a larger Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, but due to its size, it is slower than before. It stalled mid-flight, and the two pilots had to parachute to safety. Cheng Libin explained. Yi Feng sighed in resignation. This is to be expected. The star main continent is indeed vast, with distances reaching billions of kilometers. Thus, it is evident that the planet housing this entire continent must be extraordinarily large. Its atmospheric thickness is likely many thousands of times that of Earth. What if we used a spacecraft directly? Yi Feng queried. This theory is currently unfeasible, and I am uncertain of the exact thickness of the atmosphere. It is estimated to be in the billions of kilometers. It could be as much as a light year, Cheng Libin sighed. A light year's atmospheric thickness? Yi Feng's expression fell into despair. This is absurd. If the atmospheric thickness of star main continent is indeed a light year, our current Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft would take thousands of years to escape the atmosphere. Moreover, what about the fuel? The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft consumes all its fuel after just one day and night of full-speed flight. Not to mention, we must overcome the first cosmic velocity to break free from Earth's gravity. Old Cheng, we should consider equipping the spacecraft with a nuclear reactor. Using nuclear fuel to replace conventional fuel, Yi Feng declared with determination. We have contemplated this possibility. However, in a civilized society, my understanding of nuclear energy is limited. If there were a nuclear leak, the entire spacecraft would be doomed. Cheng Libin's face flickered with apprehension. Nuclear energy could indeed resolve our fuel dilemma. Just 1 kilogram of uranium can power a massive spacecraft for a day. If we were to use 1 million tons of uranium, the spacecraft would stand a chance of breaching the atmosphere. Of course, regular uranium will not suffice. We must utilize enriched uranium to facilitate even basic interstellar travel. I recognize that this is a gamble, one that could potentially collapse the entire hot spring economy. However, once the spacecraft successfully ventures into outer space, the credibility of the hot spring currency will once again be restored. Old Cheng, pursue this endeavor with vigor and nurture more university students in this field. Yi Feng spoke softly. Indeed. Cheng Libin picked up his pen and made a note in his notebook. Chapter 1358. He persistently made concessions. Bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, transport planes. Let's strive to make them as large as possible. In the future, these aircraft must also utilize nuclear fuel, Yi Feng asserted. Brother Feng, a single reactor weighs countless tons. Have you considered their load-bearing capacity? Shi Gao raised an objection, being one of the chief engineers as well. Let us do our utmost. With dedication, nothing is unattainable. Yi Feng, though an outsider, could only offer verbal encouragement. The funding will have to increase, Shigao remarked. That's fine, at worst. We can allow the hot spring currency to depreciate by half, but we must secure nuclear fuel, Yifeng declared resolutely. Very well. Wang Zhihai noted this down. Preparing to allocate the largest funds towards the research and development of nuclear fuel. Do you have any other difficulties? Please do not hesitate to tell me. Yifeng raked his fingers through his hair, feeling as if he were becoming balder. Being an island leader is not a task for the ordinary. One must contend with the greedy individuals of the Montenegro Empire, secure funding, maintain the credibility of the hot spring currency, and navigate disputes with various subcontractors. Challenges certainly exist, but we can resolve them ourselves. The others affirmed their understanding of Yifeng. Yes, Yifeng nodded. Brother Feng, from this moment forth, all engineers in the engineering department will work 10 hours a day. What do you think? Cheng Li Bin inquired. 10 hours? Will those engineers agree? Yifeng countered. I will clearly explain the current difficulties on Hot Spring Island. Once the spacecraft reaches outer space, they will revert to an 8-hour workday, Cheng Li Bin replied. No. After the spacecraft enters outer space, inform them that their extra hours will be compensated with time off, and that benefits and salaries will continue to rise, Yifeng insisted. Understood. Cheng Li Bin jotted this down. If there is nothing else, I am off to the capital. Zhihai, accompany me. I need to have a serious discussion with the two chancellors to expedite the unblocking of all subcontractors. Yifeng said with a weary expression. Of course. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft rose gracefully, swiftly heading towards the capital. After more than a year of modifications, its speed had increased significantly. 5 hours later, within Yifeng's Dr. S residence, in a certain secret chamber, Minister Huang, please take a seat. Chancellor Bailey, you too, please. Yifeng and Wang Zhihai offered seats to the two chancellors, placing them in the honored positions. Island Master Yi, regarding your factory, I am truly powerless. Huang Ping spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. The 9 cities' military command has the authority to safeguard the capital's security, if Li Yin wishes to investigate. I have no means to intervene. Yifeng was infuriated, but what could he do? Ha ha ha, Huang Xiang. Let us refrain from discussing that matter today, and instead converse about other topics. I have a son who has reached the age of 20 this year. And as for you, your daughter Huang Ting must be around 24, am I correct? Why not? We could unite our families through marriage. Yifeng, wearing a congenial smile, took it upon himself to propose his son's matrimonial affairs. Huang Ping raised an eyebrow. This is indeed a possibility. However, esteemed Yi Island Master, it appears you have no daughters, correct? If you did, you could send another daughter my way. Huang Ping responded with a calm demeanor. Well, alas, I find myself unable to do so. Let us first become in-laws, shall we? Yifeng poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. That is agreeable, but it must be stipulated that after your son and my daughter bear children, I shall extend my utmost support to you. Huang Ping was no fool. Should his daughter and Yifeng's son fail to produce a grandchild, the bond between their families would remain tenuous. It would take at least 10 months, would it not? Yifeng's expression darkened. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it became for him. The credibility of the hot spring currency would inevitably diminish. 10 months hence, I fear most will revert to using spirit stones as currency once more. This is not a matter for me to ponder, Huang Ping retorted, raising a glass in response. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai was engaged in conversation with Bai Li Rui. Chancellor Bai Li, I have made a decision. I intend to marry my most cherished youngest daughter to the Xiang residence. What do you think of this proposal? A smile adorned Wang Zhihai's face. Yet a flicker of humiliation passed through his eyes. Very well, Bai Li Rui nodded in satisfaction. He had awaited this outcome, for they had witnessed the advanced weaponry of Hot Spring Island. Forming a marital alliance with Hot Spring Island would signify an additional means of safeguarding his life. By the way, Wang Zhihai, I have heard that you have a Cheng Li Bin on Hot Spring Island. Perhaps you could arrange for him to send a daughter to my residence as well? Bai Li Rui proposed. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. What? If he is unwilling? We shall let it be. Bai Li Rui waved his sleeve dismissively. Wait, I will explain the situation to Cheng Li Bin. Yifeng interjected, holding Bai Li Rui back. Yi Island Master, what of me? My residence also requires a daughter from Cheng Li Bin. Huang Ping chimed in. However, old Cheng is quite traditional. I fear he may not agree, Wang Zhihai remarked. Then let it be. Huang Ping gestured dismissively, preparing to rise. Very well, I shall attempt to persuade old Cheng. Yifeng's heart seethed with fury. He had resolved that once the spacecraft was constructed, he would only bring his son and grandson aboard. He would certainly not allow Huang Ping's daughter to enter. Do they believe that an alliance through marriage could bind us together? Such a dream. Moreover, Huang Ping suddenly extended his hand, as if contemplating something. After exchanging a glance with Bai Li Rui, they both shared a sinister smile. Yi Island Master. I have several descendants who wish to attend the Hot Spring Academy. I wonder how you feel about this? Huang Ping inquired once more. Yifeng replied, of course. That is no issue, but they are all royal descendants. I fear they may find it difficult to endure the constraints of the Hot Spring Academy. Yifeng spoke slowly. That is fine. Let us adhere to the regulations of the Hot Spring Academy, Huang Ping remarked. Is that so? Very well. Yifeng nodded in agreement. It is likely that these royal nobles, once admitted to the academy, will not easily assimilate. Having spent their lives in a gilded cage, accustomed to having everything handed to them, they possess little practical skill and may even corrupt their fellow students at the academy. I have some descendants who also wish to attend the Hot Spring Academy, Bai Li Rui added. Very well, Yifeng replied, his countenance pale. Faced with the formidable Black Mountain Empire, he continued to make concessions. He awaited the day when the spacecraft would venture into outer space. On that day, he would ensure that the Black Mountain Empire paid 100-fold for their transgressions. Excellent. Let them enter. Both men called out toward the entrance of the Dr. S residence. A throng of noble women entered, cradling their children, followed by a multitude of servants. The children, ranging in age from 3 to 15, bore pudgy faces and regarded Yifeng and Wang Zhihai with disdainful expressions. Chapter 1359. Am I not allowed to visit you? This is my esteemed great-grandson, Huang Yubei. Yubei, you shall follow Yifeng from now on, Huang Ping said, gazing fondly at the 10-year-old boy. Grandfather, will this man allow me to ride him? Huang Yubei inquired, not even glancing at Yifeng. Yes, Yifeng replied with a forced smile. That is good. And will Wu Ma and my maidservants accompany me to study? I require companions for my studies, Huang Yubei continued. Of course, Huang Ping nodded. Yifeng's expression darkened. Young Master Huang, the Hot Spring Academy does not permit companions for study. One must rely on oneself, Yifeng stated firmly. Not wishing for this group of nobles to introduce undesirable influences into the academy. How audacious. I shall bring as many as I desire. Your concession lies within the territory of the Black Mountain Empire, and you dare to defy the wishes of the Huang family? Huang Yubei suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a commanding presence rivaling that of ordinary adults. Yifeng could only shift his gaze to Huang Ping, who chuckled lightly. Yi Island Master, observe how young Yubei already possesses the demeanor of a ruler. Perhaps one day he shall ascend as the sovereign of the Black Mountain Empire. Very well, indeed, Yifeng acquiesced. Meanwhile, Bai Li Rui was embracing a boy of 12 or 13. This is my eldest grandson, Bai Li Jin. I entrust him to your care. Bai Li Rui beamed at Wang Zhihai. Understood, Wang Zhihai replied with a stoic expression. Grandfather, why does he not kneel upon seeing me? Is he not a servant of our Black Mountain Empire? Bai Li Jin gazed at Wang Zhihai, his eyes betraying a deep-seated disdain. This prejudice was ingrained and utterly unmasked. Wang Xingchang, since my Jin-er has spoken thus, you might as well kneel to amuse him, Bai Li Rui jested. Very well, I shall kneel, Wang Zhihai conceded. His face flushed with humiliation as he lowered himself to the ground. Ha, he has knelt. The baldy has knelt. Bai Li Jin leaped and frolicked, striking Wang Zhihai's bald head with a stick. Yifeng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Wang Zhihai was indeed one of the top figures in the rankings of Hot Spring Island, yet he was forced to kneel before a mere child. Such humiliation resonated deeply within him. Bring these young masters and young ladies to the back for some rest, Yifeng commanded. However, to his astonishment, the children under 5 began to wail, clinging tightly to their mothers. Yi Island Master, why not let their mothers accompany them? Huang Ping suggested. The children are too young and require care. Indeed, the eldest prince makes a valid point. Bai Li Rui concurred with a nod. Yifeng's expression darkened. He had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. After 10 minutes, the group of second-generation heirs was finally cleared out, leaving only 4 individuals in the secret chamber. All right, Huang Xiang, Bai Li Qingxiang, I can fulfill your requests, but can you ensure that the factories outside resume production within a week? Yifeng inquired. A week? Huang Ping pondered. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Bai Li Rui. The two appeared to be at odds, yet their common adversary was Hot Spring Island. It is possible, But I have one final condition, Bai Li Rui said with a smile. Speak. Yifeng felt an ominous premonition. Bring Ding Tuanshuan to my residence as a handmaiden. If you agree, I will personally see to it that all factories resume production by tomorrow, Bai Li Rui declared. Yifeng slammed his palm against the table, shattering it into pieces. Ding Tuanshuan was his Achilles heel, although he regarded her as a younger sister. The complex emotions between them were inexplicable. Deep down, he perceived Ding Tuanshuan as his own. Unfazed by the splintered table, Bai Li Rui maintained a sinister smile. His gaze keenly perceptive, he sensed that Ding Tuanshuan was one of Yifeng's vulnerabilities. How about it? If you allow her to come to my residence, I will have all factories operational by tomorrow. Bai Li Rui leaned forward, locking eyes with Yifeng. Yifeng's fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. Come now. Yi Island Master, it is merely a woman, Huang Ping interjected, attempting to mediate while subtly aligning himself with Bai Li Rui. Perhaps we could grant Yi Island Master 3 days to contemplate? Huang Ping then turned to Bai Li Rui, who responded with a hearty laugh. Very well, Yi Island Master. I shall not intrude further. I will await your response in 3 days. With that, Bai Li Rui rose and strode confidently toward the exit. I shall take my leave as well, Huang Ping remarked, following suit. The secret chamber was left with only Yifeng and Wang Zhihai. Brother Feng, please, do not act this way. I am frightened, Wang Zhihai said, eyeing Yifeng warily. Bai Li Rui, that scoundrel. Yifeng's eyes burned crimson as he slowly sank into a seat. Brother Feng, why not let Ding Tuanshuan decide for herself? Wang Zhihai suggested. That's impossible. There's no way I would ever serve as a mere companion to that old scoundrel, Bai Li, Tuan declared, looking towards Zhihai. Is there any other solution? Yifeng inquired. I'm afraid not, at least for the time being, Wang Zhihai sighed heavily. In a quaint hot spring town, Ding Tuan wandered through the garden, with Tang Yitian trailing behind her. Tuan, I am now a citizen and hold the esteemed position of logistics chief. Do you truly believe I am unworthy of you? Tang Yitian questioned, his cheeks flushed with emotion. Yitian, I appreciate your rescue and am grateful. But while I can agree to many of your requests, marrying you is simply out of the question, Ding Tuan replied, shaking her head gently. Ah, Tuan, can you not see? You only have eyes for Yifeng. Yet, have you considered who he truly is? He is nothing but a fickle-hearted rogue. I have heard from the citizens of Hot Spring Island that the number of women he has been involved with has reached into the triple digits. Are you really willing to entrust your body to him? With a swift motion, Ding Tuan slapped him. Enough. Do not speak ill of Brother Yi in my presence. Understood? She exclaimed, her anger palpable. You? Ugh. Tang Yitian cried out as he hurriedly departed the garden. At that moment, a timid figure appeared at the edge of the garden. Wang Zhihai, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the central bank in the capital? Ding Tuan asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity at Wang Zhihai's unusual demeanor today. Tuan, can I come to see you? He replied with a smile as he approached. See me? It seems you have ulterior motives. Speak plainly. Do you require my assistance with something? Ding Tuan probed. Wang Zhihai glanced around cautiously. In truth, he had come without Yifeng's knowledge, hoping to persuade Ding Tuan to make a sacrifice for the sake of the space immigration project on Hot Spring Island. Chapter 1360, The Pristine Bed Linen. Tuan. You are in your 30s now. Why not consider finding someone to marry? Wang Zhihai said earnestly. Marry? You can't possibly mean to suggest I marry your son. Wang Weixian? That is simply out of the question. I am more than qualified to be his aunt, Ding Tuan replied, shaking her head. At 33, she was at the pinnacle of womanhood. How could Wei Xian possibly be worthy of you? However, I am aware of a significant figure, one who holds great power in the Black Mountain Empire. He has taken quite a liking to you, Wang Zhihai insinuated. Ding Tuan raised an eyebrow. Could it be one of the princes from the Huang family? She inquired, a slight frown forming on her brow. No, a prince cannot be compared to Bai Li Rui. He is a seasoned chancellor with immense authority, and now he has halted all our factories. If you are willing, Wang Zhihai's words were abruptly interrupted. Dream on. You think I would ever marry Bai Li Rui? That is utterly impossible. Ding Tuan shook her head resolutely. No, not to marry Bai Li Rui. If you would be willing to make a sacrifice, perhaps we could resume production at all our factories. With our current technological capabilities, once all the factories are operational, we could reach outer space within 3 years, at which point we could confront the Black Mountain Empire with confidence. If they dare to target our banks, factories, and concessions, We are fully capable of retaliating at any moment. Should we be outmatched, we can ascend to the heavens, whereas they cannot, Wang Zhihai advised. This, Ding Tianxuan's brow furrowed deeply. Does Brother Yi know you came to discuss this matter with me? Ding Tianxuan inquired. Of course, Feng Gu is unaware. If he were, he would undoubtedly reprimand me, Wang Zhihai acknowledged with self-awareness. Ding Tianxuan turned away, her gaze directed towards the capital. By sacrificing one of our own, we could propel the spacecraft into outer space, thus enabling Wenshu Island to challenge the Black Mountain Empire and even other great powers. For those nations cannot ascend to the stars either. Speak then, what must I do? Ding Tianxuan inhaled deeply, seemingly resolute. Bai Li Rui has instructed me to send you to his estate, to serve him. Wang Zhihai regarded Ding Tianxuan with caution. Spare me the preambles, speak plainly. To act as his bed servant. Slap. Ouch. Ding Tianxuan clutched her reddened palm. Wang Zhihai was seen donning a mask reminiscent of a fierce warrior, having anticipated the impending strike. You scoundrel, get away from me. To serve as Bai Li Rui's bed servant. Him? I truly wish to end his life. Ding Tianxuan seethed with rage. Tianxuan, if you wish to strike my face, come forth. This time, I shall not wear a helmet. Upon finishing, Wang Zhihai removed the warrior mask. What use is it to strike you? Go and eliminate Bai Li Rui for me. Ding Tianxuan fumed. Tianxuan, our current strength is still far from matching the Black Mountain Empire. If you are willing to make a sacrifice, we can continue our production and enable the spacecraft to enter outer space. For the sake of all of Wenshu Island, I implore you to sacrifice a little of your allure. At worst, once the spacecraft descends, we shall board it together and torment Bai Li Rui until he is utterly broken. Wang Zhihai nearly knelt in supplication. Tianxuan, over these years, you have thrived under the benefits of Wenshu Island. Ask yourself, what contributions have you made to it? This is an unparalleled opportunity. If you are willing to make a sacrifice, the space immigration plan for Wenshu Island will succeed. Such a contribution would surpass both Feng Gu and myself. You would become the foremost benefactor of Wenshu Island. Wang Zhihai earnestly persuaded. Ding Tianxuan fell silent, her anger gradually dissipating. After a lengthy hesitation, she spoke slowly. Wang Zhihai, you may leave. I will consider this matter. Just 3 days, mind you. Bai Li Rui has granted us 3 days. Slap. A resounding slap landed firmly on Wang Zhihai's face. In the capital, within the doctor's residence, Yi Feng sat in his study, troubled. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Brother Yi, it is I, Tianxuan. Yi Feng felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he hastily opened the door. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Ding Tianxuan, clad in a sheer silk veil, subtly revealing the fullness of her bosom. Gulp. Yi Feng swallowed hard. Tuan, are you not pursuing your doctoral studies in the hot spring town? What brings you to the capital? Yi Feng inquired. Yi Feng. Ding Tuan swiftly closed the door behind her. Why are you addressing me so directly? Yi Feng's expression turned wary. Yi Feng, I must ask you. From the very first moment you laid eyes on me, did you ever harbor feelings for me? Ding Tuan fixed her gaze upon Yi Feng. Her breath quickened, causing the delicate fabric to undulate. In that instant, Yi Feng found himself in an awkward predicament. Tuan, why are you saying these things now? By the way, aren't you in a relationship with Tang Yitian? How is that progressing? Yi Feng retreated to the couch, attempting to conceal his discomfort. I am not in a relationship with him at all. He simply enjoys following me around. Yi Feng, you still haven't answered my question. Ding Tuan reached out, gently grasping Yi Feng's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Me? Tuan, can we not discuss this? I have always regarded you as a younger sister. Yi Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts. Spare me that, Feng. I have liked you for a very long time, and I am now 33 years old. Do you not wish to consider this? After speaking, Ding Tuan took hold of one of Yi Feng's hands, slowly guiding it beneath the fabric. It felt like cotton, like silken tofu, and there seemed to be an electric charge. Tuan, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Yi Feng found it difficult to voice his concerns. Absolutely. With that, Ding Tuan's delicate hand boldly grasped Yi Feng's trousers. In that moment, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. He desperately recalled the first time he encountered Ding Tuan, when she was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl with cherubic cheeks. He was lost in a haze, her visage fluctuating in his mind, sometimes a young girl, sometimes an 18-year-old maiden, and at other times, a 25 or 26-year-old woman. Eventually, Ding Tuan transformed into her current self, disheveled hair cascading down. Her hand pressed firmly against her mouth. The sensation was indescribable, surpassing mere pleasure. It was akin to two individuals who had cherished one another for many years, finally succumbing to their desires after 2 decades of restraint. After what felt like an eternity, Yifeng ceased his fervent actions. Ding Tuan nestled closer, resting her face against Yifeng's sturdy chest. A stark crimson stain marred the pristine white sheets. "Enfant, I love you." Ding Tuan looked up, her gaze unwavering. "Tuan, I love you too. Enfant, I adore you. I am utterly enamored with you." Tuan, I reciprocate that sentiment wholeheartedly. After the pent-up emotions erupted, they exchanged various endearing phrases, yet to their ears, there was nothing excessive or overly sentimental about them. It felt entirely natural and inevitable. Chapter 1361. A request of unusual nature. The two embraced for what seemed like an eternity, and Yifeng gazed down at Ding Tuan, who had drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Yifeng discovered that Ding Tuan had vanished. Tuan, where have you gone?" Yifeng felt an ominous premonition creeping over him. In the right Prime Minister's residence, Ding Tuan boldly attended the banquet alone. "I am Ding Tuan, seeking an audience with Prime Minister Bai Li." "Ding Tuan? Who do you think you are? The Prime Minister is not someone you can see at will," the gatekeeper barked. Just then, a formidable presence swept over Ding Tuan. "Allow her entry." A hollow voice resonated from within the residence. The gatekeeper's expression changed, and he ushered Ding Tuan inside. Before long, she found herself standing in the center of the grand hall, where Prime Minister Bai Li Rui sat, accompanied by his 3 primary wives. "Very well. It seems I have finally come to understand. Ding Tuan, the bedmaid, do you know what is expected of you?" Bai Li Rui remarked with a faint smile. "I am aware of my responsibilities. However, I have cultivated the Jade Maiden technique, which prohibits me from sharing a bed with a man. Should I falter in my practice, consider the repercussions. Would Warm Spring Island simply let it go?" Ding Tuan met Bai Li Rui's gaze unwaveringly. "Do you think you can just dictate your practice? I find it hard to believe. If a bedmaid cannot fulfill her duties, what use are you to me?" Bai Li Rui seethed with anger. "Wait," Lady Yi interjected, "my husband. Your intention in summoning her as a bedmaid is merely to detain an important figure within the right Prime Minister's residence. Once she is here, negotiations can proceed smoothly. My husband, my sister speaks the truth. All we require is a hostage, not necessarily a bedmaid," the second lady added. They were envious of Ding Tuan's beauty, fearful that Bai Li Rui might overlook them in favor of her. Reducing competition was advantageous. Bai Li Rui's face flushed crimson. It would be a lie to claim he was indifferent to such a beauty as Ding Tuan. Yet, the status of his 3 wives was not to be dismissed lightly. His first lady was a distant cousin of the Emperor Huanglin, and the second lady was the sister of the General of Border Defense. Although the general commanded ordinary soldiers, in this world, mortals constituted the majority, and thus, his power instilled a measure of caution even in a cultivator like Bai Li Rui. "Ding Tuan, even if you have mastered the Jade Maiden technique, there must be a limit. When will I be able to claim you?" Bai Li Rui inquired. "In 10 years. Ding Tuan replied coolly. She believed that within a decade, spacecraft would venture into outer space, at which point, she would not have to surrender herself to the likes of Bai Li Rui. 10 years. Huh. Dream on. 3 years at most. In 3 years, regardless of the means, I must possess you, or how can I prove Warm Spring Island's sincerity? Isn't that right, First Lady, Second Lady?" Bai Li Rui turned to his 2 primary wives. As for the third lady, her family lacked influence, and she hesitated to engage in the decision-making. 3 years. That will certainly not suffice. Make it 8, Ding Tuan countered. 5 years. No more than 5 years. Bai Li Rui began to haggle. 5 years. Very well, but during those 5 years, I shall remain in the First Lady's courtyard. I wonder if the First Lady would consent to this arrangement? Ding Tuan turned her gaze towards Lady Yi. The intelligence system of Hot Spring Island is remarkably well established. She knows that the noble lady possesses royal lineage, and as long as she is under the lady's protection, her honor remains intact. Ah, the young girl is quite astute. Lady Yi nods in satisfaction and then turns to Bai Li Rui, saying, "Husband, shall we settle this matter? I will handle the domestic affairs, while you manage the external matters." Bai Li Rui squinted slightly. He had indeed planned to seize Ding Tuan within 3 days. Even if he succeeded, Hot Spring Island would likely only issue a tepid protest, unless they were willing to forego the operation of all their factories. However, Should Ding Tuan Tuan find refuge under the noble lady's wing, it would become considerably more challenging for him. Very well, my lady. I entrust the household matters to you. Bai Li Rui concedes with a nod. Subsequently, Ding Tuan Tuan follows closely behind Lady Yi, accompanied by 6 or 7 handmaidens, though they are merely maidservants. Each possesses strength that has reached the transformation realm, surpassing Yi Feng's level. Notably, one of the handmaidens harbors great hostility towards Ding Tuan Tuan. She is Lady Ye's personal attendant, yet her background is not as formidable as Ding Tuan Tuan's. Do not underestimate Hot Spring Island at present. Nearly half of the capital's populace utilizes hot spring coins and purchases various garments, weapons, and even electric lights produced by the island. Thus, Hot Spring Island's influence now ranks among the top 10 in the entire Black Mountain Empire. Only the royal family, Bai Li Rui, and a few other factions can suppress Hot Spring Island's power. Ding Tuan Tuan, from now on I shall call you Tuan Air. You and you Air will serve as my personal maidservants, primarily assisting me with simple tasks, Lady Yi states, glancing at Ding Tuan Tuan. She is a perceptive individual. Even if Hot Spring Island's power were to eclipse Bai Li Rui's in the future, her relationship with Ding Tuan Tuan would prevent the Bai family from facing annihilation. Yes, my lady, Ding Tuan Tuan nods. No, you are my personal maid, so you must call me sister, Lady Yi instructs. Yes, sister. Sister, I have a humble request. I wish to remain by your side, never straying beyond 100 paces from you, Ding Tuan Tuan expresses. She feels a sense of urgency, knowing that this is the Prime Minister's residence, and should Bai Li Rui choose to act forcefully, she would be powerless. Only in the presence of Lady Yi would Bai Li Rui refrain from brazenly pursuing his desires. Lady Yi pauses momentarily, then smiles at Ding Tuan Tuan, nodding her head in approval. The rumors that the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island are exceptionally clever appear to be true. Granted, Lady Yi replies with a smile. The following noon, the entire bureau of the 9 cities mobilized. They formed pairs and began to remove the seals from the entrances of various concessions and banks. The removal of the seals signified that the concessions and banks could resume operations. Simultaneously, more constables headed outside the city to unseal various factories. Send word to bring back those workers lounging at home, and instruct the kitchen to prepare a grand feast. We must catch up on our previous orders. Yulong exclaimed joyfully, slapping his thigh. Other factories were also engaged in similar efforts, summoning laid-off workers back to prepare for a vigorous endeavor. At this moment, a representative from Hot Spring Island arrived. Is Yulong present? I am here. Is there something you need, Engineer Chung? Yulong approached, bowing slightly. He was now face-to-face with Shi Gao, the son of Shi Zhongliang, who had also risen to the rank of chief engineer. I have brought you a significant number of orders. Do you see this? It must be forged from high-quality iron, with a blend of iron essence. And we also require a touch of iridium, Shi Gao stated, presenting a set of blueprints to Yulong. The design depicted a peculiar wing, towering at a staggering height of 100 meters, composed of numerous shells. Chapter 1362. It matters not, as long as you possess imagination. The length exceeded 6,000 meters. Similarly constructed from various shells. This can be accomplished, but we lack iridium. This rare element is only refined to a gram per year, Yulong expressed with some difficulty. No worries, our engineering department will provide it. Just confirm if it can be done, Shi Gao inquired. It can, but the structure is exceedingly complex. Thus additional funds will be required. Yulong's mind raced, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. Money is not an issue. If you hire more workers, the engineering department will send additional orders your way shortly. After all, your long-term collaboration with us at Hot Spring Island ensures a certain level of quality, Shi Gao replied. Understood, no problem, Yulong said, ushering Shi Gao into his office. Meanwhile, other major factories also welcomed engineers from Hot Spring Island, who brought blueprints for the spacecraft components. A month later, Yulong began a widespread recruitment campaign. Not only did he seek workers in the capital, but he also dispatched private planes and trucks to other provinces to find laborers. The sheer volume of orders from Hot Spring Island necessitated such measures. He feared that relying solely on the capital's workforce would hinder progress. Hot Spring Island was entering a phase of explosive development. All citizens united in research and development, dedicating their full efforts to the space colonization initiative. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. On a particular day, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Hot Spring Town, fierce winds howled, and golden lightning streaked down from the heavens. 3 days later, Yi Feng emerged from the hidden chamber. Congratulations. Brother Feng, you've successfully advanced to the transformation realm, Chunin exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Yi Feng. Ah Feng, congratulations. Duo Yanhina approached, draping a complete garment over Yi Feng's shoulders. Ah Feng, you have finally reached the transformation realm, extending your lifespan by over 800 years compared to ordinary individuals. Susan added as she joined them. Then came Bai Chushua and several others from civilized society. Father, I too broke through to the innate realm half a month ago, Yi Xing announced, approaching with a charming young woman by his side. This woman was from the Huangping family. Greetings, esteemed elder, she said, bowing gracefully. Well, did this rascal bully you? Yi Feng queried with a playful grin. No, a Xing has been very kind to me, she responded, her face glowing with happiness. That is good to hear. Yi Feng nodded, turning his attention to the others. Wang Wei was accompanied by a beautiful woman from the Bai Li Rui family. At last, his gaze settled upon Ilian. Ilian, have you also ascended to the innate realm? A genuine smile illuminated Yi Feng's face. Indeed, Ilian nodded, her eyes deep and somber, as if capable of perceiving all truths. What about Jihai? Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings. Uncle Yi, my father is still at the National Bank, Wang Wei interjected. He truly bears a heavy burden. Come, let us gather at my home. Hina, Susan, I shall rely on you to prepare the meal, Yi Feng chuckled. Immediately, a group made their way towards Yi Feng's residence. Family gatherings were reserved for the closest companions, allowing everyone to revel freely in the comfort of Yi Feng's villa. Brother Feng, the spaceship project may be more complex than we initially perceived. Numerous materials must be gathered from across the star main continent. Furthermore, we have successfully launched the launcher into outer space, Chung Libin commented. Oh, have we finally breached the atmosphere? Pray tell, how thick is it? Yi Feng inquired with newfound interest. Remarkably thick, at a velocity of 30 Mach. It would take approximately a month to penetrate the atmosphere. However, once our launcher entered, it immediately lost contact. We have no knowledge of what lies beyond the atmospheric veil. Chung Libin replied, his expression grim. They had staked everything on the spaceship. In the past 6 months, the value of the spring coin had depreciated by 1/3. Presently, one spring coin could only procure over 70 spirit stones. Should the space colonization endeavor falter, the spring coin would gradually become obsolete, rendering future technological advancements exceedingly challenging, as there would be no funds to harness labor. What a predicament, Yi Feng admitted, feeling utterly uninformed in this regard. Breaching the atmosphere appeared to be a feat only achievable by Spring Island. As for the local cultivators, they were undoubtedly ignorant of the mysteries of outer space. What Spring Island needed to accomplish was to progress from 0 to 1, the most arduous step. Once they reached 1, the subsequent leap to 1 billion would become feasible. What insights do you possess regarding outer space? Or do you harbor any speculations? Yi Feng directed his gaze toward the group. Shi raised his hand. Uncle Yi, to my knowledge, there should exist an immensely powerful gravitational force in outer space. I have studied universal gravitation, and if these celestial bodies possess gravity, it indicates that our star main continent, along with the two above, forms a gravitational pull. Once the launcher soars beyond the atmosphere, it will likely be torn to shreds by these opposing forces, Shi articulated. Quite imaginative. It seems your studies at Spring University have not been in vain. Yi Feng acknowledged, pleased with Shi's response. Uncle Yi, I am enrolled at Spring Polytechnic, Shi corrected. Haha, it matters not. As long as you possess imagination, that is sufficient. What about the rest of you? Any theories? Yi Feng inquired again. Uncle Yi, I believe there may be other life forms in outer space, Ilian interjected. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Yi Feng's expression shifted. Ilian was undoubtedly a product of a civilized society and a foreigner at that, known for their boundless imagination. Indeed, these extraterrestrial beings do not exist in a tangible form. I suspect they may manifest as thought forms or divine consciousness, devoid of physical bodies. However, should they desire corporeal forms, they could acquire them at will, as stated by Ilian. Such insight prompted Yi Feng to applaud her, for he believed her assertions to be accurate. Had these aliens possessed physical forms, traces of their existence would have undoubtedly been uncovered on Earth long ago. Little did he know, Ilian's theory was entirely predicated on her Shura eye, which enables her to perceive certain dark matter, such as shadowy figures that resemble humanoids. These shadows sometimes linger in the surroundings or perch upon the shoulders of specific individuals. Brother Feng, this poses a dilemma. If there exists a gravitational pull between two planets, How immense must that force be? I fear that our spacecraft would be torn to shreds the moment it breaches the atmosphere. Thus, we must reinforce the vessel structure, Chung Li Bin remarked. Then, shall I deploy some formidable formations on the outer shell of the spacecraft? Bai Guogua interjected, raising her hand. Indeed. Utilize all your knowledge to enhance the spacecraft. Yifeng solemnly nodded in agreement. At that moment, a guard entered, bearing a grave expression. Island Master, 3 hours ago. We received news, he announced. What news? Yifeng inquired, rising to his feet. 3 hours prior, at Outpost 49, Hua Luoqing has transcended, the guard revealed. A hint of sorrow crossing his face. She has transcended. Yifeng sank back into his seat, slowly closing his eyes. His first encounter with Hua Luoqing had been by the Black Tree River, where she was the esteemed lady of the Yunshan clan, married to the great Van Di Ming. In the blink of an eye, she transitioned from that status to becoming a citizen. Yet, it seemed he harbored scant memories of her. The atmosphere darkened, particularly among the older citizens, who held profound memories of Hua Luoqing. She never managed to break through to the true martial realm, Susan stated softly. Yifeng was taken aback, turning to Wang Weixian. Weixian, is your father still in the post-heaven realm? Has he not broken through to the true martial realm? Wang Weixian's countenance darkened as he shook his head slowly. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang. Susan hurried to answer it. Hello? Yes, I'll phone. It's Huang Ping, looking for you. All right, Yifeng replied as he took the call. The voice on the other end crackled with urgency. Island Master Yi, there is something of great importance. You must come to the capital. Furthermore, as a figure of your stature, how can you remain cooped up in the hot spring town? You should reside in the doctor's mansion henceforth, Huang Ping urged. What is it that warrants such urgency? Yifeng asked impatiently, recalling how Huang Ping had once led him into a precarious situation. 6 months ago, in an effort to restore production across all factories, he had nearly sacrificed everything, even involving Ding Tuanshuan. Yifeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. This concerns a significant matter regarding my Black Mountain Empire. You must come. You'll understand once you arrive. Significant matters concerning the Black Mountain Empire? Yifeng's lips curled in skepticism. However, he remains a minister-level figure in the Black Mountain Empire, temporarily needing to engage in superficial pleasantries with that group of individuals. Susan, Hina, please extend a warm welcome to them. I must make a trip to the capital. Yifeng donned his coat. The cold wave seemed to have already reached the capital, with temperatures here plummeting to around 10 degrees. It was said that in the western Yin County, temperatures had dipped to a chilling minus 100 degrees. Very well, Susan nodded. Yifeng boarded his private aircraft, soaring swiftly toward the capital. This aircraft was a third-generation Blackbird reconnaissance plane, significantly enhanced in speed, equipped with numerous storage bags to accommodate more fuel. Yifeng deliberately flew at a slower pace. What could be traversed in 10 minutes, he extended to half an hour, circling around the capital. The number of factories had multiplied exponentially, with plumes of black smoke billowing everywhere. The once lush primordial forests had been largely decimated, and amidst the remnants of the forest, copper and iron mines rose prominently. What does it matter? It's not my industry on Hot Spring Island, Yifeng thought as he pulled the control stick, guiding the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft into the National Defense Formation. As a minister, he had the privilege of unrestricted access. An hour later, he found himself standing in the imperial court, reminiscent of ancient court assemblies. Seated at the top was the incarnation of Emperor Huanglin, with Prime Minister Huang Ping on the left and Chancellor Bai Li Rui on the right. He also observed numerous regional lords, such as Kuang Tianfeng, Qiu Qianhua, and Tang Yuanlong, who had essentially undergone reincarnation. Let us commence, Emperor Huanglin gestured. Huang Ping stepped forward. This time, His Majesty has journeyed through several nations, and they are preparing to send representatives to our Black Mountain Empire for a national trial, he announced. National trial? What is that? Yifeng nudged Kuang Tianfeng behind him. It is a competition between nations to determine whose strength prevails, Kuang Tianfeng whispered back. What significance does it hold? Yifeng inquired. Shu, the sovereign will elucidate. Just listen quietly, Kuang Tianfeng replied. Yifeng thought to himself, what does this national trial have to do with me? I am solely concerned with the development of Hot Spring Island, not the affairs of the Black Mountain Empire. Tianwan Nation, Xingyuan Nation, Luomong Nation. They will all dispatch their younger generation of elites to participate in our Black Mountain Empire's national trial. Furthermore, it will only involve practitioners from the transformation realm. Huang Lin addressed the ministers. Surely, You comprehend their intentions? Huang Lin gazed at the assembly. Indeed, Huang Ping explained. The strength of the younger generation reflects the overall power of the nation. If our Black Mountain Empire ranks too low, it signifies a decline in our national strength. A waning national strength implies that other nations may covet our resources, seizing our abundant spiritual mines, herbs, and various minerals. Indeed, the national trial serves as a gauge to ascertain whether there are true masters within your younger generation. A lack of expertise among them would indicate that your nation is incapable of nurturing formidable talents. If you cannot cultivate such talents, you shall not be entitled to enjoy the benefits of a vast empire. Other nations will seek to claim their share. Although the starry continent has entered a semi-civilized state, its essence remains unchanged, a brutal survival of the fittest. Thus, the national examination is of paramount importance to the Black Mountain Empire, even more so than dealing with the barbaric tribes of the 100 Your Majesty, it would be prudent to conduct preliminary and major trials in the capital and various provinces, selecting the foremost alchemical masters from each region to present to the capital for the final assessment. The top 10 from this final trial should then compete against experts from other nations, Huang Ping suggested. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. However, one stipulation must be made. Warm Spring Island must yield 3 quotas, with participants possessing strength at the alchemical realm. Emperor Huang Lin gazed at Yifeng, fully aware that Yifeng had never regarded the Black Mountain Empire as his own, but rather cared solely for his Warm Spring Island. Understood, Yifeng nodded, having resolved to casually select a few mediocre alchemical practitioners to fulfill the requirement. Dr. Yi, do not forget that if the Black Mountain Empire were to be invaded, it would herald chaos across the land. Your factories, along with your so-called strongholds, leased territories, and banks, would be obliterated. Thus, I implore you to exert your utmost effort. Emperor Huang Lin, with years of wisdom, discerned Yifeng's intent to take a lackadaisical approach. Yifeng's expression darkened. He had not considered the implications as deeply as Emperor Huang Lin. Furthermore, Dr. Yi, should other nations indeed launch an assault on the Black Mountain Empire, all aircraft, sand vehicles, and soldiers from Warm Spring Island will be requisitioned. I hope you will be diligent in the national examination. As long as one person from the Black Mountain Empire places in the top 4, the other 3 nations will think twice before acting against us. The prowess of the younger generation fundamentally reflects a nation's comprehensive strength, Huang Ping interjected from the side, issuing a warning. Yifeng's countenance resembled that of a charred pot bottom. Yes, Chancellor, he acquiesced with a nod. Wait, Your Majesty, during the duels, may I employ the advanced technology of Warm Spring Island? For instance, heavy water Gatling guns, or heavy water pistols, or even mechas? Yifeng queried suddenly. Absolutely not. Such weaponry possesses excessive lethality. Should we eliminate experts from other nations, it would inevitably incite hatred. Emperor Huang Lin firmly shook his head, his expression grave as he regarded Yifeng. Then, if I do not kill but merely demonstrate the power of our technology, would that be acceptable? Yifeng inquired once more. Well, Emperor Huang Lin pondered for a moment. Father, I believe this is feasible. However, we must not reveal these formidable weapons at the outset. Unless our standings are exceedingly poor, we should only showcase them to instill some trepidation, Huang Ping articulated, harboring his own plans. The technology of Warm Spring Island is currently a focal point for the Black Mountain Empire. They seek to tighten their grip on Warm Spring Island, while simultaneously leveraging its various weapons. Should they display these to other nations, it is conceivable that foreign agents might infiltrate the Black Mountain Empire, possibly collaborating with Yifeng in some clandestine manner. This was also one of the reasons he intended to marry his daughter to Yifeng's son. In the Black Mountain Empire, there is a desire to swiftly assimilate Hot Spring Island, imposing the empire's regulations forcibly into the minds of the island's inhabitants. Little do they realize that if such regressive ideologies were truly instilled in the minds of the people of Hot Spring Island, the island's rapid development would likely stagnate or even regress. If power allows one to act without restraint, who would still be inclined to devote themselves to innovation and technological advancement? Would it not be more prudent to focus on schemes for promotion and wealth? Emperor Huang Lin cast a profound glance at Yifeng. In truth, many of these principles are well understood by someone of his stature. This is precisely why he has permitted Hot Spring Island to establish banks, concessions, and factories within the capital. Nevertheless, he occasionally seeks to impede the progress of Hot Spring Island, as he does not wish for it to rise above the authority of the monarchy. After all, how could he enjoy the wealth of the entire Black Mountain Empire? How could he ensure that his family and descendants ascend to greatness? Moreover, he harbors concerns regarding the rapid advancement of Hot Spring Island. According to reports from the 9-city military command, once ordinary citizens of the Black Mountain Empire enter the factories of Hot Spring Island, they invariably seek ways to remain there, enticed by the island's exceptional benefits, 8-hour workdays, 5 meals a day, and astonishingly high wages. An ordinary worker can earn a whole hot spring coin in a single day, which is equivalent to over 70 spirit stones. Consequently, workers emerging from the factories of Hot Spring Island carry an air of superiority, distinguishing themselves from the Black Mountain populace. Even some lower-tier cultivators aspire to work in these factories, as who would not wish to earn over 70 spirit stones daily. Conversely, in the Black Mountain Empire, the populace is often subjected to heavy taxation and forced labor, such as working on the Great Wall without pay while providing their own sustenance, truly a world apart. Thus, after returning home, the state governors immediately arranged for trials, with the top candidates from each state required to convene in the capital for a grand examination in 3 months. Your Majesty, a physician remarked, some distant regions may find it difficult to reach the capital in such a short time. Fear not, ye Island Master. I entrust this task to you. Please send your aircraft from Hot Spring Island to bring those talented individuals from remote provinces to the capital. I shall provide you with compensation, declared Emperor Huanglin. Understood, Yi Feng nodded in acquiescence. The court session finally concluded, and Yi Feng, accompanied by a group of physicians, made his way out of the royal palace. They appeared quite animated, engaging in discussions about the formidable talents within their respective territories. Some even sought to forcibly include their sons, believing that mere visibility in the capital would suffice to impress the high-ranking officials. At the very least, it would allow these dignitaries to recognize their offspring's appearances. Returning to the main office of Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng felt a wave of frustration. A knock echoed at the door. "Is that you, Brother Feng? Come in," came the aged voice of Wang Zhihai from within the office. Upon opening the door, Yi Feng was taken aback. After more than half a year apart, Wang Zhihai's hair had turned completely white, and the signs of aging were evident in the corners of his eyes and brow. "Zhihai?" Yi Feng gazed at Wang Zhihai with a heart full of compassion. He could scarcely fathom the thought that, should Wang Zhihai also succumb, who would share the burdens upon the island of hot springs? "Brother Feng, allow me to pour you a cup of tea." Wang Zhihai slowly rose, grasping the cane beside him. "No need, Zhihai. Please, sit down. I can manage on my own." Yi Feng promptly assisted Wang Zhihai back into his seat. He poured a cup for both himself and Wang Zhihai. "Brother Feng, the hot spring coin has actually collapsed. Recently, expenses have been exorbitant. However, I employed certain strategies to stabilize it once more." Yi Feng understood. In merely half a year, the value of the hot spring coin had depreciated by about a quarter. Its collapse would have been a travesty. When an item is excessively abundant, it naturally loses its worth. "How did you manage to stabilize the hot spring coin?" Yi Feng inquired, seating himself beside Wang Zhihai. "Quite simply," Wang Zhihai coughed lightly, "by stimulating consumer spending. For instance, the factory workers, they can secure a lifetime of comfort with just a year of labor. If we cannot retain our seasoned employees, the factories on Hot Spring Island will produce inferior goods. Thus, I targeted the women of the Black Mountain Empire. I initiated a widespread campaign, asserting that women ought to indulge themselves while they are young. Otherwise, they would have no memories to cherish in their old age. To marry, one must seek a wealthy partner, ideally someone possessing a home in the capital, or even better, a residence in Hot Spring Town. This would ensure that their future children could attend the prestigious Hot Spring Academy. As a result, those workers have no choice but to return to their jobs, driven by the need to earn money for housing. I then inflated the property prices in the capital 20-fold, rendering homes perpetually unattainable. This means that if they wish to marry, they must all toil in the factories of Hot Spring Island." Wang Zhihai chuckled lightly, taking a sip of his spiritual tea, only to succumb to a fit of coughing. Yi Feng's expression darkened. His beloved island had ultimately transformed into something he despised. "Did Bai Li Rui not intervene when you inflated the housing prices?" Yi Feng pressed further. "Not at all. Firstly, my daughter is married into his household. Secondly, Bai Li Rui and his associates possess extensive land in the capital. It benefits them, so why would they oppose me? They would be grateful, not to mention, the association would never interfere with my actions," Wang Zhihai asserted. "Very well. Let us expedite the space colonization plan. I have no desire to further exploit the underclass of the Black Mountain Empire. Yi Feng sighed deeply. Indeed, it shall be soon. Though I cannot help but wonder if I will have the opportunity in this lifetime to avenge Wei Luo, Wang Zhihai remarked, casting his gaze towards the palace. He had already discerned that it was the Huang Lin Emperor who had dealt his son a fatal blow. Chapter 1365. But if they take the initiative, I am powerless to resist. Once our spacecraft reaches outer space, we can commence our research there. At that point, the Black Mountain Empire will no longer pose a threat to us. We shall have the freedom to deal with them as we please. Yi Feng patted Wang Zhihai's shoulder. Brother Feng, I fear my days are numbered. At most, I have a decade left. Unless heaven takes pity on me and allows me to break through to the true martial realm. Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. Even without your words, I shall take good care of them, especially Wei Xian, whom I currently regard with utmost importance. Once our spaceship enters outer space, we shall all be able to devote ourselves to cultivation and research, free from any disturbances. Not even a divine-level expert could trouble us, as they cannot ascend beyond the atmosphere on their own divine essence. Yi Feng reassured him. Yes, may that day arrive soon, Wang Zhihai replied. The two old friends conversed for quite some time in the office before Yi Feng took his leave, reminding Wang Zhihai to rest adequately and not to overexert himself. As the island's master, Yi Feng understood the need for a new economic prodigy. Once Wang Zhihai departed, no one could replace his role as the general manager of Hot Spring Island. As night fell, Yi Feng boarded a plane back to Hot Spring Town. Chunin, let us visit the schools on Hot Spring Island, he suggested. Certainly. Chunin eagerly followed. He had also reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, just one step away from attaining the innate realm. They briefly passed through the elementary, middle, and high schools before arriving at Hot Spring University, which sprawled over more than 4,000 acres, featuring grand dormitory buildings, faculty offices, dining halls, and a library. Yi Feng had completely emptied the collection from the entire Sword Gorge Library into the university's library. Brother Feng, you've arrived, greeted Su Yun, the president of Hot Spring University. Yes. How many students do we have at present? Yi Feng inquired, shaking her hand with a smile. Su Yun, in her 40s, felt a slight blush creep onto her fair face. We have over 70,000 students, most of whom are citizens, with a few from Xin County. She replied with a smile. Are there no university students in Pingzhou Prefecture? Yi Feng asked again. The youth from Pingzhou Prefecture are still in middle school. It will likely take them 6 or 7 years to reach university, Su Yun remarked, adjusting Yi Feng's collar. At that moment, Chunin suddenly whistled at a group of female students. Little sisters, uncle is fond of you. Would you like me to check your health? He asked with a mischievous grin. A few vibrant young women turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated to their dormitories. Sigh, Yi Feng sighed. Chunin, in his 40s, still lacks the decorum of maturity. He remains as he ever was. It seems some individuals are destined to remain perpetually youthful in spirit. After inspecting Hot Spring University, Yi Feng took Chun into Hot Spring Polytechnic, which had an even larger student body. The vice president was Nareme, while Chung Li Bin held the title of president, albeit spending most of his time in the underground research facility working on spacecraft. Ah Feng, it's good that you've come. Let us proceed to the office. Chunin, why don't you head to the playground and have some fun with the youths? Nareme promptly suggested, shooing Chunin away. Huh. Don't think I'm unaware of what you two are up to. It's of no concern, Chunin retorted playfully as he ran toward the playground. Let us go. Ah Feng, Nareme beckoned. Riko gazed at Yi Feng with her eyes glistening like autumn waters, concealing an immense desire within their depths. Yi Feng's legs began to fidget, indicating that an impending clash was unavoidable. Upon arriving at the office, their bodies collided with fervor. An hour later, Riko was tracing circles on Yi Feng's chest. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Perhaps nearly a decade, Riko remarked with a smile. Has it truly been that long? Yi Feng gently caressed Riko's hair. Of course. For all these years, I have remained chaste, Riko replied playfully. She had reached the late stage of her innate realm and was on the verge of becoming a transformation realm practitioner. Strictly speaking, her aptitude was not particularly remarkable, yet the purity of the elixirs from Hot Spring Island was unparalleled. Yi Feng could refine tens of thousands of low-grade elixirs with a single hand, sufficient for the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island to cultivate. However, for high-grade elixirs, he still needed to invest some time in their refinement. Yet, as he ascended to the transformation realm, his refining prowess with the blood extraction technique had also improved. It wouldn't be long before he could refine a void refinement elixir in a single day. Over these past years, how many women have you pursued? Rico inquired. If I claim none, you would surely not believe me. Perhaps I should get a calculator? Yifeng asked seriously. Giggling, you haven't changed, still the same flirt. Yet, for some reason, I find myself drawn to you, Rico teased, reaching out to grasp the fabric of Yifeng's trousers. And you? Surely you've sought out men in the past decade? Yifeng teased back, playfully tapping Rico's nose. Don't accuse me unjustly. I have remained faithful to you, Rico replied, half joking. Ah, but you shouldn't squander your youth. It's high time you found someone to marry, at the very least to have a child, Yifeng suggested. Rico's expression dimmed momentarily as memories of her child lost over 20 years ago aboard a cruise ship resurfaced, a sorrow she could not shake. After indulging in each other's warmth 2 or 3 more times, Yifeng finally adjusted his trousers and departed the office. Hand in hand, they strode forth unabashedly, causing astonishment among their peers, with one professor even covering his face in tears. I pursued her for 10 years, and she likes Yifeng. Good heavens. Had she fancied someone else, I might have dared to compete, but she likes Yifeng. How could I possibly show my face again? The professor lamented, rushing to the restroom. Look at you, unbothered by gossip. You're now the vice president of a prestigious engineering university, Yifeng teased. What do I care? Holding your hand is my pride. You may not realize it, but the students at the university idolize you. Especially the female students who have your pictures plastered on their dorm walls, Rico replied. Oh, is that so? Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Are there any female admirers as beautiful as you? He had not anticipated becoming an idol. Don't get your hopes up. Universities have their own rules. You wouldn't want to stir up trouble, would you? Rico shot Yifeng a playful glance. Haha, of course not. But if they take the initiative, what can I do? Yifeng chuckled, the familiarity of their banter comforting. Rico shot him another playful glare. The two individuals, Naomei and Yifeng, gazed in astonishment at the playground, their eyes widening in disbelief. There stood Chun'un, instructing the female students in the art of the third examination subject, his captivating form eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Chun'un, let us go to the cafeteria for a meal, Yifeng called out from a distance. Chapter 1366, Nothing to be ashamed of. All right, dear female classmates, who among you desires my autograph? Chun'un inquired, casting his gaze over the audience. I don't want your autograph. I merely find your performance rather amusing, a bold female student remarked candidly. Following this, the trio indulged in the culinary offerings of the Polytechnic University, which resembled a lavish buffet. The spread included fish, shrimp, lobster, sea cucumbers, abalone, fruit salad, sashimi, salmon, tuna, braised pork knuckles, Sichuan cuisine, and Hunan dishes. Although Shi Zhengliang had departed, his disciples, numerous as the stars, had inherited his diverse culinary skills. Are there no staff to serve the food? Yifeng inquired. It's all self-service. Take as much as you can eat, replied Raimaizi, as she helped herself to a few pieces of sashimi and a bowl of natto seaweed soup. Chun'un, on the other hand, wielded a large tray brimming with food. Yifeng was not far behind, similarly piling his tray high. Maisie Jia, be sure to take more. It's a buffet, and you'd be remiss not to indulge. Chun'un urged. Raimaizi smiled coyly. I'm rather tired of it. If you all enjoy it, by all means, eat your fill. Little did Chun'un and Yifeng realize that all the meals were complimentary, as university students generally exhibited a sense of decorum, refraining from overindulgence. After all, taking more than one could consume would invite ridicule from others. Indeed, the surrounding students cast peculiar glances at the duo. After finishing their lunch, Yifeng and Chun'un proceeded to explore the University of the Magical Array. Principal, Bai Guogua, Yifeng greeted. Brother Yi, this is the array course. Would you care to audit? Bai Guogua, aware of Yifeng's visit, personally conducted the lecture for the senior students. The classroom was filled to capacity, each student equipped with a laptop. Chun'un, when seated at the back, please refrain from distracting the female classmates. Yifeng advised as he settled Chun'un in the last row. The university's students listened intently. The study of arrays involves utilizing certain patterns to absorb elements from the air, then employing the inherent properties of these elements to produce various effects. However, the current focus was on printing these arrays via computer, thereby merging technology with traditional array techniques seamlessly. The arrays produced by computers are more standardized, allowing for greater control over the quantities of vital energy. Yifeng found himself growing drowsy, while Chunin appeared quite animated, casting flirtatious glances at a girl seated in the adjacent corridor. Hey there, you seem quite serious. How old are you? Chunin approached with an audacious grin. Shoo, sir. If you have needs, we can discuss it after class. 600 hot spring coins for one session, and 2,000 for the night, the girl replied. What? Chun An's expression darkened, returning to his seat with an air of disdain. 600 hot spring coins? You might as well go rob someone. As dusk approached, Yifeng and Chun An arrived at the University of Hot Spring Finance, where Yifeng intended to seek out his objective. The president of the Hot Spring Financial University is surprisingly the fourth wife of Wang Zhihai. Over the past 2 decades, she has spent every moment with him, assimilating approximately 50 to 60% of his knowledge in economics. Sister-in-law, are there any promising talents at the financial university? Yifeng inquired politely. Indeed, there are a few. I shall introduce them to you shortly. Very well. Before long, they found themselves in the president's office, where 4 prodigies from the university, 2 males and 2 females, were seated. Are you the illustrious Yifeng? One of the male students exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is I. I have heard that you possess considerable insights into economics. Would you care to share your thoughts? Yifeng smiled and turned to Wang Yinhao. In essence, economics can be succinctly encapsulated in 2 words, plunder. That is the crux of the matter. Concepts such as benefiting the people are mere fallacies. Hence, the knowledge I have acquired is intended for application within the Black Mountain Empire, rather than for the people of Hot Spring Island. Wang Yinhao stated. That does seem to hold some merit. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Isn't it true that all of Wang Zhihai's current endeavors amount to the exploitation of the entire labor force of the Black Mountain Empire? He then directed his gaze toward the other 3 prodigies. They also possessed insights into economics, yet their understanding was evidently a tier below that of Wang Yinhao. One female student, however, excelled in advanced mathematics. Perhaps in the future, she might engage in numerical computations. Hot Spring Island has already 1 foot in the realm of digital technology. Sectors such as electricity, spacecraft, bombers, robotics, and mechas all necessitate the support of numerical circuits. Wang Yinhao, after graduation, consider seeking a position at the headquarters of Hot Spring Bank under Wang Zhihai. I shall compose a letter of recommendation for you. Start as his secretary and learn from him for a few years, Yifeng suggested with a grin. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Wang Yinhao replied, shaking Yifeng's hand. After all, he was adept in theory but would need to gain practical experience under Wang Zhihai's tutelage. Having served as a bank president for decades, Wang Zhihai possesses a unique understanding of economics, knowledge that cannot be gleaned from textbooks, but must be comprehended through personal experience. Thereafter, there was little of significance to discuss. Yifeng dined at the economics faculty, nearly overwhelming his stomach. The majority of the food consisted of brains, monkey brains, pig brains, cow brains, horse brains, and even those of mythical beasts, some served raw. The university comprises many individuals with barbaric tendencies, and their dietary habits have yet to evolve. Upon returning home, Yifeng began to consolidate his realm. He had engaged in several encounters with Rimiko during the day and realized the need for self-reflection. He could not permit his thoughts to be consumed by women. The following morning, Yifeng summoned 3 masters of the transformation realm to his residence. Bai Li, Yu Luo, you are all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. During the national examination, do not tarnish the reputation of Hot Spring Island. By the way, this is the combat suit developed by the engineering department. As he spoke, Yifeng revealed 3 suits. They were remarkably thin, yet adorned with 6 or 7 layers of formations printed by computer. The production of these 3 suits alone consumed a month's worth of effort from 1,000 engineers. Upon donning this battle attire, you will possess an additional formidable shield. Cultivators of the transformation realm will undoubtedly be unable to slay you, unless you choose to remain passive. Wear it, please. After Yifeng spoke, he handed over 3 sets of armor. The trio, their faces alight with delight, hurriedly adorned themselves in the garments. Island Master, is the national examination truly of such significance? It seems rather unrelated to our warm spring island, Bai he inquired. On the surface, it may appear inconsequential. However, in truth, it bears considerable relevance. Regardless, exert yourselves to the fullest, yet do not place your lives at risk. When faced with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, conceding is no disgrace. Yifeng remarked, for he held a deep affection for these 3 citizens. Indeed, Island Master, they responded in unison, saluting in military fashion. You may leave for now. Tomorrow I shall escort you to the capital to present you to the training grounds. At your command. The trio departed with exuberance, occasionally caressing the armor they wore. Yifeng then picked up the phone and directly dialed the military headquarters. Chapter 1367. Am I dreaming? Is this Secretary Hatta? Have your Grand Marshal take the call. Who do you think you are, demanding our Grand Marshal's attention? Came a coarse voice from the other end. I am Yifeng. Ah, esteemed Island Master. My sincerest apologies. I did not recognize your voice amidst the noise. I shall promptly fetch the Grand Marshal. After a brief interlude, Chui Ma answered the call. Chui Ma? Bringing Day over. I wish to ascertain the state of the military, Yifeng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Chui Ma concluded the call and proceeded to retrieve Ingda from the 7th Military Camp. The two were prominent figures, traveling via a private jet, flanked by 4 escort fighter jets to ensure their safety against any potential ambush. Half an hour later, they stood before Yifeng with utmost respect. Currently, how many military forces does Warm Spring Island possess? Yifeng inquired. Chui Ma looked perplexed, nudging Ingda for an answer. Clearing his throat, Ingda began, Brother Feng. At present, the Air Force consists of a total of 110,000 fighter jets, 10,000 transport planes, 5,000 reconnaissance aircraft, and 40,000 bombers. The total active personnel in the Air Force is 600,000. If we account for retired members, the number may exceed 1 million. The Army has the largest contingent. In recent years, we have been scouting for recruits. The Army boasts a fleet of 1 million various armored vehicles, with an active personnel count of 2 per million. Simultaneously, the Army is equipped with an array of advanced artillery and heavy weaponry. Following that is the Navy, which currently comprises over 100,000 personnel, including 1 aircraft carrier, 7 cruisers, and 6 frigates. Presently, this carrier group is stationed in the Blackwater River, not far from the capital, Ingda recounted with great familiarity, reflecting his experience as a seasoned Grand Marshal. Excellent. Remember, these forces should not be fully exposed in peacetime. We must also prevent the Black Mountain Empire from discerning our capabilities. Understood? Yifeng instructed. It is too late. 6 months ago, Bai Li Rui dispatched personnel to conduct a census, and he has already documented all our military information. At that time, you were in seclusion, and I could only consult President Wang, who granted permission for registration. Thus, I acquiesced, Ingda remarked. What? Is my army on Hot Spring Island also under surveillance by the Black Mountain Empire? Yifeng's expression darkened. What can be done if we refuse to cooperate? Bai Li the old rogue said. He will seal all our factories and even dispatch soldiers from the Black Mountain Empire to seize our entire military and its equipment. Chui Ma shrugged helplessly. Yifeng sighed in resignation. He truly should not have established all the factories near the capital. Now he found himself ensnared. Unless he could launch a spaceship into outer space, he would forever remain in the colossal shadow of the Black Mountain Empire, unable to transcend his predicament. Can't you think of other solutions? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. What solutions? Chui Ma inquired. How can you even ask me? You are the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. Should I devise a plan for you? What is your purpose? Yifeng exploded in anger. With the military under foreign surveillance, how could his mood possibly improve? I am sorry, Brother Feng, I have disappointed you. Chui Ma's face flushed crimson, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Enough. Yifeng turned away. Gazing out the window, Chui Ma, formerly an assassin and bodyguard, ultimately lacked a broader perspective. He could excel as a protector or assassin, but managing hundreds of thousands of people and military assets worth trillions was beyond his capabilities. Chui Ma, Ingda, in a few days. I shall select a new Grand Marshal for you. Chui Ma, once I find a suitable candidate, you shall submit your resignation voluntarily. Is that agreeable? Yifeng turned to look directly at Chui Ma. Brother Feng, as long as you request it, I will comply with anything you ask, Chui Ma replied. If it were another island lord, such as Wang Zhihai, the former He Li Xuan, or Wang Weilu, speaking to him in such a manner would have resulted in immediate hostility. Furthermore, he would have reported the island lord's abuse of power to the House of Representatives. Yet, Yifeng was different. He commanded absolute respect on Hot Spring Island. Chui Ma was wholeheartedly devoted to Yifeng. Very well, Chui Ma. I have always regarded you as a good brother, but the Grand Marshal now oversees millions. It is no longer mere trifles, and I must act accordingly. Yifeng patted Chui Ma's shoulder. I understand you, Brother Feng, Chui Ma replied. You too may return now. Yi Feng instructed. Immediately, the two turned and departed. Yi Feng sat behind his desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the surface. After a moment, as if resolved, he picked up the phone. "Hello, this is the Hot Spring Military Academy at your service. How may we assist you?" Came the gentle voice from the other end. "This is Yi Feng. I will be inspecting the academy in half an hour." "Ah, it is the island lord. Very well, I shall notify the principal immediately." Yi Feng hurried to the Hot Spring Military Academy, which cultivated not the officers of ancient times, but a new generation of technologically adept and information-savvy talents. Most of them graduated from Hot Spring University before entering military academies. By the time Yi Feng arrived, over 10,000 students at the military academy were already lined up, paying their respects to him. "Lord Island Master, we salute you on behalf of Hot Spring Military Academy." The principal raised his right hand in salute. "Excellent." Yi Feng strode confidently through the crowd of these distinguished military academy students. Upon graduation, each would at least attain the rank of non-commissioned officer, gradually advancing, with a mere 1% having the opportunity to rise to the rank of general. However, even the least fortunate among them could become a sergeant major, overseeing 100 or so personnel. The military academy does not merely cultivate ordinary soldiers, it primarily focuses on training officers. In approximately a decade, the current cadre of officers in the Hot Spring Island military will be gradually phased out. Even if not all are eliminated, 9 out of 10 will be. Only those young officers with combat experience and a willingness to learn about information warfare will remain. The march of progress cannot be halted. Those who refuse to adapt will inevitably be discarded. They cannot rely on past military achievements to cling to their positions indefinitely, as they will eventually face honorable retirement, with generous pensions to follow. "Seniors, please step forward," Yi Feng called through a loudspeaker. Soon, nearly 1,000 individuals advanced. Their ages hovered around 30, with the youngest being 28. "You will graduate early. As fourth-year students, there is little left for the school to teach you. Now, I need you to undergo training in the Army, Navy, and Air Force, starting as non-commissioned officers. A portion of you will be assigned to headquarters in auxiliary roles. Learn as much as you can," Yi Feng stated. "Ah, fantastic. We are entering the military so soon? Am I dreaming?" After such prolonged confinement, it felt like we were becoming insane. At last, we can experience the wonders of the outside world. A group of fourth-year students tossed their hats into the sky. Chapter 1368. Do not bother me with such trivial matters. After addressing matters at the financial college, Yi Feng made his way to He Lishuan's office. When Wang Weiluo took office years ago, he demoted most of the senior executives to mid-level positions. He Lishuan now served as the office director of the intelligence department on Hot Spring Island. "Brother Feng, I can't believe you still remember me. Secretary, quickly bring some tea." "Haha, can I visit an old friend?" The two settled beside the desk. "He Lishuan, are you still familiar with military matters?" Yi Feng inquired. After all, He Lishuan had served as the Grand Marshal of the three armed forces and had also been an island master, so his capabilities were evident. While he might not match Wang Zhihai or Wang Weiluo, someone who has held a top position should manage the military without issue. "Of course, Brother Feng, are you?" He Lishuan felt a surge of joy. "Indeed, I wish to appoint you as the acting Grand Marshal, giving you 4 years to cultivate a new Grand Marshal from the military academy," Yi Feng stated solemnly. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the secretary placed the tea on the table. "Uncle Yi, tea time. Who are you?" "It's me, Yi Feng." Yi Feng glanced at He Lishuan and then at Yi Feng. "Are you now serving as your father's secretary?" Yi Feng chuckled. "Indeed, it's a chance for growth. Who knows? Perhaps one day I might even aspire to become an island leader," Yi Feng replied with a smile. "Well, keep it up," Yi Feng encouraged, giving the young man a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Son, you may leave. I have important matters to discuss with Brother Feng," He Lishuan gently admonished. However, Yi Feng could discern that He Lishuan's gaze upon Yi Feng was akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. With a soft thud, the office door closed. "Brother Feng, can those military academy graduates truly ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal?" "Surely, you jest," He Lishuan remarked with evident displeasure. "They will be nurtured gradually," Yi Feng replied, taking a sip from his cup. "Brother Feng, to elevate a university graduate in their 20s or 30s to the position of Grand Marshal would likely require at least a decade. You are only granting me 4 years. How can I trust to elevate him to such heights in that time?" He Lishuan remained dissatisfied. "Just follow through. Graduates from military academies have undergone systematic training. such as computer usage, information warfare, protracted conflict, electronic warfare, and joint operations across land, sea, and air. Do you understand these concepts? Yi Feng countered. Well, I must admit, I am not well versed in computers, but I can certainly learn, He Li Xian replied. Old He, we are no longer young. We must leave opportunities for the younger generation. Once they mature, we can retreat into seclusion and enjoy a leisurely retirement. We shouldn't constantly compete with the youth, especially since our thinking has already lagged behind theirs considerably. For instance, the new elements they are discovering are beyond my comprehension as a civilized person. Moreover, the concept of molecular fuel has shattered my worldview. Let them handle it. Yi Feng advised. Very well then. When shall I assume the role of acting Grand Marshal? He Li Xian inquired. In 3 days. You will hand over the intelligence department's duties to your son, who will act as the office director, Yi Feng replied. Good. After their discussion concluded, a phone call came through to He Li Xian's office. Brother Feng, it's for you. Oh, Yi Feng answered the phone. Dr. Yi, weren't you supposed to remain in the capital? Why have you returned to Hot Spring Town? Hurry back. My father has returned, came Huang Ping's voice from the other end. What? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Brother Feng, has there been another death on Hot Spring Island? Why do you look so troubled? It's more troublesome than death. I must first travel to the capital. By the way, ensure the steel seal is secured. Setting down the steel seal, Yi Feng strode out of the office, heading towards the capital, nearly 10,000 kilometers away. A few minutes later, his Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft entered the protective formation surrounding the nation. Yi Feng hesitated momentarily, opting not to proceed directly to the palace, but rather to land the aircraft on the rooftop of a bank. The bank staff hurriedly approached to assist him. Brother Feng, would you like me to send a vehicle to take you to the palace? A manager inquired. No need. Where is Ji Hai? Yi Feng casually asked. The bank manager is at work. I will sneak a look. Do not inform him of my arrival, Yi Feng replied, and with careful steps, he approached the office of Wang Ji Hai, peering through the glass to observe within. The sound of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft landing was remarkably faint, so much so that even the keenest of minds could not perceive it. Thus, Wang Jihai remained oblivious to its arrival. Through the glass, Yi Feng observed Wang Jihai fervently striking the keys of his keyboard. After 10 minutes, he paused, retrieving a pair of tiny shoes worn by an infant from his drawer, pressing them tightly against his face as 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Sighing heavily, Yi Feng departed the bank with purposeful strides. He understood that those were the shoes worn by Wang Weiluo in his childhood. The loss of his most cherished son weighed heavily on Wang Jihai, and his longing grew ever more profound. Perhaps it was simply the passage of time that rendered him so vulnerable. Ah, you are Dr. Yi? At that moment, a citizen approached, gazing at Yi Feng with astonishment. You recognize me? Yi Feng countered, his curiosity piqued. Of course, Dr. Yi. Could you grant me a recommendation? I wish to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island. The citizen trailed in Yi Feng's wake. A recommendation? A citizen? Yi Feng nearly laughed. For an ordinary person to aspire to citizenship, one must undergo rigorous trials. And yet, this man sought a recommendation? Hot Spring Island is not akin to the Black Mountain Empire. Why do you desire to be a citizen here? Yi Feng inquired as he walked. I have worked in your factory, and the provisions there were splendid, while the wages were exceedingly generous. I heard from Director Yulong that conditions at the main factory are even better. Merely 6 hours of work a day, 5 days a week, with 2 days off, and salaries that surpass those at the subcontractor by several multiples. The middle-aged man continued to follow Yi Feng. However, workers at the main factory must possess at least a university degree. Nowadays, a degree is the key to citizenship. That is the rule of Hot Spring Island. And even I, as the island's leader, cannot arbitrarily alter such regulations. Yi Feng's patience began to wane. He feared being recognized by too many. Then perhaps you could allow my son to study on Hot Spring Island? I have heard that attending school there would pave the way for him to become a distinguished engineer, capable of soaring through the skies aboard an Iron Bird. Iron Bird? Yi Feng let out a wry smile. The people of the Black Mountain Empire still referred to airplanes as Iron Birds. You may apply. Go to the concession and submit your request. Such trivial matters should not burden me. Yi Feng brushed him aside and swiftly vanished into the throng. The middle-aged man halted, watching Yi Feng disappear from view. Indeed, they were correct. The leader of Hot Spring Island was a true magnate, for he at least exchanged a few words with me. Had I been in the presence of a monarch, I would likely have been slain by the royal guards before I could approach the capital's gates. I must become a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Without fail, I wish to be a person, not a slave. With that declaration, the middle-aged man strode purposefully back home. Yifeng arrived in the affluent district, where once stood grand stone houses, now interwoven with a tangle of electrical and network cables. Yet, one should not underestimate these chaotic wires. Their presence signified that the area was inhabited by the wealthy or, alternatively, by a substantial number of workers from Hot Spring Island. How could the common folk of the ordinary Black Mountain Empire afford electricity and the internet? Civilization and barbarism were forcibly intertwined, creating an uncanny sensation. "Oh, what is your purpose here?" A uniformed officer intercepted Yifeng. "I have matters to attend to up ahead," Yifeng replied. "This is the affluent district. Judging by your shabby appearance, you must be here to steal electrical wires, am I right? I advise you to leave quickly." The last individual caught stealing wires ended up as charred remains. The officer seemed unwilling to allow Yifeng to proceed. "I am Dr. Yi, merely dressed in worn attire due to a lack of change. In truth, I am of noble status." Yifeng was compelled to reveal his identity. Ultimately, he produced his token, thus successfully traversing the affluent district and arriving at the court. How audacious, Yifeng. "Dr. Yi, what an extravagant entrance you have made, keeping the sovereign waiting for an entire hour." In the court, a multitude of ministers lambasted Yifeng. Seated above them was the true form of Emperor Huanglin. Yet, Emperor Huanglin refrained from intervening, allowing the ministers to berate Yifeng mercilessly. Internally, he too was enraged, but what could he do? The considerable quantity of divine elixirs he had brought back required refinement from Hot Spring Island. Thus, he could not act against Yifeng at that moment. Yifeng, of course, understood this and, arms crossed, engaged in a heated exchange of insults with the ministers. To his surprise, in the center of the court stood around 30 individuals. Their skin was notably distinct, their hair curled, and the color of their eyes differed significantly from that of the Black Mountain people. Enough. Huang Ping felt compelled to step in to mediate. "Dr. Yi, your behavior is unacceptable. How could you keep the monarch waiting? You have made the sovereign wait for an entire hour. Such a transgression must not occur again. And you all, this is the court. Mind your language." Huang Ping, the crown prince, commanded respect, and the ministers finally quieted down. "Open court," announced Eunuch Shui with an elongated voice. Emperor Huanglin feigned indifference, then turned to Yifeng with a look of astonishment. "Ah, it is you, Minister Yi. Please remain after court. I would like to host you for a meal at the palace," Emperor Huanglin said kindly. After all, he depended on Yifeng for the large quantity of divine elixirs he had brought back. "Very well," Yifeng nodded. The ministers below began to whisper amongst themselves, speculating on Yifeng's extraordinary fortune, arriving late to court, yet still being invited to dine with the sovereign. Such a favor was unprecedented. Emperor Huanglin interrupted the murmurs. "Allow me to make an introduction." He personally descended from the dragon throne and approached a middle-aged man with golden hair. Though this man's cultivation did not rival that of Emperor Huanglin, he was undoubtedly a formidable late-stage practitioner of the Void Refinement realm. This is the Yeshan of Tianwan Kingdom, occupying the esteemed position of national teacher. The 10 individuals behind him are elite practitioners from the Transformation Origin realm, handpicked from Tianwan Kingdom. As Emperor Huanglin spoke, all eyes turned towards the 10 Transformation Origin experts behind Yeshan. Huang Ping felt a slight heaviness in his heart. In the Black Mountain Empire, he had encountered numerous adept practitioners of his own nation. Yet the strength of their divine consciousness and the density of their vital energy appeared to pale in comparison to the youthful masters of the Heavenly Completion Kingdom. Before them stood the celestial jade fairy of the Star and Moon Kingdom, who served as the Grand Diviner. The 7 enchanting beauties accompanying her were all young experts of the transformation realm from her generation. Upon concluding his remarks, Emperor Huanglin cast an appreciative gaze towards the celestial jade fairy. The women of the Star and Moon Kingdom were all veiled in delicate gauze, obscuring their true visages. However, judging solely by their spirited eyes and elegantly sculpted noses, they undoubtedly embodied unparalleled beauty. Particularly, the alluring glimpse of their long legs beneath the sheer fabric stirred the desires of many seasoned admirers. Huanglin furrowed his brow, suppressing a cough. The closed management of his Black Mountain Empire for many years had rendered his ministers somewhat naive, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Presenting himself was the young master of the Roman kingdom, accompanied by 14 of his kingdom's prodigious talents. The assembly turned their attention to the young master of Saint Void. whose entourage comprised 14 peak transformation experts, evenly split between 7 men and 7 women, exhibiting a level of coordination superior to that of the Star and Moon and Heavenly Completion Kingdoms. The ability to assemble such a balanced group of 14 individuals was testament to the strength of the Roman kingdom. The young master nodded, casually surveying the courtiers. Where are the candidates from the Black Mountain Kingdom for the national examination? Surely, you have not yet gathered them? His youthful exuberance rendered his tone somewhat brash. Patience, young master. The vast expanse of the Black Mountain Empire, with its multitude of inhabitants, necessitates a preliminary selection across the provinces before we convene in the capital for the final assessment to identify the true talents, Emperor Huang Lin boasted. To think the Black Mountain Empire would mobilize its entire national apparatus for a mere national examination is quite a feat in contrast. Our Roman kingdom simply selected a few individuals without any preliminary or final assessments, the young master replied languidly. Is that so? Emperor Huang Lin's expression soured. Yet he refrained from displaying anger due to the diplomatic nature of the encounter, wary of incurring reproach. It seems the Roman kingdom boasts a considerable number of experts. Perhaps we could organize a contingent to participate in the national examination there at some point, he retorted nonchalantly. You? The young master seethed internally. Very well, esteemed guests. I shall arrange opulent residences for each of you in the capital and bestow upon you an abundance of beauties for your enjoyment. He summoned attendants to prepare national treasures for the guests' lavish accommodations. In the presence of outsiders, Emperor Huang Lin exuded great generosity to avoid conflict, while demonstrating decisiveness towards internal matters. After all, internal factions posed little threat. He had meticulously maintained order, ensuring a balance of power among various forces. Even if certain factions strayed, he could rely on the might of the royal lineage to sweep through any turbulence. Confronted with external adversaries, he found himself somewhat uncertain, fearing the annihilation of his nation. Should such a calamity occur, while he would not be entirely extinguished, he would lose the continuous supply of spiritual stones and elixirs that sustained his current level of cultivation. His present state was maintained through the labor harvested from an entire nation. Otherwise, an ordinary rogue cultivator, relying solely on oneself, would struggle to reach the transformation realm. Only those with substantial backing from a consortium could hope to achieve such heights. In the realm outside, those who had attained the transformation realm were typically sect leaders, local administrators, or prodigies nurtured by influential families, who allocated their resources to cultivate a single individual. Naturally, once a genius succeeded, they would often give back to their families, resulting in mutual benefit. Conversely, some prodigies, upon achieving success, would neglect their families. Yet, should word of this spread, they would be scorned among their peers, marking them as ungrateful miscreants. Consequently, no major sect would be inclined to take them in. Within the court, only Yi Feng's vigilant gaze darted about, as he appeared to have identified a potential avenue for exploitation. He sensed that Emperor Huang Lin harbored some trepidation regarding the envoys from the 3 nations. Meanwhile, his own hot spring island, ostensibly in collaboration with the Black Mountain Empire, was, in truth, under its relentless suppression. Might it be possible to forge an alliance with these 3 envoys? The envoys were swiftly escorted to their opulent residence. Albeit devoid of the advanced technology characteristic of Hot Spring Island, such as computers, telephones, or electric lights, everything adhered to the traditional norms. Emperor Huang Lin was apprehensive that these individuals might glean insights into the Black Mountain Empire's advanced technologies and send emissaries to pilfer knowledge. Presently, he was merely nurturing Yi Feng's Hot Spring Island. Once the island produced a sufficient arsenal of technological weaponry, he would inevitably annex it as part of his domain. Of course, he could seize it now, but doing so would halt the progress of its technology. When raising a pig for slaughter, one must ensure it never sees the knife, lest it cease to grow. After the court adjourns, Yi Ai Qing, Bai Li Ai Qing, Ping Air, you 3 remain. Emperor Huang Lin gestured imperiously. The other ministers departed with expressions of envy, leaving only 5 individuals in the court: Emperor Huang Lin, Eunuch Shui, Huang Ping, Bai Li Rui, and Yi Feng. Yi Ai Qing, I present to you this item, 17,000 waste spirit pills I painstakingly procured from the Longshan Empire. Upon concluding his words, Emperor Huang Lin reverently produced a storage pouch from his waist. Although waste pills held little value, A stranger acquiring such a considerable quantity would undoubtedly attract the attention of foreign dignitaries. After all, for millennia, various factions and dynasties had sought methods to turn waste into treasure. Should Emperor Huanglin procure such a vast number of waste pills, it would surely invite the scrutiny of powerful figures. Thus, he employed numerous stratagems for this acquisition. Yifeng weighed the storage pouch, a cold smile creeping across his face. 17,000. Does Emperor Huanglin expect me to toil until my demise? Nevertheless, it was a mere matter of delay to resolve this predicament. Regardless, he can purify at most one divine separation pill per year. It is imperative that the strength of the Huanglin Emperor does not become excessively formidable. Should this individual ascend to the demigod realm, his divine consciousness would become even more potent. It is possible that the defensive materials in my strongholds may not withstand his scrutiny. Particularly, the spacecraft buried underground must remain unseen by Huanglin Emperor. Otherwise, the consequence would be my perpetual subjugation to him. This time, only 3 individuals are required from Hot Spring Island. The rest should concentrate on purifying divine separation pills. Yi Aiqing, I am aware that the purification of such pills is no simple task. How many can you purify in a day? Inquired the Huanglin Emperor. How many can I purify in a day? Yifeng's expression darkened. Your Majesty, it is likely that it would take a year to purify just one. Yifeng spoke offhandedly. In truth, with his current capacity at the elemental transformation stage, he could purify at least 10 within a month. However, he intended to prolong the matter. The Huanglin Emperor's eyes narrowed, his formidable divine consciousness sweeping over Yifeng's form. Yifeng felt every hair on his body stand on end, as though he were unclothed. A year to purify a single pill? Yi Aiqing, you must be jesting, no? The Huanglin Emperor stroked his chin. Indeed, this is the nature of the divine separation pill. Furthermore, the purification assembly line on Hot Spring Island is not solely dedicated to purification. Various precious materials must be added during the process. The value of these materials is at least several hundred billion hot spring coins. Therefore, Yifeng feigned a troubled demeanor. Several hundred billion hot spring coins. The Huanglin Emperor was taken aback. Not only that, the purification of elixirs relies on the entire industrial framework of Hot Spring Island. Last time, many of our citizens were slain, which has consequently diminished efficiency. The only remedy is to inject capital into the process. However, there lies another dilemma. The hot spring coin has weakened significantly, and many individuals have reverted to trading with spirit stones. If we continue to invest heavily in purification, it may lead to the collapse of the hot spring coin, and it could take a decade to purify a single divine separation pill. Yifeng spoke casually, seeking to gain some advantage for himself. The Huanglin Emperor pondered deeply. After a long moment, he waved his hand. The hot spring coin will not collapse. Here is my proposal. I will leverage the foundation of the entire Black Mountain Empire to stabilize it, and I shall personally convene a public assembly, mandating that everyone exclusively use the hot spring coin. Initially, this will apply to the nobility and ministers. Thereafter, no direct transactions with spirit stones will be permitted. Only transactions with hot spring coins. With the Black Mountain Empire as a guarantor for the hot spring coin, do you think this is feasible? Asked the Huanglin Emperor. His primary aim was ascension. The matter of the hot spring coin was of little concern, provided he could successfully purify the divine separation pill. This is certainly agreeable. If a monarch guarantees the hot spring coin and forcibly encourages the populace to hold it, then our currency will be salvaged. Yifeng's face lit up with delight. It is indeed serendipitous. Inadvertently, he has safeguarded the value of the hot spring coin. If the entirety of my empire backs the hot spring coin, how many divine separation pills can you purify in a year? The Huanglin Emperor inquired once more. Let us consider a scenario. 2 pills, 2 each year. However, in the preceding 2 years, not a single pill was obtained, as I was preoccupied with the arduous task of foraging for medicinal herbs, which necessitated a significant expenditure of spring coins. Once I have gathered all the required herbs, I shall commence the rigorous process of refining the divine elixir, gradually increasing the output each year. For instance, in the initial 2 years, I could not refine even 1 pill. Yet, in the 3rd year, I shall manage to produce 1. In the 4th year, 2, and by the 5th year, perhaps even 4. By the 10th year, the production might reach dozens per annum. As long as I can safeguard the reservoir of spring coins, I shall be able to spend liberally, for the entire Black Mountain Empire stands as my financial cushion. Money has the power to move mountains. I could have the laborers of Spring Island toil for 20 hours a day, needing merely 4 hours of sleep. Yifeng casually mused. Oh. Emperor Huang Lin gazed intently at Yifeng, sensing an underlying discord. His expertise did not lie in economics. Should the Black Mountain Empire indeed provide a safety net for the spring coins, Yifeng could potentially destabilize the entire economy of the empire. If he could successfully launch a spacecraft into outer space, he was confident of reviving the spring coins from the ashes. Then, dear Yi Aiqing, return and prepare the materials. Procure the medicinal herbs with spring coins. Furthermore, I possess a considerable stock of herbs within my palace. Should you require them, send someone to select what you need. Emperor Huang Lin stated. After Yifeng departed, Emperor Huang Lin turned his attention to Bai Li Rui and Huang Ping. You too, intensify the surveillance on Spring Island. Monitor their leased territories, banks, and factories. Most importantly, ensure that Yifeng does not escape from my Black Mountain Empire. Do you understand? Emperor Huang Lin commanded coldly. Rest assured, the Spring Town is under our complete surveillance. Even if Yifeng wishes to flee, he cannot escape from Spring Island, Huang Ping replied. Moreover, I have placed numerous restrictions upon Yifeng. Should he attempt to leave the Black Mountain Empire, he will be eradicated by the restraints. Pinger. You have finally proven capable of standing on your own. Emperor Huang Lin nodded with satisfaction. He then turned to Bai Li Rui, Chancellor Bai Li. I have heard that you have been secretly targeting the family of Minister Yang. Do refrain from such actions. Otherwise, I may be compelled to punish you with 3 cups of wine. Bai Li Rui, with a glint in his eye, nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I am fully aware of the implications. The Emperor's words implied tacit approval for Bai Li Rui to eliminate the descendants of Minister Yang. Such declining nobility, once devoid of support, would inevitably face extermination, considering the abundance of nobles within the Black Mountain Empire. At the dawn of the dynasty, the number of nobles was scarce, approximately 1 noble supported by 1,000 commoners. However, as the offspring of nobles multiplied, the ratio shifted to 1 noble per 100 commoners, then to 1 per 10, ultimately leading to a situation where nobility flooded the streets. Thus, Emperor Huang Lin eagerly sought to purge a substantial number of these nobles, yet he required a suitable justification. Otherwise, the nobility would unite against him. No matter how formidable he might be, it was impossible for one man to contend with the entire noble class, was it? Yifeng did not immediately return to Hot Spring Island. Instead, he made his way to Wang Zhihai's office. Is it truly the case? Huang Lindai intends to support us with hot spring coins? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, brimming with energy. Indeed. I never anticipated that he would actually pledge the entire empire's credit to protect our hot spring island. Yifeng replied, unable to contain his laughter. Does this mean that every time I spend 1 hot spring coin, I am effectively diminishing the royal credit? Wang Zhihai inquired. Precisely, while the spending is ours. The risk is borne by the entire Black Mountain Empire, particularly by Huang Lindai. If he cannot stem the tide of losses in the future, we might witness incessant uprisings throughout the empire. Yifeng chuckled. Wonderful. Brother Feng, last time Old Chung requested a loan of 20 trillion. I had hesitated to lend it, fearing a collapse of the hot spring coin. But now it's no longer a concern. After 7 days, I shall finalize the paperwork for him, Wang Zhihai declared, slapping the table. With the entire Black Mountain Empire backing us, what is there to fear? Lend him 200 trillion. Yifeng urged. Brother Feng, have you lost your mind? Even with the protection of the Black Mountain Empire, we must proceed with caution in our expenditures. Let us start with 20 billion. And after a month, we can lend Old Chung 40 billion, followed by another 60 to 70 billion in 3 months, Wang Zhihai suggested. Agreed. You are the expert in this area. I shall heed your advice, Yifeng nodded. After conversing with Wang Zhihai for a while, Yifeng advised him to take care of his health by consuming more ginseng and not to overexert himself. In life, the most important thing is to let go of the past and live in the present. After their chat, he boarded the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft and returned to Hot Spring Town. As for the purification assembly line, it was non-existent. He himself was the purification machine. Once back in the secret chamber, Yifeng seated himself and grasped a spirit separation pill, allowing his blood-sucking technique to commence its slow operation. This time, he remained in the chamber for 5 days. The first spirit separation pill was successfully purified. To his surprise, it appeared to possess a semblance of sentience, fluttering about the chamber as if attempting to escape. Thinking of fleeing, Yifeng swiftly captured it in his grasp. No wonder it is a high-tier pill. It has indeed developed a hint of awareness. The initial purification took him 5 days, but he knew the second would not require as much time. Perhaps 4.5 days would suffice. After all, purification also demanded a certain level of experience. Nearby Hot Spring Town, farmers occasionally strolled by, pushing their carts. They moved hurriedly, yet seemed to have no specific purpose. "Captain, it seems there is no sound emanating from Hot Spring Town," one remarked. "I find it strange as well." "Purifying pills should produce considerable noise," another farmer whispered. At that moment, 2 citizen soldiers approached, prompting the farmers to hastily display their produce for sale. "Esteemed master, would you care to purchase some rapeseed?" one of the disguised farmers offered, raising a handful of celery. "Is this rapeseed?" the soldier questioned, utterly baffled. "Indeed, this is rapeseed." "Why does it look identical to celery?" the farmer replied. Perhaps the crops vary in appearance from place to place? Would you like to buy some?" he asked. "Purchase a fur coat. Could it be that this vegetable has been exposed to radiation?" The soldier quickly distanced himself. Although the capital currently appears serene and peaceful, it is, in fact, fraught with hidden dangers. Recently, Wang Weilu lost a significant number of hydrogen bombs in the capital. While the majority of radiation was thwarted by the protective barrier, a small fraction still permeated the city. A large number of individuals have been dying intermittently, unaware of the affliction that plagues them. They only know that since the conflict with the hot spring island, they have been suffering from this strange illness, characterized by frequent nosebleeds and occasional vomiting of blood. When consulting a physician, the doctor is at a loss, ultimately categorizing their ailments as terminal. As time gradually passes, 2 months have swiftly elapsed. Wang Zhihai has borrowed a total of 200 trillion hot spring coins from the hot spring town in 5 installments. With ample funds, the construction of the spacecraft has accelerated significantly. Simultaneously, more factories have risen around the capital, belching vast clouds of black smoke into the sky, rendering the capital's atmosphere a dreary gray. "Such are the circumstances, Dr. Yi. You must hasten to the capital, for the national examination is about to commence." Huang Ping ended the call. Beside him sat Bai Li Rui, his son, and the daughter of Wang Zhihai. "Yu Ting, upon your marriage into our royal family, you shall become a member of the royal lineage. Your heart must align with ours, do you understand? In the future, your children, my grandchildren, will also ascend to positions of power, enjoying privileges unattainable by ordinary folk. I urge you to be a wise woman and refrain from emulating your father's democratic ideals." Huang Ping remarked, balancing gravity with levity. "Yes," Wang Yuting replied, her expression devoid of emotion. She yearned for the carefree days spent on Hot Spring Island, where she could do as she pleased. In stark contrast to the rigid constraints imposed upon women in Huang Ping's palace, where one must abide by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, remain indoors, and learn to kneel in service to her husband. It felt like a descent into hell. Thus, for the past few days, she had been using her vitality to expel anything foreign from her body, striving to avoid pregnancy. Once she conceived, she would be irrevocably tied to the Huang family. After a while, Yifeng arrived at the martial arts square in the capital aboard a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. The square was already bustling with numerous nobles and ministers, accompanied by their families, representatives of the elite society of the Black Mountain Empire. On an elevated platform nearby, the envoys from the other 3 nations were seated. Chapter 1372, There is no need for that. At this moment, Master Shui stood by a column adjacent to the platform. With 2 hours remaining before the national examination begins, the candidates from the 4 nations may engage in mutual introductions. After speaking, Master Shui gestured toward Yifeng and his companions. Yifeng exchanged glances with Bai He and the others. Just then, a young man approached. "I am Bai Wu from the Roman Kingdom. Are you 3 candidates as well?" Bai Wu inquired, looking at Bai He and the others. "Indeed, you must be the foremost contender among the candidates from the Roman Kingdom," Bai He replied, cupping his hands in greeting. "In the competition, I undoubtedly consider myself among the strongest. However, for this national examination, our Roman Kingdom has merely dispatched a few skilled individuals. Among all the practitioners in the transformation realm of Roman, I rank at the lower end," Bai Wu remarked with a hint of nonchalance. His intention was to elevate the perceived strength of Roman Kingdom, for in the Starmon continent, the weak are akin to injured fish, easily devoured by the surrounding predators. "And you?" Roman retorted. "My name is Bai He. I can only be deemed a low-tier individual from Hot Spring Island," Bai He replied. "Hot Spring Island? Isn't that part of the Black Mountain Empire?" Bai Wu raised an eyebrow. I fear you are mistaken. Hot Spring Island is a sovereign entity within the Black Mountain Empire. Although we are temporarily affiliated with them, we do not fall under their control, Bai stated candidly. On the second floor, Emperor Huang Lin furrowed his brow, as much of his attention was directed towards the three competitors from Hot Spring Island. Bai's words seemed to undermine his authority. Thus, he exchanged a knowing glance with Steward Shui. Having collaborated for many years, a mere look conveyed his intent. The prior discussions concluded, and now, it was time for the contestants to take the stage. The first match was between Shirley of Romand and Huobo of the Black Mountain Kingdom. Instantly, two figures leapt onto the arena, surrounded by a protective barrier that enclosed them securely. The ensuing battle lacked excitement, nearly lulling Yi Feng into slumber. Beside him sat four individuals, Huang Ping, the Jade Fairy of the Xingyue Kingdom, the young master of Romand, Sheng Su, and Yexian from the Tianwan Kingdom. The skirmish on stage lasted merely a dozen moves before Huobo from the Black Mountain Kingdom was knocked off the platform. Shirley raised his arms triumphantly, surveying the surroundings as if to boast. The first match was won by Shirley of Romand, announced Steward Shui with an impassive expression. The young master Sheng Su of Romand smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Impressive, indeed, he is a true expert selected from Romand, Huang Ping remarked lightly. Well, it's not exactly a selection. We merely picked out practitioners from our Romand kingdom at random, Shang Su replied with a subtle smile. His words, though slightly exaggerated, held some truth. The 14 experts he brought along, while not meticulously chosen, were indeed among the more distinguished practitioners of the elite class. The Jade Fairy's eyes sparkled as she smiled charmingly at Shang Su. It is well known that Romand Kingdom stands as the mightiest among the four southwestern nations. It truly lives up to its reputation, she said softly. Ha ha ha, Fairy Mei Yu, your Xingyue Kingdom is not without its strengths either, Shang Su replied, delighted to receive praise from a beauty. The prowess of the Jade Fairy is renowned, as she is a late-stage practitioner of the refinement realm. Female cultivators at this level are exceedingly rare throughout the Starmon continent, leading many to seek her as a dual cultivation partner. The Starmon continent bears similarities to civilized societies. Women tend to seek partners of higher status, while men often find themselves accommodating those of lower tiers. For instance, female cultivators of the true martial realm typically seek companions among innate or even transformation realm men. Particularly, female cultivators of the refinement realm possess even loftier aspirations, drawing considerable attention from many spirit division practitioners. However, to reach such a level as the late stage of the Void Refinement, it is likely that only the legendary demigod cultivators could truly capture her heart. Huangxiang, as far as I know, the individuals who can occupy this table must at least hold the position of a prime minister in their respective nations, correct? Yet, why is the person beside you merely at the transformation stage? Mei Yu suddenly turned her gaze towards Huang Ping and pointed at Yi Feng. Clearly, Yi Feng appeared to be a mere blemish amongst the Void Refinement cultivators, and it astonished her that someone of the transformation stage could sit at the same table as them. Almost forgetting to introduce him, this is our Dr. Yi, who does not wield martial prowess to earn his title, but rather excels in other facets, Huang Ping remarked slowly. Oh, may I inquire what particular abilities allow him to sit alongside us, the Void Refinement cultivators? Yexian could not help but interject. At that moment, another cultivator was defeated in the arena. Yet, the Void Refinement dignitaries remained indifferent, engrossed in their leisurely conversation. Master of the nation, I apologize, but that information is confidential, Huang Ping said apologetically. Confidential? Ha ha ha. Does the Black Mountain Empire still possess any secrets? As far as I know, your empire is merely backed by two mid-stage spirit separation cultivators, Yexian remarked bluntly. The Tianwan Kingdom also has two spirit separation cultivators stationed, one at the late stage and the other at the mid-stage. Furthermore, their number of Void Refinement cultivators exceeds that of the Black Mountain Empire by a third. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to speak so disrespectfully to Huang Ping. Your name is Yi Feng? Sheng Su suddenly inquired. Indeed. I am the younger generation, Yi Feng nodded. It appears that you are either a representative sent by a significant power or possess some unique abilities, such as intelligence. Which category do you belong to? Sheng Su continued to question. Huang Ping's face turned crimson with anger, yet he refrained from expressing it. As he was facing the ambassadors of three nations, the Black Mountain Empire has always appeared weak externally, but is rather iron-fisted internally. Under these circumstances, he could only feign ignorance. In response, these matters are not for me to divulge, as our monarch has instructed me not to speak of them. You ought to inquire directly with the sovereign, Yifeng stated with feigned politeness. He yearned to disclose to these individuals that he possessed advanced technology, which could be sold to the people of the other 3 nations for a substantial amount of spirit stones, thereby sustaining the development of space vessels. This is a monumental undertaking, and even with the combined labor and intellect of the entire Black Mountain Empire, it would take nearly a decade to perfect the spacecraft. Moreover, they were only halfway through their space program. I understand now. You are of the intelligent type. Shang Su nodded in satisfaction, believing he had discerned Yi Feng's role. Dr. Yi, may I offer to divine your fortune? Mei Yu suddenly interjected. There is no need for that. Huang Ping quickly interposed. It seems the Black Mountain Empire is truly mysterious, unwilling to allow me to divine for Dr. Yi. Could it be that you harbor some unspeakable secrets? Mei Yu's bright eyes swept over, and a tremendous spiritual force surged through Yi Feng. In the next moment, every hair on Yi Feng's body stood on end. Indeed, this pertains to the secrets of our Black Mountain Empire. Huang Ping nodded. Huang Xiang, your high priest, must have foreseen that an unprecedented calamity will engulf the entire continent. Could it be that this Dr. Yi is the pivotal figure in your response to the impending disaster? May you continue to inquire. Chapter 1373, Urgent Matters to Address. Her divination skills are remarkable. She has likely deduced that the source of this catastrophe originates from the Black Mountain Empire. However, she is unable to articulate the nature of the disaster, as the cold wave has yet to escape the confines of the Black Mountain Empire to radiate towards the other nations. To be frank, the great disaster is likely the cold wave, which will result in the demise of nearly 90% of the ordinary populace on the continent, save for the cultivators. Huang Ping provided some water, lest this woman persist in her inquiries. A cold wave? Impossible. According to our calculations in Xingyue Nation, the gravitational force on the surface has intensified by 1% recently. Haven't you felt it? Mei Yu questioned. Oh. Yi Feng's brow furrowed as he finally met Mei Yu's gaze. Yet in the next moment, his eyes seemed entranced by hers, unable to break free. Just then, a faint sound echoed in his mind. His gaze was finally pulled away from Mei Yu's eyes. It was the intervention of Emperor Huanglin. Mei Yu, you must realize that Dr. Yi is merely a transformation realm cultivator, while you are a distinguished elder of the Void Refinement stage. Surely, you would not resort to enchantments upon a junior? Emperor Huanglin's voice resonated from above. Mei Yu's expression darkened slightly as she eventually performed a respectful kneel towards the emperor. Hostilities between nations typically do not spill into personal realms. Even though Mei Yu hails from a powerful nation, she must still show due respect in the presence of a superior deity realm cultivator. Mei Yu, are you suggesting that the gravity on the continent has intensified? Yifeng could not help but ask, his interest piqued not by Mei Yu's enchantment, but by the gravity issue. Should the gravity indeed be increasing, it would necessitate stronger fuel for his spacecraft to breach the first cosmic force beyond the atmosphere. 7 years prior, gravity had only intensified by 1,000th, and I did not notice anything amiss. But now, the gravity on Xingming continent has escalated to 1%, which is substantial. I suspect, Mei Yu stated, casting her gaze towards the 2 celestial bodies in the sky. Those 2 entities above are drifting further from us, she remarked slowly. A chill ran through everyone's hearts, including Huang Ping. They had not previously observed the 2 enormous celestial bodies in the sky. Yifeng regarded Mei Yu with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that a woman from a primitive society would possess such profound knowledge. The vast expanse of Xingming continent, with its states often separated by millions of kilometers, underscores its nature as a superlative celestial sphere. The larger the planet, the stronger the gravitational pull. Currently, the gravity on this planet is akin to that of Earth. He had previously speculated that this was likely related to the 2 colossal celestial bodies above, and he was surprised to find that Mei Yu shared such insights. Fairy of the beautiful jade, Huang Ping could not help but inquire. Are you suggesting that the 2 celestial bodies in the sky are drifting further away from our star Mon continent? Indeed, she replied. Then does that not imply that the spiritual energy of our star Mon continent will become increasingly thin? Spoke Yi Xian this time. This I cannot ascertain, Mei Yu responded. The richness of spiritual energy seems to bear no direct correlation with the 2 celestial bodies above. However, the gravity will undoubtedly be affected. On the arena, there had already been 5 consecutive changes. Unexpectedly, All three from Yi Feng's side, by he and his companions, were defeated, as Emperor Huang had forbidden them from employing the advanced technology of the hot spring island. If that celestial body continues to drift farther away, will the gravity not increase exponentially? Will the houses, plants, and forests on our planet be crushed into the earth? Huang Ping extrapolated, envisioning the worst outcome. That seems plausible. If the Akara planet continues to distance itself from our star Mon continent, the gravity on the continent will indeed amplify. It could be tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, or even billionfold. Should gravity reach such an extreme, it is feared that most mid to low-level cultivators would be reduced to mere pulp, and the ground would cave in. Baiyue spoke gravely. What if we were to hide within the Earth's core? For instance, we could excavate an extensive tunnel leading deep beneath the surface, Yi Xian proposed. This should be feasible. However, if gravity increases a billionfold, you would likely need to dig a tunnel spanning 1 billion kilometers toward the Earth's core, encountering numerous hard rock layers along the way. Just this endeavor alone would require the collective effort of a nation and could take several decades, if not a century, to accomplish. Baiyue addressed the concerns of the three men. Yi Feng's expression darkened significantly. What is this predicament? If, in 3 years, gravity were to double, my spacecraft would be utterly incapable of escaping the gravitational pull. Not only would it fail to breach the atmosphere, but even attempting to ascend 5 or 6 meters would result in it being crushed to dust. With gravity at 1 billionfold, a feather falling from the sky could create a crater in the ground. Upon hearing Baiyue's words, the group fell silent, sitting quietly on the high platform, deep in thought. The first day's tournament soon came to a close. The 3 alchemists from the hot spring island all ended up in the lowest ranks, while the kingdom of Roman led, and the Black Mountain Empire languished at the bottom. Very well, the second round will commence tomorrow. I invite the envoys of the 3 nations to return to the inn and rest, announced the steward. As the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts, Emperor Huang summoned Bai Li Rui and Huang Ping to the Grand Hall. After much deliberation, the 3 resolved to prepare for the impending gravity increase, which they could all distinctly sense. We shall now gather manpower from the populace to commence the construction of an underground palace, at least excavating 10,000 meters deep for the time being. Should gravity continue to intensify, we shall dig deeper, Emperor Huang concluded. Understood. Both chancellors replied in unison and promptly set about addressing the matter. Meanwhile, Yifeng returned to the hot spring bank. At the headquarters of the bank, Wang Zhihai sat alongside the leaders of various concessions, as well as Cheng Li Bin, Shi Gao, and several other chief engineers who had flown in overnight. Old Cheng, the situation is as follows. You must expedite the construction of the spacecraft. If circumstances do not permit, focus on perfecting the propulsion system so we can ascend into outer space, and subsequently, we will refine the spacecraft systems there, Yifeng stated. Brother Feng, why not create some anti-gravity materials? Cheng Li Bin suggested. Anti-gravity materials? Are you capable of producing them? Yifeng inquired. It seems we have only broached the concept of anti-gravity here on Earth, right, old Wang? Cheng Li Bin turned to Wang Zhihai. Indeed. It appears there is such a concept of anti-gravity materials, Wang Zhihai acknowledged with a nod, though his eyesight had dimmed with age. All those seated at the table were at the true martial realm, with a few exceptions reaching the innate realm. Only Wang Zhihai remained at the 8th stage of the acquired realm, having made little progress. Brother Feng, let us handle the matter of anti-gravity materials in the engineering department. Rest assured, I have previously conducted research in this area on Earth, focusing on crystals as a starting point, Cheng Li Bin assured. Once we produce the anti-gravity materials, we will fabricate mechs and apply these materials to aircraft and spacecraft. At that point, the entire Xingming continent will come seeking to purchase them, Cheng Li Bin proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Best of all, we could establish a national defense array utilizing anti-gravity technology. This way, the flora and environment of the Xingming continent could be preserved. Yifeng added, Brother Feng, we are about to emigrate to space. Why concern ourselves with the people of the Xingming continent? Let them perish, Wang Zhihai remarked. No. The ordinary citizens of the Xingming continent are inherently kind. They too are an oppressed populace. As our capabilities grow stronger, we must think of aiding the weak, rather than being selfish like when Wengquan Island was first established. Moreover, we will still need to cultivate crops and hire workers on the Xingming continent, Yifeng replied. Very well, we shall do our utmost, Cheng Li Bin nodded, returning to Wengquan town with his engineers that very night. The following day, the arena competition resumed. But someone of Yifeng's stature was no longer preoccupied with the battles taking place. Dr. Yi, why not come visit the yamen of my Xingyue kingdom? I have much to discuss with you, Baiyue flirtatiously remarked, casting sultry glances at Yifeng. Her standards for a partner were quite high, requiring at least someone in the late stage of the spirit realm. However, she also enjoyed toying with younger men, such as Yifeng, who was in his 40s and yet still at the transformation realm. I will certainly visit the ferry when time permits, Yifeng responded awkwardly. By the way, Dr. Yi, where exactly is your Wengchuan island? Perhaps I could pay you a visit when time allows? Baiyue cooed, unabashedly disregarding the presence of Huang Ping between them. Ahem. Huang Ping coughed, interjecting, Fairy, please maintain decorum. Dr. Yi is the esteemed guest of my Black Mountain Empire, and we have an engagement in the selection. Upon your arrival in the capital, your activities must remain confined to the capital. Such a bore, Baiyue muttered, her gaze drifting back to the arena. In the first match of the second round, Baiyue emerged victorious. Immediately, he raised his hands in triumph, casting an eager glance towards his master, Sheng Su. Alas, Sheng Su paid him no heed, engrossed in a discussion with Yi Xian regarding matters of gravity. At this moment, a realization dawned upon him. What does it truly mean to bring glory to one's nation? To the esteemed figures above, it was merely a jest. They were simply indulging in idle entertainment. Here he was, exerting himself on the arena, while the spectators beneath remained unresponsive. Only a handful of ordinary nobles applauded enthusiastically, and a few women, possessing moderate beauty, cast him flirtatious glances. Fuming, Baiyue turned his gaze towards Yifeng. How audacious for someone at the transformation realm to sit alongside those of the refinement realm. Very well. Today I shall ensure the Black Mountain Empire suffers humiliation. The esteemed figure above must surely be a notable personage from the Black Mountain Empire. Baiyue, seated in the arena, offered a respectful gesture towards Yifeng, yet his eyes brimmed with provocation. Huang Ping's expression shifted slightly. Is there something you wish to convey? Nothing of great importance, Baiyue replied. I merely find it peculiar that the Black Mountain can allow someone of the transformation realm to sit on equal footing with those of the refinement realm. If I am not mistaken, this individual appears to be in the early stages of the transformation realm, correct? I wish to inquire, if I were to defeat him, would I then be worthy of standing alongside the Chancellor of the Black Mountain Empire? Sheng Su opened his mouth, yet chose to remain silent. Curious to observe how the upper echelons of the Black Mountain Empire would respond to the provocations from their subordinates. My apologies, but this contestant belongs to the core of our Black Mountain Empire and is not required to participate in the duel, Huang Ping asserted, struggling to suppress his indignation. Not required to participate in the duel? Is he too weak? Or perhaps you fear I might inadvertently harm him? Baiyue, seeing that his master Sheng Su did not intervene, pressed on with renewed audacity. On the second floor, Emperor Huang Lin wore a stoic expression, his inner fury reaching a boiling point. Your Roman kingdom has gone too far, allowing a mere contestant to insult our esteemed doctor. Seated behind Emperor Huang Lin was Huang Yueya, who frequently cast worried glances towards Yifeng. The emperor had assured her that in due time, she would be promised to Yifeng. Thus, she had been counting down the days with anticipation. The unique aura surrounding Yifeng far surpassed that of the pompous nobles. She had utterly fallen for him. Contestant of the Roman kingdom, perhaps you should return to your rightful place and prepare for the next match, Huang Ping suggested. The leaders of the other three nations remained silent, evidently eager to witness the spectacle of the Black Mountain Empire's folly. In this realm, the strongest are often beset by foes, while the weakest can be easily consumed. Only those who maintain a position of moderate strength can generally achieve stability. Dr. Yi, what say you? Shall you test your mettle against him? Huang Ping proposed. He held no concern that Yifeng would falter, considering Yifeng had previously emerged victorious in a fierce contest against formidable opponents. His sole apprehension was that Yifeng might inadvertently cause Baiyue severe harm. From a standpoint of strength, Baiyue had dispatched his last three opponents with a single blow each. This may not bode well, Yifeng murmured, his brow furrowing. His adversary was not the Roman Empire, after all, which lay thousands of miles away and had little to no interaction with him. His true nemesis resided within the aristocracy of the Black Mountain Empire, who incessantly extorted from the factories, causing their spaceship progress to lag by approximately tenfold. Yet, he pondered, such relentless determination could not be a viable solution, could it? Huang Ping remarked. Dr. Yi, you should step in and offer guidance to my Baiyue. Otherwise, if this chaos continues, I will be at a loss for words, Shang Su stated, with a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. He surmised that Yi Feng refrained from confronting Baiyue due to his inferior realm. Baiyue stood at the pinnacle of the transformation yuan stage, while Yi Feng was merely at its inception. On the surface, the disparity between the two was glaringly evident. Very well, since even young Master Sheng insists, I shall join the fray with Brother Bai. However, I must emphasize, let us keep it within reasonable bounds. We must not jeopardize our camaraderie, Yi Feng said, rising helplessly. Reasonable bounds? Baiyue raised an eyebrow, a strong hint of derision in his gaze. If it comes to blows, I fear I may not be able to restrain myself. Should Dr. Yi be harmed, I hope the Black Mountain Empire will not hold it against me. Of course, if Dr. Yi were to injure or even slay me, I implore you, young master, do not seek vengeance on my behalf, for the root of the matter lies in my own inadequacy. Baiyue addressed Shang Su. Ha ha ha, how presumptuous. Mr. Yi occupies the esteemed position of a physician, which is far from merely superficial. Baiyue, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Humility is essential, Shang Su chided, though his words carried an air of self-aggrandizement. Indeed, Baiyue nodded. Yi Feng navigated past both Xian and Shang Su, gradually making his way towards the arena. Go for it. Brother Feng, Island Master, good luck. Bai He and the others cheered from the sidelines. Chapter 1375. If there is a matter, direct it at me. The two soon stood at the center of the arena. Baiyue could not help but rest her chin on her hand, curiously scrutinizing Yi Feng. As a master diviner, her perception was extraordinarily sharp, and she sensed that Yi Feng's aura was unlike that of ordinary nobility. Yet, she could not quite articulate what set him apart. She simply felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Behind Huang Lin, Huang Yuya also gazed intently at Yi Feng, her eyes brimming with emotion. As the seventh princess of the Black Mountain Empire, she had always lived in rejection, turning down one suitor after another. Yet, for the first time in her life, she found herself rejected by Yi Feng. This, paradoxically, only intensified her interest in him. Yi Feng, let us engage in a contest befitting men, Baiyue declared. With that, he swiftly traced circles with his hands, summoning a dense protective aura. Yi Feng sighed, clenched his fists, and unleashed a resounding roar. A golden emerged from behind him, and simultaneously, his form expanded, towering to a height of 4 meters. He stood firm, head held high and feet planted on the ground. Boom! A single punch sent shockwaves, distorting the light barriers surrounding the arena. Baiyue's expression shifted dramatically as he channeled all his energy into the protective aura. However, in the next moment, a fierce wind surged forth, propelling both him and the divine light beyond the barrier, even creating a gaping hole in it. You? Baiyue exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Feng. With a violent cough, blood spewed from his mouth, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, his meridians shattered. How audacious! Shang Su, taken aback, swiftly evaded and appeared directly before Yi Feng, then casually struck. Yi Feng's complexion changed drastically as he felt the surrounding space constrict, rendering even a finger immobile. Ugh! Blood-sucking technique. Yi Feng's skin began to absorb the surrounding restraining power. At last, the space loosened a bit, and just as Yi Feng was about to act, Shang Su struck again. This blow, fueled by rage, seemed intent on extinguishing Yi Feng entirely. Stop! A hollow voice echoed. The void above Yi Feng rippled, forming a black hole. A colossal hand emerged from within, gently swatting at Shang Su's attack. Boom! Shang Su staggered back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng leaped off the arena, casting a wary glance at Shang Su. This fellow appeared feeble, yet his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Truly a master at the late stage of the Void Refinement. Do you know whom Yi Feng has just injured? Shang Su inquired. Who is he? Huang Lingdi retracted his spatial manipulation. He is none other than the 9th prince of our Roman kingdom, here in your Black Mountain Empire purely out of boredom. Yi Feng has grievously injured him, and now you expect me to return and report to our sovereign? Shang Su replied coldly. Oh, Huang Lingdi's brows furrowed slightly. I did not anticipate injuring a member of the Roman royal family. This is indeed troublesome. Hey, our brother Feng did not wish to fight, yet he insisted. Now he is injured, and you refuse to acknowledge it, using your royal status to oppress us. What sort of nonsense is this from your Roman kingdom? Why, he exclaimed in anger. What do you understand? This has nothing to do with you. Shang Su fixated on Huang Lingdi. Speak, Black Mountain sovereign. Shall I report to our sovereign? Huang Lingdi slowly shook his head. What Bai He stated does hold merit, but royal authority is devoid of reason. If one of ours injures a member of another royal family, there will undoubtedly be consequences. I Qingyi, what say you? Huang Lingdi passed the responsibility to Yi Feng. Me? What should I say? It was he who insisted on competing with me, and due to his own lack of skill, he suffered the shattering of his meridians. He has no one to blame but himself, Yi Feng replied coldly. Indeed, and earlier, Bai Wu mentioned that if he were to be killed by our brother Feng, young Master Sheng Su should not seek revenge. Is it true that the royal family of Roman speaks as though it were mere wind? Bai He joined in, taunting. Humph. Sheng Su seethed with rage. First, he bowed to Huang Lingdi. Black Mountain Sovereign, we shall discuss the 9th prince's matter later. For now, I shall eliminate this jester. Do not. Yi Feng exclaimed, blocking Bai He's path in astonishment. Those who obstruct me shall perish. With a thunderous roar, the Saint Su unleashed a massive sweep of his hand towards Yi Feng. With his formidable strength at the late stage of the refinement void, a direct hit would spell certain death for Yi Feng. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from behind. Bai He and his companions drew their heavy water pistols, unleashing a barrage of shots towards the distant Saint Su. The Saint Su halted momentarily, his expression one of shock as he gazed at his chest. Several large holes had appeared, yet, due to his formidable divine essence as a refinement void practitioner, these wounds began to close at an astonishing pace. What manner of artifact is this? He glanced at his own chest before turning his astonished gaze towards the heavy water pistols in the hands of Bai He and his companions. This heavy water pistol was developed by our hot spring island, Yi Feng proclaimed, his eyes glinting as he spoke loudly. Afterward, he pretended to gasp in alarm, covering his mouth. On the high platform, 2 immense waves of divine consciousness swept towards the heavy water pistols held by Bai He and his companions. With a flick of her delicate hand, Baiyue seized the heavy water pistol, showing no hesitation in her forceful acquisition. Though a moment late, Saint Su managed to draw the last heavy water pistol to himself. On the 2nd floor, Huang Lingdi's face darkened like ink. He longed to eliminate the 3 individuals behind Yi Feng. They had audaciously exposed the most significant secret of the Black Mountain Empire. How intriguing. This heavy water pistol can actually penetrate the flesh of a refinement void practitioner? Baiyue examined Yi Feng's pistol with curiosity. One must note, refinement void practitioners have undergone 6 or 7 rounds of body strengthening, rendering their flesh as resilient as certain magical treasures. It was remarkable that a mere heavy water pistol could breach their defenses. Of course, should a refinement void practitioner unleash their protective divine light, the pistol would be rendered ineffective. Master Yi, from where does this artifact draw its spirit stones? Baiyue inquired suddenly. No, this device requires no spirit stones. Yi Feng replied with a shake of his head. Enough. Huang Lingdi narrowed his eyes and suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pistols were summoned to his 2nd floor domain. Fairy Baiyue, this is classified information of the Black Mountain Empire, and thus shall remain undisclosed. Yi Feng, you may return to your physician's residence, Huang Lingdi stated with a composed demeanor. Understood, Yi Feng nodded obediently. Bai He and his companions were still posturing in place when Yi Feng kicked them away, for otherwise, they might have found themselves facing Huang Lingdi's wrath. Wait. Saint Su positioned himself before Yi Feng. Your Majesty, shall we let Yi Feng depart after he has harmed our 9th prince? He queried. Young Master Su, allow him to leave. If there are grievances, direct them towards me. He is one of our Black Mountain Empire, Huang Lingdi replied coolly. He believed it prudent to grant Yi Feng a sense of superiority, a gesture of benevolence. Yi Feng's earlier actions had revealed to him that Yi Feng bore no allegiance to the Black Mountain Empire. The pig is not yet fattened. Reclaiming Hot Spring Island now would be a hasty endeavor. Farewell, young Master Su. Yi Feng offered a meaningful glance before ushering Bai He and the others away. Upon returning to the physician's residence, he promptly arranged for Bai He and his companions to leave the capital by plane. Otherwise, although Huang Lin cannot deal with him directly, he will certainly take action against other significant figures of Wengquan Island. It was not until midnight that Huang Ping arrived at Yi Feng's residence. What has transpired, Your Highness? Is the sovereign truly compensating the kingdom of Roman? Yi Feng inquired anxiously. On this matter, you need not fret, Mr. Yi. My father possesses ample means to manage them. Huang Ping reassured him, patting Yi Feng's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Then I shall rest easy. It cannot be an exorbitant amount of spirit stones, I hope? Yifeng asked suddenly. No, spirit stones are not particularly rare for the kingdom of Romon. On our star main continent, when a royal family member passes away, the most suitable approach is to marry a princess from our own royal family to Romon, or alternatively, a prince must offer his life in compensation. Otherwise, it would be untenable. This is not merely a matter of profit, but rather one of life itself. A princess' life is invaluable and can only be offset by someone of equal status, Huang Ping elucidated. I see. It appears that once one enters the realm of royalty, money can resolve little, Yifeng acknowledged with a nod. By the way, Brother Yi, while I have many younger siblings, they are not my true brothers. I have always regarded you as my real younger brother. Huang Ping suddenly gazed at Yifeng with deep affection. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow seems intent on securing his position, he thought. Brother Huang, I can sense your affection for me. Over the years, I have had many younger brothers, but only you are my elder brother. Yifeng replied with a serious expression. During his 2 years in politics within the Black Mountain Empire, he had become more astute. That is well. Let us find an opportunity. Princess Yuya has always admired you. Let us consolidate our ties further, Huang Ping suggested. Very well, but I am quite occupied of late. Could we perhaps postpone it for a few years? Yifeng inquired. It would be best to expedite matters. Marrying within 3 months would be ideal. Trust me. I am doing this for your benefit. It will be advantageous for you. Huang Ping spoke a truth. If Yifeng were to marry his younger sister and bear children, he would be spared even if Huang Lin sought to eliminate threats, though the industries of Wengchuan Island would entirely belong to the Black Mountain Empire. Those who comply would remain, while those who resist would face annihilation. Understood. I shall consider this carefully, Yifeng nodded. It seemed that to ease the suspicions of the Black Mountain Empire, he would have to sacrifice a part of his dignity. I shall take my leave now, Brother Feng, Huang Ping said. Yifeng felt a shiver. He ultimately was ill-suited for the political sphere, lacking in the art of performance. After a restless night, Yifeng awakened and proceeded to the headquarters of Wengchuan Bank the next day. Brother Feng, what is the matter? Wang Zhihai inquired. From this moment forth, increase the loans to Wengchuan town. The more, the better. We must accelerate our research and development, Yifeng stated solemnly. With the intervention of the other 3 nations, the existence of Wengchuan Island had grown increasingly precarious. It would not be long before spies from other empires sought him out for negotiations. The negotiations, if successful, would be manageable. However, should they falter, Yifeng would not only have to contend with the pressures from the Black Mountain Empire, but also the scrutiny from the other 3 nations. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. The temperature in the capital had plummeted to around 6 or 7 degrees, compelling the citizens to don thick cotton garments and leather coats. Notably, a plethora of down jackets adorned the populace, courtesy of the local garment factory, which ensured that the common folk would not succumb to the biting cold. Thunder rumbled ominously above the right prime minister's residence, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. 3 days later, Ding Tuanshuan emerged from her secluded chamber, having successfully ascended to the innate realm. Yifeng was already aware that she had maintained her virtue at Bai Li Rui's estate, and thus he occasionally sent over highly potent elixirs. Although half of them were embezzled by the estate's steward, the other half reached Tuanshuan's hands. In the hot spring town, the skies were similarly overcast and windswept. Before long, the clouds dispersed, and Yixing stepped out from his meditation chamber. "My lord, you have finally emerged," exclaimed a young woman, cradling a 10-month-old infant in her arms. "While on Hot Spring Island, please refrain from calling me my lord. Refer to me as husband. And do convey my news to the capital. Inform my father that I have advanced to the innate realm," Yixing stated calmly. "Yes, my lord. Oh, I mean husband," Huang Wana replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Husband, look. During your retreat, I have borne a child for the Yi family." With that, she unveiled the swaddled infant, revealing a cherubic face. Yixing's previously composed demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he gently caressed the baby's cheek. "Son, I am your father, Yixing," he declared, taking the infant into his arms. "Has he been named?" he inquired. "Not yet. Perhaps we should ask your father for a name?" Huang Wana suggested. Having lived for a prolonged period in the Black Mountain Empire, she had adopted the traditional virtues expected of women, yet had yet to embrace the independence of those from Hot Spring Island, where familial and patriarchal considerations predominated. "That will not be necessary. This is our child, and we shall name him ourselves. What do you think of the name Yichun? In the future, We shall soar into outer space, drawing closer to the stars. Yixing proposed. That name is delightful. Let it be so, Yixing affirmed with a smile. In the subterranean research facility's 99th level, Cheng Libin exchanged glances with several chief engineers. Shigong, we may commence, Cheng Libin instructed. Very well. Shigao approached the machinery and pulled down a massive electrical switch. In an instant, the entire spacecraft illuminated, accompanied by a tremendous roar that resonated throughout the expanse. All anti-gravity materials were prepared, and an anti-gravity array had been affixed to the spacecraft's exterior. The 4 colossal engines functioned normally, and the nuclear reactor was capable of providing power for over 400 years, Shigao reported. Understood, Cheng Libin stated, picking up the telephone to contact the authorities above. Notify everyone to evacuate the hot spring town. Remember, everyone, no one must remain within the town. Yes, Mr. Cheng. After the call ended, Mago Bai arrived at the broadcast room. An urgent announcement. The hot spring town will conduct a hydrogen bomb test. All residents must evacuate immediately. Immediately. You have 1 hour. An urgent announcement. The hot spring town will conduct a hydrogen bomb test. All residents must evacuate immediately. Immediately. Following this, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the town. Did Mago Bai not think to inform us of the hydrogen bomb test 3 days in advance? Hurry. Yixing, clutching his wife and child, hurriedly jumped into the sand vehicle. Chapter 1377. Preventing his efforts from going awry with a press of the accelerator, the sand vehicle sped away from the town. On the roadside, citizens of Hot Spring Island drove their specialized vehicles. That scoundrel Mago Bai, he didn't even give us a heads up about the hydrogen bomb test. Indeed, that fellow deserves a reckoning. Let us hold him accountable when this is over. The citizens cursed as they drove. After traveling 100 kilometers towards the capital, Yixing finally stopped to gaze at the apocalyptic scene in the distance. Deep underground, Cheng Libin answered the phone. Mr. Cheng, the crowd has dispersed completely. Came Mago Bai's voice over the line. And you? Have you left Hot Spring Town? Cheng Libin inquired. I am 30 kilometers away. Using a mobile phone to contact you, Mago Bai replied. Understood. Cheng Libin hung up and looked at the more than 90,000 engineers and technicians, along with over 400,000 service personnel behind him. Everyone, board the spaceship. Understood. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as 500,000 individuals rushed into the spaceship's hull, each finding a seat and fastening their seatbelts. Are we ready? Cheng Libin asked. Ready, came the response. Then I shall commence. After stating this, Cheng Libin rode a balanced scooter to the captain's cabin. Xiao Rui, check the captain's cabin for any foreign objects. Cheng Libin instructed the 2 robots. Yes, master. Yes, master. The robots emitted red beams of light, scanning the entire captain's cabin. Returning to the captain, no foreign objects detected. Very well. Cheng Libin dismounted the balanced scooter and seated himself in the captain's chair. He reached to open a small cover, revealing a red button beneath, which lay a mechanical keypad. After inputting a series of numbers, he pressed the red button. Boom. A subtle tremor resonated through the captain's cabin. The sturdy spacecraft initiated its drilling mode, forcefully breaking through various hard rocks above. The vibrations gradually intensified, causing some secured individuals to be tossed about. After an indeterminate duration, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire hot spring town was thrust upwards by some colossal entity from below. Then, a massive steel behemoth emerged from the earth, its footprint rivaling that of Hot Spring Town itself, with 4 thrusters beneath it, sending swirling dust soaring 3 meters high around the town. Massive boulders, weighing thousands of pounds, were propelled into the sky, soaring several dozen meters high. 100 kilometers away, Yixing gazed in astonishment through his telescope at the colossal object. Goodness! Is that a spacecraft? Its length must exceed 30 kilometers. Yixing's mouth gaped in disbelief. Huang Wan, equally astonished, clutched her small mouth with one hand as she stared into the distance. What on earth is happening? A spy, taken aback, observed the spacecraft emerging from the earth. Quickly, notify the Chancellor. The person beside him hastily crushed a long-distance talisman. Once the talisman shattered, Bai Li Rui, situated 1,000 miles away, received the news. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately sprinted towards the hot spring town. Not only Bai Li Rui, but also the spies of Huang Ping and Emperor Huang Lin transmitted the information to the capital via the long-distance talisman. Though Emperor Huang Lin received the message last, he arrived the fastest. By the time he reached the hot spring town, the spacecraft, stretching over 30 kilometers, had ascended to several 100,000 meters in altitude. What on earth is that? Emperor Huang Lin squinted. If he were to employ the spatial displacement technique immediately, he might be able to board the spacecraft. However, during the brief moments of hesitation, the immense vessel had transformed into a mere black. Father, don't let that thing escape. Huang Ping's voice echoed from afar. A sense of foreboding washed over Emperor Huang Lin. Without hesitation, he activated the spatial displacement technique. In the blink of an eye, a black hole appeared 30 kilometers above the ground. Emperor Huang Lin emerged from the black void. Yet, the spacecraft continued its ascent, growing ever more distant. Attempting to flee? Spatial displacement. Emperor Huang Lin invoked the spatial displacement technique once more. This technique, capable of transporting him, consumed an enormous amount of divine essence. He could use it at most 3 or 4 times before exhausting his energy. Whoosh! In the sky, 600,000 kilometers up, Emperor Huang Lin reappeared. The fierce winds buffeted his protective divine aura, causing it to sway perilously. Even a practitioner at the divided spirit realm found such heights challenging to endure. No, I cannot allow you to escape. Emperor Huang Lin was determined to hunt the celestial pig this year, only to find the pig had already broken free, eluding his grasp. At 900,000 kilometers above, he materialized once more. The winds intensified, occasionally manifesting as razor-sharp blades. Spatial displacement. Reluctantly, he employed the technique for the 4th time. Whoosh! At last, his form appeared above the spacecraft. Cheng Li Bin had been intently fixated on the screen and, at first glance, spotted Emperor Huang Lin himself. What is that? An alien? Cheng Li Bin, unfazed, directly commandeered the hundreds of heavy water Gatling guns mounted atop the spacecraft. This is bad. Emperor Huang Lin was taken aback, his feet now planted on the top of the spacecraft. However, in the next moment, Xiao Qi and Xiao Rui took control of the Gatling guns. Their computational prowess surpassed that of humans by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Pew, 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 pew. Countless streams of fire surged toward Emperor Huang Lin. In less than 5 minutes, the protective aura surrounding Huang Lin began to tremble precariously. After a series of spatial shifts in midair, he managed to evade most of the projectiles. However, the winds above had transformed entirely into razor-like blades, incessantly slicing through his protective shield. Having recently expended a significant portion of his divine essence on several powerful spells, he was nearly drained, with his reserves diminished to nearly 80%. Casting a glance towards the captain's cabin, Huang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Cheng Li Bin was engrossed in the spectacle when, suddenly, a tempest erupted within the cabin. A dark speck gradually coalesced, expanding ominously. Alarm surged through Cheng Li Bin. Could it be a spatial shift by a distracted cultivator? Startled, he hastily spat towards the dark void. In the next instant, the black hole contracted, and the tempest within the captain's cabin subsided, ultimately vanishing. In stark contrast, Huang Lin found himself utterly depleted of divine essence. Plummeting from a height of 100 kilometers, rage and despair consumed him. He had been mere moments away from teleporting into the captain's cabin, only to have his efforts thwarted by his drained reserves. Whoosh! The spacecraft deployed its shield, and the wind blades clashed against it with a series of muffled thuds. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be among the first humans to enter outer space. Let us rejoice, Cheng Li Bin proclaimed into the microphone. In the hall, nearly 500,000 voices erupted in jubilant cheers, the sound reverberating so intensely that the surrounding lights flickered. Seated in a safety chair, Shigo took hold of the microphone. Uncle Cheng, how long until we breach the atmosphere? Not long now. You should rest. Perhaps when you awaken, we will have entered outer space. By then, the ground will no longer tremble, and you may move freely aboard the ship. Very well, I shall take a nap in my chair, Shigo replied, adjusting his seat to a reclined position. Chapter 1378. We must rescue the people yet. Others lacked such composure and found sleep elusive, chattering incessantly beside him. This marked humanity's inaugural venture beyond the confines of the Starmon continent into the vast unknown, leaving them to ponder what mysteries lay ahead. They had learned in university that outer space was a vacuum devoid of life, shrouded in endless darkness. At the hot spring bank, Wang Zhihai was engrossed in official duties when a cacophony from outside abruptly interrupted him. Pulling back the curtains, he was taken aback. A throng of officials and Black Mountain cultivators surrounded his bank, while clients were herded to the periphery by soldiers. What is happening? leaning on his cane. He strode purposefully towards the entrance of the hot spring bank. Chung Libin had not informed him of the spacecraft's launch. After all, those engaged in engineering often lacked political acumen. He was unaware of the potential peril his departure might pose to the citizens of the capital. What is the matter, esteemed seniors? Wang Zhihai inquired. Huang Ping stepped forward, pointing accusatorily at Wang Zhihai. Arrest him. Immediately, 2 cultivators advanced, binding Wang Zhihai's hands behind his back. What is the meaning of this? I am the president of the Hot Spring Bank. I demand to see the monarch and Feng Ge. In the esteemed residence of the physician, Yi Feng's right eye twitched incessantly. Unable to contain himself, he picked up the phone and dialed the number for the hot spring town. However, all he heard was a series of static sounds. Tap, 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 boom. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the residence. What was happening? Yi Feng shouted towards the door. Brother Feng, it's dire. The Black Mountain people have surrounded our estate. Is that so? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and strode towards the entrance. There, he beheld a throng of cultivators. With Bai Li Rui mounted on a tall steed, holding a rope, the other end of which was tied to Ding Tuanchuan. Yi Feng, you possess quite the audacity now. I expect you to explain yourself to the emperor, Bai Li Rui declared, waving his hand to signal the numerous Black Mountain cultivators who swiftly bound Yi Feng. A similar scene unfolded in various concessions and banks. Guyu was also captured, accompanied by over 100 concession leaders, all ensnared by spirit ropes. Even Yulong from the factory and his senior subordinates were not spared, as they were lined up and led slowly towards the palace. Upon arrival, Yi Feng was forced to kneel on the ground. Others were not exempt. At least over 100,000 citizens were apprehended, particularly the high-ranking officials, none of whom managed to escape. After a considerable duration, a pallid figure approached from above. Huang Lindi, supported by Guan Yin, ascended the platform. Yi Feng, you are quite audacious. Speak. What is the situation in the hot spring town? Huang Lindi gazed intently into Yi Feng's eyes. What situation? I am as oblivious as you are. Yi Feng clenched his teeth. He had a hunch about the circumstances, but still hoped someone else would articulate it. In the hot spring town, a colossal flying object has ascended into the skies. What is that? Huang Lindi appeared unsettled. A colossal flying object? Yi Feng felt a flicker of elation within. Could it be that old Chung has taken the ship into space? I am unaware. I have never heard of such a thing, Yi Feng replied. You are the lord of the hot spring island, and you claim ignorance? Yi Feng, during your time in the Black Mountain Empire, I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me? Huang Lindi's eyes glowed with rage. He had intended to fatten the hot spring island before striking, yet his plan had evidently faltered. I truly do not know. If something significant has indeed ventured into outer space, it merely signifies that I too have been deceived by the hot spring island inhabitants. I am a victim as well. Yi Feng swiftly concocted an excuse. Huh, Yi Feng, do you think I am easily deceived? From this moment forth, you shall witness your citizens executed one by one until you divulge the truth, Huang Lindi declared, signaling the soldiers to part, revealing 10 wooden platforms, each manned by an executioner. Commence. Huang Lindi seated himself on a chair, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on Yi Feng. Listen, Your Majesty. If you proceed with this, it is likely that our hot spring island and your Black Mountain Empire will become irrevocable enemies. You must consider this carefully. Yi Feng's face hardened as he glared at Huang Lindi. Irrevocable enemies? In the small hot spring island, it too has the right to become my mortal enemy. The executioner raised his blade, and 10 heads fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Father, son, citizens. Heart-wrenching cries echoed through the crowd. The second batch. Another 10 citizens were brought before the chopping block. Yi Feng's hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes reddened with blood. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare them. They too are victims. If it must be so, then punish me alone and let them go. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse. Father, no. You may kill others, but you cannot take my Fenglang. Huang Yuya stumbled before Yi Feng, shielding him with her body. Indeed, during this past year, she had wed Yi Feng. Come, pull the princess away, Huang Lindi said expressionlessly. This time, he genuinely harbored murderous intent. Again, 10 heads fell. Yi Feng's heart bled, his teeth nearly shattered from clenching. Among the citizens, shouts of anger and curses erupted, accompanied by the sounds of fainting bodies hitting the ground. Unfortunately, their hands were bound behind their backs, unable to stir any waves. 500 kilometers from the capital, Yixing and a group of surviving citizens packed away their surveillance devices. They had witnessed their fellow citizens being slaughtered like livestock by the Black Mountain people. Yixing, your father has also been captured. What shall we do? Ma Gubai asked, his eyes bloodshot. What to do? You. Take the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft to Pingzhou immediately and bring back all the fighter jets and transport planes from the concessions. This time, even if we must storm the capital, we will rescue all the citizens. Yixing pressed his lips tightly together. All right, I'll go. Yifeng stood up and swiftly headed towards the 19th stronghold. Most of the captured citizens lived near the capital, such as engineers from various factories and high-ranking officials from the concessions and banks. However, the various strongholds remained unscathed, hidden in the shadows. Yixing. This time my father has also been captured. Uncle Yifeng and my father are the two main pillars of the hot spring island. If anything happens to them, our island may collapse. There is no other choice. Once the fighter jets arrive, I will take the lead. You, just follow behind, Wang Wei said. How could I fall behind you? We shall charge into the capital together and rescue the people. Yixing patted his chest. Chapter 1379. Let us see what the situation is in Pingzhou. Thousands of concessions erupted with activity. Bombers and fighter jets soared into the sky from various counties, vanishing with a whoosh. Particularly in Xin County, where tens of thousands of factories were stationed, there were over 700 concessions alone. The achievements of the hot spring island, cultivated over more than a decade on the Xingming continent, slowly began to shine. In Yuzhou, deep within a certain forest, a vast expanse of land split open. A colossal machine emerged from the ground. Due to its remote location, Yuzhou only connected with the hot spring island once every 2 years. Firstly, Yifeng harbored a profound fear that this clandestine research facility might be discovered by the Black Mountain Empire. Thus, such measures were necessary to ensure the secrecy of the establishment. Secondly, it would guarantee that the engineers here could devote their full attention to their work. Mr. Charlie, we have only completed half of the research on this spacecraft. Must we really head to the capital? An engineer inquired, gazing at the long-absent Charlie. Charlie was no ordinary individual. He was an engineer of the same caliber as Chung Libin. What does it matter? Brother Feng has been captured. If we do not attempt to rescue him, the existence of Hot Spring Island will be utterly meaningless. Increase the power. Very well. Whoosh. The massive, flat spacecraft emitted a dazzling light and, in an instant, vanished without a trace. In the capital square, a multitude of citizens had gathered, their faces etched with terror as they stared at the moat. The waters had been stained crimson, with countless severed heads piled along its banks. Emperor Huang Lin had been supervising the scene for 3 days and nights, having executed 20,000 of the 100,000 citizens captured from Hot Spring Island. The blade is dulled. Fetch a new sword. A headsman cast aside the blunted weapon and lifted a fresh ghost-headed knife. Yifeng's complexion turned pale as he was firmly restrained by 4 cultivators of the divine origin realm. Another 10 citizens were dragged before the chopping block. Guqin. Yifeng rasped. Guqin's hands were bound behind her back. She slowly turned her head to reveal a faint, tragic smile. Brother Feng, do not worry about me, she said before being forced onto the block. Emperor Huang Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at Yifeng once more. Yifeng, will you not reveal that secret? What exactly ascended to the heavens? I told you 3 days ago. It is a type of probe we launched to explore outer space. Yifeng gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge the secret of the spacecraft. A probe? Do you think I have never seen the probes you launched? But why was the object I witnessed 3 days ago so immense? Was there another? Huang Lin was not easily deceived. In any case, it is merely a probe. Yifeng glanced at Guqin, his heart bleeding. Nonsense, execute them. Thud, 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 thud. Another 10 heads fell. Yifeng slowly closed his eyes. Another 10 individuals were brought to the block. Ingda. Yifeng trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Bai Li Rui descended from the platform. He extended 2 fingers, firmly grasping Ingda's chin. Ingda, you were once the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. You must know what Yifeng launched, correct? Bai Li Rui queried. Bah. Ingda spat out a mouthful of phlegm, which Bai Li Rui easily dodged. You seek death? Bai Li Rui roared with fury, snatching the headsman's ghost-headed knife. I have served as Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. Do you think I fear death? Bai Li Rui, I curse you to die and be divided. Ingda clenched his teeth, glaring furiously at Bai Li Rui. Thud. A head rolled onto the ground. Ingda. A roar erupted from the crowd, tears streaming down the face of an elder. Grand Marshal. Grand Marshal. The citizens knelt in despair. Huang Lindian took a sip of the spiritual tea and waved his hand forcefully. The corpses were dragged aside, and 10 more individuals were brought before the chopping block. The southern wind howled above the capital, and darkness had enveloped the sky. The citizens hastily wrapped white cloth around their heads, lighting lanterns at the doorsteps of their homes. Li Yin patrolled the streets with a contingent of officers. Who permitted you to light lanterns at your door? Extinguish them at once. With his command, the officers advanced, knocking the lanterns to the ground. At that moment, a dense crowd surged onto the street, their heads adorned with white cloth and a white flower pinned to their chests. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding gripped Li Yin. The crowd, composed of men and women of all ages, fixed their hate-filled gazes upon him. Kill. Avenge the island of hot springs. Yes, eliminate these dogs. The Black Mountain Empire, this wretched nation, has long deserved annihilation. The island of hot springs provided us with such promising jobs. To destroy it is to extinguish our hopes. What are we waiting for? A young man stepped forward, wielding a kitchen knife. The crowd surged forward, swiftly overwhelming Li Yin and his officers. This seemed to signal an outbreak of carnage throughout the capital, as the officers, usually so boisterous, were reduced to mere pulp. Let us go, brothers, seize the execution ground. Countless citizens coalesced into a torrent, rushing toward the capital square. Huang Lindian's expression darkened slightly. His consciousness had inadvertently swept across the entire capital and discovered. Stop. You, go investigate the situation, he ordered Bai Li Rui, who stood beside him. As you command. Bai Li Rui sensed the gravity of the situation and led his retinue toward the square's outskirts. Just before leaving the square, he waved his hand. Continue the execution, do not halt. Immediately, 10 more individuals were brought to the chopping block. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A lunar eclipse? Bai Li Rui couldn't help but look up, and the next instant, his countenance changed dramatically. He beheld countless fighter jets, bombers, and transport planes suspended in the sky. In the center, an enormous object loomed, far larger than a transport plane. Aunt Qingji, all aircraft are now hovering over the capital. Please give your orders. Yi Xing communicated via intercom from his position aboard bomber number 9. His experience was still too shallow to command the remaining forces of the island of hot springs. However, Qingji was different. She possessed immense power and had garnered considerable respect among the citizens of the island. First, drop a batch of hydrogen bombs on the National Defense Array. Qingji's voice resonated in every intercom. As you command. Yi Xing opened the safety cover and pressed the red button. Below the bomber, a hatch opened, unleashing a massive projectile that shrieked as it thundered toward the National Defense Array. Not only he, but tens of thousands of bombers in the sky opened their bays, releasing hydrogen bombs that descended from above. Not good. Bai Li Rui's face paled as he unleashed hundreds of layers of protective divine light around himself. Huang Lindian's expression shifted dramatically. His consciousness instantaneously enveloped the entire capital. Vital structures rapidly activated their protective shields. At the heart of the National Defense Array, several sentinels hastily poured a copious amount of spirit stones into it. Chapter 1380. Come down first. Let us discuss amicably. A thunderous roar erupted. A blinding white light blossomed above the National Defense Array, casting a pallid glow for 1,000 miles. With a single wave of force, the entire protective formation was torn asunder as several hydrogen bombs descended upon the royal palace. The palace's protective barrier endured for less than 5 minutes before disintegrating into nothingness, causing the towering edifices to collapse in layers amidst countless screams. Seeking death? Huang Lindian's consciousness swept across the scene, noting that half of his royal palace had been obliterated. In his fury, disregarding the fact that his spiritual essence had not yet recovered, he executed a spatial displacement. A bomber was transported onto the square. Boom. The bomber was crushed into a metal disc, and the 2 pilots within perished instantly. Yet, his wrath was not satiated. He continued to utilize spatial displacement toward the heavens. This short-range spatial maneuver allowed him to perform it several dozen times in succession. Even in his severely weakened state, he could manage it 7 or 8 times. After a while, 7 metal discs appeared on the square. Huang Lindian panted heavily, glancing at his compatriot, Yin. Yin nodded and similarly gestured to the sky. 2 bombers were drawn into the void, instantly shattered by the force of space. The denizens of Hot Spring Island above listened intently, hastily vacating his capital, or they would face being drawn into the spatial rifts. Huang Lindian's voice thundered, ensuring it reached every ear aloft. 5,000 meters above the capital, Yi Xing let out a cold laugh. He seized a loudspeaker. Huang Lindian, I have no intention of opposing you. Release all citizens at once. If you comply, Hot Spring Island will cease its bombardment and coexist peacefully with your capital. Who are you, insolent child? Huang Lindian gazed upward. On the execution ground, Yi Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. As long as his son was alive, that was all that mattered. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply heed my words, and all shall remain tranquil. Should you fail to comply, your capital will be reduced to ruins. Yi Xing's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, reaching every bomber and causing the populace of the capital to hear. Instantly, the citizens were filled with joy. It was the advanced technology of Hot Spring Island. Let us rush to the capital square to rescue the people. Perhaps we can obtain citizenship, a young man exclaimed, leading a throng of the city's populace toward the square. Huang Lindian's consciousness scanned the area, discovering a multitude of commoners attacking the square, already clashing with the soldiers of Heishan. Die, he commanded, suppressing them with his consciousness. Buzz. The front line of citizens fell one by one, their vacant gazes fixed on the sky. My lord, do not use your consciousness to suppress them. I fear you may not withstand it. And Yin urgently prevented Huang Lindian. Bai Li Rui had already joined the ranks of the suppressive forces with his retainers. Huang Ping hesitated for a moment before leading his own retainers toward the periphery. Upon reaching the walls of the square, he was left dumbstruck. As far as the eye can see, there are only the unruly commoners, their heads wrapped in white cloth, armed with sickles, hammers, hoes, kitchen knives, and wooden clubs. They charge towards the square recklessly. The crossbows are prepared. On the low walls, the crossbows swivel into position. Fire! A cacophony of anguished cries erupts from the crowd. Run! We cannot contend with their regular army. If we do not flee, we shall be annihilated. The populace, being a hastily formed assembly, lacks a robust conviction. Initially emboldened by their numbers, they came to seize the opportunity, but once casualties ensued, their resolve swiftly crumbled. Run! Someone took the lead, and the others hastily retreated to the periphery. Huang Ping let out a sigh of relief. The crossbows proved reliable. These commoners, lacking in capability, dared to confront the regular army of the Black Mountain Kingdom. Meanwhile, in another direction, Bai Li Rui also breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he too had been intimidated by the sheer number of commoners, but to his astonishment, a few volleys from the crossbows sent them fleeing. A disorganized rabble, easily vanquished. He commanded that all city gates of the capital be shut tight, permitting no one to leave. The monarch would deal with these rabble-rousers after resolving the matters of Hot Spring Island. Understood. Immediately, several cultivators were dispatched to relay the orders at each city gate. Huang Lingdi gazed at the multitude of aircraft in the sky, his fists clenched tightly. Who is the supreme commander? His voice soared into the heavens. Our supreme commander is not up there. I am merely conveying his message, Yi Xing announced into the microphone. Inform your commander to withdraw the troops immediately, or else I shall execute your high-ranking officials right now. Bring Wang Zhihai to me. At once, two cultivators brought Wang Zhihai before the chopping block. Yi Xing's expression darkened. After a long pause, he leaned in again to the microphone. If you wish to kill, then do so. We, the people of Hot Spring Island, fear not death. However, I must warn you, for each Wang Zhihai you slay, we shall take 1,000 nobles, especially those royal relatives among you. Yi Xing's voice echoed from the loudspeakers in the sky, resonating throughout the capital. Is that so? Bring Yi Feng to me. Instantly. The same cultivators escorted Yi Feng to the chopping block. Then I shall execute your island lord. I know that Yi Feng is the soul of Hot Spring Island. Should he perish, none of you will be able to command the island. You must think this through. Huang Lingdi flickered and directly appeared before Yi Feng, brandishing a ghost-headed broadsword. Yi Xing's face paled. Huang Lingdi, if you dare to lay a finger on Yi Feng, Hot Spring Island will raze the capital to the ground. We shall perish together. Yi Xing's voice trembled. How could such information escape the ears of Huang Lingdi, the old fox? Ha ha. It seems that while you profess not to fear the fall of your island lord, you are deeply afraid of Yi Feng's demise. Now, I shall count to 3. If you do not withdraw your troops, I will sever one of his hands. Two cultivators pressed Yi Feng's hand against the chopping block. You? Yi Xing seethed with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Son, do not hesitate. If Zhihai and I perish, let the council elect a new island lord. Additionally, Great Marshal, it is advisable to select from the military academy. as they have undergone systematic training and possess knowledge of conducting information warfare. Yi Feng turned his face sideways, struggling to project his voice. Silence. A cultivator covered Yi Feng's mouth. Huang Lindian's expression shifted, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his features. So, the one speaking from the heavens is none other than young Master Yi? Haha, your father remains obstinately defiant, choosing to oppose our Black Mountain Empire. Yet you are different. You are a paragon of the younger generation. Why not descend and engage in a proper discussion? Our Black Mountain Empire has always regarded Hot Spring Island favorably. Should you assume the role of lord over Hot Spring Island in the future, I believe its development will advance significantly. By the way, I also intend to betroth my granddaughter to you, uniting our families. The allure in Huang Lindian's voice was unmistakable. Chapter 1381. A change of personnel. Huang Lindian. Collaboration is certainly feasible, but you must release all citizens. Once they are freed, Hot Spring Island will continue its partnership with you. Should you refuse, Hot Spring Island will employ every means to dismantle your Huang family's reign. Yi Xing's voice resonated from the bomber. On the execution ground, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of relief. He recalled Yi Xing as a mere toddler of 3 or 4 years. How had he suddenly become so articulate? Huang Lindian fell silent, summoning Bai Li Rui and Huang Ping. What are your thoughts? He inquired. Father, I believe we should detain key figures like Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai within the capital, preventing their departure. The other ordinary citizens do not seem crucial to Hot Spring Island, so we can release them all. Moreover, we have yet to fatten the pigs. It is not yet time to slaughter, Huang Ping said gravely. Bailey, what is your perspective? Huang Lindian then turned to Bai Li Rui. The elder prince speaks wisely. Yet there is a prerequisite. We must deploy personnel to secure control over Hot Spring Island. Furthermore, their strongholds are numerous and capable of evading divine perception. We must catalog all occupied territories. Otherwise, should they ascend to the heavens one day, we would be powerless against them, Bai Li Rui articulated. Very well. Huang Lindian once more gazed toward the sky. Yi Xing, I concede to your request to release the majority of Hot Spring Island citizens. However, your father Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai must remain in the capital as hostages. If you agree, I will promptly release the majority of the citizens. Should you refuse, our Black Mountain Empire will thoroughly assess the strength of Hot Spring Island. Huang Lindian directed his gaze upward. On this side, Yi Xing found himself at a loss. Being still young and in need of guidance from his elders, he switched off the microphone and picked up the intercom. Aunt Qingji, you must have heard Huang Lindian's words. What should we do? Yi Xing inquired. Please wait for us. We shall convene in the command center to deliberate on how to resolve this predicament, He Qingji replied, disconnecting the intercom and turning to the numerous high-ranking officials in the secret chamber, including Susan, Su Yun, and Bai Chuxue, as well as Nareme. As for Duoyan Hina, she has ventured into outer space. I do not concern myself with others. I must bring a Feng back, Susan declared. Indeed, Feng Gu is the very soul of our Hot Spring Island. If he were to be lost, it would spell turmoil for the island's very core, Su Yun chimed in. He Qingji sighed. You understand that Yi Feng is the soul, just as Emperor Huang Lin knows this too. I believe I can strive to rescue Wang Zhihai, but to save Yi Feng is a task as daunting as climbing to the heavens. It is possible that Yi Feng may reside beside Emperor Huang in the future, leaving us with no chance to retrieve him, He Qingji lamented. Susan and Su Yun exchanged glances, a flicker of sorrow crossing their faces. At this juncture, we can only prioritize rescuing other high-ranking officials. Bringing Wang Zhihai back would suffice. His prestige on Hot Spring Island ranks second, and his presence would prevent the island from descending into chaos, Susan said with difficulty. Moreover, we can exploit a situation. Currently, we have invested a substantial amount of money into research, and with the Black Mountain Empire providing us support, the capital has descended into despair, with many unable to afford food. Numerous lower-tier cultivators lack even spirit stones for their cultivation. This reflects the conflict between ordinary citizens and the nobility. If we send individuals to infiltrate the capital and rally this discontent, we could incite further chaos, He Qingji proposed. She was not mistaken. Ever since Emperor Huang agreed to provide support for the Hot Spring coin, its excessive printing has led to rampant inflation in the capital. The prices of both common food and spirit stones have soared to astronomical heights. Amidst escalating tensions, the citizens harbor an intense hatred for the nobility. Small vendors see their daily earnings slashed by half, and only by working in the factories on Hot Spring Island can they barely maintain their previous standards of living. Very well, issue the orders, Sister Qingji, Susan urged. Do the rest of you have any objections? If not, I shall represent Hot Spring Island to issue the command. Qingji directed her gaze toward the others. This female leader had become thoroughly assimilated into the system of Hot Spring Island, now seeking everyone's opinions rather than embodying the once iron-fisted tyrant she had been. The majority of those present raised their hands in agreement. Excellent. Qingji picked up the intercom. Yixing, you may agree to Emperor Huang's terms, detaining some high-ranking officials in the capital. But do your utmost to secure Wang Zhihai's return. Our Hot Spring Island still requires his leadership. Huh, why not my father? Yixing retorted, somewhat irate. Do you truly believe Emperor Huang would release your father? Your father is the most pivotal figure of Hot Spring Island. He is undoubtedly aware of this. And the chances of retrieving him are slim. You should aim for a more attainable goal, securing Wang Zhihai instead, Qingji advised. Very well. Yixing kept the intercom on and activated the microphone. Emperor Huang, you may detain 10 high-ranking officials in the capital, but all other citizens are to be released. You may select the individuals yourself. Emperor Huang smiled faintly, then glanced at Bai Li Rui and Huang Ping. You are to designate a crucial candidate. A total of 10 individuals, all of whom must be significant figures from Hot Spring Island, declared Emperor Huang Lind. Let us proceed with Yi Feng, Wang Zhihai, Ding Tuan Tuan, Zhui Ma, Wang Yinhao, Ma Qianche, Tu Lulu, and the intelligence gathered by Bai Li Rui is commendable. He has identified these 10 individuals, who are either elder statesmen or their descendants. Thus, it is settled. Listening attentively, Yixing noted, the hostages we intend to detain include Yi Feng, Wang Zhihai, and Ding Tuan Tuan. Emperor Huang Lin swiftly recited the complete list of 10 hostages. Let us release Wang Zhihai. His days are numbered, and he would serve little purpose remaining in the capital. What do you think? Yixing inquired. Wang Zhihai slowly raised his gaze toward the heavens. What is it? Emperor Huang Lin turned his attention to Wang Zhihai. Indeed, he appeared frail and on the brink of death. Retaining such a hostage would only pose a threat to Hot Spring Island for a decade or so. Very well, we will substitute him with a figure of general rank. Emperor Huang Lin replied coolly. Now, open a city gate and release all other citizens. Remember, do not harbor any selfish intentions. Sincerity is paramount. Yixing's voice resonated from above. With these 10 hostages, it is sufficient. Why complicate matters further? Ping Air, you shall personally oversee the release of these citizens of Hot Spring Island, Emperor Huang Lin commanded. Chapter 1382. Ultimately, it depends on your heart at your command. Huang Ping, accompanied by his entourage, proceeded to untie the spiritual cords of the citizens. The citizens erupted in excitement. Wait, I am far more significant than Yi Feng. In fact, all the technology of Hot Spring Island was developed by me alone. Detain me instead, and release that nameless individual, Yi Feng. One citizen stepped forward. Incorrect. Who do you think you are? I am the true soul of Hot Spring Island. Do you see that flying object in the sky? I am the one who invented it. Upon finishing his declaration, another citizen shoved him aside. You boast without basis. I am the true essence of Hot Spring Island. Huang Lin, do you know who the shadowy owner of the bank is? Indeed, it is I, Ha Er Nuafu. Release Yi Feng, and let me be your hostage. Silence. I am the core figure here. No, I am. Let me be the hostage. Those 10 individuals are not truly central figures. The citizens remained in the square, unwilling to depart, all vying to exchange Yi Feng and Wang Zhihai. They understood that once Yi Feng returned, the technological advancement of Hot Spring Island would flourish, ensuring their salvation in no time. Audacious. Huang Ping seethed with fury. If you refuse to leave, then let all of you remain as hostages. Bai Li Rui also stepped forward, his disdain for the unity of the Hot Spring Island populace evident. Without comparison, there could be no suffering. Just look at what his own people were doing. They were revolting at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, the citizens of Hot Spring Island stood united, a sight he could not bear to witness. Upon the high platform, Emperor Huang Lin's countenance darkened profoundly. The people of Hot Spring Island are remarkably united. Reflecting on his own Black Mountain Empire, he observed the ongoing conflicts between nobles and commoners, as well as among the nobles themselves. It was solely due to his presence as a transcendent monk that the semblance of a nation was maintained. Otherwise, it would have long since fragmented. After a moment, he unclenched his fist and let out a deep sigh. He could not deny that the system of Hot Spring Island was indeed far more advanced than that of his Black Mountain Empire, which fostered the islanders' fearless disposition towards death. If he were to emulate the system of Hot Spring Island, how would it uphold the dignity of the royal family? How could he exploit the nobility to seize the wealth, spiritual stones, and herbal resources of the world? Dr. Yi, perhaps you should personally persuade them to depart, Huang Lindi suggested, turning his gaze to Yi Feng. The monk released Yi Feng from his grasp. My brothers and sisters, you must return. Rest assured, I will serve as a hostage in the capital, and I will be safe as long as you maintain this spirit of unity. You are my support, and only when you grow strong will my safety be assured. As Yi Feng spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Was this truly the Hot Spring Island he had painstakingly built? It had indeed blossomed into something remarkable. I am the island master, an elder proclaimed, kneeling before him. With a domino effect, the remaining 70 or 80,000 citizens followed suit, kneeling in unison. Island Master, you are our soul. Without you, we would merely exist as walking corpses. What meaning would life hold then? Indeed, without your presence, our meager 4 hours of work benefits would be unsustainable. Island Master, let me exchange our lives for yours. We could offer 10,000 in exchange for you. The citizens wept profusely. Yi Feng was overwhelmed with emotion as he stepped forward, gazing upon the sincere faces before him. Huang Lindi glanced at Yi Feng, his eyes sweeping over the citizens. Was this not the legendary power of faith? Since the departure of the spear god, the power of faith had vanished from the world. Yet, here was Yi Feng, stirring the very essence of belief. How infuriating! He seemed to be but an inconsequential figure in the transformation realm. A surge of envy and hatred welled up within Huang Lindi. Little did he know that the source of Yi Feng's power of faith stemmed from his sacrifice of all privileges to earn it. Oh, to desire both the privileges of nobility and the faith of the people. What a dream to indulge in. Nonsense. Isn't Dove the labor envoy? She will safeguard your rights. Yi Feng managed to suppress his emotions, sternly admonishing them. Dove only advocates for us because of your influence. Do you think she would concern herself with our plight without you? The key lies in your leadership. Your capable governance ensures our progress. The citizens had awakened to the truth and were no longer easily deceived. Please, I implore you, depart quickly. This is what Yi Xing has fought tirelessly to secure for you. Moreover, Huang Lindi would never allow me to return. Be obedient, please, Yi Feng urged, vigorously waving his hand. At this moment, Wang Zhihai stepped forward from the crowd. Citizens, he declared, Huang Lindi will certainly not allow our Feng Gu to leave the capital. Therefore, upon my return, I shall carry forth Feng Gu's legacy, ensuring the continued prosperity of Hot Spring Island, all without compromising your welfare. Wang Zhihai spoke with a grave demeanor. The citizens remained silent, their sharp gazes resolutely rejecting Wang Zhihai's proposal. What? As the president of the Hot Spring Bank, do you not trust my words? Wang Zhihai's anger flared. Not at all, President Wang. You have indeed made significant contributions to Hot Spring Island, even surpassing Feng Gu in some respects. However, certain matters cannot be replaced by mere accomplishments. It fundamentally hinges on one's heart. I cannot elucidate further. The heart is paramount, while achievements are secondary. Should there come a day when Feng Gu is no longer with us, I can assure you that you would elevate your son to a high position. In time, your son would then promote your grandchild to the upper echelons. Ultimately, Hot Spring Island would become your family's domain, as you would inevitably engage in a hereditary system. An elder offered a sound retort. They did not underestimate Yi Feng's capabilities, yet they placed their unwavering trust in him. After all, some truths reveal themselves through subtle details. During Yi Feng's tenure, he consistently advocated for the welfare of ordinary citizens. Their discerning eyes could perceive this, even if they could not articulate it. Consider the time of He Li Xuan, who was perpetually entangled in factional strife. Though he occasionally granted some benefits to the citizens, it was evident that his motivations were driven by a desire for personal prestige, leading to superficial gestures of benevolence. Wang Weiluo, while somewhat better, also sought to secure benefits for the populace, primarily to showcase his alignment with Yi Feng's legacy. Yet Yi Feng was different. He devoted himself entirely to the well-being of the citizens, exhibiting relentless decisiveness towards those outside this circle. Furthermore, during Yi Feng's administration, although the progress did not match that of his predecessors, everything was advancing in a positive direction. The adage nurturing silently resonates here. Some truths do not require verbal affirmation, as the populace can intuitively sense them. Chapter 1383. We must discuss this. Wang Zhihai's face flushed red, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a pause, he glanced at Yifeng and sighed deeply. It appears that no matter how hard I strive, I will never surpass Feng Gu in terms of reputation. Some things cannot be replaced by mere ability. Everyone, please return, otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Yifeng was compelled to bow once more before the thousands of citizens. This group was obstinately rigid. Let us focus on development upon our return. If we could invent a black hole, wouldn't that provide an escape from the palace? How utterly short-sighted. Feng Gu, if you do not leave, we shall not depart. You are our sole hope. Feng Gu, I feel you are more important to me than my own parents. Had I not become a citizen, my parents would have perished from hunger long ago. Indeed, you are our living benefactor. The citizens remained steadfast, resolutely kneeling in place, with none willing to depart. Although Yifeng felt a sense of comfort regarding their affection for him, was this truly the moment for such emotional entanglements? It would be disastrous if Emperor Huanglin, in a fit of rage, chose to imprison them all once more. You should return to your homeland, focus on advancing technology, and fortify Hot Spring Island. That would be the greatest reward for me. Rest assured, my daughter-in-law is of royal lineage, even if the emperor were to seek my life. The crown prince would not allow it, Yifeng said, his eyes brimming with tears. What insolence! The emperor declared. Soldiers, obey my command and expel these people from the capital. Huang Ping could no longer bear to witness this injustice and waved his hand toward the rear. Instantly, a multitude of soldiers surged forward, roughly shoving the citizens. Yifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Yifeng, I fear you shall now take residence within my palace. The emperor continued. And one more thing. With a swift motion, he appeared before Yifeng and the 10 captives. He struck each of them several times before retracting his hand. I have now placed a restriction upon you. Should you breach the palace's protective barrier, the restriction will activate, inflicting upon you a torment worse than death, culminating in your demise. Emperor Huanglin stated coldly. The other 9 captives hastily began to feel around their bodies, particularly Ding Tuanchuan, whose eyes flashed with despair. Just moments ago, she had sensed a strange energy surging into her being, yet this energy was beyond her control. The others shared this unsettling sensation, their faces darkening. Only Yifeng appeared unfazed. Upon the peculiar energy's entry into his body, it was immediately absorbed by his blood-sucking technique, seemingly rendering the restriction ineffective against him. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a subtle change within one of his energies. He cast his gaze around, his eyes locking onto Yifeng's face. The other 9 were terrified, their faces paling, while this young man remained composed. Did he possess some extraordinary ability to negate his restriction? In that moment, Emperor Huanglin turned his attention to his empress, and Yin. Having shared several millennia of marital bonds, their thoughts were intertwined. And Yin approached Yifeng and, suddenly parting her lips, released a stream of pink mist that entered Yifeng's mouth. What kind of restriction have you placed upon me, Empress? Yifeng's expression darkened as he sensed a peculiar energy lurking in his chest, one devoid of malice. This is a form of aphrodisiac poison. Should you leave the palace's confinement, it will permeate your entire being, compelling you to live solely in a state of carnal desire until you perish. At which point the toxin will dissipate with your remains, and Yin stated flatly. You are truly vicious. Chasing Horse exclaimed in anger. Do not treat my Uncle Yi in such a manner. Poison me instead. Come on, do it. Ma Qianxie stepped forward, his mouth agape. Slap. A resounding slap struck his face as Huang Ping slowly withdrew his hand. Do you even realize what you are? Do you think you deserve such a restriction? Huang Ping said coldly. What am I? My father, the illustrious Ma Bai, is one of the esteemed elders of Hot Spring Island. During the days in Chongqing City, he associated closely with Uncle Yi. The horse-drawn carriage driver, furious, ordered them to be removed. Huang Ping pushed the carriage driver aside. Bring them back to the palace and prepare a villa for Master Yi. As for the others, imprison them in the dungeons, Huang Ping commanded. Immediately, a group of individuals rushed forward, separating Yifeng from the remaining 9 hostages. Dear relative, I implore you to grant me a favor and allow them to stay with me. After all, I cannot occupy a villa alone, Yifeng pleaded. Yifeng, it is precisely because we are relatives that I show you this particular leniency. I hope you do not take it for granted, Huang Ping replied coldly. Please, consider our familial bond and let them reside with me in the villa, Yifeng said, his heart aching as he looked at Ding Tuanchuan and Tu Lele, who had lived a life of privilege on Hot Spring Island and would surely struggle in the dungeons. Yi Feng, if you persist, I shall have you imprisoned as well. Huang Ping warned, raising an eyebrow. Brother Yi, you need not concern yourself with us. We shall fare well within, Ding Tuanchuan advised. Alas, very well. Take care of yourselves in the dungeon. I shall occasionally send provisions to you, Yi Feng conceded. At that moment, several Imperial blackguards pulled Yi Feng and Ding Tuanchuan apart. Once the citizens of Hot Spring Island were released, the bombers and fighter jets in the sky gradually disappeared. Some returned to Pingzhou, others to Xin County, and some to Yuzhou. As for the spacecraft, second only to Phone Gu No. 1, it hovered above base No. 7. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen fighter jets flew out from base No. 7, all heading towards the lower compartment of the spacecraft. Among the 14 fighter jets were Yi Xing and Wang Weixian, both second-generation elites who had become good brothers. Wow, Brother Xing, from the ground. The spacecraft didn't seem that large, but up close, our fighter jets feel like mosquitoes entering a buffalo. Wang Weixian exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Silence, Yi Xing urged, piloting the fighter jet closer to the spacecraft. The bottom of the spacecraft opened, revealing a 1-kilometer-wide platform, akin to the gaping maw of a beast. Once opened, colorful lights illuminated the interior, forming arrow shapes that guided their aircraft for landing. After navigating several turns, Yi Xing finally parked the fighter jet. Turning back, he saw that He Qingji and the others had also landed their jets in different positions. Once all the fighter jets were parked, a series of mechanical arms suddenly emerged from above, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. These mechanical arms clamped onto the fighter jets and lifted them to the upper level. Yi Xing couldn't help but gaze upward. This space airport featured 10 runways at the bottom, with several layers above, each capable of accommodating hundreds of fighter jets. I have long heard that Uncle Charlie's intellect rivals that of Uncle Cheng. Look, after years of dedicated research in Yuzhou, Uncle Charlie has developed this spacecraft, which surely rivals those found in outer space. Yi Xing marveled, his expression one of astonishment. At that moment, an unmanned hovercraft emerged from the side entrance of the space airport. What are you all lingering for? Quickly board the hovercraft. We need to discuss how to rescue Brother Feng. Charlie's voice resonated through the hovercraft speakers. Startled, Yi Xing hurriedly leaped aboard, followed suit by the others. In a mere moment, over 50 high-ranking officials were whisked away from the space airport by the hovercraft. Chapter 1384. Inescapable Circumstances. Next, they witnessed the true meaning of enormity. The hovercraft steadily accelerated, swiftly reaching a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Even at this pace, it took them half an hour to arrive at the conference room on the 49th floor. The topmost floor, the 50th, was the captain's chamber, where Charlie sat. Charlie, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. Greetings, greetings. You've put on some weight, haven't you? I thought you were still at the ascendant stage. But it seems you have reached the late stage of true martial. Impressive. Charlie exchanged pleasantries with several old acquaintances. Once the formalities concluded, he turned his attention to the second generation of Wengchuan Island, Yi Xing and Wang Weixian. Who are these youngsters? Charlie inquired. Oh, can't you tell? Susan pulled Yi Xing over to stand beside the portrait of Yi Feng. Good heavens! Is this Yi Xing? Charlie exclaimed, astonished. It had been nearly a decade since he last saw Yi Xing. Yes, Uncle Charlie, Yi Xing replied respectfully. Wow, 10 years apart, and you've grown so much. Charlie clapped Yi Xing on the shoulder. I am Wang Weixian. Wang Weixian quickly introduced himself. I don't know you, but I am familiar with Wang Weiluo, Charlie remarked. That's my elder brother. I am the fourth son of Wang Weihai, Wang Weixian explained. Ah. Upon hearing Wang Zhihai's name, Charlie's expression grew neutral. In his eyes, Wang Zhihai was a dictator. How formidable could his offspring be? Only Wang Weiluo earned Charlie's respect. Please take your seats. I have been in seclusion, studying spacecraft. And I'm not even aware of who the current commander is, Charlie addressed the group. At that moment, a voice crackled through his waist-mounted intercom. Another fighter jet is approaching our spacecraft. Secretary Haid, inquire about their affiliation. It seems to be Wang Zhihai. Oh, it's him. Open the space airport and allow them to land, Charlie replied, setting down the intercom. Wonderful. My father has been released. Wang Weixian exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet. Mr. Charlie, our interim commander is He Qingji. Susan pointed to He Qingji, who sat nearby. Oh, aren't you the head of the Empress sect? Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought you would become the interim commander of Wengchuan Island? Charlie expressed with evident satisfaction. He had always believed that Wengchuan Island's system could assimilate anyone. I'm merely the temporary commander. Once Wang Zhihai arrives, we shall see if he brings any orders regarding Brother Feng, He Qingji responded. After waiting for an hour, Wang Zhihai finally arrived at the conference room, assisted by a young man. Dad. Wang Weixian rushed towards him. Little Four, it's a relief to see you well, Wang Zhihai said, tears streaming down his face. Old Wang, it's been a long time. Have you truly not broken through to the true martial realm? Charlie stared in astonishment at the aged Wang Zhihai. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us commence the meeting. Please vacate your seat. I will take this position, Wang Zhihai indicated towards Charlie's chair. Charlie had no choice but to obediently return to the second seat. After all, Wang Zhihai had managed Warm Spring Island for far longer than anyone present, his prestige second only to Yi Feng. Zhihai, Feng, did you bring any messages for me? Susan asked eagerly. Yes, he appointed me as the temporary island master. For the time being, we should refrain from thinking about rescuing him and focus on technological development instead. Furthermore, the Warm Spring coin is currently backed by the Black Mountain Empire, allowing us to spend freely. Remember, the more we spend, the more the credibility of the Black Mountain Empire will crumble, Wang Zhihai said cunningly. If the credibility of the Black Mountain Empire were to collapse, the consequences would be dire. The common folk would suffer, unable to afford food, and cultivators would be unable to purchase spirit stones. In less than 3 years, rebellion would be inevitable. How should we allocate the funds then? Charlie inquired. Charlie, your spaceship is impressive. Does it have a name? Wang Zhihai asked. Not yet. I was waiting for Brother Feng to return to name it, Charlie replied. Let us name the spaceship in outer space Fenggu 1, and the one you developed shall be called Charlie the First, Wang Zhihai proposed. Shouldn't we wait for Brother Feng to return to name it? Susan and others suggested. No need. I am the temporary island master now, and I have decided on Charlie the First. Is there anything else that needs improvement on the Charlie the First? Wang Zhihai inquired. Yes, the external formations require a substantial number of workers for printing, and the fuel aspect still needs work. This spaceship cannot yet reach outer space. Additionally, it will consume a lot of fuel for electricity. Charlie presented a list before Wang Zhihai. Understood. I will lend you 100 trillion Warm Spring coins for the formations. We will replace the old fuel with nuclear fuel, and I will lend you another 200 trillion. As for the electricity needs, I shall provide an additional 100 trillion. That totals 400 trillion Warm Spring coins. That shouldn't be too burdensome for you, right? Wang Zhihai asked. Wow, Zhihai. You used to be so frugal with money. Why are you so generous today? Charlie exclaimed in shock. Didn't I mention? The Warm Spring coin is currently backed by the Black Mountain Empire, so no matter how much we spend, the entire Black Mountain Empire will foot the bill. Therefore, you need not worry about finances. Moreover, the daily maintenance of the spaceship will undoubtedly require funds, right? I will allocate an additional 50 trillion, bringing the total to 450 trillion. This is just the first phase. I plan to arrange for 100 trillion in the second phase. However, there is a stipulation. Your vessel, the Charles I, must ascend beyond the atmosphere and enter outer space within 3 years. Otherwise, the value of the spring coin will truly plummet. Yet, should you succeed in breaching the cosmos, the spring coin shall be reborn from the ashes of desolation, proclaimed Wang Zhihai with an air of gravitas. Goodness, old Wang. With such a sum, I could construct another Charles I. Rest assured, all obstacles can be surmounted. As long as the funds are secured, and without the interference of established capitalist interests, I guarantee that within 3 years, the Charles I will undoubtedly soar into the void, replied Charles, thumping his chest with conviction. Indeed, Wang Zhihai nodded, then turned his gaze towards Su Yun. Su Yun, henceforth, the school shall extensively recruit students, regardless of their origins, commoners or nobility alike, bringing them all in. Once admitted, we shall instill in them from a young age the formidable strength of the Spring Island system. By the time they reach university, they will no longer identify as Montenegrins, but as denizens of Spring Island. Accelerate the process of assimilation, he commanded. Understood, Island Master. Su Yun acknowledged with a nod. Susan, upon your return, establish more factories and produce luxury goods to corrupt the upper echelons of the Montenegrin Empire, particularly those noble women, ensnaring them in a web of extravagance, Wang Zhihai instructed, to which Susan also nodded in agreement. Chapter 1385, Enough of this nonsense. As for what lies ahead, there is little to discuss. All departments must spring into action immediately. I expect the resolutions from today's meeting to be implemented swiftly. I wish to see tangible results within 3 months. Should there be no progress by then, we shall replace those responsible. Is that agreeable? Wang Zhihai surveyed the assembly. Understood. No problem. Very well. The senior officials responded in unison, jotting down Wang Zhihai's directives in their notebooks. Lastly, this evening, a memorial service shall be held aboard the spaceship to honor those citizens executed by Emperor Huang Lin, especially Ingda and Gu Qin, whose deaths were particularly tragic. A flicker of sorrow crossed Wang Zhihai's face, mirrored by the solemn expressions of the others. The fact that Huang Lin had brutally slain over 20,000 citizens could not go unavenged. Could Spring Island still be called Spring Island without retribution? Subsequently, Yi Xing returned to the spacecraft with his wife and child. The quarters were minimalist, adorned in white, equipped with a projector and a liquid crystal display. Husband, oh, I mean dear, is this truly our room aboard the ship? It is so luxurious, exclaimed Huang Wan, cradling their son in one arm while caressing the room's amenities. Yet, Yi Xing wore a grim expression. Humph, your grandfather has slaughtered so many from Spring Island, and you still find joy in commenting on the facilities here? Huang Wan, mark my words, one day Spring Island will seek vengeance for those 20,000 fallen citizens. When that time comes, I shall personally take your father's life, and your grandfather's as well. And you, on which side will you stand? Yi Xing inquired coldly. I don't know, Huang Wan replied, her face a mask of terror. Don't know? I insist you tell me. Which side will you choose? Yi Xing stepped closer, locking eyes with Huang Wan. Dear, can we please not discuss this? Huang Wan pleaded. Torn between her husband and child, and her father and grandfather, she felt as though she were being torn asunder. You must declare your allegiance today. Will you stand with the island of hot springs, or with the Black Mountain Empire? Yi Xing's tone was assertive. I beg you, my dear husband, let us not discuss this. I do not wish to hear it, all right? Huang Wan implored, throwing herself into Yi Xing's embrace. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xing finally rested his hand on her back. In the abyss of the dark, profound outer space, a colossal vessel floated amidst a myriad of debris and meteoroids, some of which were astonishingly thousands of times larger than the spacecraft, Leaf Maple 1. Cheng Libin sat in the 99th floor conference room, his eyes bewildered. Beside him were several chief engineers. Cheng, I never anticipated that upon entering outer space, all our signals would be severed. I wonder how the situation in Hot Springs Town is faring, Shigao remarked. I did not foresee this either. We now face 2 options. First, to return the spacecraft to the atmosphere. Second, to dispatch some fighter jets back to see if we can receive any signals from the ground. Cheng Libin responded, equally stunned. He had not expected outer space to be so distant. It had taken them nearly a month to breach the atmosphere, during which they encountered fierce gales that severely damaged the ship's protective array. Meanwhile, eerie, hollow sounds emanated from the radio, as if demons and monsters lurked nearby. Cheng, do you think the small arrays on the fighters can withstand the gales beyond the atmosphere? They might be reduced to mere fragments before they even reach halfway. Shigao expressed his concerns. Well, we must attempt it. Organize a death squad immediately. Let one fighter jet descend to test if it can navigate through the gale zone. Cheng Libin commanded. At this juncture, there was no other course of action. Shigao nodded and turned his gaze to the window. Outside the superglass, an expanse of darkness reigned, with only the occasional twinkling of distant stars. Alert! Alert! A meteor is heading toward the spacecraft. The robot Shaoqi announced. Huh. Cheng Libin quickly activated the remote control computer, illuminating all the vessel's powerful lights. Leaf Maple 1 radiated bright beams in all directions. Also, activate the space radar. Countless sound waves spread outward. By heavens! Cheng Libin gasped in shock. Thousands of kilometers away, a meteor comparable in size to the moon spiraled toward them. Moving at the speed of a bullet. All heavy water Gatling guns, stand by and aim in that direction, Wang Zhihai instructed the robot. Received, acknowledged. The robot temporarily assumed command, directing all weaponry aboard Leaf Maple 1. Cheng, have you lost your mind? Why not maneuver the spacecraft away from this situation? Avoid the meteor. Shigao questioned. Look at me. My reflexes are not as swift as before. Xiao Rui, engage the reactor and steer the ship away. Received, acknowledged. In the capital, at the palace, Yifeng paced back and forth in his private courtyard, his hands clasped behind him. He was consumed with anxiety, uncertain of the circumstances unfolding outside. Due to Emperor Huang Lin's closure of all his channels of information, a palace maid entered with a tray in hand, presenting a meal to the lord. She was sent by Huang Lin to attend to Yi Feng, possessing strength 2 realms higher than his, at the initial stage of Void Refinement. Moreover, 2 imperial blackguards, equally skilled in Void Refinement, stood watch outside the courtyard. 3 practitioners of Void Refinement guarding a mere initial stage of transformation surely ensured a high probability of security. Both of you may withdraw. I have come on the orders of my father. A familiar voice echoed from outside. Yi Feng's brow furrowed deeper. Shortly after, Huang Yuya entered with a personal maid, carrying a bamboo basket. Consort, I know you must be feeling bored in the courtyard. So I have prepared some fine wine and dishes to accompany you for a drink, she said, performing a graceful bow. There's no need, Yi Feng replied, flicking his sleeves dismissively as he strode back to his bedroom. Once inside, he secured the doors and windows tightly, embarking on a tedious path of rigorous training. Since he could not control the outside world, he resolved to focus inward and elevate his cultivation to a new level. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Within the capital, the hot spring bank and the concessions resumed operations. However, Wang Zhihai dared not enter the capital to oversee affairs. Instead, he commanded from afar, remotely directing the hot spring bank. Numerous nobles deposited spirit stones into the bank, exchanging them for sheets of worthless paper. Factories blossomed around the capital, seemingly striving to reach the pinnacle of productivity. With a substantial influx of capital, the number of projects surged 5 to 6 times greater than before. The temporary command center on Hot Spring Island, known as Base 1, welcomed a group of unexpected guests one day. They gazed up in astonishment at the enormous floating ship overhead before exchanging glances. Holy Void Prince, it appears that Hot Spring Island is indeed remarkable. They have even invented such a contraption that can hover in the air for so long without descending. One wonders how many spirit stones it consumes daily, Baiyue remarked, lightly covering her lips. Indeed, I too have long recognized the extraordinary nature of Hot Spring Island, to the extent that even Emperor Huang Lin must show some respect to Yi Feng, Yi Xian interjected. Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to the base on Hot Spring Island. Perhaps we can spend some spirit stones to procure that flying contraption, as well as something called a sand cart and another known as a heavy water gatling. Following the conclusion of the national examination, the kingdom of Luomin claimed first place. Yet they did not leave the Black Mountain Empire. Instead, they lay in wait nearby. In their surveillance, they uncovered various new weapons of the Black Mountain Empire. Disguised as merchants, they sought to purchase these advanced weapons, only to be informed that the Black Mountain people could not produce such items. Only Hot Spring Island possessed the capability. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to seek purchases from Hot Spring Island. Half an hour later, 3 formidable experts sat side by side in Wang Zhihai's office. It turns out it is you 3. I had presumed you had returned to your own country. Pray tell, what brings you to seek an audience with a younger generation? Wang Zhihai inquired with a hint of detachment. Although he was merely at the threshold of the next realm, he held the esteemed position of the temporary island master of Hot Spring Island, a status of considerable distinction. Mr. Wang, I wish to purchase the floating objects in the sky. Name your price. I can afford any amount of spirit stones, Shang Su stated matter-of-factly, for their nation. Roman was known for its wealth. Haha, I fear those items are not for sale, and even if we were to entertain the notion, you would not possess the means to acquire them, Wang Zhihai chuckled. Let us dispense with the trivialities. How does 10 million premium spirit stones sound? Shang Su proposed. 10 million premium spirit stones? Wang Zhihai was taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. I do not believe your nation possesses such a fortune in premium spirit stones. Ah, you are correct, but we can arrange to deliver the spirit stones to you in installments. The Roman nation prides itself on its integrity, Shang Su replied. This is not a matter of integrity. To purchase items from Hot Spring Island, you cannot settle with spirit stones. We only accept this, Wang Zhihai declared, placing a hot spring currency note on the table. What is this? A talisman? The 3 of them simultaneously glanced at the currency note. Not at all. Wang Zhihai shook his head. Is it a powerful beast hide? Baiyue inquired. She had scanned the currency note several times with her spiritual sense, but could not discern its true nature. Neither. This is a form of currency unique to Hot Spring Island. The note itself may hold little value, but we solely recognize this as currency, Wang Zhihai replied, revealing a sparse smile. Oh, The trio's eyes sparkled simultaneously, exchanging knowing glances. I know what you are thinking. You wish to counterfeit this currency, do you not? Let me assure you, it would be futile. It bears a unique code, and should the code not match, we shall cease all business dealings with you, Wang Zhihai warned. The trio's expressions dimmed. Very well, I shall exchange a spirit stone for this piece of paper, this currency, Roman said, producing a premium spirit stone from his pocket. Given the current exchange rate, one hot spring currency note equals 42 first-grade spirit stones. This premium spirit stone of yours could roughly be exchanged for about 10 notes, Wang Zhihai remarked, retrieving $14,000 notes from his own pocket. This is worth so much. Sheng Su's eyes narrowed. What of premium spirit stones? In the presence of hot spring currency, all spirit stones are mere paper tigers. If you wish to acquire our advanced equipment, you must convert your spirit stones into hot spring currency. Our island does not accept spirit stones, Wang Zhihai insisted, firmly binding the advanced weapons of Hot Spring Island to the currency. What a hassle. Very well, I cannot afford that item in the sky. Please exchange it for a smaller flying artifact, Sheng Su requested, referring to the bombers and fighter jets. These are exceedingly expensive. Acquiring a single unit would cost several billion hot spring currency notes, Wang Zhihai cautioned. What? You might as well resort to theft, Sheng Su retorted angrily, striking the table with force. Do not be angry. Consider, that object can both fly and fight, posing a threat even to those practicing the Void Refinement. Reflect on it. Is several hundred billion truly excessive? Wang Zhihai began to reason. Brother Xingxiu, he stated, what he says seems to possess merit. In our Xingming continent, any artifact capable of exterminating Void Refinement practitioners is invariably inflated to astronomical prices, often even being valued, yet unavailable. May you concurred. Then pray tell, are there any alternative means to procure such flying entities? Xingxiu inquired. Certainly, there are methods. You could purchase land for us, for instance. Allow me to establish several factories in your Roman kingdom. You could, at your discretion, impose a modest corporate income tax and personal income tax. Simultaneously, the land could yield us some spring coin, provided we set up a sufficient number of factories in your Roman kingdom within 3 to 5 years. You could amass tens of billions, even trillions of spring coins, Wang Zhihai articulated. Xingxiu's countenance brightened. The Roman kingdom may lack in some areas, but we have ample land and a large populace. Very well, proceed to establish factories in our Roman kingdom. Do not hesitate. I have no objections to relocating all factories there, Xingxiu responded with a smile. Who would not favor a method to earn spring coins without expending spirit stones? Well then, Wang Zhihai turned his gaze towards Baiyue and Yexian. Mr. Wang, we of the Xingyue kingdom can also sell you land for your factories, provided you compensate in spring coins. Baiyue proposed. Our Tianwan kingdom can likewise offer you land, Yexian eagerly added. Excellent. I am most eager to collaborate with you. However, there is one concern. I am uncertain of your nation's creditworthiness. Should my factories be established only to face disturbances from ruffians or cultivators, I would regrettably have to seek cooperation elsewhere. Wang Zhihai feigned difficulty in his tone. Upon hearing this, Xingxiu and the others simultaneously laughed. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Mr. Wang. We are respected figures in our nation. As long as I am overseeing your factories, no one would dare to cause trouble. Should any disturbances arise, I shall waive your taxes, Xingxiu asserted confidently. And what about the two of you? Wang Zhihai inquired, directing his gaze at the remaining two. Mr. Wang, feel free to bring your factories here. If any trouble arises, I shall resolve it promptly, Yexian stated confidently. Being the national master of Tianwan Kingdom, he possessed certain influence. Do not regard me lightly. As a grand diviner, if I cannot safeguard your factories, I would willingly allow you to utilize my land for free, Baiyue smiled. Agreed. It is settled then. Wang Zhihai, shrewd and crafty, began drafting the contract. He planned to relocate 30 research institutes to the 3 nations and, centered around these institutes, commence the establishment of factories. Once the 3 nations accrued sufficient spring coins, he would then seek an excuse to compel the monarchs of these nations to safeguard the spring coin. They would have no choice but to protect it. For without such protection, the coins would become worthless paper, effectively binding them. Thus, the spring coin would endure for a while longer. Once the contract was drafted, Wang Zhihai had the 3 affix their seals and signed their illustrious names. This is merely a formality. If the 3 were to retract their decisions, Wang Zhihai would be powerless to intervene. However, He has at least secured the moral high ground, providing him with a robust justification should a confrontation arise in the future. Chapter 1387. Have you conducted the inspection? After signing the contract, Wang Zhihai personally escorted the 3 individuals out of the stronghold. Mr. Wang, we shall await the factory from Hot Spring Island to arrive at our location, he said, offering a respectful gesture. It is worth noting that he was a national master, and only those of the same realm of Void Refinement were deemed worthy of such acknowledgement. Yet now, he found himself bowing to Wang Zhihai, who was merely at the postnatal stage. Clearly, one's realm does not necessarily dictate their identity or status. When viewed in isolation, Wang Zhihai seemed as insignificant as an ant to him. However, with the weight of Hot Spring Island behind him, a more courteous demeanor was required. Shall I arrange for a fighter jet to take you home? Wang Zhihai suddenly proposed, his expression shifting. Concealed within the woods adjacent to the stronghold were dozens of fighter jets, providing an opportunity for these significant figures from the 3 nations to witness the might of Hot Spring Island. Is that truly feasible? Sheng Su's heart leapt with excitement. They had only seen such machines on the ground and had never piloted one. Come, I shall take you 3, he declared. An hour later, 3 fighter jets ascended gracefully into the sky, diverging in 3 separate directions as they vanished above the stronghold. Inside one of the jets, Baiyue was astonished as she explored the various instruments within. This doesn't require spirit stones to operate? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the pilot. No, esteemed diviner. This device does not rely on spirit stones. Buckle up, for I am about to accelerate to 10 Mach, the pilot replied before firmly pulling the control lever. Whoosh! A powerful force pushed against them, swiftly countered by the multifunctional seat. Baiyue's lips parted in awe as she beheld the rapidly retreating scenery below. At this speed, I dare say even a spirit separation realm practitioner would struggle to match it. Yifeng tightly shut his eyes, attuning to the fluctuations of his internal energy. Previously, during his cultivation, his pores would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. However, this time felt different. Within his mental perception, he discerned that the milky white spiritual energy was interspersed with countless strands of black. These black strands appeared to possess a form of sentience, swirling about the spiritual energy in a restless dance. Not only Yifeng felt this, Huang Lindi gradually opened his eyes in the cultivation chamber. While absorbing the natural spiritual energy moments ago, he too had sensed a significant presence of black matter within it. Did you notice it, Guohou? Huang Lindi queried, glancing at Yan, with whom he had just completed a dual cultivation session. Indeed, but what could this black matter be? Why is it mingling with the spiritual energy? Yan gently pondered. When anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. Perhaps it is related to the hydrogen bomb on Hot Spring Island. I have inquired, and it seems that a hydrogen bomb explosion could produce radiation. Could these impurities be a form of radiation? Huang Lindi's brow furrowed with concern. If the entire nation is saturated with such impurities, how are we to cultivate? Yan questioned. It matters not, if necessary. We shall retreat to the outskirts for our training, Huang Lindi replied, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze directed towards the northern expanse of the capital. In the 4th outpost of Hot Spring Island, Yan slowly retracted the vertical pupils at her brow, her countenance shrouded in a profound gloom. Is there truly so much? Just moments ago, through her Shura eyes, she had glimpsed an abundance of dark matter. It seemed that every time the dark matter increased, many lives were extinguished. She emerged from the secret chamber and surveyed the individuals within the outpost. Some were enveloped by a shadowy presence, while others bore 2 to 5 swirling shadows upon their backs. Yet, the majority remained unburdened by such darkness. Yan, you appear quite unwell. Has the demon of your heart encroached upon you? At that moment, Magobi approached, concern etched upon his features as he regarded Yan. Slowly, she turned to him, her profound gaze locking onto his. In the next instant, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Nearby the sovereign, the populace had donned thick cotton garments, while the occasional snowflake drifted from the heavens. Wang Laowu, do you not sense that our health has been deteriorating of late? Inquired a villager. Indeed. I used to stride with vigor, yet now even walking feels laborious. It seems as though I carry an additional burden of 10-odd pounds, a sensation previously unknown to me. Perhaps we should consult the doctor. It may be that we are all ailing. The 2 companions set off towards the medical hall. In the capital, all cultivators had awakened from their meditative states, equally witnessing the astonishing dark substance. Your Highness, may I enter? Came the voice of Huang Yuya from outside the courtyard. She had long since wed Yifeng, yet they had not yet shared a bed. Initially, Yifeng felt it would be unjust to her, and furthermore, he harbored little emotional inclination towards her. Now, at over 40, he had indulged in most of his youthful desires, seemingly losing interest in women altogether. His previous curiosity towards them had waned. Outside the capital, within a particular cemetery, graves had risen densely. These souls were all citizens of Hot Spring Island, executed by the Huang Emperor, totaling over 28,000. Today marked the anniversary of their memorial, and the families of these citizens gathered, bearing flowers to honor their memories. The sound of weeping resonated, as Kazina performed a sorrowful dance. In the royal palace of the capital, the sovereign was informed, "Your Majesty, the situation is as such." Wang Zhihai conversed with several strangers. Upon conclusion, he used a fighter jet to escort them away. "I know not to where." A spy knelt before the Huang Emperor. "Have the identities of those three been confirmed?" The Emperor inquired coolly. "Not yet," the spy replied cautiously. They were entitled to receive 40 spirit stones each month, yet in their role as spies, they typically maintained side occupations. Most of their time was dedicated to these ventures, with only a fraction devoted to surveilling the first outpost of Hot Spring Island. Moreover, their monthly spirit stones had been increasingly curtailed since the Black Mountain Empire began to protect the hot spring currency, rendering their remuneration ever scarcer. A year ago, they had received the full 40 spirit stones. 6 months prior, this had dwindled to 30, and now, they had not seen a single spirit stone in 3 months. The root of all troubles stems from Wang Zhihai's extravagant spending, completely disregarding the spiritual stone reserves of the Black Mountain Empire. "What purpose do you serve?" Huang Lindy's eyes twitched with irritation. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The scout hastily knelt and bowed. He felt unjustly treated, without spiritual stones for cultivation. How could he possibly remain stationed at the #1 stronghold every day? Cultivators aspire to advance. Previously, receiving 40 spiritual stones each month barely ensured their cultivation speed exceeded that of ordinary practitioners. But now, the allocation has been halved. What can be accomplished under such circumstances? Human nature is inherently selfish. The Black Mountain Empire provides only as many spiritual stones as necessary to fulfill their obligations. From now on, you shall no longer engage in this work. Report to the 9th City Military Command. I will select a new team of scouts. Huang Lindy waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, my lord." The scout hurriedly exited the palace. Huang Lindy then turned his attention to Huang Ping and Bai Li Rui, who stood on either side. "Have you conducted any inspections recently?" he inquired. "Inspections? What are we to inspect?" Both men replied, puzzled. "Naturally, to inspect the storerooms for any signs of embezzlement or bribery." Huang Lindy sighed. Though he had been in seclusion for an extended period, he remained acutely aware of the corruption rampant within the Black Mountain Empire. The scouts' inefficacy was partially due to the inadequate spiritual stones being allocated. The expressions of the two men darkened. "It's all minor issues. It won't have significant repercussions," Huang Ping cautiously stated. He had assumed the inability to distribute spiritual stones stemmed from severe corruption among the lower officials. After all, Wang Zhihai's financial acumen surpassed his comprehension, and he could not fathom the substantial connection to the hot spring currency. Chapter 1388. The innocent shall suffer minor issues? Huang Lindy raised an eyebrow. Our Black Mountain Empire has not undergone a cleansing in 3 millennia. By the way, how are the widows of Minister Yang and the descendants of the Yang family? There should be hundreds of thousands by now, Huang Lindy noted. Bai Li Rui felt a heaviness in his heart. Such ruthlessness. Minister Yang had only passed away a few years ago, and Huang Lindy was already eager for a thorough purge. If he were to fall one day, would his own family face a similar fate? "Rest assured, your servant understands," Bai Li Rui nodded. "I believe Minister Yang served our Black Mountain Empire loyally for so many years. His descendants deserve protection. Father, allow me to handle this matter." Huang Ping spoke gravely, still harboring mistrust towards Bai Li Rui, an outsider. "Very well. Ensure Minister Yang's descendants are properly sheltered, particularly the close relatives within the 18th generation and those families allied through marriage. All must be looked after." Huang Lindy slowly turned away. Understood. In a small town in Shenzhou, Yang Qi strolled with his little grandson, greeted warmly by the townsfolk along the way. Yang Qi reciprocated their friendliness. As the 18th generation collateral descendant of the Yang family, he owned thousands of acres of land in the town, with most of the residents being his tenants or sharecroppers. Certainly, he is a person of great virtue. when farmers are unable to pay their rent. He generally waives this year's land tax upon verifying their circumstances. If they lack seeds, he generously provides them. Thus, Yang Qi has become a benefactor in the surrounding villages, occasionally repairing bridges and roads to benefit the community. At that moment, a sudden sound of hoofbeats echoed from the distance. A group of over 30 riders approached rapidly, their faces concealed by green demon masks, clad in black robes, and donning swift cloud shoes. Yang Qi, possessing some discernment, recognized these individuals as members of the capital S Flying Cloud Division. What could they possibly want in our humble town? A sense of caution arose within him, prompting him to quietly retreat into a nearby residence. Shortly thereafter, the riders traversed the main street and turned towards the end where the Yang residence stood. What is happening? Alarmed, Yang Qi hurried home, clutching a child in his arms. In mere moments, anguished cries and furious roars erupted from his estate. He hastily concealed himself in a neighboring house, one hand clamped over his mouth. Blood seeped continuously from beneath the threshold of the Yang residence. The 30 members of the Flying Cloud Division emerged from the estate and swiftly departed the town on horseback. What is this? Staggering towards his home, Yang Qi was met with a harrowing sight. Lifeless bodies sprawled along both sides of the street, with several young women in disarray. Oh heavens! Yang Qi fainted on the spot. A similar scene unfolded across the entire Black Mountain Empire. The capital, having already been purged by Bai Li Rui, had effectively eradicated anyone associated with Yang Ru. However, the provinces faced impending calamity. The descendants of Yang Ru, relatives, and nobles able to forge connections were being subjected to a sweeping cleansing. In contrast, the common folk remained unscathed, even those who married their daughters into the Yang family as concubines. This was a campaign targeting the aristocracy. Emperor Huang Ling understood that commoners continuously contribute value to society, whereas the nobility do not. They receive salaries and enjoy various autocratic privileges. To maintain stability, it became imperative to eliminate them. Delaying further would risk the entire machinery of the Black Mountain Empire collapsing. Initially, Emperor Huang Ling intended to adopt a more gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. However, after intervening to stabilize the spring coin, economic constraints compelled him to expedite the purge of the nobility as much as possible. Of course, it also presented an opportunity to eliminate other nobles. The cleansing of Yang Ru was merely a pretext. 3 months later, in the capital, within the royal palace, upon audience with the sovereign, the civil and military officials performed the customary bowing ceremony. Previously, such formalities were unnecessary, a mere bow sufficed. Yet these ministers were astute, recognizing that Emperor Huang Ling was targeting the Yang family, while simultaneously purging some of the wealthier common nobles, using their riches to support the spring coin. However, amidst the crowd of officials stood one figure resolutely upright. Dr. Yi, you certainly stand out among the crowd, Bai Li Rui remarked, turning his attention to Yi Feng among the ministers. Although Yi Feng was imprisoned, his position remained intact, for he had already become a prince consort. Most importantly, Emperor Huang Lin intended to nurture Hot Spring Island, hence Yi Feng must remain inactive for the time being, rather needing to placate others. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly disregarding Bai Li Rui. Very well, Chancellor Bai Li, given Dr. Ye's unique status, let us not be overly demanding. Is there anything else you wish to address? The emperor directed his gaze towards the assembled ministers. At this juncture, a physician stepped forward. Your Majesty, according to the investigation by the supervisory office, Yang Ru has engaged in embezzlement, oppressed his colleagues, and abducted common women over the past 3,000 years since ascending to the position of Left Chancellor. His descendants occupy numerous states and have seized arable land, suggesting potential treason. Oh, the emperor furrowed his brow. Dr. Ji, do not speak recklessly. During Yang's tenure, he was loyal to the throne and patriotic. How could he possibly conspire against us? The emperor feigned concern. I possess irrefutable evidence. Director Yu, please present your findings. Dr. Ji stepped aside. Another minister rose. Your Majesty, according to my observations of the celestial bodies, Yang's star shines brighter than Huang Zi's, indicating that there is indeed a suspicion of rebellion within Yang's family. Director Yu stated solemnly. Is that so? This is preposterous. Emperor Huang Lin slammed his hand on the dragon table. Issue a decree for all 13 offices to mobilize their forces and apprehend every member of the Yang clan, leaving no one behind. Once captured, They are to be imprisoned and compelled to reveal their accomplices, the emperor proclaimed coldly. Your Majesty, once captured, why not simply execute them? There is no need to confine them, one physician suggested cautiously. The emperor's piercing gaze fell upon the physician. Did he care whether the Yang family had accomplices? He did not. His sole concern was the potential to eliminate more nobles. The more he executed, the more secure his dynasty would become. Thus, imprisoning them and subjecting them to severe torture was merely a facade. His true aim was to extract information about other nobles. Your Majesty, confining them may lead to indiscriminate accusations, potentially implicating many innocent individuals. The physician continued, mindful of his previous close ties with Yang Ru. My jailers are exceptionally discerning. They can undoubtedly differentiate truth from falsehood, the emperor retorted coldly. In truth, those jailers were inept. He relished the thought of his prisoners being tormented to the point of indiscriminately naming nobles. Such a purge of the aristocracy would be entirely justified. Were he to openly declare his intent to eliminate a significant portion of the nobility, it might provoke a united front against the Huang family. Yi Feng observed the emperor's theatrics with a stoic expression, feeling no inclination to intervene. Chapter 1389, Strict Measures Enforced. Political strife is the most ruthless of battles. And he had only witnessed the tip of the iceberg. Minister Yi, what are your thoughts? The emperor abruptly turned his attention to Yi Feng. Hot Spring Island currently does not belong to any faction. While one might categorize them as nobility, all individuals on Hot Spring Island are treated equally. Conversely, if they are not considered nobility, they are undeniably wealthy. Thus, it was essential for the emperor to elicit a few words from Yi Feng at this moment. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he was being drawn into the fray. Ultimately, had the Montenegro Empire not supported the defense of the Hot Spring coin, it would have been impossible for Emperor Huang Ling to execute so many nobles at once. The sovereign is wise, regardless of the decisions made by the sovereign. I shall steadfastly support them, Yi Feng stated expressionlessly. His eloquence was profound, conveying to the court that he was merely an executor of Emperor Huang Ling's will, not a decision-maker, thus averting the possibility of the nobles uniting against him, including implicating his own Hot Spring Island. Is that so? Emperor Huang Ling's expression was one of displeasure. Prime Minister Bai Li, what is your perspective? The emperor then turned to Bai Li Rui. The courtiers, astute as they were, recognized that Emperor Huang Ling intended to replicate a scene reminiscent of 3 millennia ago, a time when blood flowed freely and nobles willingly patched their garments, sold their opulent mansions, and returned to rustic life. However, once a purge commenced, their strategies would prove ineffectual. If Emperor Huang Ling was resolute in his intent, there would be no refuge, even to the ends of the earth. In those days, families took pride in their impoverished status, and anyone daring to boast of noble ancestry could easily draw ire upon themselves. I, an old minister, wholeheartedly support the sovereign's sagacious decision, Bai Li Rui replied, his face paling in fear. The cunning Emperor Huang Ling was clearly attempting to drag him into peril. Even as prime minister, he dared not confront the entire noble class. Emperor Huang Ling sighed deeply, realizing that his prolonged seclusion had failed to quell these minor figures. Well, my loyal subjects, your allegiance to me is greatly appreciated. You may retire for the day. Immediately, the ministers hurriedly exited. Bai Li, Dr. Yi, Pinger, and esteemed ministers Chang and Qiu, please remain. Emperor Huang Ling called out to the 5. The grand doors of the hall creaked shut, leaving only the 5, the emperor, and eunuch Shui. Do not stand. Please take a seat, the emperor said, descending to join them. During my seclusion, have you discerned any intentions of rebellion? The 5 exchanged glances. I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have had little time to investigate this matter, Huang Ping began. What do the 4 of you think? Generally, those of considerable wealth are more inclined toward rebellion. Would you not agree, Prime Minister Bai Li? Bai Li Rui responded. The 2 of you are in concert, conspiring to slay the fat pig for the new year. Very well, let us identify a few culprits. I suspect Li Yin of the 9 Cities Military Command has rebellious intentions. He controls all the officers in the capital, who oppress the common folk and merchants alike, even exerting pressure on the banks of Hot Spring Island. Would you not concur, Dr. Yi? Bai Li Rui finally turned his gaze toward Yi Feng. Indeed, Li Yin is one such individual. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Emperor Huang Ling's objective was clear, to slay the proverbial fat pig for the new year. There must be scapegoats. Otherwise, the Montenegro Empire would be unable to sustain the vast enterprise of the hot spring coin. This situation mirrored the hot spring coin, which, under the aegis of the Montenegro Empire, indulged in excess, amassing debts. In due time, all those debts would come due to the Montenegro Empire. Li Yan's recent actions have indeed been quite audacious, and I have heard that he has constructed a spiritual repository at his residence, filled with countless spirit stones, remarked Kuang Tianfang gravely. He is a discerning individual. Certain matters must be addressed by the ministers, not uttered by the sovereign. Indeed, Li Yan is truly detestable. Moreover, he has erected a palace in Yuzhou that rivals the royal palace in scale. Thus, I firmly conclude that Li Yan will certainly return, added Xiao Qianhua. Excellent, exclaimed Emperor Huang Lin, striking the armrest. Since all of you have spoken so, Li Yan truly deserves his fate. Chancellor Bai Li, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that no one associated escapes unscathed. Furthermore, you shall preside over the confiscation of his assets as well, the emperor stated with profound significance. Thank you, your majesty, for your trust in me, Bai Li Rui replied, initially feeling somewhat displeased, but his countenance brightened with excitement upon hearing that he would oversee the asset seizure. Is there anyone else with rebellious intentions? Emperor Huang Lin inquired once more. There is. Kuang Tianfang promptly raised his hand. After all, seizing assets could yield a significant profit, and he was keen to be proactive at this moment. Who? The emperor asked. Director Qin of the Horse Administration. He oversees all military provisions and mounts in the mortal realm, embezzling at least this amount annually. Kuang Tianfang raised 3 fingers. To think that Minister Qin harbors treasonous thoughts as well. Our royal family has treated him quite generously. Emperor Huang Lin sighed. Huang Ping, however, was taken aback. Father, to my knowledge, Director Qin would not act this way. Moreover, his daughter is my 3rd consort. What is the status of your 3rd consort matter? Should he entertain thoughts of rebellion, he shall be dealt with severely. As for your 3rd consort, let her be granted death, Emperor Huang Lin stated coldly. Minister Yi, you must have sensed certain things as well. Pray tell, who else harbors treasonous intentions? The emperor turned his gaze toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng thought, this is an attempt to forcibly draw me into a faction. Dr. Yi, it is said that you have been quite close to Tang Yuan of Luzhou. Has he revealed anything? Huang Ping prompted. Ah, indeed. Tang Yuan is recruiting troops. Luzhou does indeed harbor rebellious intentions. Yi Feng lamented, reluctantly going along with the flow. At this point, he realized that any attempt to save Luzhou was futile, as it was clear that preparations for action had long been underway against them. Although Tang Etienne remained a citizen of their Warm Spring Island, certain matters were beyond his control unless Warm Spring Island advanced to a level 2 civilization. Subsequently, Emperor Huang Lin guided them to expose several prominent nobles before allowing them to depart. Yi Feng felt quite fatigued, as the emperor had indicated that the vacant positions would be filled with personnel from Warm Spring Island, particularly for the critically important Zhoqing military command. The emperor intended to summon Yi Feng to arrange for personnel from the Warm Spring Military Academy. Strictly speaking, this was advantageous for Yi Feng, yet emotionally, he was reluctant. If Warm Spring Island truly merged with the Black Mountain Empire, would not the lives of his more than 20,000 citizens be at stake? At an altitude of 1 million meters, the first vessel was descending at great speed. In the captain's chamber, Chung Libin exhaled a sigh of relief. Success. We have successfully returned to the atmosphere. Earlier, they dispatched over a dozen aircraft, attempting to return from outer space to the Starmane continent. Chapter 1390. Is it that serious? Yet, without exception, whether it was the speed of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft or that of the fighter jets, as soon as they entered the blade wind zone of the atmosphere, they were reduced to mere dust by the dense barrage of wind blades. The formations on the fighter jets collapsed within mere seconds, while only the colossal array on the Leaf Maple 1 could withstand the relentless slicing of the wind blades. Chung Libin pressed a button, and 4 enormous flames erupted from the bottom of the spacecraft, allowing it to hover in the sky. This was unlike the vacuum of space, where no nuclear power was required to keep a massive spacecraft afloat. However, upon entering the atmosphere, a continuous consumption of fuel became imperative. Shigo, dispatch 2 aircraft back to the ground to ascertain if any incidents have occurred at Hot Spring Island, Chung Libin instructed. Understood. Moments later, a large aperture opened at the bottom of the massive spacecraft. 2 aircraft, no larger than mosquitoes, emerged and descended at the utmost speed. Soon, Shigo traversed the atmosphere and appeared above the command center. Is that the aircraft old Chung took to outer space? A radar monitor exclaimed in astonishment. This is Shigo. Is the new base below at Hot Spring Island? Shigo's voice resonated through the radio. Indeed, Mr. Sure, you have finally returned. Please hold on. I will deactivate the air defense system. The monitor quickly contacted his superior. Before long, the two fighter jets landed at the airport of the command center, where Wang Zhihai personally awaited their arrival. The Leaf Maple One had been absent for over a year and had finally returned. Xiao Gao? Wang Zhihai opened his arms wide. Uncle Wang. Shigo responded, also embracing him tightly. Come, let us proceed to the conference room. You must regale me with tales of the environment in outer space. The two walked hand in hand to the conference room, where other high-ranking officials gradually gathered. The matter is thus: there are numerous meteors in outer space, some larger than our Leaf Maple One by thousands or even millions of times. We cannot destroy them and can only passively evade, not to mention the smaller meteors. Most critically, there exists a blade wind zone spanning 100 kilometers from the atmosphere to outer space. That is the most terrifying aspect, as ordinary fighter jets cannot penetrate it. The formations made of any material cannot withstand the continuous slicing of the wind blades. Only the defensive formations on the exterior of the Leaf Maple One can barely withstand the onslaught of the wind blades, and even then, those blades have devastated our formations by 70 to 80%. This time, Mr. Chung has sent me down to bring some equipment back up, so that we may repair the spacecraft's outer shell's formation in the midst of 1,000,000 kilometers of altitude. Shigo swiftly elucidated the situation of the Leaf Maple One. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He had thought the Leaf Maple One had established itself in space, only to discover it had returned to the atmosphere once more. Notify everyone that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. It must not reach the ears of Huang Lindy, for he possesses the ability to spatially displace himself, soaring millions of kilometers into the sky, capturing our Leaf Maple Number One. Wang Zhihai, as expected of a leader, immediately identified the crux of the issue. The group nodded gravely in agreement. Furthermore, we must transport the equipment to Leaf Maple No. 1 by cargo plane and restore the external formation within 3 months. Wang Zhihai issued his second command. Most importantly, from this moment forth, I shall allocate 1 trillion to Warm Spring Island, ensuring that the citizens surrounding the Black Mountain Empire engage in the purification of iridium. I refuse to believe that even the formidable wind blade can shatter a shell crafted from iridium, Wang Zhihai remarked calmly. Mr. Wang, do you think the Black Mountain Empire will not intervene if you allocate such a vast sum in one go? Their citizens are currently suffering. Many cannot afford food. And cultivators are without spirit stones, a gifted student from the Finance Academy interjected. Do you take me for a fool? This trillion will be divided into 100 installments, ensuring that those rascals in the Black Mountain Empire remain oblivious, Wang Zhihai retorted, scratching his graying Mediterranean hairstyle. At the far end of the table, Ilian sat with a gloomy gaze directed at Wang Zhihai. Surrounding him were at least 40 shadowy figures, some perched atop his head, others resting on his shoulders. Yet Wang Zhihai remained utterly unaware. Just then, the secretary entered, holding a large mobile phone. Mr. Wang, a call from phone. What? Isn't he under house arrest? Hand me the phone. Susan snatched the device. Phone. How are you faring in the palace? Have they mistreated you? Give me the phone. Yixing seized it. Dad, I miss you so much. Don't worry. Your son has grown up and is fine now. I will definitely rescue you. Shannon grabbed the phone next. Phone. How is it? Is it comfortable there? You are the prince consort. What kind of tricks does the princess use each night? Do you remember our days in Eternal Life City? You can. Susan slapped the back of his head. After overcoming numerous obstacles, the phone finally reached Wang Zhihai's hands. Zhihai? Phone, I miss you so much. Wang Zhihai wept. Don't cry. I'm doing all right in the palace. I just don't know how Tuan Tuan and the others are faring in the dungeon. I have no means to contact them. Please find a way to bribe the guards and send them some food and clothing, and have the head of the prison look after them a bit. Yifeng's voice came through the phone, steady and unremarkable. But that is the royal dungeon. How can I pull strings to get inside? Wang Zhihai was taken aback. I believe you can find a way. If I'm not mistaken, many in the palace are struggling to receive their salaries and spirit stones. They are in dire straits. Don't hesitate to spend, for the entire Black Mountain Empire will back us up. It appears that the influence of Warm Spring coins has already permeated the Black Mountain Empire. Rest assured, I will devise a plan. Wang Zhihai nodded. The most crucial point is that the sovereign is purging a group of nobles who conspire against the throne, which may result in numerous fatalities. Advise the citizens to refrain from driving luxurious carriages or private jets and to avoid donning extravagant attire. In fact, they should adorn their garments with patches. Yifeng spoke calmly. What purpose do the patches serve? Wang Zhihai asked, taken aback. Simply comply with my instructions. This cleansing primarily targets the nobility. Yet some collateral damage is inevitable. Should the purging squads notice the citizens of Hot Spring Island dressed ostentatiously, they may be inadvertently executed. I must inform you, many lives will be lost. Countless lives, Yifeng stated with grave seriousness. Just how many lives are at stake? Wang Zhihai inquired. Count in the millions, you understand. Yifeng replied. Is it truly that severe? Indeed, it is dire. Remember, citizens must remain low-key. They must wear patched clothing, particularly in public settings. Furthermore, be vigilant.